Is this the flame fruit? Staring at the orange fruit wreathed in strange flames inside the old wooden chest before him, Deng unwidened his eyes. Is this really the world of One Piece? He had already examined his surroundings. The bird's nest beneath his feet, at least 20 meters in diameter, and the towering tree 100 to 200 meters tall, had stunned him and made it clear this was not the world he had come from. After all, in his original world, there were no birds this enormous, nor trees so impossibly tall, unless he had somehow returned to an era when primordial behemoths roamed the land. In his memory, there was only the blinding glare of two headlights rushing toward him as he carried a takeout bag across a crosswalk at night. Had he hit the jackpot? In every sense of the phrase. The legends had actually turned out to be true, which was absurd enough. What was even more absurd was that while searching for a way down from this height of at least 100 meters, he had stumbled upon an archaic-looking wooden chest. When he opened the chest, he saw a strange fruit inside, its characteristics unmistakable. As an anime that had been popular for 20 years, One Piece was something Deng had naturally watched. Such peculiar fruits were easy to recognize. So I really did transmigrate into the world of pirates. Deng muttered to himself as he subconsciously lifted the orange fruit from the chest. He still could not bring himself to fully believe it, yet there was a better way to confirm the truth. Deng stared at the fruit in his hand and pressed his lips together. If this truly was that pirate world so perilous to ordinary people, then for him, this devil fruit, infamous as something not even a dog would eat, was his only lifeline. Given his current condition, he would be unable to withstand most threats he might encounter. Even if he somehow managed to leave this island under his feet and find a place where people lived, he would still be helpless if he ran into pirates. In the story, the true scenes of pirates killing were never fully depicted, but now he had entered this world in the flesh. After all, this was a Logia-type power. No matter how much others mocked at, this was still a Logia fruit, and one that embodied the elemental force of fire. Even setting everything else aside, the mere passive elementalization it granted would be enough to deal with most dangers. The only drawback was that he would become a landlubber. Yet that flaw could hardly overshadow its virtues. In the span of a few heartbeats, these thoughts echoed through Deng-un's mind. His gaze dropped once more to the fruit in his hand, his throat bobbing involuntarily as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If eating it granted him the power of fire as a Logia, then this world would be confirmed as that of pirates. If he gained nothing, or if it turned out to be poisonous and killed him, then he would simply have been unlucky. Crunch. Without further hesitation, Deng sank his teeth directly into the flame fruit in his hand. Yes, the taste was just as described. Almost the instant the pulp touched his tongue, this thought surfaced in Deng-un's mind. In the world of pirates, the taste of devil fruits had always been described as unbelievably vile. No one could remain composed in the face of such flavor. Some even claimed a devil fruit tasted worse than bodily waste. Now he seemed to understand that sentiment. He did not know what bodily waste actually tasted like, but the pulp in his mouth was a blend of every nauseating flavor he had ever despised in his life. It felt as though his entire body was desperately resisting the fruit being swallowed. This was a revulsion that sprang from the very depths of his soul. Yet having survived that lucky accident, Deng found a ruthless determination rising in his heart. If a man isn't ruthless, he cannot stand firm. Being hard on oneself was far more difficult than being hard on others. Stretching his neck with effort, Deng forced the pulp in his mouth down in one gulp, then took another savage bite out of the remaining fruit. Crunch, crunch. Bite after bite. By the time he swallowed the last mouthful, Deng toppled over onto his back, his face turning a sickly shade of green. It was his body's instinctive stress response. He finally understood why so many transmigrators before him had claimed that devil fruits tasted as foul as bodily waste. Perhaps they had never actually tried such a thing, but they clearly believed that it must be the most revolting substance in the world. Yet Deng had the distinct impression that compared to a devil fruit, even bodily waste might count as a delicacy. Only after a long while did he manage to roll over and sit up, the discomfort in his body slowly ebbing away. At the same time, he sensed something new emerging within him, something that felt almost like an instinct, or a latent power. Bang! A plume of flame blossomed and burned in the raised hand he had lifted. The scorching heat had no effect on him. Instead, he felt only warmth. The fire also had no effect on the clothes he wore. No, more accurately, even the sleeve on his arm had turned into fire. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the flames, and the sleeve at his wrist remained perfectly intact. It's confirmed. I've come to the world of pirates and become a devil fruit user. What am I now? A man of fire. Deng murmured. It sounded self-deprecating, but in truth, it was a sign that he was finally relaxing. His temperament was usually steady, yet who could remain completely calm when facing something that looked suspiciously like transmigration? Despite his earlier composure, Deng had been panicking inside, especially when he had discovered the gigantic nest beneath his feet and the 3 enormous eggs within it, each taller than he was. Not even dinosaurs could lay something this massive, could they? Now, with this ability to become elemental, at the very least, the threats he might face for now and in the near future would no longer be as lethal as before. After all, a Logia user was almost invincible against opponents who did not know Haki. Passive elementalization alone could leave such enemies utterly helpless. He finally had something with which to secure his place in this world. Once he understood this, Deng's mood relaxed, and he was at last able to calmly survey his surroundings. Beneath his feet lay an immense bird's nest, perhaps 20 meters across. If this nest had an owner, then that bird's wingspan might well reach 40 to 50 meters. For comparison, the Tu-160's wingspan was 54 meters. Even with the power of the flame fruit as his backing, Deng had no intention of confronting such a monster heathen. After circling the nest once, Deng frowned in silence. Getting down would not be easy. Although his Logia powers gave him a chance of surviving a fall from this height of 1 to 200 meters, he had no desire to test it. He was no monster of brute strength. He did not possess that kind of terrifying physique. He had already verified that this was indeed his own body. Though he now looked like a 14 or 15-year-old, it was still him. Even the scar from a childhood accident on his knee remained. "This is troublesome," Deng muttered with a frown, his gaze falling upon the 3 enormous eggs in the nest. There was one more option: to set the nest on fire. For all its size, the nest was still constructed from branches, dry grass, and massive feathers. Perfect tinder. With the abilities of the flame fruit, he had the means to survive within the blaze. He merely needed to land on the supporting trunk below. And who knew? He might even get to taste charcoal-grilled bird eggs. Deng was doing something no one else could possibly imitate. The flames cloaking his body completely ignited the bird's nest beneath his feet. Withered wood, dry grass, and feathers made the perfect kindling. In just a few moments, the flames spread through the entire nest. Perched atop the colossal tree, the blazing nest resembled a gigantic torch thrust into the sky. Standing within the conflagration, Deng not only felt no heat, but an exquisite comfort instead. It was as though he were soaking in a hot spring, his whole body awash in gentle warmth. Having just obtained this extraordinary power, Deng truly did wish he could study the abilities of the Mera Mera no Mi at leisure. However, now was absolutely not the right moment. He would have to wait until he returned to the ground before he could ponder such things. Even so, Deng could already foresee that if he relied solely on the power of the Mera Mera no Mi, he would likely become another ace. Ace had indeed become a renowned powerhouse upon the seas by virtue of his devil fruit, yet because he leaned too heavily on the Mera Mera no Mi and neglected the cultivation of Haki, he left others with the impression of weakness. Of course, it might also have been a matter of timing and circumstance. Devil fruit abilities, Haki, swordsmanship, and physical strength. If the opportunity arose, he would have to hone them all. Standing amid the burning flames, Deng made his silent resolve. Haki in particular. You might not reach the pinnacle, but you could not afford to know nothing of it at all. What he did not know was whether as a transmigrator he could even learn such a power. After all, he was not a native of this world. If he could not master it, perhaps he would have no choice but to find some corner of the 4 seas to lie low in. For a time, Deng's thoughts grew tangled and restless. Only when a sharp cracking sound rang out did Deng notice an incomparably enticing aroma. Amid the reek of burning fuel, that fragrance was impossibly distinct. Almost without thinking, Deng took a step forward. The raging flames drew back and converged toward him. His gaze fell upon the 3 bird eggs nestled at the center of the nest. The blue shells had been charred black. One of the eggs had burst open under the heat, exposing a layer of perfectly browned roasted egg white within. The tantalizing fragrance coiled around his nostrils, making Deng swallow involuntarily as he stepped closer. Since arriving in this world, Deng had been here for some time, yet besides a single devil fruit, he had eaten nothing at all. Though he had swallowed the fruit whole, it had dissolved the moment it entered his stomach. In simple terms, it did nothing to stave off hunger. So walking up to the charred, cracked giant egg, Deng raised his hand, pried open the carbonized shell, and scooped out a piece of egg white, crisp and golden on the outside, soft and tender within. With just a single bite, Deng felt that nothing he had eaten in his previous life could compare to this mouthful. Never mind that he had just eaten a devil fruit. An indescribable sense of happiness welled up from his heart. To fill an empty stomach with something this delicious, such a feeling was pure bliss. Yet before he could eat more than a few bites, a shrill bird cry echoed from afar. Deng shuddered, his body jolting as he snapped his head toward the source of the sound. A splendidly feathered giant bird was sweeping toward him with wings outstretched. That harsh screech resounded again and again. Bad. Burning another's home and eating their children. What kind of outcome could that possibly have? Almost by instinct, Deng wanted to find a place to hide. But the giant bird was too fast. In the span of just a few breaths, it was like a supersonic fighter jet roaring through the air as it reached the nest above the treetop. Deng saw the approaching titan clearly. Its plumage was dazzling beyond belief. Spreading its wings above the nest, it gave him the suffocating illusion of a sky-blotting curtain. Its head resembled that of a dinosaur topped with a bird's beak. With a thunderous crash, the giant bird dropped directly onto the nest, seemingly unconcerned by the smoldering remains beneath it. In its enormous eyes burned a seething rage as it fixed its gaze on Deng, who still clutched a chunk of egg white in his hand. Finished. That was Deng's first thought upon seeing the giant bird. How absurdly bizarre. That was his second thought. The bird's appearance truly strained the limits of his understanding, but then he remembered this was the world of pirates. Oh, then that explains it. Even as the bird's eyes glared at him with murderous hatred, Deng could not help but let his thoughts wander. Humans really never shed tears until they see the coffin. The giant bird suddenly opened its beak and bellowed at Deng. In an instant, a gale reeking of fishy stench blasted toward him. Before Deng could even react to the stench, the nest, still harboring residual embers, erupted once more in the howling wind, igniting with a resounding boom. The giant bird standing in the nest was startled by the sudden flare of fire. Then its fury only deepened. Its long neck and head swung like a colossal flail, smashing down upon the nest. Hey, damn. Deng had not expected the bird to be so fierce. Did it not care about its 3 children anymore, even if they were already cooked? Deng, along with the entire nest, was sent flying. As the nest broke apart midair, a shower of objects went with it. Among them a great many glittering golden items that scattered in all directions. With a boom, flames surged around Deng's body, igniting the falling branches and debris nearby. In that instant, a massive fireball over 10 meters in diameter blossomed in midair. The giant bird that had smashed its own nest spread its wings, and driving a furious gale hurled itself at the fireball. The blazing sphere exploded on impact, bursting into a spray of fire across the sky like fireworks. From the burning back of the giant bird, Deng's body reformed, coalescing out of the flames as he hovered in midair, keenly aware of his strength ebbing away. As expected, reverting from elemental form to flesh consumed his stamina. Just now he had merged with the burning debris to become that fireball, and when the giant bird shattered it, he had felt the drain clearly. How was he to kill this bird? At this point, the two of them would not rest until one lay dead. Only a corpse could settle this. Yet to slay such a colossal beast would be no simple task. No sooner had Deng formed this thought than he saw a massive maw bristling with countless teeth lunging toward him. Right. Of course. A bird's neck could twist all the way behind it. That was the only thought Deng had as he was swallowed. A thunderous blast followed as flames spewed from the bird's beak like jets from a flamethrower. The giant bird, still in midair, let out a wail and crashed to the ground, thrashing and rolling in agony. The flames covering its body spread with its struggles, setting everything around it ablaze. Boys, did you see that? There's definitely treasure over there. Not far from the blazing island, a pirate ship was surging toward it. The speaker was a pirate brandishing a curved blade, standing at the prow, shouting with barely contained excitement. Oh! The pirates aboard immediately roared back in response. From afar, they had already seen a titanic torch erupting on the island, followed by a storm of flames across the sky, and under the sunlight, countless golden points of light raining down in the distance. It could only be treasure. Was that not the very reason one became a pirate and put to sea? And so these death-defying pirates charged straight ahead. As for the enraged giant bird that had just returned, not a single one of them had seen it. When the pirate ship drew near the island, the men aboard were immediately captivated by the countless golden gleams scattered across the beach. Treasure. On the sandy shore by the sea, a large number of broken wood and numerous glittering treasures lay scattered. These treasures were all gathered by the giant bird from various places and stored in its nest. Due to previous impacts, the broken wood and treasures that constructed the nest were scattered across the island. Now these treasures completely caught the attention of the pirates. With a cheer, the pirates on the ship rushed down, eagerly searching for the treasures. These excited fellows seemed to have forgotten about the island that was burning before their eyes. The giant bird had ceased to struggle, flames pouring from its body as everything around it was engulfed in fierce fire. This is the power of a natural ability user. Even Dun, who had just eaten the fruit, could control flames powerful enough to kill such a ferocious beast. Though the giant bird's physique was incredibly strong, it had no resistance against the flames surging from within. Orange flames converged at the burning head of the bird, and suddenly a hand emerged from the giant bird's beak, gripping the edge of its beak. Then Dun, engulfed in flames, burrowed out. The orange flames cloaked him like a garment, and his black hair, influenced by the fire, appeared to turn orange, dancing along with the flames. Ding! Killing an elite-level enemy. Data activation in progress. Dun, still reeling from the series of events, was startled awake by the sudden appearance of something in his mind. Data activation. Is it a system? He was no stranger to systems. It was quite reasonable for a system to appear in a world of transmigration. Elite enemy. Is it referring to this giant bird? Dun turned to glance at the still burning giant bird, a flicker of understanding passing through his mind. Data activation successful. Would you like to open the data panel? Yes. Another prompt sounded, and without hesitation Dun confirmed. After his confirmation, a relatively simple panel appeared before his eyes. Body data activation. Your vital points have disappeared. After taking damage, the harm is converted into health reduction. Panel attributes will change according to your strength. You will not die until your health reaches 0. Current body age 14 years. Constitution 1. 7 rapidly evolving due to certain influences. Current health 91 recovering. Eating can accelerate recovery. Innate talent unyielding. When health reaches 0, enter a brief state of enhancement. All your attributes are boosted tenfold. Health will not be deducted. All negative conditions are cleared. Current duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 1 day. Ability Flame Fruit. Initial mastery. A powerful natural fruit ability that grants the power to transform into and control flames. Continuously enhances the body. The fruit's drawbacks have been eliminated. Weaknesses and host soul. Current fruit development weak. Dun stroked his chin, focusing on his innate talent. The effect of unyielding was incredibly powerful, allowing him to enter a 10-minute invincible state when facing lethal attacks. The best part was the tenfold increase in body attributes for those 10 minutes. Didn't this mean he could counterattack even with minimal health left? The disappearance of physical weaknesses fit perfectly with his natural ability. The natural ability essentially meant that his weaknesses vanished, but against opponents skilled in Haki or abilities that countered him, it was still risky. At this moment, the true strength of his vanished weaknesses could be demonstrated. Regardless, Dun could only summarize his evaluation of body data activation in 3 words. So powerful. After suffering a lethal attack, he could enter a 10-minute invincible state during which all attributes were enhanced tenfold and health would not be deducted. This talent would become increasingly terrifying as he grew stronger. Of course, the strength of body data activation went beyond this. The ability for vital points to disappear was also incredibly strong. Attacks to vital areas would only forcibly reduce a portion of health, and conventional weaknesses like the heart would vanish. Moreover, health would automatically recover, and eating could speed up the recovery. In just a short time, his health had already risen from 91 to 96, and he was on the verge of full recovery. Of course, his situation was certainly not limited to just these changes. However, the details would likely require gradual exploration later. But the understanding he had now satisfied Dun, greatly far exceeding his expectations. If not long ago, when Dun obtained the flame fruit, he simply wanted to live steadily in this world. Now, with this confidence, he could perhaps contend with the top powerhouses of the sea. A person's ambition always changes with their strength. Of course, the immediate priority was to understand the current location and how to continue growing stronger. Dun looked at the flames burning around him, inhaling the charred scent of meat and thick smoke, and stepped forward. The world of One Piece, here I come. Moments later, Dun stepped out of the area engulfed in flames, staring wide-eyed at the pirates who had come in search of the scattered treasures. The elementalization of his body had not ceased. The burning flames danced around him like a large, orange-eared coat. The pirates who witnessed this scene gulped nervously. A demon of the sea. The low-level pirates had never even heard of the devil fruit. A person engulfed in flames clearly exceeded their understanding. Bastard, what demon? You clearly obtained a treasure. A scruffy pirate wielding a gleaming curved sword approached with a dozen lackeys staring at Dun, who was ablaze. Dun's gaze examined these individuals, then he looked past them at the pirate ship docked by the sea. This is a specialty of the world of One Piece. Endless pirates setting sail for various reasons. Moments ago, he hadn't seen any pirate ships around the island, likely drawn here by the burning flames. However, to Dun's surprise, he could understand what the pirates were saying. Was it due to data activation or because of the transmigration? This thought briefly crossed Dun's mind, but did not linger as a curved sword was already pressed against his neck. Kid, hand over the treasure you've obtained, and the great Lord Doru will spare your life and let you board my ship. So, great Lord Doru, do you have a bounty? Of course, I'm a notorious pirate with a bounty of 5 million berries, the strongest in this East Blue. 5 million berries. Dun laughed. This was the startup capital he needed. This is the East Blue. Dang En gazed calmly at the pirate before him. Doru, whose arrogant expression brimmed with unchecked bravado, and whose bounty stood at 5 million berries. By convention, most pirates possessed little self-awareness, untested by true peril. They tended toward reckless arrogance and boundless self-importance. A bounty of 5 million berries, even in the weakest sea, the East Blue, marked him as little more than a minnow. Yet what caught Dang En's attention was the emerald tag hovering above Doru's head. Elite pirate. Was this a systematized evaluation of adversaries? Dang En's gaze swept across the other pirates now encircling him, their heads, each crowned with identical tags. All were uniformly gray henchmen, cannon fodder, pauper. Were these fixed classifications, or relative assessments calibrated against himself? Dang En pondered silently, yet his unruffled composure ignited Doru's fury. 1 year at sea, dozens of islands raided. Though he'd seized no treasures of note, every feeble soul he'd confronted had recoiled in abject terror. Now this boy stood motionless even as Doru's blade rested coldly against his throat, distracted, indifferent. And with the crew closing in, Doru felt his authority crumbling under silent scrutiny. Brat, you dare sneer at me? Doru's face twisted into a snarl, his voice dropping to a venomous growl. His right hand jerked. The curved blade slashed downward in a brutal arc across Dang En's neck. Too easy. Doru froze, then turned startled to meet Dang En's steady gaze. Where the blade had struck, orange flames roared across the wound. No blood spilled, no flesh parted. The fire faded, and the wound sealed itself whole. Current vitality 100. Doru stumbled back a step, eyes wide with primal dread. Though not gifted with intellect, that single impossible sight told him all he needed to know. This man stood far beyond his reach. Dang En glanced once at Doru, then drew the flickering flames around his body inward, silent, seamless, before walking toward the pirate ship anchored ashore. The surrounding crew parted like reeds before a storm, trembling, speechless, watching him vanish into the distance. Gulp. Doru swallowed hard, throat dry. Captain. A subordinate crept forward, voice hushed, jolting Doru from his daze. Damn you. Startled awake, Doru flushed with shame and rage. His curved blade trembled faintly in his grip. Board ship. Under dozens of watchful eyes, Doru hesitated, then blurted it out. This was a barren island. To remain ashore meant certain death. Once the flames died, nothing would remain, not even ash. And swimming to another island. There was only one choice: return to the ship and await whatever fate awaited them. Dang En understood perfectly. He knew only that this was the East Blue, a fragment of a world unknown to him, and thus he required a guide. And yet these pirates were also walking purses. After all, this world bred bounty hunters. Moments later, Dang En sat behind a wooden crate, facing dozens of pirates who stood before him, pale and trembling. Where is the nearest marine base? He surveyed them, and with that single question the crew exchanged uneasy glances, all eyes converging upon Doru at the front. Doru sensed their gaze, and cursed inwardly. Marine Branch 16. Set sail for Branch 16. Dang En nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. But we're pirates. Doru's eyes bulged, his voice cracking in disbelief. A ripple of panic stirred among the crew. Snap! Dang En raised a finger, and a spark erupted at its tip. Instantly it swelled, a thunderous boom, and bloomed into a blazing fireball over a meter wide. The mutinous pirates staggered backward, horror-struck by the incandescent sphere hovering effortlessly above Dang En's fingertip. Set sail, he commanded again, and this time they scrambled. No one wished to test what it felt like to be struck by that fireball. Every pirate rushed to obey. Even those with no task feigned frantic labor, terrified of drawing his gaze. Only when the fireball dissolved did the crew collectively exhale. Doru, hands trembling, gathered the island's plunder into a sack and delivered it reverently to Dang En. Before overwhelming dread, even fools knew how to choose. This is the East Blue. Yes, sir. Doru's earlier swagger had vanished entirely. Now he stood rigid, deferential, on the verge of kneeling to answer. Do you know Windmill Village? Dang En asked. Doru blinked, blank. Frost Moon Village. His confusion deepened. Do you know Garp? At that name Doru paused, hesitant. The Marine hero Garp. His tone betrayed bewilderment. Hearing Garp spoken so casually unsettled him deeply. Ah, so he had heard of Garp. Deng, and nodded. Not entirely ignorant then. Who was the fleet admiral? Doru's expression clouded again. This man knew fragments, but little else. Half an hour of relentless questioning yielded no clarity on the current era or state of the world. Even Garp's name meant only distant legend to him, a towering figure beyond comprehension, let alone the fact that Garp hailed from the East Blue itself. When pressed for the year, Doru faltered 3 times. As Dengen's calm gaze grew heavier, Doru abruptly produced a newspaper and fled before the silence could curdle into wrath. Year 1511 of the Void Century calendar. In the corner, Doru's portrait and his bounty too. 5 million berries. Perhaps that was why he still drew breath. Boa Hancock, Empress of Amazon Lily and captain of the Kuja Pirates, bounty 80 million berries, has accepted the Marine's offer to become a warlord of the sea. Deng En studied the headline dominating the front page, then gazed at the youthful, regal face of the pirate empress. He blinked slowly. So, Luffy's departure is still 8 or 9 years away. He sifted through fragmented memories, uncertain of exact dates, but confident it hovered near year 1520. This temporal reckoning served only one purpose: to anchor his next steps, to chart the path of cultivation of ascension. The flame fruit granted him a foundation. Datification remained his hidden trump card. Yet Haki and swordsmanship he would never forsake. If this truly was the East Blue, Frost Moon village demanded a visit. There, perhaps more than anywhere else, he might uncover the means to master Haki and refine a formidable sword art. The 16th Navy Division in the East Sea. Commander. The anxious shouts jolted Major Mouse from his half-asleep state. Furious at being awakened, Major Mouse glared at the Marine who burst into his office and bellowed, "What the hell is the rush?" The Marine, seeing the anger on Major Mouse's face, quickly stood at attention and reported, "Sir, a pirate ship is approaching the base." This news made Major Mouse's eyes widen in confusion as he looked at the standing Marine and asked, "Really a pirate ship?" The reporting Marine nodded repeatedly, affirming he had not made a mistake. "Is the base commander not back yet?" Major Mouse stood up, frowning as he inquired. The base commander went back to headquarters for a report, and he just left a short while ago. The Marine answered cautiously upon being questioned. "Sound the alarm and prepare for battle." With a somewhat lewd appearance, Major Mouse issued the order directly. The Marine, upon hearing the command, saluted and turned to run outside. Grasping his long knife, Major Mouse still had doubts on his face. There aren't any formidable pirates in the East Sea, let alone ones that would directly assault a Navy base. What gives? As he stepped out of the office with his sword, the alarm of the naval base sounded and squads of Marines quickly surged out to line up. Major Mouse led hundreds of Marines towards the port. Residents of the small town outside the base observed the situation with puzzled expressions. A large group of Marines under Major Mouse's leadership arrived at the seaside dock, lifting their eyes to see a small pirate ship charging straight towards the port. Prepare for battle. As a Navy, Major Mouse was not someone lacking in skills, having worked his way up from being a Marine to his current position. The Marines lined up, weapons in hand, ready for the approaching pirate ship. On board the pirate ship, Dunn stood at the bow, already seeing the lined-up Marines. Behind him on the deck, a group of pirates crouched with their heads held, with only a few controlling the ship's direction while the rest remained obedient. "Slow down and approach the shore," Dunn instructed, and the swiftly sailing pirate ship began to reduce its speed. Moments later, the not-so-large pirate ship slowly docked at the pier, and Dunn stepped off the ship, his gaze fixed on the naval formation before him. With whiskers resembling a mouse and a somewhat lewd appearance, he declared, "I am Major Mouse, Deputy Commander of the 16th Navy Division, ID 0733. Pirates dare to assault a Navy base." As he spoke, Mouse pointed his knife at Dunn. "I am not a pirate. Rather, I am a pirate hunter here to deliver pirates and collect the bounty." Dunn paid no heed to Mouse's assumption of him being a pirate. Instead, he directly clarified his identity and pointed to the pirate ship behind him. Major Mouse's expression stiffened as he looked up at the pirate ship, where a series of heads were poking out from the ship's side. A pirate hunter. Major Mouse was momentarily stunned, and the Marines, who were on high alert, exchanged confused glances. "Oh, right, and the treasures on the ship, please convert them into berries and send them over together." Dunn glanced at Major Mouse as he walked past him, and the naval formation instinctively parted to make way. Watching Dunn walk through the opening created by the Marines toward the town, Major Mouse and the group of Marines were left bewildered. However, when they boarded the pirate ship and faced the pirates who were unharmed yet made no resistance, they began speculating about Dun's strength. Recognizing the bounty of 2.5 million berries on the pirate Doru, they directly escorted Doru and the rest of the pirates back to the base for a brief interrogation. Doru and his crew accepted their fate. Pirates, especially notorious ones, often bully the weak while fearing the strong. For instance, after Dun merely displayed his strength, these pirates who had just set sail for a year had no thoughts of resistance and obediently navigated their pirate ship back to the naval base. Controlling flames. Not injured by a sword strike. Major Mouse muttered about the information gathered during the interrogation. A power user. A fire-related power user. Major Mouse, who had initially considered whether to embezzle the treasures and the merits of these pirates, became quite serious. While these pirates had little knowledge, Major Mouse had been in the Navy for some time and naturally understood the existence of devil fruits. Upon hearing Doru mention flames, he immediately thought of the user of a devil fruit's power. Sir, a Marine's reminder brought Major Mouse back to reality after he had just exited the interrogation room. That pirate hunter. The bounty and the treasures converted into berries should be sent to that pirate hunter. Also inquire about his situation, at the very least we should know his name. Major Mouse pondered for a moment. Without clarifying the other party's powers, he preferred not to provoke him. As for a natural type, he didn't dare to think about it. After all, 3 natural type admirals in the Navy were currently very prominent and seemed poised for promotion to Fleet Admiral. That would be a candidate for Fleet Admiral. In the tavern of the small town, Dun sat at the bar listening to the discussions of the people about the recent events. I heard it was captured by a pirate hunter, a whole ship full of pirates. Someone clearly had more accurate information. That's truly impressive. Capturing so many pirates must mean he's a master of the seas. That's for sure. I heard there were dozens of pirates. To capture so many is certainly no small feat. Listening to the discussions about himself in the tavern, Dun found it quite interesting to quietly listen until suddenly Navy soldiers arrived and quieted the tavern. Mr. Pirate Hunter, here is the bounty and the treasures converted into berries totaling 953,000 berries. The arriving Navy soldier, spotting Dun sitting at the bar, walked over, saluted, and handed him a bag. In an instant, the previously conversing patrons in the tavern all turned their gazes toward Dun. Thank you. Dun glanced at the bag and directly accepted it. Claiming the bounty requires registration. The Navy soldier, seeing Dun take the bag, waved his hand, and a Marine holding a paper and pen stepped forward, staring intently at Dun. We need to register who is claiming the bounty to report it up. My name is Dun. I just set sail. Dun scanned the 2 Navy soldiers and replied. And then, oi. That's all. Seeing Dun shake his head, the 2 Navy soldiers exchanged glances, and one of them asked again. So he said that. Dun. After hearing the report from the Marine before him, Major Mouse waved his hand for the person to leave and picked up the transponder snail. Regardless of the circumstances, a suspected ability user needs to be reported. After all, the devil fruit is a treasure of the sea. Ability users are exceedingly rare. Even within the Navy, there are only a few dozen. Accomplishments are not solely about capturing pirates or guarding a base. Recommending talented individuals is also a form of merit. If the Navy manages to recruit an ability user because of his report, it would also be a significant achievement. Headquarters. This is Major Mouse of the East Seas 16th Subbase number 00733, and I have something to report. Once the transponder snail was connected, Major Mouse spoke sternly. At the small town dock, Dun watched as the busy dock returned to its hustle, contemplating the news he had just learned while examining the naval chart he had just purchased. The East Sea is vast, or rather the 4 seas are all expansive. He decided that his next stop would be Frostmoon Village. Before he had sufficient strength, he did not plan to venture into the Grand Line, so he aimed to proceed directly to Frostmoon Village as per his previous plan. However, there were no ships that directly headed to Frostmoon Village. According to the chart, a typical merchant ship might take about 3 months to cover the distance to Frostmoon Village. Of course, if one were to head directly without stopping at other islands, the time might be shorter. In that case, let's hire a ship. Moments later, Dun shook his head slightly and made a decision. Perhaps there were other ways to find a ship directly to Frostmoon Village on a larger island, but he didn't want to waste time on that. With nearly 10 million berries on him, Dun had more than enough for the short term. He would head to Frostmoon Village as quickly as possible and begin his plan to become stronger. Having made his decision, the following tasks became much simpler. After producing a reward of 500,000 berries, Dun easily hired a merchant ship. After a brief preparation of supplies, the ship set sail directly from the dock into the ocean. News of Dun leaving by ship was naturally reported to the attentive Navy. Among the reports, the name Frostmoon Village he inquired about was also brought before Major Mouse. Is this his destination? After pondering for a moment, Major Mouse reported this information back to headquarters. Since the news was reported, there was no need for him to concern himself further. A few days later, Navy Headquarters Admiral's office. The sound of crunching sunbae made Sengoku's forehead veins bulge as he looked down at his documents. Kapu, don't you have your own office? Unable to hold back, Sengoku suddenly looked up and glared at Kapu. Don't be angry, Sengoku, I just ran out of sunbae. Kapu, unfazed by Sengoku's anger, poured the sunbae from his bag into his mouth, stood up, and casually walked to Sengoku's desk, pulling open a drawer to retrieve a large bag of sunbae. Seeing his old comrade like this, Sengoku was speechless, though more so resigned. If you feel bored, I can find you a task. Kapu, just seated, turned to look at Sengoku without responding. You have again declined the promotion to Admiral, and the world government has expressed their displeasure. Seeing Kapu's expression, Sengoku sighed. They can only have their opinions. Kapu withdrew his gaze, tearing open the bag in his hand with an indifferent demeanor. Never mind, you have a point. Sengoku had a few dark lines appear on his forehead at those words, but then felt a bit helpless. The title of Navy hero has been circulating in the Navy for over a decade. The Navy has deliberately portrayed Kapu, who captured the Pirate King, as a hero, and his personal influence is indeed substantial. As long as he doesn't make mistakes, neither the Navy nor the world government will move against Kapu, or even if he does, they still won't act. Moreover, he is a top combat power on the sea. No one is a fool. Since the execution of Roger back in the day, the number of pirates has been increasing every year. Now in the New World, the presence of Whitebeard Kaido and Charlotte Linlin is growing stronger, and the Navy is preparing to advance the top combat power plan. They are preparing to formally promote Akainu and the others to admirals. What do you think? Looking at Kapu munching on Senbei, Sengoku suddenly spoke, but shifted the topic. You can discuss this with the world government. Kapu replied nonchalantly. This time, promoting them to admiral is primarily to counter the growing presence of Whitebeard in the Grand Line, which is imperative. Additionally, Marshal Kong is also preparing to take office at the world government. Oh, Kapu was taken aback and turned to look at Sengoku. Previously, the Navy had only two admirals, one being the wise Sengoku, and the other being Black Arm Zephyr. However, due to certain matters, Zephyr, while still an admiral, served solely at the Navy training camp. Thus, the next Navy Marshal should be Sengoku. So are you sure you are not suited for the position of admiral? For you it is merely a title and won't increase your workload much. Sengoku tried to persuade again. Kapu shook his head directly, resolutely refusing. Alright, since that's the case, take a look at this report. Sengoku tossed a report to Kapu, who caught it with a raised hand, looking a bit puzzled. There has appeared a pirate hunter in the East Sea, likely around 14 or 15 years old, newly set sail, suspected to be an ability user related to flames, possibly a natural type fruit ability. You should go back and see if you can find him. If found, see if you can recruit him into the Navy. An ability user related to flames, possibly a natural type. Sengoku, what do you think natural type means? Kapu was somewhat speechless. Having been in the Navy for decades and fought countless pirates, there have only been a few natural type ability users, and 3 of them are just young ones from the Navy. What if? Of course, if you don't want to, I can send someone else. Sengoku replied directly. Oh, I just happen to need to return for a bit. Kapu immediately stood up upon hearing this. It was a rare chance to return, so he considered it a paid vacation. Watching Kapu sway away, Sengoku shook his head helplessly. This old friend is increasingly lacking motivation, and he naturally knows the reason. However, being of advanced age, Sengoku did not wish to force him. The most crucial thing now is the appointments of the 3 admirals in the Navy. After all, this appointment also requires internal reforms within the Navy and the communication of the Navy's 3 major combat powers throughout the seas. Deterrence is also a critical part. On the merchant ship heading to Frostmoon Village, Deng In gazed at the changing information on the digital panel, a contemplative expression on his face. During the journey to Frostmoon Village, Deng In naturally did not waste time and was focused on studying his ability related to the burn fruit in the digital panel. The digital panel could vividly display his mastery of abilities, even allowing newly acquired skills to be added. For example, burn fruit mastery, proficient swordsmanship, initial mastery, you have grasped the basic moves and training methods of swordsmanship. A new entry for swordsmanship appeared thanks to his training with the sword during this period, while the evaluation of the burn fruit also underwent changes. Of course, the most concerning change for Deng In was the alteration in his physical constitution. After all, in the era of pirates, everyone had monstrous physiques, particularly the strong ones who had no weaknesses in their bodies. When he first acquired the digital ability, his physique was only 1.7, indicating that he was undergoing rapid transformation. In just about a month, his physique had increased from 1.7 to 5.1. He had already tested it moments ago. His overall physical quality had indeed improved significantly, of course, in comparison to his former self. Whether it was speed, strength, endurance, or even resistance to blows, he tested them all, and they had all increased. Is it due to the devil fruit or something else? Or perhaps after arriving in this world, his physical attributes would gradually strengthen due to the nature of this world. This was his speculation. Of course, this was not a bad thing. In this world, powerful physical attributes were the foundation of strength. He just didn't know how long this enhancement would last. Based on his strength estimation, he currently possessed about 5 times the strength he had before his transmigration. However, for the strong in this world, 5 times the strength of an ordinary person was indeed not impressive. After all, on this ship, even a robust crew member could easily lift barrels weighing hundreds of pounds. However, Deng In did not dwell on this matter for too long. This was because he had just discovered a terrifying ability that was not listed on the digital panel. It was essentially the disappearance of vital points. Injuries to his body would be converted into a reduction in health. When he trained, he would exhaust his stamina, which was normal, but the aftereffects of physical training were classified as injuries. He could see the health deducted due to excessive training, but the fatigue and physical anomalies caused by the training would completely disappear after eating. In the world before his transmigration, there were limits to human capabilities. Of course, this world might also have limits, but they were exceedingly high. If his thoughts were correct, his body would change for some reason. Through this ability, he could rely on extraordinary efforts to rapidly grow stronger. Understanding this, Deng In felt that he was not far from those world-destroying powerful beings. He was not afraid of hard work, but he feared that his efforts would yield no results. If there was always feedback, and especially if this feedback was substantial and beyond imagination, he believed he could be unstoppable. With determination ignited, Deng In suddenly rose, walked to the wall of his room, and picked up the barbell from the floor. Boom, boom, boom. The vibrations and muffled sounds echoed in the room. On the ship, many crew members turned their heads towards Deng In's room. It had begun again. Everyone on the ship was aware of Deng In's identity. A single person who had captured dozens of pirates, a truly formidable pirate hunter. How powerful exactly no one knew, but certainly far stronger than them. The fierce pirates, when gathered in groups, still held a significant deterrent effect, especially for the crew members of these merchant ships. No wonder he is so powerful. This master works too hard. I've decided I want to work hard to become strong too, and one day become a pirate hunter. A slender youth looking no older than his teenage years clenched his fist resolutely and said. Just as his words fell, he received a slap on the back of his head. A pirate hunter, is it? Is the deck clean yet? A harsh voice rang out, startling a group of people who immediately buried themselves in their work. The previously resolute young crew member turned around and saw it was the captain, hurriedly smiling and bowing as he scrubbed the deck. Becoming a pirate hunter. That leads to death, kid. It's best not to think about this unless you are prepared to die, the old captain said with irritation, seeing the group of people busying themselves. He had witnessed countless pirates setting sail after the Pirate King's execution. The bloodied pirates, the raided islands, the chaotic seas. Those were realms that ordinary people like them could not venture into a true path to death. In this chaotic world, it was already quite difficult for people like them to live honestly until death. Reflecting on this, the old captain turned his gaze towards Deng In's room. Well, it seems only people like him can venture into that. For the next period, Deng In did not waste time engaging in rigorous training daily. Of course, his food requirements also increased significantly. The merchant ship, originally planning to head straight to Frost Moon Village, had to stop at an island midway to purchase supplies. However, the delay was not significant. Around 2 months and 20 days later, the merchant ship arrived ahead of schedule, reaching its destination at noon. Sir, that is Frost Moon Village. In the distance, over the sea, an island appeared before Deng In's eyes. Deng In nodded slightly upon hearing this. The ocean was indeed vast. During their journey, they had encountered very few ships, let alone pirates. Of course, this could also be due to being in the East Sea. Deng In placed his hand on the railing, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Body data, your vital points have disappeared. After sustaining attacks, damage is converted into health reduction. Panel attributes will change in accordance with your strength. You will not die until your health reaches 0. Current body age 14 years. Constitution 9 rapidly evolving due to certain influences. Current health 100. Recovering, eating can accelerate recovery. Inherent talent unyielding. When health reaches 0, you enter a brief enhanced state. Your physical attributes are strengthened tenfold. Your health will not decrease. All negative states are cleared. Current duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 1 day. Abilities: burn fruit mastery proficient, a powerful natural fruit ability that grants you the ability to transform and control flames, continuously enhances your body. Weaknesses of the fruit have been eliminated. Weakness and host soul. Current fruit development 9. Swordsmanship mastery proficient, you have mastered the basic moves, and his constitution had already surpassed 10 times that of an ordinary person in his previous life, making him exceptionally strong. But that is only in comparison to before his transmigration. For this world, perhaps it is merely catching up to the normal level. And Dunn is well aware of this. Fortunately, the rapid transformation prompt has not disappeared, which means that his body is still continuously growing stronger. It is likely due to that devil fruit, as the fruit's description mentioned that it would continuously enhance the body. As for swordsmanship, he knows he doesn't have any skills in it, but the basic actions like slashing and thrusting along with the refinement of his strength have already elevated his evaluation by a level. In the upcoming period, he will focus on enhancing his strength in Frostmoon Village. Of course, he will not aim too high. As for his physique, it is sufficient if it can continue to improve. He does not expect to master the control of the devil fruit awakening right now, but his training will not cease. Thus, the purpose of coming to Frostmoon Village is to elevate his swordsmanship to the level of cutting iron to become a true sword master. Mastering the dual-color Haki is the minimum requirement, while he is uncertain if he has the qualifications for the Conqueror's Haki. However, the confidence brought by the data panel assures him that even without the Conqueror's Haki, he will definitely not be weaker than anyone on this vast ocean. Mastering the dual-color Haki is already sufficient. As the ship approached the shore, Dunn stepped onto the ship's railing and turned to look at the group of people on the deck behind him. The hiring is over, everyone. After saying this, Dunn leapt down from the ship, landing on the small dock of Frostmoon Village. There were a few people on the dock, not many, and they did not pay much attention to the arrival of a merchant ship, each busy with their own matters. Dunn inquired about the location of the dojo and headed straight there. On the merchant ship, a group of people exchanged glances as they watched Dunn's disappearing figure. "What are you staring at? We're not like that, gentlemen. Hurry up, prepare, and procure some supplies. I also need to see if I can transport some goods." The captain's loud shout got the crew busy. Smack! The bamboo sword struck Zoro's head, producing a hollow echo. A large bump had formed on Zoro's head as he hugged it, covering the spot where the bamboo sword had hit, yet his face was filled with defiance. "This is the 1959th time you've lost." A girl around 10 years old holding the bamboo sword said calmly. This had happened nearly 2,000 times since Zoro entered the dojo. She had grown used to it, or rather numb to it. "Just wait. I will definitely defeat you." Zoro released his grip on his head, picked up the bamboo sword he had thrown aside, and stared at Kuna, looking quite passionate. However, with his bruised face and swollen head, he appeared somewhat comical. So much so that laughter erupted from the entrance of the dojo. Then the laughter drew Zoro's furious gaze. Hearing the laughter, Zoro turned around displeased and saw a boy around 14 or 15 standing at the entrance, leaning against the dojo's large door, watching the two. The boy wore loose white clothing, his black hair appeared somewhat long, and his facial features were soft and gentle, giving off no imposing aura. Just by looking at his face, he seemed like an easygoing person. However, the smile on his face made Zoro feel mocked, naturally filling him with dissatisfaction. "Who are you?" Zoro assessed Dunn at the entrance and directly asked. "I came to learn swordsmanship." Upon hearing the question, Dunn stepped inside, scanning the dojo's spacious courtyard before finally resting his gaze on Kuna and Zoro. "Learn swordsmanship? Wait, I will tell my father." Kuna was not surprised, as there were quite a few people who came to learn swordsmanship at the dojo, but she seemed to think he was not a local. After Kuna left, Zoro walked in front of Dunn, looking up defiantly at him. "What are you looking at?" Dunn looked down at Zoro in front of him and couldn't help but laugh again as he compared the green-haired kid in front of him to that vice admiral who stood against the combined forces of the 4 emperors on Ghost Island, shattering the large billboard. If it weren't for the absence of a photography snail in his hand, he would have definitely captured Zoro's current appearance. This would undoubtedly become Zoro's black history. "You're still laughing. One day I will defeat Kuna." Zoro wiped the blood from his nose and said with an indignant expression. Dunn, however, shook his head at this. Defeating her was impossible, but since Kuna was still alive, saving her was not out of the question. As for whether it would change Zoro's fate, who cares? "If you want to join the dojo to learn swordsmanship, then I will be your senior brother." Seeing Dunn deep in thought, Zoro's mind turned to the matter of seniority, and he immediately said, Since we're here to learn swordsmanship, naturally the stronger one is the boss. Oh, so that's how it is. Does that mean if I defeat Kuina, she would have to call me senior brother? Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Dun. Impossible. You will never defeat me. Before Dun could respond, Kuina's voice sounded. Then Xuangyue Jingshiru and Kuina walked out together with Kuina still looking displeased. I want to challenge you. Zoro, upon hearing this, was furious and pointed his bamboo sword at Kuina. After being pointed at by the bamboo sword, Kuina glanced at Dun and her father before directly walking outside the dojo, with Zoro following closely behind. It seems an intense swordsmanship duel is about to begin. I apologize for the trouble. My daughter and my disciple just enjoy bickering. Xuangyue Jingshiru did not stop the duel between Kuina and Zoro, but rather smiled and spoke to Dun. While saying this, his gaze was scrutinizing Dun, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes behind his glasses. It's all right. After all, those learning swordsmanship need to establish superiority, or else it won't end without one side admitting defeat. I can see that neither of these two are easily convinced. Dun replied with a light smile. You see clearly, my lord. Xuangyue Jingshiru nodded gently upon hearing this, then made an inviting gesture, which Dun naturally would not refuse. Entering a room inside the dojo, Xuangyue Jingshiru sat down on his knees and invited Dun to sit. Dun casually sat down looking relaxed while observing Xuangyue Jingshiru. Top sword master, extremely dangerous. A blood-red mark hovered above Xuangyue Jingshiru's head, and recalling the symbols above the heads of those pirates and others he had encountered, Jingshiru was the most dangerous person Dun had met so far. Aren't you from Frostmoon Village? Jingshiru questioned, puzzled by Dun's gaze, yet he did not lose his courtesy, asking. Yes, I arrived today on a merchant ship. I heard there was a dojo here that teaches swordsmanship, so I came over. Dun slightly nodded calmly, providing his answer. Then why do you want to learn swordsmanship? Jingshiru asked again. Is it really that important? Dun raised an eyebrow, surprised by the question. I suppose so, Jingshiru nodded. His attitude caused Dun to fall into contemplation. He lowered his head slightly to think, and after a moment raised his head slightly to give his answer. Perhaps I can live freely in this world. A decisive voice resonated within the room. Clearly this answer from Dun took Xuangyue Jingshiru by surprise, evident from the expression on his face. Living freely in this world is not a simple matter. Xuangyue Jingshiru seemed to grasp the meaning behind Dun's words, speaking with a hint of sentiment. Therefore, to learn the sword to become stronger and to possess the power to protect oneself. Dun continued with a calm demeanor. So, master of the dojo, are you satisfied with my answer? Satisfied. In fact, regardless of your answer, I would teach you, for when wielding a sword, one must have their own belief. Only such a sword can possess greater power. Xuangyue Jingshiru spoke, a warm smile gracing his face. Dun naturally did not perceive Xuangyue Jingshiru's words as a lecture. After all, his knowledge of the sword was limited, while Xuangyue Jingshiru before him was a top-tier swordmaster, clearly far surpassing him in understanding of the sword. Moreover, to become a true swordmaster, it seemed necessary to have some form of belief to support it. This included aura. Since you have come to learn the sword, let's discuss the fees. As Dun pondered this, Xuangyue Jingshiru, sitting opposite, spoke again. All right. Dun nodded, recalling that Zoro had learned the sword without any fees and even received free lodging at the dojo. However, Zoro, or rather the people of Xuangyue Village, should indeed be related by blood. And this was fine. 500,000 berries for a year. Upon seeing Dun nod, Xuangyue Jingshiru pondered for a moment and offered a price. Dun shook his head immediately upon hearing this. Observing his reaction, Xuangyue Jingshiru assumed Dun was going to bargain, so he waited for Dun to continue. 1 million berries for a year. Dun quickly stated his price, leaving Xuangyue Jingshiru momentarily stunned. He thought he had miscalculated. For 1 million berries, I want you to teach me without reservation. Dun articulated his requirement. I can, but I will only teach you more once your swordsmanship has reached a certain level. Xuangyue Jingshiru looked into Dun's eyes, and after a moment of silence, he nodded directly. Seeing Xuangyue Jingshiru agree, Dun felt a sigh of relief in his heart, smiling and about to speak when two children peeked in from outside. Guina Goen. Xuangyue Jingshiru was about to speak when he remembered he hadn't asked Dun's name. Dun. Guina go and arrange a place for Dun to stay. He will be learning the sword in the dojo from now on. Oh. Guina looked at Dun, curiously nodding. On the other side of the door, Zoro, even more bruised than before, stared at Dun, who was getting up. You come too. I'll need you to move things later. Guina spoke directly to Zoro, then led the way. Dun cupped his hands towards Xuangyue Jingshiru and then followed behind Guina. After the three left, Xuangyue Jingshiru did not rise, his expression somewhat puzzled. He could tell what Dun's gesture meant, but it seemed like a standard gesture akin to some sort of etiquette. Could it be that my speculation is true? Ryūjin murmured. Although they had only just met, and the time was short, he sensed arrogance, or perhaps pride from Dun. No. Ryūjin frowned, and shook his head. Though it seemed like arrogance and pride, it should be a kind of condescending attitude. While it appeared very polite, he could not shake off this feeling. Was he from nobility? Ryūjin felt there were many contradictions about Dun. On Dun's side, he did not think so much. He was currently holding Zoro by the scruff of his neck, dragging him along as they followed Goina. So in a place as large as the dojo, he can still get lost. Dun's voice was filled with curiosity. He knew Zoro was hopelessly direction challenged, but the dojo wasn't that big and Zoro should have been here long enough to not get lost. Yes, Goina answered briskly without turning back. Impossible, how could I get lost? Zoro struggled desperately, but the hand gripping the scruff of his neck remained steady, not even shaking. If I hadn't held you back, you would have turned around and gone who knows where just now. Dun's words caused Zoro, who was struggling intensely, to freeze. Then he slumped down, looking somewhat dejected. Speaking of which, you lost again. Seeing Zoro give up struggling, Dun casually poked at him. Just as Zoro had given up struggling, he immediately regained his spirit and started to fight back. Oh, what are you talking about? Zoro looked furious. So did you win? Seeing Zoro's anger, Dun asked with a peculiar expression. At this, Zoro's face froze. I didn't win, but I will win in the future. Zoro muttered with his head down. TCH. Goina didn't even look back. This is your room. I'll have Zoro bring you what you need later. Forget it, I'll bring it to you later. A room in the dojo was pushed open by Goina, and she stepped back and said. Dun dropped Zoro on the ground, stepped into the room, and surveyed the surroundings, nodding. To join the dojo and learn the sword, you must first learn from me. Once you have mastered the basic sword moves, my father will teach you. Goina finished speaking, sizing up Dun, who was much taller than her, and turned to look at Zoro. Come with me to get your things. Zoro, with his head down and a face of dejection, followed Goina, clearly still affected by Dun's words, still not fully back to his senses. After watching the two leave, Dun turned back, looking at the small room before him. He had no excessive demands for his living environment. Though small, it was relatively clean. He walked to the small table in the center of the room and sat cross-legged. The first step is complete. Next, I will see how much I can learn. Dun propped his arms on his face, lost in thought. He was quite looking forward to the learning that lay ahead. Though he had already consumed the devil fruit, this was just the beginning of his contact with the power of this world. Goina and Zoro returned quickly. Zoro carried a large bag filled with various simple living supplies. Hey! After Zoro set down the heavy bag, Dun placed a smaller bag on the table in front of him. Goina and Zoro both looked over with puzzled expressions. What is this? Goina asked curiously. Tuition and living expenses for the future. As soon as Dun spoke, Goina was even more puzzled, walking over to open the bag, her eyes widening. So much money. Zoro was stunned, coming over to peek, as well swallowing hard. Is it really this expensive to learn the sword at the dojo? Zoro felt numb. He hadn't even brought any money. So why does it cost so much to learn swordsmanship at the dojo? Even selling oneself wouldn't be worth this much, thought Zoro. He followed the money bag bearing Goina with a confused mind, and then he met Shimatsuki Kushiro. Upon seeing Goina present the bag filled with berries before him, Kushiro wore a look of astonishment. I have no money. As he watched Kushiro count the berries, Zoro struggled for a moment before he finally spoke. This utterance drew curious glances from both Goina and the others. You are different from him, you don't need to pay. Kushiro immediately discerned Zoro's thoughts and shook his head. In fact, when he proposed the tuition fee, his intentions had already been made clear, and this boy named Dun had also caught on to his meaning. That is, this teaching was merely teaching a transaction. The other party pays the tuition and he teaches swordsmanship. There would be no further entanglements. He could not see through this boy at all. His aura was quite contradictory. As for this boy's intentions, he had no way of knowing. Zoro was about to say something when Goina waved him away. 9 million berries, that's quite a sum. After a moment, Kushiro sighed as he looked at the neatly arranged berries before him. Such an amount was not something just anyone could produce. What a peculiar aura. To produce so much money is indeed quite interesting. The next day, Dun got up early, did his warm-up according to his own training methods, and then he met the other students at the dojo. 99% of the students at the dojo were from Shimatsuki village, mostly around the same age as Goina and Zoro, with just a few closer to Dun's age, and 2 young men appearing to be in their 20s. The sudden appearance of Dun clearly piqued everyone's curiosity, especially at breakfast when they saw Dun's astonishing appetite. All eyes widened. It seemed that he wasn't eating quickly, but the food before Dun disappeared at an alarming rate. This kind of appetite had already surpassed that of an ordinary person. Simultaneously having breakfast, Kushiru observed Dun's situation with a pensive expression. Compared to these youngsters, his experiences were naturally more extensive. Indeed, this boy named Dun was quite special. Slap. Zoro stared in shock at Dun, his meat dropping from his hand, oblivious to the drool escaping from his mouth. No wonder it costs so much. Is this the food budget? Zoro muttered to himself. Dun, of course, paid no attention to the gazes around him. After all, for him, being able to eat meant obtaining sufficient energy, perhaps leading to better training effects. Naturally, he did not want to starve while cultivating. The breakfast interlude allowed everyone to get to know this newly joined disciple at the dojo. Not long after breakfast, formal sword training commenced. Everyone practiced the basic sword techniques with wooden swords in a disciplined manner. Dun showed no signs of impatience. Kuina stood beside him, teaching him the fundamental sword movements, correcting him as she went. Not far away, Kushiru's gaze remained fixed on Dun. He had practiced some sword techniques, but seemed to be self-taught, and had never fought using swordsmanship, resulting in many movements being somewhat off. Of course, it didn't mean that flawed techniques were useless. It simply meant that their efficiency wasn't high. However, this also revealed Dun's foundational skills. After watching for a short while, Kushiru turned and left. Kuina, on the other hand, was relentless, seemingly taking her role as a temporary instructor very seriously, patiently explaining the purpose of the techniques and how to exert force. Dun certainly did not show any signs of impatience. He now understood why he had felt so awkward while practicing sword techniques before. It could only be said that there was indeed much for him to learn. The morning consisted of foundational training, while the afternoon was free practice time. The sparring between Kuina and Zoro continued. Most of the other disciples left the dojo, only a few remained to practice, and Dun was naturally among them, continuously training in standard sword postures. Until everyone had departed, leaving him alone. Whoosh! The rhythmic sound of the wooden sword slicing through the air resounded as Dun maintained a calm demeanor. A day of training left his breathing unchanged. This weight posed no pressure for him. However, after Kuina's modifications, he could feel that the stance and exertion had indeed improved. Since he was experiencing personal growth, Dun exhibited great patience. Until dusk, when Kuina came to call him for dinner, she looked at Dun, who was practicing with standard sword moves, revealing a strange expression. Training requires a balance of work and rest. In the evening, when the other students of the dojo had left, only 4 remained for dinner. During a break, Kushiru calmly reminded them. This is quite easy for me. I can feel my control over force improving. Dun naturally understood he was being addressed. Kushiru was taken aback, giving Dun a glance before his gaze fell upon Kuina and Zoro, who appeared to be eating while listening intently. In that case, if within a month you can meet my requirements, I will personally teach you. Okay. Dun nodded, then buried his head in his food. In the time that followed, Dun entered a frenzied training mode. He even forced Kushiru to send him to other places for self-training. Otherwise, he worried that the other students would be disheartened. Of course, even so, Kuina and Zoro also entered a frenzied training mode. In the woods behind the dojo, Dun closed his eyes, his right hand holding a wooden sword to defend against the attacks coming from all around. Kuina and Zoro relentlessly attacked him with 4 wooden swords. Dun paid no mind to the pain from the wooden swords hitting his body and focused on perceiving the swords coming at him. He was uncertain if this method of training his observation was correct. However, it seemed that Luffy had used this method to teach observation Haki. Regardless of whether it would work, trying it out couldn't hurt. He could consider it as training alongside Kuina and Zoro. Whoosh! The two were panting heavily, exchanging glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Of course, there was more unwillingness in Kuina's eyes. As she aged, she increasingly felt the gap between people, or rather the gap between men and women. She had already sensed this from Zoro's rapid improvement. Now Dun's situation made this even more evident. She clearly felt that Dun was holding back at least 90% of his strength when swinging his sword, yet even so she and Zoro still couldn't withstand the wooden swords coming at them directly. This was the gap, a natural gap. There are countless strong women on the sea. Even among the pirate kings at the top of the sea, one of them is a woman. Just as the unwillingness in Kuina's eyes grew stronger, Dun's voice suddenly rang out. Dang N's voice echoed through the woods, and Guyaina, who was in the midst of an attack, suddenly halted. Even Zoro, who had been seriously engaging with Dang N, noticed something was off with Guyaina's emotions and stopped his actions. Are you trying to say that women can also reach the top through their own efforts? After a moment of silence, Guyaina looked up at Dang N, who had removed his eye patch. No, what I mean is that some people are born with overwhelming talent, a level that most cannot compare to, and all you need to do is surpass yourself. Dang N chuckled and shook his head. I don't know what someone told you, but your sword has become uncertain. Yes, that's pretty much how it feels. Dang-in looked at Guyina, and then turned to Zoro. As for you lacking in brains, but persistent, you've made rapid progress. This was Dang-in's own assessment. He could feel that Zoro's strength had increased significantly over the past month. To be honest, the gap between people in this world is indeed terrifyingly large. Are you complimenting me or scolding me? Zoro raised his hand to point at his own nose, somewhat hesitant. Complimenting you. Oh, then thank you. Zoro nodded, and then looked at Guyina. He also sensed that something was off with her emotions. Some things you need to think through for yourself. When I first arrived, your father asked me why I wanted to learn swordsmanship, and I gave him my answer. After finishing, Dang-in waved his hand and walked towards the dojo as he had his own matters to handle. Guyina's personality was a bit too strong-willed. She needed to come to her own conclusions. Perhaps Zoro needed to give her a nudge. He hadn't sparred with Guyina as long as Zoro had. Their relationship was at best just familiar. Dang-in didn't concern himself with what might happen after he left the woods, and instead went to meet Shimatsuki Kozaburo. It seemed Kozaburo had been waiting for him. Upon seeing him approach, he raised his hand to invite Dang-in to sit down. Dang-in naturally didn't hold back and sat cross-legged opposite Kozaburo. Thank you. As soon as he sat down, Kozaburo expressed his gratitude. Is it about Guyina? Dang-in responded with a question. Yes, it's about my daughter, Kozaburo admitted without denial, nodding. Zoro's strength is increasing rapidly. Oh, I can feel that Guyina is finding it harder to keep up with him during their sparring. Kozaburo sighed. Due to inherent physical differences, female swordsmen face significant challenges against their male counterparts, and Guyina's personality is too strong-willed. Dang-in could hear the difficulty in Kozaburo's tone as he spoke. So you mentioned this, which has made Guyina somewhat distracted lately. Dang-in was indeed aware of this and understood Kozaburo's intention. In a sense, it was a precautionary measure for Guyina. As a father, he certainly knew his daughter's character. Perhaps he was worried about her inability to overcome the mental hurdle of potentially losing to Zoro soon. That is indeed the case, but I don't have any good solutions either. Kozaburo rubbed his forehead with a helpless expression and then looked up at Dang-in. As for you, your talent is remarkable. No, it should be said that it is extraordinary. Even in this vast sea, your talent may not be inferior to the strongest among them. Kozaburo spoke earnestly. This was his genuine feeling. Powerful physical strength and recovery learning ability, and the ability to endure monotonous training. If it weren't for noticing that Dang-in had no intention of becoming his disciple, Kozaburo would have actually considered taking him on. However, this terrifying talent made Kozaburo feel he might not be qualified. I won't dispute that. Dang-in chuckled upon hearing this. Just this aspect of data alone has already surpassed everyone. The assistive effect of data for cultivation was far stronger than Dang-in had previously imagined. Hearing Dang-in say this, Kozaburo shook his head helplessly, then his expression became serious. In just a month, your growth has far exceeded my expectations, but I do have some doubts about you. Doubts? Dang-in looked at Kozaburo's serious expression, feeling a bit curious. Your identity, or should I say, are you of noble birth in this world? Or are you a celestial dragon? When Kozaburo asked this, his tone was very grave. Celestial dragon? You're talking about me. Dang-in had considered that Kozaburo might wonder about various things, but he never thought he would ask this. Why do you think I'm a celestial dragon? Because I can sense a kind of superiority over everything from you. Observing Dang-in's reaction, Kozaburo already knew the answer, so he expressed his feelings directly and explained why he had asked such a question. This aura about you comes naturally, not forced. When I first saw you, I felt a kind of arrogance or pride, but it seems somewhat different. Hearing this, Dang-in didn't refute, but instead began to ponder with his hand on his chin. Since Kozaburo had said this, it must be true. But he should still be considered humble, right? He wasn't long out in. Even if he wanted to spar with those strong ones at sea, he had to at least develop first. Wait. Dang-in suddenly realized why Kozaburo felt this way. It was due to viewing everything in this world from an outsider's perspective. Because he was an outsider and knew what would happen in the future, he naturally carried a sense of superiority. This feeling arose naturally. It seems you've thought of the reason. Kozaburo noticed the change in Dang-in's expression and spoke. Yes, I've thought of the possible reasons. Dang-in did not refute. As long as you can think of it, then let's talk about what you want to learn from me next. After Dang-in's reply, Kozaburo did not continue to inquire, but instead changed the topic. He didn't know the reason for Dang-in's aura, but due to Guyina's situation, he could offer a reminder. Since the other party had already thought of it, there was no need to elaborate. Swordsmanship and Haki. Dang-in stated without hesitation. Haki, you say? That approach you used when sparring with Guyana and the others is indeed a method of training observation Haki. Their strength is too weak, so the effect is very limited. As for armament Haki, it requires a certain physical standard, and your physique is more than sufficient. Kozaburo had guessed what Deng In wanted to learn when Deng In attempted to train observation Haki, so he wasn't very surprised. Although Haki is not commonly seen in the Four Seas, it is not a big secret. As for swordsmanship, my suggestion is that I can guide you on the power of swordsmanship, while you should seek out a style that suits you. What Xuanyue Jingsairo said was indeed true. After all, geniuses are not all the same. Although Dun had only been at the Xuanyue village One Heart Dao Temple for a month, his displayed talents had already astonished Xuanyue Jingsairo. Thus he gave this response. Are you looking for a sword technique that suits you? Dun murmured as a flame flickered in his mind. The power of the burning fruit was the most formidable force he currently possessed, leading him naturally to think of flames. And a gaunt, fire-wreathed old man appeared in his mind. Comparing to the sun's temperature, using full strength for too long could even annihilate a realm. He spared no effort in developing the fruit's potential and attempted to use all his knowledge to create some powerful techniques. Perhaps it could be worth trying. Dun's eyes sparkled. A cool and powerful move, no man would dislike it. It seems you already have some ideas, but before that I will impart my understanding of swordsmanship to you. This is my perception of the sword, and you can use it as a reference. Xuanyue Jingsairo, who had been observing Dun, smiled, and set upon seeing Dun's expression. No problem, I do have some ideas, though they are quite challenging you. I am indeed willing to try. Dun did not feel rushed, and was willing to spend time experimenting with this. Basic sword training cannot be neglected. You will practice in the morning on your own, and in the afternoon I will guide you in mastering your domineering presence and swordsmanship. After speaking, Xuanyue Jingsairo glanced at Dun a few times, then walked over to a nearby wall and pulled it, revealing a row of sword racks. You can choose a sword. Although I do not recommend beginners using a real sword, you are different. Dun, hearing this, was not polite and got up to select. They all looked exquisite. Dun knew that Xuanyue Jingsairo's father, Xuanyue Jingsenlang, was a master swordsmith in the land of harmony, and the great blade of 21 crafts Yinma was forged by him. Dun picked up each sword and ultimately grasped the longer, wider, and heavier one. Now Dun stood over 1.80 meters, and this sword was already larger than him. Seeing Dun return with this unusually long sword, Xuanyue Jingsairo was somewhat surprised, but said nothing more. As the door closed, the two sat down again. With a glance at the long sword beside Dun, Xuanyue Jingsairo felt a sense of nostalgia. These are swords forged by my father in the past, but he hasn't forged any for a long time. You can give it a name yourself, or perhaps it will become a true black blade renowned across the seas. Black blade? Dun asked in response. He knew what a black blade was, and understood that it was cultivated by its holder, seemingly related to domineering presence. A black blade is a form of sword. The holder experiences countless battles and intertwines their domineering presence, which alters the sword's very nature. Its material becomes more resilient, even claiming to be indestructible. Seemingly intrigued, Xuanyue Jingsairo stared directly at Dun. And now that individual who has just become the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, wields a black blade named Knight. He thought that when he mentioned this, Dun would show some reaction. However, when Dun heard the name of the black blade, Knight, his expression seemed unchanged. Don't you want to become the strongest swordsman in the world? Xuanyue Jingsairo asked cheerfully. I don't have that thought right now. After all, I should still be far from that great swordsman. Dun shook his head. After all, my ultimate goal is to live a stable life in this world. If that great swordsman obstructs me in the future, perhaps this title will belong to someone else. Hearing Dun calmly state that the title of the #1 swordsman might change hands, Xuanyue Jingsairo burst into laughter. Ha ha, good. I actually look forward to seeing that day. After all, I have also guided swordsmanship, and I take pride in that. So I'm not even a swordsman yet. Isn't it a bit early for us to talk about this? Looking at the laughing Xuanyue Jingsairo, Dun felt somewhat speechless. I believe you have this talent. All right, thank you for your trust, but I want to learn observation Haki first. Good. Although not knowing why Dun wanted to learn observation Haki first, Xuanyue Jingsairo did not refuse. Then I shall take my leave now. After Dun finished speaking, he got up, grasped the sword beside him, and left. Xuanyue Jingsairo watched Dun leave, and after a long while a short old man slowly walked out. He knows I am here, and he may have already awakened observation. However, he is still unable to use it skillfully. The old man holding a pipe sat in the position Dun had just vacated. What does father think? You cannot see through it. I am not as good as you when it comes to this, so I cannot see through it either. Xuanyue Jingsenlang shook his head. Although he was a master swordsmith and knew some swordsmanship, his skills did not compare to those of his son. However, it may indeed be possible to forge a black blade, though I did not expect him to choose that one. Reflecting on the sword Dun had taken, Ryūjin felt quite emotional. That sword is not inferior to the Great Blade, it's just that by the time I forged that sword my stamina was already insufficient, making it quite rough, and it is very heavy. The sword Dun took was indeed several times heavier than an ordinary sword. He has a unique talent, this weight is nothing to him. Regarding Dun's strength, Ryūjin was well aware. Or rather, Dun's strength was proportional to his appetite. Focus on teaching him, he may not stay here for very long. Ryūjin said as he stood up and started to walk outside, but after a few steps, he turned back, his dim eyes looking at Ryūjin. And Zoro. He paused, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Zoro's swordsmanship talent is inherited from his grandfather and father, even that dragon-slaying swordsman. You must teach him well. Understood. Coming from the land of harmony, Ryūjin actually believed firmly in matters such as bloodlines. Since Zoro's ancestors had produced several great swordsmen, Zoro certainly had such qualifications as well. Dun had indeed sensed someone nearby during his conversation with Ryūjin, but he did not delve further. He just needed to focus on his own matters. After returning to his room, Dun raised his hand and drew the sword he held. The dull sheen was not very bright, and the wave-like patterns covered the entire blade, being much thicker than an ordinary sword, yet the sharpness of the blade was not lacking at all. Holding the hilt, the sword was held across his chest. A spark of fire flickered from Dun's hand, spreading along the sword body, and in an instant flames completely enveloped the blade. However, at this moment the flames were merely superficial. Aside from appearing somewhat more handsome, the flames entwined around the sword had not seen much enhancement. Body data: your vital points have vanished after being attacked. Damage translates into a reduction in health. Panel attributes will change based on your own strength. You will not die until your health reaches 0. Current age: 14 years old. Constitution: 21, rapidly evolving due to certain influences. Current health: 100, recovering. Eating can accelerate recovery. Inherent talent: indomitable. When health reaches 0, enter a brief enhanced state. All your attributes are amplified tenfold. Health will not decrease. All negative states are cleared. Current duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown time: 1 day. Abilities: Burning Fruit, mastered, a powerful natural fruit ability that grants the power to transform and control flames. Continuously enhances the body. Weaknesses of the fruit have been eliminated. Weaknesses and the soul residing within a current fruit. Development 13. Swordsmanship, mastered, you have mastered the basic moves and training methods of swordsmanship. This indicated that his rapid enhancement of constitution was still ongoing. This was a good thing. However, developing the devil fruit here would be quite inconvenient. After retracting the flames from the sword in his hand, Dun sheathed his sword, and the oppressive heat in the room gradually dissipated. It seems I need to make other plans. Simply relying on imagination would not allow for the rapid development of the devil fruit's power. It required a place where one could fully unleash the fruit's abilities. Originally, he planned to train here to become a sword master, which Dun estimated would take several years. But now, if it would delay the development of the fruit, he could not stay here for so long. After mastering the two-color Haki, it would be time to go out and explore. However, not many people should know about his fruit's abilities. Dun squinted, recalling the pirates he had sent to Navy Base No. 16. Of course, he did not dwell on it too much. The next day, in the Isen dojo, Dun held the long sword he named Flame, diligently practicing basic sword moves. Although the sword appeared dull, its imposing presence still attracted many gazes. Kuina and Zoro occasionally glanced at the sword in Dun's hand. Not far away, Frost Moon Jinxiro nodded secretly. He believed that Dun would certainly achieve great success in the future because of this. Not arrogant or impatient, even with strength far exceeding others, he did not neglect basic training. How many times have you beaten Zoro in battle? Kuina, holding a bamboo sword next to Dun, suddenly heard his question. 1995 times. Upon hearing this, Kuina replied. Zoro on the side felt his face redden, but losing was losing. Dun nodded. It seemed that Kuina's time of death was approaching. Since he was here, Dun naturally wanted to prevent this from happening, which was not difficult for him. He just needed to pay a little attention. This was also the reason why he needed to learn Kenbunshika Haki first. Continuing with his training, just finished, Zoro, who obviously remembered Dun's earlier inquiry, challenged Kuina again. Meanwhile, Dun's training in Kenbunshika Haki had begun. In the quiet room, Frost Moon Jinxiro watched Dun with a smile. Since you know Haki and a way to train, you should know what Kenbunshika Haki is, right? He did not start explaining directly, but first posed a question. What is Kinbunchika Haki? Dun slightly lowered his head deep in thought. His understanding of Haki was limited to what he had learned from works before crossing over, but for someone who had never encountered this power, it was rather abstract. He could only try to experiment as best as he could. However, regarding Jinxiro's question, Dun could also provide an answer. Is it perception? Dun paused for a moment before speaking his answer. Perception? Is that how you view Kinbunchika Haki? But this understanding isn't wrong, Jinxiro said with a smile. All things have breath. Whether listening or feeling, one must perceive their breath, be it wind, water, trees, or even steel. Of course, there are also people. After all, Kinbunchika Haki is not solely aimed at living beings, but also encompasses those without life. You must understand this in your future sword training. Dun nodded, gently understanding, but still finding it somewhat abstract. As if sensing Dun's thoughts, Jinxiro smiled and said, in fact, Haki is a power that everyone possesses, but this power lies dormant within the body and needs to be awakened through training. Of course, once awakened, it also requires further training to strengthen the Haki. I know all this, Dun nodded. So Conqueror's Haki is the same. Conqueror's Haki is different. That is a truly rare talent that not everyone possesses. Jinxiro immediately shook his head, seemingly realizing that this statement conflicted with his earlier assertion that everyone had Haki, and explained again. Regarding Conqueror's Haki, I am not very knowledgeable, but what I do know is that on this sea the number of those with Conqueror's Haki is extremely limited. The underlying implication of this statement is that Dun was still too early to be discussing this. Dun nodded, not interrupting Jinxiro's words. In fact, you have already awakened Kinbunchiku. You just haven't noticed it yet, or rather you haven't perceived this power. Jinxiro's words startled Dun, who looked down at his hands. You said Kinbunchiku is perception, so according to your understanding, perceive everything around you, perceive the breath of everything around you. Upon hearing this, Dun closed his eyes, attempting to concentrate. Suddenly, a deadly killing intent surged towards him. The overwhelming killing intent caused a layer of goosebumps to instantly rise on Dun's body. Almost instinctively, Dun was about to elementalize to resist this killing intent. But the killing intent came swiftly and disappeared just as quickly. The source of the killing intent was none other than Frost Moon Jinxiro, sitting not far away. In Dun's perception, it felt as if a scarlet figure was suddenly sitting before him, resembling a blood-colored demon. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards Frost Moon Jinxiro across from him. Did you sense it? Frost Moon Jinxiro asked with a smile. My aura is very subtle. If one is not sensitive enough to aura or breath, they won't be able to perceive it. Do you remember that feeling from just now? Dang En's eyes were filled with surprise. A new ability had appeared on the data panel. Observation Haki Preliminary Mastery. You have a basic perception of the energy of all things in the world. Has it really been grasped just like that? It was so effortless that Dang En found it hard to believe, which was why he was astonished. Energy, huh? Dang En keenly noticed the data panel's explanation of Observation Haki. Energy. That's a good way to put it. Hearing Dang En's soft words, Shuangyue Gungsong paused for a moment, then smiled and spoke. This is a description of how you perceive things, whether it's breathing or energy. It represents your understanding of them. It seems you have indeed grasped it. Shuangyue Gungsong said, his tone filled with emotion. During previous conversations with his father, he had sensed that Dang En had already awakened Observation Haki. But now Dang En's performance clearly indicated that he had already perceived this ability. The speed of his mastery was astonishing. Even he himself had started from swordsmanship, gradually perceiving the breath of all things before mastering Observation Haki. Thank you. Dang En closed his eyes again, and that strange feeling returned. When he opened his eyes, he expressed his gratitude. Now that you've mastered Observation Haki, perhaps using Armament Haki won't be difficult for you. Shuangyue Gungsong didn't waste any time and planned to explain Armament Haki once more. In my homeland, Armament Haki is called Flowing Cherry, a power born from within one's own body. If your physique isn't strong enough, it's hard to utilize this power. It is a power that can flow and be manipulated. Once mastered, it not only grants immense defensive and offensive capabilities, but can even counter some powerful devil fruit users. As Shuangyue Gungsong spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Dang En. Occasionally, a burning sensation could be felt in Dang En's room. Having mastered Observation Haki, Shuangyue Gungsong could clearly feel it. So Observation Haki is about sensing the energy of things outside oneself, while Armament Haki is actually about utilizing a certain energy within one's body. Dang En had already caught on. The description of Observation Haki involved energy. So following Jingsang's explanation, it might just be that. If it's hard to understand, perhaps using the more easily understood term inner energy would make it clearer for Deng In. Of course, there might be some differences, but the general idea is probably this. Perhaps that's it. Shuangyue Gungsong fell silent for a moment, considering Deng In's words, then nodded. My strength is limited. I can only explain based on my understanding. There are many who are stronger than me on this sea. Perhaps I am not entirely correct in my explanations of observation and armament Haki. Shuangyue Gungsong reminded him. You are too modest, master. Your strength is formidable. Deng In slightly shook his head. Although many strong individuals encountered by Luffy in the original work could put him in a tough spot, those were merely a small fraction of the powerful beings in the sea. And a top-tier swordsman is already considered a master in the vast sea. Everyone has their own strengths, and my qualifications are limited, allowing me to see only the limits of my own potential. But you, Deng In, your future is unclear to me. Is that a compliment? Deng In chuckled. No, I am merely stating a fact. This world is not peaceful. I know you may be very familiar with it, so you should also understand what this world is like. Deng In listened and gradually felt something was off, immediately raising his hand. I've heard that armament Haki is a power that is guided forth, imagining wearing an invisible armor on the body. He awkwardly changed the subject. Shuangyue Gungsong naturally noticed this. He also realized that he had said a bit too much. He had a feeling that Deng In would likely become a significant figure in this sea. And such a person, no matter what they do, could influence the entire world. You are right. Shuangyue Gungsong said, raising his hand horizontally in front of him. Deng In narrowed his eyes and perceived through observation Haki that Shuangyue Jingsang's arm was covered with something. This is the most basic use of armament Haki. When the quantity of your armament Haki is sufficient, it will appear like this. Shuangyue Gungsong spoke, and his arm looked as if it were truly covered in a layer of dark purple armor. And like this, Gungsong raised his hand and grabbed a cup from the table in front of him. The dark purple energy enveloped the cup. Wrapping or flowing cherry, these are all applications of armament Haki. Deng In nodded lightly at this. I understand. If you understand, you can try to guide your armament Haki afterward, but this is not an easy task. Many people spend their entire lives without being able to guide this energy. However, it shouldn't be difficult for you. Deng In looked down at his hands and attempted to guide it slightly, but he was unsuccessful. It seemed he needed to put in more effort. One thing I need to remind you of is that the amount of Haki is limited and not infinite. If too much Haki is consumed, time is needed to recover it. And this recovery time varies from person to person, as does the amount of Haki, and all of this is related to one's physique. I understand. I will remember that. Deng In nodded. In that case, you can head back now. You can try on your own. Starting tomorrow, I will personally spar with you. If you want to quickly understand how to use your sword and Haki, combat is the best way. Shuangyue Gungsong said with a smile, though there was a hint of malice in his tone. Of course, Deng In was not afraid. After standing up to say goodbye, Deng In left. Once outside, he took out a scarf to blindfold his eyes and awkwardly activated observation Haki. No matter what, using it more is never a bad thing. If Haki consumption caused adverse effects on the body, Deng In could completely ignore such negatives. Kuina was swinging her sword alone in the dojo, while in the woods behind her Zoro was swinging a bamboo sword tied with stones. Meanwhile, Deng In returned to his room to attempt to guide his armament Haki. As dusk fell, an inconspicuous merchant ship slowly approached Shuangyue village and docked at the pier. The people disembarking were cloaked in gray, concealing their faces. However, one of them had a rather exaggerated head. Move faster. After gathering the supplies, we need to leave. Our identities are somewhat sensitive. A deep voice echoed, and the others nodded in agreement. The group hurried along and soon arrived in front of Isin Dojo, where Shuangyue Gungsong was already waiting. The supplies are all ready. Shuangyue Gungsong spoke slowly and calmly, clearly having made prior arrangements with these individuals. Dangerous targets. Dun, who was attempting to assist his perception with observation Haki, suddenly opened his eyes. Having just mastered this ability, his range of perception was still quite limited, barely covering the entirety of the Isin Dojo. The group that arrived at the dojo gave Dun an extremely dangerous feeling. There are still so many strong individuals, some even stronger than Gungsong. Within the field of vision perceived through observation Haki, the group was marked with signs of extreme danger, with one person even having 3 blood-red question marks above their head. Is it the Revolutionary Army? Dun opened his eyes, already guessing the identity of the visitors. Gungsong had indeed had private contact with the Revolutionary Army. Monkey D. Dragon, or simply referred to as Dragon. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, a thorn in the side of the world government, son of the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp and father of Monkey D. Luffy and natural type ability user suspected to possess wind-related powers. Although he hasn't made many moves, this person should be one of the top figures on the sea, a powerhouse of the Four Emperors level. Dun felt a stir of interest, but sat back down before fully getting up. These individuals represented trouble. You could say that the revolutionary army led by Dragon has lofty ideals, wanting to overthrow the world government and change the world, but that has nothing to do with him. He wasn't even from this world. Respect was merely respect. As for contact, he would rather avoid it. With this thought, Dun reined in his thoughts, and after sitting firmly again, continued his training to guide his armament Haki. Goena and Zoro, who were engaged in another sparring session, also noticed the uninvited guests and saw Gung Silang leading them into the dojo, but they didn't go to check the situation. You lost again the 1997th time. Goena said calmly as she looked at Zoro. You bastard, don't be so arrogant, I will definitely defeat you. You will never defeat me, Zoro said through gritted teeth, pointing his bamboo sword at Goena. Not only will I defeat you, but I will also defeat Dun, and then I will become the strongest swordsman in the world. After Zoro finished speaking, he panted heavily, glaring at Goena. Defeat Dun. Goena paused, her expression somewhat perplexed. Dun had only been at the dojo for a month, but his strength had skyrocketed, especially his swordsmanship, which had exceeded her imagination. Not to mention his super physique that even left her father in awe. According to her father's words, Dun's physique was on par with those monsters on the sea. Now Goena felt that even if she gave her all, she wouldn't be able to win. You can't even see the gap between us and him, Goena said quietly. Are you admitting defeat? Although Zoro was directionally challenged, he wasn't stupid and could occasionally have a moment of clarity. Right now, he sensed Goena's emotions. You've beaten me 1997 times, so don't underestimate yourself. What about me, who lost to you? Zoro glared at Goena angrily. Goena kept her head down, not saying a word, while Zoro, with wide eyes, suddenly raised his bamboo sword. I've decided, Goena, next I will defeat you, then I will defeat Dun. After Zoro finished speaking, he snorted and turned to leave, only to see a figure behind him that he hadn't noticed before. Dun. Dun. Zoro was taken aback, stammering as he spoke. I'm giving you this opportunity. Come on, Zoro, challenge me, and then defeat me and strive for the position of the world's greatest swordsman. Dun held a wooden sword, looking seriously at Zoro. Zoro. Goena. What? Not going to do it anymore. Dun said with a smile, looking at the stunned duo. You don't be so arrogant. Zoro erupted again. This guy was just too easy to provoke, charging straight at Dun with his sword. Then he was met with a strike to the head. A red mark appeared on Zoro's face and blood streamed from his nose. Stumbling back a few steps, Zoro covered his nose, tears streaming down his face. The soreness and pain at the tip of his nose made tears and mucus flow together. Goena, seeing this scene, approached and gripped the sword hilt. He'll take over, Goena said, holding the wooden sword with both hands, and launched an attack. Bang! The sound was pleasing to the ear. Goena squatted down, covering her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Watching the two, one holding their head and the other covering their nose, Dun sat down on the ground looking at them. Last time, did you have something you didn't finish saying? Goena, still holding her head, noticed Dun sitting down and suddenly asked, What? You mentioned that there are women on the sea who have become top-tier powerhouses. Goena clearly still cared a lot about this matter. Dun sighed. He understood Gung Silang's intentions, but it seemed to only deepen Gina's self-doubt. Sit properly. Dun pointed to the ground in front of him. Goena and Zoro came over to sit down, looking at Dun with tear-filled eyes. Both Zoro and Goena knew that Dun was very knowledgeable about the sea. People are different on the sea. There are many races, such as the fishmen, fur tribe, and giants, and they inherently have a significant gap compared to humans. Let me put it this way, as long as a giant reaches adulthood, their strength can rival that of a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters, which is already considered quite strong in the sea. Goena and Zoro clearly had no concept of the strength of a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters. Now in the new world of the Grand Line, there's Charlotte Lean, who has established a nation of all countries. She is one of the strongest pirates on the sea. When she was 5 years old, she destroyed a giant village. Is she a woman? Goena looked at Dun, clearly curious. Yes, a woman, but her talent on this sea is perhaps unmatched by many. Dun sighed again. He genuinely believed this. If I keep pushing myself to surpass my limits, can I reach such a level in the future? Goena looked at Dun, seeming to need some affirmation. Swordsmanship has no end. You can continue to train and grow stronger without stopping. Dun looked at Goena as he spoke. Originally, he wanted to shatter Gina's illusions and make her realize these truths. To say talent Goena might be quite high, but she hadn't reached a level that would make people take notice. Yes, Goena, at about 10 years old, being able to defeat adults in the dojo was impressive, but Goena herself could feel that her battles with Zoro were becoming increasingly difficult. Yes, I want to keep getting stronger and become the world's greatest swordsman. Gina's expression changed as she seemed to ponder Dun's harsh words, while Zoro eagerly gulped down this bowl of bitter soup, excitedly declaring. It was the red mark on his face and the nosebleed that made him look somewhat comical. Come on, let's make a pact together. We'll strive to become the world's greatest swordsman. And Zoro was utterly consumed by fervor, trembling with such intensity he seemed moments away from collapsing. Yet no one answered his zeal. A cold wind swept through the grove, rustling the leaves with hollow whispers. And even Zoro felt a pang of awkwardness. I never said I wanted to become the world's greatest swordsman, Deng and stroked his chin thoughtfully. And if you've taken up the sword, don't you aspire to be the strongest? Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief, his fists clenched tightly as though refusing to accept Dangun's words. Kuna watched with quiet curiosity. I'm not like you two. You both possess unwavering ideals. I have none. Perhaps by the time you ascend to the pinnacle as the world's greatest swordsman, I'll still be an obscure, nameless figure. Then when I step out into the world and someone dares to bully me, I'll simply declare my junior brother or sister is the world's greatest swordsman. And just like that, I'll feast and drink without ever paying a copper coin. Deng spoke with a serene, knowing smile. And Zoro and Kuinao exchanged glances, then fixed him with looks of profound disdain. That's utterly degenerate. Zoro exclaimed, frustration lacing his voice, before suddenly furrowing his brow. Wait, I'm the senior brother. Zoro snapped back to awareness. You learned swordsmanship from me. You must address me as senior brother. Kuina nodded vigorously. Look at you two, on the verge of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, yet still so petty over a mere title. After all, I am older. Calling you junior brother and junior sister is perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Deng sighed helplessly. Reasonable. Zoro scratched his green hair and turned to Kuna. Kuina lifted a hand to her cheek and offered no reply. Besides, Deng continued, given how close we are, wouldn't it also be perfectly reasonable for me to dine and drink under your illustrious names, free of charge? Deng spoke again. Zoro and Kuna stared at each other, speechless, certain something was amiss in his logic, yet unable to pinpoint where it unraveled. Ho ho ho, you're quite the little talker. You've thoroughly bewildered them. Voice cut in abruptly. Deng whirled around, alert and sharpied. From behind a tree near the dojo stood a figure whose head dwarfed his body, only half his face visible above the trunk. A monster. Zoro's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Don't be absurd. Deng delivered a swift, precise slap, sending Zoro tumbling flat onto the ground. This individual belongs to a rare maritime race, the Big Head tribe, Deng declared, utterly serious. Zoro gaped in astonishment. Kuna leaned forward, fascinated. So this is the extraordinary maritime race you mentioned. Truly extraordinary, Inka murmured, awestruck. The sea truly is shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Ivankov, who had been eavesdropping silently, stood utterly dumbfounded. After Dragon and Coach Koshiro concluded their discussion on grain supplies, Ivankov had wandered off alone. From afar, he'd heard voices and drawn near, only to overhear three children conversing. Their ambition was impressive, dreaming of becoming the strongest in the grand line, the world's greatest swordsman. And then came the elder child, weaving clever, persuasive words to sway the younger two. And now, astonishingly, he'd even invented a whole ethnic lineage for him. Ho ho ho, little one, I'm not some Big Head tribe member. I'm human, plain and simple. Ivankov stepped forward under Zoro's and Kuina's wide-eyed gazes, still speaking. How do you know you're not? Deng turned calmly toward the approaching Ivankov and asked, voice steady. What if your ancestors were, but their race faded into oblivion across millennia, leaving only you? Zoro and Kuna nodded, eagerly convinced by Deng's logic. My parents are both human, Ivankov blurted, startled, then instantly recoiled. Precisely, that's possible. I already said the Big Head tribe nearly vanished. Their descendants intermarried with humans, their bloodline dormant, until in your generation it awakened anew. Deng spoke with solemn conviction. I see. Zoro exclaimed, enlightened. Don't believe him. He's clearly fabricating this. Ivankov stared, speechless, stunned that Zoro had actually bought into it. This elder child was dangerously eloquent. Even he, for a fleeting moment, had almost believed his own story. You call me a liar? Then prove it. Dang, In replied, relaxed and faintly amused, a subtle curve lifting one corner of his lips. Kamino and Zoro gazed at Ivankov expectantly, eager for tangible proof. I have no proof, Ivankov hesitated, then shook his head slowly. How could one possibly produce evidence for such a claim? And see, since you lack proof, it remains possible you are of the Big Head tribe, doesn't it? Dang, and spread his hands palms up. And Ivankov paused, then gave a reluctant, thoughtful nod. And could it be, you invented this entire tribe? I'm deeply versed in history, yet I've never encountered record of such a people. And another voice intruded, sharp metallic as if forged from clashing steel. A tall, hooded figure strode forward, cloaked in shadow. 3 crimson question marks hovered above his brow. And Dragon. As he emerged, his gaze swept over Dang In with quiet appraisal. After concluding negotiations with Coach Koshiro regarding grain supplies, Koshiro had casually mentioned the young boy who'd recently arrived at Ichiria Dojo, a prodigy of exceptional talent. Naturally, Dragon grew curious and came to observe. And nothing escaped his observation. Haki, he'd witnessed everything. The 2 children beguiled Ivankov, disarmed by sheer rhetorical cunning. Absence from records doesn't equate to non-existence. Dang In replied, his gaze lingering, not on Dragon's stern expression, but on the distinct shoe print marring his cheek. That too holds merit, Dragon conceded with a slight nod. In chief, Ivankov muttered, flustered. And he knew Dang In's claim was false, yet found himself utterly incapable of refuting it. Any interest in setting sail? And Dragon waved dismissively at Ivankov, then fixed Dang In with a direct gaze. And sailing? Absolutely not. Dang In shook his head firmly. Neither now nor under Dragon's recruitment would he leave. So your grand ambition is to wait until they rise as titans of the sea, and then feast freely beneath their fame. Dragon chuckled, though he didn't believe it. And after all, in the recent grain procurement, Coach Koshiro's contribution far surpassed others, and the reason was clear: the funds had come from this very boy Dang In. Is that unacceptable? Zoro, would you refuse? And Dang In turned, addressing Zoro directly. And Zoro scratched his head. And deep down, he sensed it was wrong. Yet, considering it, he was destined to be the world's greatest swordsman. Surely it wasn't so terrible if his junior brother died without payment. And well, it's acceptable, Zoro affirmed with a firm nod. And Dragon's gaze settled upon him, recognizing instantly that the green-haired boy had been thoroughly, irrevocably won over. I hear from Coach Koshiro that you're learning to master armament Haki. Armament Haki? Goena and Zoro were taken aback, clearly not understanding what Dragon was referring to, and they turned to look at Dun. Ivan's large eyes stared at Dun. He knew that Gungshiro could use Haki, but cultivating Haki requires a certain foundation, and frequent use can burden the body. Has this little brat reached the level of awakening Haki in Gungshiro's eyes? Dun meanwhile gazed at Dragon, who had 3 blood-red question marks above his head, and nodded. I see, Dragon said as he sat down directly. Training in Haki isn't actually that difficult. The New World has a place called Amazon Lily where most of the inhabitants have mastered decent Haki. Amazon Lily. Dun nodded. You actually know about it. You seem to know quite a bit. Dragon chuckled. Before I came to Frostmoon Village, I saw a newspaper reporting that the Emperor of Amazon Lily Kingdom became one of the 7 warlords. Dun mentioned this matter with a nod. If it's just about guiding the use of armament Haki, it's actually not that difficult. Dragon said, suddenly raising his hand to grab at Dun, his palm enveloped in dark armament Haki. Dun was startled, instinctively raising his hand to block the incoming grab, only to have his wrist tightly held by Dragon. Instinctively, Dun was about to elementalize, but the area being held could not be elementalized. Dragon was taken aback, a smile appearing on his face as the armament Haki on his hand flowed and twined around Dun's wrist. In the next moment, Dun felt as if an energy within his body was resisting the flowing Haki. Before he could further investigate this energy, Dragon's hand had already been withdrawn. This is your own armament Haki. Such a method is generally unattainable for ordinary people, Dragon said with a smile, his gaze toward Dun seemingly carrying deeper meaning. A capable individual and one with a natural ability. Dun remained silent, but after a while, under the gaze of the 4, he raised his arm, and the armament Haki manifested. Zoro and Goenao were unable to detect it, but Dragon and Ivan could sense it well. Is this also possible? Seeing the armament Haki appear on the panel, Dun was quite surprised. You still need to train with armament Haki. If you want to use this method to help others, you need to have a deeper mastery of it. Dragon did not hide this. In fact, even if he didn't say it, Dun could roughly understand. That armament Haki could actually wrap around others was something he had not anticipated, nor had he expected that when encountering another person's armament Haki, the hidden armament Haki within his own body or this energy would react on its own. Thank you. Regardless of anything, Dragon had indeed helped him, so a thank you was necessary. No need for thanks, consider it my appreciation. Because of Dun, Gung Shiro had gathered more food, which greatly aided the revolutionary army, so that was why Dragon said this. After speaking, Dragon stood up, waved his hand, and turned to walk toward the dojo with Ivan. Dun and the others watched the two leave. Dun, what were you just talking about? After watching Dragon and the others leave, Goina turned and asked Dun with curiosity. Haki, a power that one possesses inherently if you ever wish to become a swordsman or even a great swordsman. Mastering this is essential. The strong on the seas have a profound understanding of Haki. Dun thought for a moment and explained to the two. Cultivating Haki requires a foundation and also places a burden on the body. Frequent use can be harmful, which is why Gung Shiro has not mentioned this to them yet, which is normal. As for Zoro, if it weren't for getting lost at sea and not finding his way back to Frostmoon Village, perhaps Gung Shiro would have taught him to master Haki. As for Goina, Dun glanced at Goina and then stood up. It's still too early for you to learn Haki. When you're ready, the dojo master will teach you. After saying this, Dun left directly. Goina and Zoro exchanged glances. This is a power that all strong individuals possess. I must master it. Zoro said this with a face full of longing. Goina silently nodded. So it turns out that to become strong, the body is just one of the conditions. Haki, huh? Goina decided to ask her father about it. Meanwhile, Dragon and Ivan returned and met Gung Shiro. How was it? Seeing the two return, Gung Shiro smiled and inquired. A fine young man. Dragon nodded. Then, Gung Shiro looked directly at Dragon only to see Dragon shake his head. He currently has no intention of going to sea. Gung Shiro nodded at this. But he is indeed a capable individual and likely a natural type ability user, Dragon stated. Ivan, who had been listening, nearly jumped up upon hearing Dragon's words. That little brat is a natural type user. Ivan was dumbfounded. Devil fruits are not cabbages, especially not natural types. The three top natural type powers of the Navy are extremely well known at sea and possess great strength. Very likely, Dragon nodded. Chief, should we recruit him into the Revolutionary Army? Ivan clearly showed interest. A natural type user, as long as he doesn't slack off, will certainly become a top combat power in the future. Difficult. That young man's gaze is not right, just as Gung Shiro said. Dragon shook his head directly. I don't know why he looks at everyone with such a gaze. Although he might be trying to hide it, that innate sense of superiority always seems to be present. Dragon sighed. In truth, he was a bit disappointed for reasons naturally similar to Ivan's. But there's still time, after all, he is still young. Gung Shiro smiled and changed the subject. True. Dragon nodded in response, not delving deeper into the matter. After Dun returned, he guided his armament Haki and maintained it. The quality was naturally not on par with Gung Shiro and Dragon. However, having just grasped this power, Dun was quite curious about armament Haki. He even planned to wrap it around his flame, though the result was of course a failure. For the training of Haki, besides later consulting Gung Shiro, Dun intended to keep it activated. The more he used it, the more he would progress and master more applications. Naturally, his stamina decreased during the use of Haki, but the rate wasn't fast. However, unlike observation Haki, armament Haki also consumed a tremendous amount of stamina. The next day before dawn, Dun, who hadn't slept all night, directly left the dojo, and when the sun rose, he returned drenched, carrying a several-meter-long sea fish. The 1,000-gene exquisite sea fish was not too much of a burden for Dun. He maintained his armed color and observation color Haki as he walked into the Isen dojo, where he encountered Dorag and his companions along with Gung Shiro, who was seeing them off. Then they saw Dun, and both Dorag and Ivankov along with Gung Shiro were stunned. Their eyes were fixed on Dun, scanning his wet hair and clothes, eventually settling on the sea fish he was looking at. Dun, did you buy that from the village? I didn't expect such fresh sea fish to be available this early in the morning. Gung Shiro hesitated before speaking. Oh, I received a favor from this gentleman yesterday, so I thought I would go catch a sea fish to treat everyone this morning. But are you all leaving? Dun said with a cheerful tone. Dun's words made him grin. Catching it himself. Gung Shiro and Dorag exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. You can go into the sea. Ivankov was shocked. As a fellow fruit user, he knew well that users become weak upon touching seawater, and even those with strong physiques find it hard to resist that feeling of weakness. However, last night, both Dorag and Gung Shiro had said that Dun was a power user. So what was going on now? Dorag was also puzzled. When he helped Dun channel his armed color Haki last night, he distinctly felt that Dun seemed to want to elementalize, but was unsuccessful, or perhaps he gave up. At that moment, he was basically certain that Dun was indeed a fruit user and most likely a Logia-type. Thus, now that Dun had gone into the sea to catch a fish, the three were left dumbfounded. What a big fish! Zoro's exclamation rang out from outside the dojo. After finishing his morning exercise, he returned to see Dun carrying a large fish, unable to hold back his surprise. This exclamation brought Gung Shiro and the others back to their senses. The situation surrounding Dun truly challenged their conventional understanding. Then thank you, Dun, little brother. Just in time, I'm also hungry. Dorag regained his composure and waved at the others before smiling at Dun. The others quietly left unsure of what their leader was up to. Next, Gung Shiro took the knife himself while Zoro, Kuna, and Dun assisted, and soon an entire big fish became a lavish feast of fish. So you're not a fruit user? While Zoro was stuffing himself and the others were quietly savoring this feast, Ivankov couldn't help but directly ask. Dun's gaze fell on Ivankov as he chuckled. Are you talking about the devil fruit? Who told you I was a power user? Devil fruit. Is it that legendary treasure of the sea? Kuna asked in confusion, surprisingly knowing about the devil fruit. Yes, it's a treasure of the sea. Even the lowest valued Zoan type can exceed 100 million berries, Dun replied to Kuna. Kuina's eyes widened. Dorag had been scrutinizing Dun, and after hearing Dun's words, he recalled the events of last night, his brow slightly furrowing. Is he from a special race? A special race with fire abilities? As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag was aware that many special races indeed existed in this world. If there was a race naturally possessing fire abilities, then perhaps the Lunarians. That race from 800 years ago that was one of the gods. Dorag speculated in his heart. If it were that race, then Dun's subtle glances and attitude towards others would make sense. However, this race had long since disappeared, and the world government was hunting down its members. But Dun did not exhibit any characteristics of that legendary race. No white hair, no wings on his back, no flames burning behind him. None of that was present. Except for Zoro, who was gorging himself, the other four people's eyes were fixed on Dun. I am not a fruit user. After Dun finished speaking, he raised his hand, and with a bang his entire right hand transformed into burning flames resembling a torch. You still say you aren't? Not a power user. Everyone stopped their movements, their eyes nearly popping out. It seems, Dun, little brother, you have a secret. Dorag nodded, and then lowered his head, no longer asking further questions. How is this possible? If you're not a power user, why can you create flames? Ivankov felt his brain quaking. Must a power user create flames? If you walk more in the new world in the future, you might see many people who can use fire abilities even without being power users. New world. Ivankov's eyes widened. He certainly knew that it was a paradise for pirates. So cool. Zoro's voice suddenly rang out. Zoro, with his mouth stuffed full, struggled to express his opinion. Kuina's eyes sparkled. Speaking of which, Zoan-type fruit abilities can greatly enhance physical strength, Dun said, looking at Gung Shiro. Gung Shiro was still affected by Dun's flame manipulation ability, and upon hearing this, he glanced towards his daughter Kuna. Indeed, after hearing Dun's words, Kuna hesitated to speak. That is true, but devil fruits are indeed hard to find, Gung Shiro confirmed Dun's statement after a moment of silence. If there's any news, I'll keep an eye out for you, Dorag interjected, clearly understanding the current situation. As for the secrets surrounding Dun, both Dorag and Ivankov, along with Gung Shiro, were completely in the dark, but they did not delve deeper into Dun's secrets. The ship slowly departed from the dock. Ivankov looked at the group, standing on the dock, his gaze lingering on Dun for a long time. Until the figures became blurry, he turned to Dorag. Leader, what about that Dun? I'm also very curious. His abilities are very similar to those of the devil fruit, but I also don't know why seawater has no effect on him. Dorag shook his head. If Dun's physique was so strong that seawater had no effect on him, that would also be impossible. If he really had such a powerful physique, he wouldn't have been unable to perceive it. Last night, when he helped guide the armed color, he had already tested it. His physique was indeed strong. Even he at the same age was inferior to Dun. But it wasn't strong enough to disregard the effects of seawater. Moreover, he had been maintaining his armed color Haki all along. This little brat is rather mysterious. Dorag withdrew his gaze and turned back to the cabin. This little brat, I can't see through him. Frost Moon Village. On the way back to the Isin dojo, Dun slightly lowered his head in contemplation, thinking about what Dorag had said to him alone before leaving. Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy had previously returned to the East Blue, and the reason for his return was said to be a pirate hunter in the East Blue, suspected to be a fire-related power user. Aside from Shuangyue Village in the East Sea, I managed to earn some startup capital by sending a batch of pirates to Base 16. It should be the information leaked by these pirates. I am not a pirate, and my counterpart is Carp. I have no intention of joining the Navy, and even if I were found, he likely wouldn't force me. If it were someone else, I would have to consider leaving here first to avoid bringing trouble. Dun was contemplating, while Gung Shiro was also deep in thought. Watching Dun walk silently ahead, I glanced at my daughter Goena. I had previously worried that Dun's appearance would intensify Gina's competitiveness and make her character more stubborn. However, it seems that the outcome is quite good. Nevertheless, I truly hope my daughter can live peacefully in Xuanyue village. That would be the safest. After all, in this era of pirates, the sea is incredibly dangerous. Unfortunately, Dun doesn't seem like he will stay in Xuanyue village for long. If he could wait a few years, perhaps he could take Goena out to see the world. With Dun looking after her, Goena should be much safer. After returning to the dojo, Gung Shiro instructed the three to find something to do while he returned to his own room. Do you want to rely on the power of the devil fruit to bridge the gap in your body or constitution? Dun looked at Goena, who was staring at him intently as he walked outside. Goena was taken aback, then turned to follow with Zoro directly trailing behind. Goena did not deny it. Don't you think relying on external power to enhance one's strength is not the pure way of the sword? Dun was somewhat curious. He personally didn't care about this, but he knew that in this world some people had a very pure faith in the way of the sword. Why do you think that? It's still my own power. Goena was puzzled by Dun's statement. Isn't it true that a swordsman must dedicate everything to the sword in hand to reach a higher realm? Dun brought the two to Xuanyue village, where people occasionally greeted the three of them. So this is how one reaches a higher realm. Zoro looked enlightened. He hadn't given much thought to swordsmanship, or at most he remembered what an old man had told him about swords not long ago. But that sword is still mine. Goena slightly shook her head. Dun wasn't wrong. Goena indeed felt a bit of a shortcut in this approach. However, Dun's presence made Goena aware of the gap between herself and true monsters. Even Zoro, she felt, had surpassed her in strength. If that's the case, then when I go to sea in the future, I'll keep an eye out for you. Dun looked at Goena, then smiled as he spoke. Dun, what about me? What about me? Zoro bounced beside them. You don't get to. Dun shook his head directly, causing Zoro to blow up, lunging at Dun only to be caught by the collar. He struggled desperately, but couldn't break free from Dun's grasp. Seeing this scene, Goena couldn't help but laugh out loud. They'll treat you to something to eat. Feel free to choose whatever you wanted today. Your senior brother will pay the bill. Dun waved his hand, tossing Zoro out. Then I won't hold back. Zoro no longer approached Dun, turning his frustration into appetite. Xuanyue village retained some customs from Wano country, and of course most of the food preparation methods also came from Wano. Goena and Zoro were not polite at all while Dun bought a newspaper. The president of the World Economic Journal was quite bold, daring to report any news. The advantage of this is that one can see the significant events happening recently through the newspaper. Upon receiving it, Dun's eyes immediately fell on the front page. Three figures in Navy uniforms stood together. The Navy's strongest force. Looking at the headline on the newspaper, Dun narrowed his eyes. Kizaru Akainu Akiji. While paying for Goena and Zoro, he carefully read through the report. Admiral Sengoku was about to step down and the vice admiral would be promoted to admiral, while three candidates would simultaneously be promoted to admiral. Looking at the newspaper, Dun felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he were observing the history of this world, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. However, the gaze that held a smile was lofty. Perhaps it was due to the angle of his gaze towards the newspaper, or perhaps for other reasons. Dun. Gina's voice rang out beside him as she handed a skewer of meat to his mouth. Dun instinctively opened his mouth and bit down on it. The taste was quite good. East Sea Windmill Village. Carp, dressed in his usual attire, looked at Luffy, who was bundled up. Clearly, just moments ago, Carp's iron fist of love had landed on Luffy. Damn Shanks. Carp's tone was rather unfriendly. You can't insult Shanks. I will definitely go to sea in the future. I am going to become the Pirate King. Hearing his grandfather mention Shanks, Luffy was furious, shouting defiantly. Of course, he might not have been defiant, he just acted on whatever came to mind. Carp was furious, clenching his fists to educate his grandson. Brew brew. The sound of the Den Den Mushi's notification rang out. Carp lowered his fists, took out the Den Den Mushi to answer, and then the Den Den Mushi twisted and transformed into the image of a man with braided facial hair and a seagull on his head. Carp, how is your assignment going? Sengoku's voice echoed. What assignment? Carp asked instinctively, then realized, I'm still looking for him. Carp. Sengoku's furious roar came from the Den Den Mushi, causing Carp to instinctively hold the Den Den Mushi a little farther away. You bastard, what are you doing back in the East Sea? Do you really think you went on vacation? Sengoku's shout echoed again. Carp felt a bit embarrassed, raising his hand to scratch his face. No, I was just looking for him. You know how vast the East Sea is, it's very difficult to find someone there. Carp made excuses for himself, but Sengoku knew his comrade too well. Hearing this tone, it was clear that Carp had been slacking off for a whole month, forgetting the task entirely. On the other end, deep breaths were audible, and after a while Sengoku's voice echoed again. Since that's the case, then wrap up the mission. You should have seen the newspaper. This time you also need to make an appearance. It's not like I have anything to do. Hearing Sengoku's tone soften, Carp casually picked his nose with his left pinky, speaking in a nonchalant manner, and then Sengoku indeed exploded. The loud roar startled young Luffy, who covered his ears looking terrified. What kind of monster is this? It sounds even scarier than Grandpa. Thinking of this, Luffy quietly stepped back, trying to escape from the room. As soon as he moved his feet, he felt an unbearable sharp pain from above, screaming as he fell to the ground, rolling while holding his head. The fruit could not shield him from such pain. Perhaps Luffy's poor mental state has something to do with this. Luffy's cries of pain reached Sengoku's ears through the transponder snail. Hearing this, Sengoku already knew what Carp was doing. He was actually accompanying his grandson at home. Come back quickly and look for that person along the way. I don't believe you don't know his whereabouts. After finishing his words to the transponder snail, Sengoku hung up the call in frustration. This guy really is a bit eccentric. Aren't you used to it yet? Vice Admiral Crane, the chief strategist of the headquarters with his hair already gray, looked at Sengoku with a smile. Sengoku glanced at Vice Admiral Crane and shook his head with a wry smile. Forget it, I clearly know this guy's character, but I just can't help it. Vice Admiral Crane nodded and then shifted the topic, saying, according to the news we've received, that young pirate hunter is indeed very likely to be a user of a Logia-type fire-related ability, most likely the Mera Mera no Mi. As he spoke, the smile on Crane's face faded, becoming somewhat serious. Sengoku nodded. Indeed, being able to ignore the slashes of swords is very possible. Regardless, as long as he is a user, he is worth our effort to recruit, lest he becomes a pirate after spending too long at sea, and that would be troublesome. This is what Sengoku aimed for. A young man suspected of being a Logia user becoming a pirate would definitely give the Marines a headache. But if he became a Marine, the Marines would gain a powerful combat force. Forget it, let's see what results Carp brings back. Sengoku shook his head and then looked at Crane. We need to speed up the selection of the warlords of the sea. Upon hearing Sengoku mention the warlords, Crane looked at Sengoku's expression. Doflamingo is also one of the candidates mentioned by the world government, and there should have been some communication between the two sides. Crane knew that Sengoku had always been troubled by the fact that Corazon was killed by his older brother Doflamingo. If Doflamingo really became a warlord, it would be impossible to take action against him. Sengoku fell silent at these words. Let's accelerate the selection. Once Akainu and the others become admirals, we need to curb the pirates entering the new world, and the warlords will serve this purpose. At the very least, the Paradise and the Four Seas must be under the control of the Marines. Since Roger's death, the number of pirates has surged, making it very difficult to restrain them. The simplest method is, of course, to expand the military, but the world government will not agree to that, as it would require a significant increase in expenditure. I will keep an eye on this. Additionally, Crocodile and Boa Hancock have clearly refused to come to the Marine headquarters. Sengoku was not surprised by what Crane said. Even as warlords, they are still pirates. How could they easily come to the Marine headquarters? You go prepare. Sengoku waved his hand, his gaze falling on a pile of documents on the table, picking one up and casually handing it to the somewhat elderly goat at the table's edge. The old goat did not hold back, opening its mouth to seize the document and chewing it slowly. Crane nodded and stood up to leave Sengoku's office. Sister. Outside, a young-looking female Marine shouted at attention. Let's head back first. Crane waved her hand and left with the female Marine. The news of the change in the Marine Admiral with 3 new admirals added naturally caused a huge stir on the sea. However, for the Four Seas, the ripple caused by this news was not significant. Most people did not care at all. For example, in Frostmoon Village, there wasn't even a discussion about it. Dun's training was progressing steadily. Body data analysis, your vital points disappear. Upon receiving attacks, damage is converted to blood loss. Panel attributes will change based on your strength. You will not die until your blood volume reaches 0. Current physical age 14 years old, physique 29, rapidly evolving due to certain influences. Current blood volume 100, recovering, can recover quickly by eating. Innate talent indomitable. When blood volume reaches 0, enter a temporary enhancement state. All attributes are enhanced tenfold. Blood loss no longer occurs. All negative statuses are cleared. Current duration 10 minutes. Cooldown time 1 day abilities Mera Mera, Nomi proficient, a powerful Logia-type fruit ability. Grants the power to transform and control fire. Continuously enhances the body. Fruit weaknesses have been cleared. Weaknesses and the residing soul. Current fruit development. 17. Swordsmanship proficient. You have mastered the basic techniques and training methods of swordsmanship. His understanding of fruit abilities has also slightly improved. If not using fruit abilities, relying solely on the two-color Haki and his own strength in swordsmanship, he already possesses combat power. If he uses the fruit at least on this side of the East Sea, unless he encounters someone like Carp, there shouldn't be anyone who can completely defeat him. Dunn thought, but then shook his head, driving this thought out of his mind. No, I can't think like that. I must remain humble. While thinking this, he casually deflected the incoming bamboo sword. After blocking 2 bamboo swords from Zoro, Dunn turned his bamboo sword around and blocked the wooden sword that Kana was swinging down at him. The rebound force, causing Kana to stagger back several steps. Opening. Zoro shouted, his voice muffled, lowering his body and sweeping his bamboo sword horizontally to attack Dunn's legs. Bam! Without even turning his head, Dunn struck back. The bamboo sword hit Zoro on the top of the head, leaving Zoro dizzy, and he couldn't even hold onto the bamboo sword in his mouth, collapsing directly to the ground. This won't do. Zoro got up immediately after being hit. Although he was dizzy, he still spoke up. What won't do? Dunn turned his head, seemingly able to see through the black scarf on his face. You keep using observation Haki and armament Haki, we can't defeat you at all. Zoro hated this feeling of powerlessness. Are you saying that when you encounter opponents at sea in the future, you want them to give up their strengths to fight you? Do you think they will agree? Dunn answered directly, leaving Zoro speechless. Indeed, enemies won't reason with you. Come again. Kuina's voice rang out, and Dunn swung his bamboo sword, sending Kuina flying. I understand now. Zoro shouted at Dunn, who was blindfolded. What are you shouting for? Dunn replied, digging his ears in annoyance. Since you want to fight, you must win. Actually, when you all fight, you don't need to remind your opponent that you are about to attack. Dunn's words embarrassed Zoro. Just when he didn't know what to say, Dunn suddenly turned his head to look towards the dock, abruptly pulling off the black scarf on his face. It's finally here. That's enough for today. Deng waved his hand and turned toward the harbor. Kuina and Zoro, who had just risen to their feet, watched Deng's retreating figure with quiet curiosity. That direction led not to Ichiryu Dojo, but to the harbor of Frost Moon Village. Villagers gathered at the wharf stood frozen in shock as a colossal naval warship drew near, yet held its distance. A marine warship. Though none had seen one before, the vessel's unmistakable silhouette and sheer scale left no doubt. It could only be a marine flagship. Most tellingly, the marine insignia blazed boldly across its vast mainsail. Why have the Marines come here? Is there a pirate nearby? A villager spoke, voice trembling with apprehension, his words instantly casting shadows of fear across the crowd. Frostmoon Village had never been troubled by pirates before. After all, the East Blue was vast and pirates few and far between. Yet their cruelty, their atrocities, had been vividly chronicled in newspapers, etching deep dread into every reader's mind. Aboard the Doghead warship, Admiral Garp, Bogart, captain of the Marine headquarters, and Garp's trusted aide, snapped to attention before him. Clad in his crisp Marine uniform, Garp dozed peacefully on a beach chair, until Bogart's sharp salute jolted him awake, bursting the bubble of sleep snot from his nose. Garp blinked open his eyes and yawned widely. Have we arrived? Yes, Admiral Garp. Frostmoon Village, East Blue. Bogart glanced toward the small island in the distance and nodded firmly. Stay here and wait. Garp rose, stretched his broad frame, gazed up at Frostmoon Village, and then launched himself skyward in a single effortless leap, soaring over 100 meters toward the village. Having served under Garp for over 2 decades, Bogart knew his commander's habits well and felt not a flicker of surprise at this sudden departure. With practiced ease, he ordered the crew to drop anchor and stand by aboard ship. Meanwhile, Garp descended lightly onto the harbor pier. His dramatic arrival sent tremors through the crowd, who in their right mind leapt so high, so far, so effortlessly. Before Garp even opened his mouth, the villagers scattered like startled birds. Huh. Garp scratched his head, suddenly flustered, realizing belatedly that he'd frightened them all. Just as he prepared to activate his observation Haki to locate someone, Garp paused, then turned sharply toward the village, the very direction the villagers had fled. A youth in loose flowing robes approached calmly, unhurried, unhindered. In that instant, Garp felt an unshakable certainty this boy was precisely whom he sought. Deng walked forward steadily, his gaze calm and unwavering as he regarded the towering figure standing alone on the pier. Though his stature paled beside the grotesquely massive monsters rumored across the Grand Line, his thick-set frame radiated palpable, terrifying power. Garp studied Deng in turn. Youthful, no older than 15 or 16, just as intelligence reports had described. His build was lean yet perfectly proportioned, each step grounded and deliberate, exuding raw, disciplined strength. Truly a promising prospect. Garp's assessment was immediate and unequivocal. So he remained motionless, watching Deng approach until he stood directly before him. Deng, the pirate hunter. Garp grinned broadly as he asked. Yes, and your Admiral Garp, the hero of the Marines. Deng nodded in acknowledgement and countered with a question of his own. Huh. Garp blinked, then scratched his graying hair with a chuckle. Seems old Garp still carries quite a name. Ha. He burst into unrestrained laughter, wholly absorbed in his own mirth. Deng simply stared, silent and mildly exasperated. People in this world, it seemed, possessed an inexplicable fondness for roaring laughter. You seem delighted, Deng observed, resigned. Delighted indeed. After all, my reputation still holds weight. Garp ceased laughing and answered plainly, utterly devoid of pretense, or rather perfectly in character. Join the Marines, Deng. Your talent is extraordinary. Don't let it go to waste. Garp extended the offer without hesitation. No. Deng shook his head decisively. Why not? Isn't serving the Marines nobler than hunting pirates? Garp withdrew his outstretched hand, genuinely curious at the refusal. I am currently undergoing rigorous cultivation, so it's impossible. Deng paused thoughtfully before replying. You may cultivate just as rigorously within the Marines. There are countless powerful figures among us. Garp chuckled warmly at the remark, until Deng added softly but meaningfully, Yet I've heard that Marines must obey the celestial dragons. Garp froze. His smile faded. His eyes lingered on Dangan's face for a long, measured moment. Then slowly, solemnly, he nodded. I see. With that, he turned and sprang skyward once more, vanishing toward the warship. Did that old man misinterpret something? Dangan watched him go, puzzled. Another young soul distrustful of the Marines, because of the celestial dragons. Garp sighed deeply. He knew full well how the celestial dragons were regarded across the seas. Even he himself had refused promotion to fleet admiral, not out of ambition's lack, but to avoid entanglement with those loathsome beings. If even he shunned them, why demand others embrace them? Back aboard the flagship, Garp sank into his beach chair. Set sail, returned to headquarters. He spoke with eyes closed. Admiral Garp, our destination. Bogart glanced once more at Deng, and standing alone on the pier, then asked. The target isn't here. Likely arrived, and departed elsewhere. Garp replied, still eyes shut. Huh. Bogart blinked, then pivoted and issued the order to weigh anchor and depart. Whether Garp's words were truth or pretext mattered little. What mattered was acting upon them, as if they were absolute. On the pier, Deng watched the warship glide away, turning gracefully before vanishing beyond the horizon. That old man was surprisingly reasonable, he murmured, shaking his head slightly as he turned to walk back, only to spot Jinzo standing nearby, arms folded. Trouble. Deng sighed, then strode forward. Did the Marines come for you? Jinzo asked as Deng approached. Yes, they invited me to join. I declined. Deng confirmed, stating their purpose plainly. You refused to? Jinzo looked momentarily stunned. Yes, I have no intention of joining the Marines. You know my goal. Deng replied evenly. And just like that, they left. It was Garp. Deng met Jinzo's gaze directly. Garp. Jinzo stiffened. Knowing Dragoon's identity, he also knew Dragoon's father was Admiral Garp of the Marine headquarters. Of course, he was familiar with the Admiral's legendary exploits. If it truly was Garp, then such restraint made perfect sense. Besides, my dual Haki has awakened. I won't remain here much longer. Deng spoke quietly. I knew you wouldn't stay long, but I hadn't expected it so soon, Jinzo said, voice heavy with quiet admiration. In barely 2 months, Deng had grown astonishingly stronger. Jinzo could feel it unmistakably. Even his swordsmanship had advanced by leaps and bounds. Are you heading for the Grand Line? Knowing Deng possessed unusual insight, Jinzo asked directly. Not yet. I won't set foot in the Grand Line until I'm certain I can contend with its most fearsome pirates. That being said, Dunn had no immediate plans to leave Frostmoon Village. After all, he had already paid, and leaving now would be a loss. Can what you said really be done? A few days later, Gung Siling looked at Dunn with a headache. How did he go from being so composed to suddenly acting so erratically, controlling a temperature of 15 million degrees like a garment draped over him, covering the sword? What kind of sword could withstand such high temperatures? Moreover, how could there possibly be flames of such intensity? So I seek your guidance. Dun looked at Gung Silang, his expression earnest. Gung Silang suddenly took a deep breath, suppressing his speechless emotions. I'm sorry I can't comprehend what you're saying, but I can tell you that the technique you mentioned, the slash, can indeed be achieved. Many sword masters at sea can envelop their swords with domineering aura to unleash powerful slashes. Such slashes may be similar to what you call the slash. After hearing Gung Silang's words, Dun ran his fingers through his slightly long hair side and stood up. Thank you, master. No need for thanks, I haven't really helped you much, but I can demonstrate the slash you mentioned. Of course it won't reach the power you're describing. With that, Gung Silang stood up and left shortly, returning with a sword, its sheath and hilt pure white. Let's go, this place isn't suitable. After that, Gung Silang turned and Dun followed. Before long, the two stood on the edge of a cliff on the other side of the island, gazing out at the vast sea. Gung Silang took a deep breath, assumed a stance, and placed his right hand on the hilt of the He Dao Iwen sword. In the next moment, the armed, colored, domineering aura covered his hand, spreading along the blade of the He Dao Iwen sword. Dun watched quietly. In an instant, a swift draw and a rapid slash occurred, followed by the sound of the sword entering its sheath. The launched slash carved a sword mark over 100 meters long across the sea, which vanished in an instant. No, according to what you said, it should be a vertical slash. Gung Silang shook his head slightly. His previous slash was indeed a diagonal cut. That's enough, I think I understand now. Dun called out to Gung Silang, who was about to continue trying. The worlds are different, and the power of techniques varies accordingly. The kind of flames that reach temperatures in the tens of millions from the old man Yamamoto in another world are just too difficult in this one, especially since he needed to achieve such a level relying on the fruit's abilities. Of course, if he could truly reach such high temperatures, he wouldn't need any techniques at all. No matter who it is, no one can withstand temperatures in the tens of millions. No, even temperatures in the hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands are already unbearable. Even the magma of the magma fruit, which is a higher level fruit, is only around 1,000 to 2,000 degrees. Just a few thousand degrees is enough to vaporize the magma. However, the flames he currently controlled were only at 500 to 600 degrees. Of course, adding other controls while manipulating the flames could raise the temperature. Since it's the burning fruit, the focus should still be on increasing the temperature. Dun sighed. So many techniques are useless if the temperature doesn't reach, the power will be quite limited. With that thought, Dun's gaze fell on the digitalized panel. He exhaled. Burning fruit fully mastered, a powerful natural fruit ability, granting the power to transform and control flames, continuously enhancing the body. The fruit's drawbacks have been eliminated: weakness and the soul it hosts. Current fruit development, 25, fully mastered. So the method he thought of was correct. Upon seeing the changes on the digital panel, Dun suddenly understood. But with only 25 development progress and now just an idea, without a specific method to enhance the flame's temperature, how could it be considered fully mastered? Perhaps this fully mastered is not what he imagined. Dun felt somewhat confused. Gung Silang, having put away his stance, looked at Dun, who was frowning in deep thought, and quietly left without disturbing him. Dun noticed Gung Silang's departure, but did not withdraw his focus. The changes on the panel plunged Dun into contemplation as he pondered how to increase the flame's temperature. Compress. This is the simplest method. Compressing the flames will undoubtedly raise their temperature significantly. Dun raised his hand, and a fireball the size of a watermelon floated above his palm. How to compress? With the domineering aura. Dun looked at the fireball in his palm, attempting to cover it with armed color. But the result was disappointing. The armed color could not touch the flames. After several attempts, Dun waved his hand and extinguished the fireball. Either the domineering aura cannot cover the existence of flames, or his current mastery of armed color is still lacking. If it were a physical element, perhaps he could cover it with armed color. For example, the swamp fruit, the magma fruit, the ice fruit. But for the burning and lightning fruits, one could say that after elementalization, they lack a physical form. However, the glutinous fruit, which is very similar to natural fruits, can be covered with armed color after creating the glutinous rice arm. If this method doesn't work now, is there another way? Dun's mind stirred as he thought of another method. In an instant, a fireball reappeared in Dun's hand. When he had just consumed the fruit, he had manipulated the flames to flow or spin to speed up the cooking of the roasted bird eggs. Accelerating the flow would absorb more oxygen to quicken combustion or make the plasma forming the flames more active to create higher temperatures. The fireball flowed in Dun's hand and then began to spin. Strands of orange-red flames, or plasma, formed several leaf-shaped ribbons. The orange-red color of the flames lightened, and as the speed of rotation increased, a fireball entirely orange in color wrapped in white-hot flames appeared in his hand. Wow, isn't this the spiral pill? This can work. The white flames are at least over 1,000 degrees, which means this method succeeded. However, the rotating fireball in his hand, coupled with flames, looked strikingly similar to the spiral pill. With this thought, Dun threw the fireball towards the sea. Then the shocking scene did not occur. It only flew out a dozen meters before the rotating fireball completely burned out. There's still a long way to go. Dun was not disappointed, nor did he continue to try, and turned back. Meanwhile, the digitalized panel changed again. Burning fruit preliminary mastery, and the development degree changed to 31. Is this considered an advancement? So as long as he finds a new development method for the burning fruit with the progress of development, it would evolve into proficient mastery, and then full mastery, and then what? It wouldn't be awakening, would it? The awakening of the devil fruit can greatly enhance its abilities. If it is a Zoan-type fruit, awakening will terrifyingly enhance physical qualities, resulting in qualitative changes in recovery, attack, and defense. On the way back to the Isen dojo, Dun recalled the memories in his mind. Most of the information from this world had become somewhat hazy, but certain important matters remained quite vivid. For example, regarding the awakening of the devil fruit, up until the time period in his memory, only a handful of people had achieved it, most of whom were still Zoan-type. It seems that Zoan-types are easier to awaken compared to Paramecia and Logia-types. For the Paramecia type, there are awakenings like Don Quixote da Flamingo's string fruit and Katakuri's mochi fruit. As for the Zoan-types, there are many. Not to mention figures like the 5 elders and Monkey D. Luffy. Even within the underwater prison, there are 5 awakened guards of the Zoan-type. However, they merely failed during their awakening. If the ability of the flame fruit is enhanced according to the panel's prompts, perhaps it could indeed attempt awakening. If successful, it might even replicate the old man's techniques. After all, strength is temporary, but style is everlasting. With a smile of satisfaction, Dun returned to the Isen dojo. Under the watchful eyes of the other students, the 2000th duel between Kana and Zoro was underway. Compared to the initial overwhelming advantage in their match, Kana was clearly struggling more now. Zoro's hard work and training had significantly narrowed the gap in swordsmanship between them. As Gung Shirlang had stated, it was becoming increasingly difficult for Kana to cleanly defeat Zoro. After watching for a long time, Dun finally saw Zoro reveal a flaw, which led to Kana striking his bamboo sword out of his hand. Damn, just one more hit, Zoro exclaimed in frustration. The other students around the dojo collectively sighed in disappointment. I lost again. What a pity. These students had clearly been beaten by Kana before, but unlike Zoro, they had given up on challenging her again after losing. Dun watched as Kana left with her head held high, his gaze following her until her figure disappeared. He wondered if his arrival would change Kuina's future and prevent the deadly dangers from returning. However, his observation Haki was always active, so if such a situation did arise, he would be able to sense it immediately. In fact, Dun was genuinely curious if had Kana not died, the seas would have seen another female great swordsman. It seemed the only future female great swordsman would be the prospective Marine Admiral Momonosuke. However, Dun did not expect that events would unfold so quickly. The 2001st challenge. Zoro declared, holding 3 real swords, his expression serious as he looked at Kana. The day's battle had shown Zoro a chance at victory, so he didn't want to wait any longer. Defeating Kuina, he would then challenge Dun. Kuina, holding the Wado Ikemonji, readily accepted Zoro's challenge. The sound of their swords clashing echoed through the woods. With his observation Haki enveloping the dojo, Dun could even faintly perceive the island where Frostmoon Village is located, allowing him to clearly see the duel between the two. The outcome did not change. Even with real swords, Zoro still lost. However, this time Zoro did not throw a tantrum, and Kuina's mental burdens were rekindled, igniting her desire for the pinnacle of swordsmanship due to Dun's influence. But the two reiterated their ideals, moving forward towards the position of the world's greatest swordsman. What a wonderful age. Dun, who sensed all this with his observation Haki, surprisingly felt a surge of passion stirred by the two little brats. Although this body was 14 years old, Dun's mind, having crossed over, was already mature. Passion is something one might have in childhood, but as time passes it fades away. Why not give it a try? Dun murmured, only to shake his head moments later. He'll leave it to Zoro and Kuina. Dun was confident in maintaining his ever-growing strength, but setting a goal for himself would only create unnecessary pressure. Having crossed over so hard, he naturally wanted to go with the flow. With this thought, Dun nodded repeatedly. Unbeknownst to him, Kuina and Zoro, who had been watched for a long time, left separately. The next day, after using the Wado Ikemonji, Kuina went upstairs to find a whetstone and accidentally fell from the stairs. The Wado Ikemonji she was holding slipped from her grip, spinning through the air. The sharp blade slashed towards Kuina's neck as she fell backward. Bang! A burst of flame appeared out of nowhere, exploding instantly, and sending the falling Wado Ikemonji spiraling away, its blade plunging straight into the floor. Kuina lay on her back, staring blankly at the flames that erupted above and quickly vanished, then turned to look at the half-buried blade of the Wado Ikemonji. Swish! A figure appeared, and upon seeing this scene, sighed in relief. Fire! It was Dun who intervened. Kuina, dazed, sat up and turned to see Gung Shilang suddenly appear. Father! Gung Shilang nodded, then looked at the Wado Ikemonji. The Wado Ikemonji is not a cursed sword. However, the observation Haki had observed that Kuina had nearly died beneath its blade. In the legends of Wano country, there are many tales of cursed swords that devour their masters. The descendants of swordsmiths like them believe these stories wholeheartedly. Seeing Kuina get up to grab the Wado Ikemonji, Gung Shilang called out to stop her. Wait a moment, Kuina. After halting her, Gung Shilang stepped forward, drew out the Wado Ikemonji, and looked at its pristine sharp blade with a complicated expression. This sword has become an ill omen for you. Though it did not succeed in Gung Shilang's eyes, this sword was indeed a devourer of its master. If Kuina continued to handle it, she might still be harmed by the Wado Ikemonji, or even meet her end beneath it. Footsteps sounded, and turning around, Gung Shilang and Kuina saw Dun approaching with the long sword in Kai. No need to thank me. You know I always have my observation Haki active. Seeing the two's gazes come over, Dun smiled, and then focused his attention on the Wado Ikemonji. This sword was left for Kuina by my father, but it seems that it is not suitable for her. So would you like to give it a try? Gung Shilang looked at Dun with a serious expression. Saving Kuina's life was deserving of any gratitude. Forget it, if I accept it and Kai might get upset. Dun raised his hand to show the unusually long sword in his hand. It could just be a coincidence. Hearing Gung Shilang's intention to give away the sword, Kuina hesitated, looking at the Wado Ikemonji. Before you comprehend armament Haki, you can only use a bamboo sword. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Gung Shilang spoke sternly. Seeing the serious expression on Gung Shilang's face, Guyina was stunned. It was the first time she had seen her father so serious. Unbeknownst to her, Gung Shilang was filled with fear, fearing the loss of his only daughter. Witnessing this scene, Dun cast a glance at Zoro before turning to leave. If Guyina were to survive, would Zoro still seek the Wado Ikemonji to inherit Guyina's will? Within the perception of Kinbunshiko Haki, Zoro was training furiously. He pulled on 2 ropes, each tied to a stone on the other end, with a dumbbell for strength training clenched in his mouth. Well, not bad. Dun walked into the yard slightly, bending his legs before leaping onto the roof. Lying down with flames beside him, Dun squinted at the bright and scorching sun above, activating both his Kinbunshiko and Busashoka Haki. Next, let's focus on getting stronger. Gung Shilang shouldn't hold back. Dun closed his eyes, silently thinking. In the following days, Guyina seemed like a different person. Even when Dun was around, Guyina used to appear pensive, but now her demeanor had surprisingly brightened. Perhaps this was more like an 11-year-old girl. Although Zoro was puzzled by Guyina's transformation, he would make his own comparisons with her. Then a few days later, Dun looked at Zoro, who was in the 3-sword style, staring intently at him. Did you defeat Guyina? Dun, with his eyes closed, asked. Guyina voluntarily conceded. Next, my target is you. Zoro replied seriously. Dun turned to the spot where Guyina was. Yes, I lost, Guyina said with a smile. So you left this trouble for me? That doesn't concern me. Guyina shook her head and then looked at Zoro. However, my goal remains to become the strongest swordsman in the world. After stating this, Guyina remained silent, sitting down and propping her chin, preparing to watch a battle. Am not a nuisance, Dun. Accept my challenge. Zoro's eyes widened with anticipation as he looked at Dun, waiting for his agreement. All right. Dun sighed, seeing Zoro rush forward and raising his hand to stop him. But you have to wait, my training hasn't started yet. Zoro stumbled as he was about to charge, nearly falling over, and looked at Dun in confusion. Footsteps sounded. Gung Shilang approached slowly, holding a sword, and showed no signs of confusion at the scene before him. This island isn't suitable for fighting. The ship is at the dock, and there's a small deserted island nearby. After finishing his words, Gung Shilang turned and walked toward the dock, with Dun following closely behind. Without any hesitation, Guyina got up to follow, while Zoro, confused, was driven by curiosity to follow suit. The small island was indeed not far, but it took only half an hour by boat from Frostmoon Village. Master, Gung Shilang. After the boat stopped, Zoro couldn't contain his curiosity and asked Gung Shilang. Guyina, Zoro, you two stay on the boat and don't get too close. Gung Shilang turned to the two and cautioned. Dun's upcoming training would be practical combat, which he had previously promised, and from now on they would engage in such sparring every day. Dun was also very much looking forward to this. Glancing at the two of them who were quietly waiting, Dun slightly bent his legs and suddenly leaped. The powerful force caused the small boat to shake violently, clearly indicating the force he had exerted while jumping. Zoro swallowed hard. He suddenly felt that challenging Dun might have been a deliberate invitation to be beaten. The small island was not large and very desolate, with only rubble exposed above the sea, not a single weed in sight, and water stains visible on the stones. After landing, Dun looked at Gung Silang, who had also jumped and landed nearby. Next, you can try to learn my swordsmanship. Gung Silang looked at Dun calmly and spoke in a steady voice. Although the swordsmanship you comprehend in battle is the most suitable for you, learning a bit more is not a bad thing. Dun nodded in response, naturally not arguing. It was quite understandable to learn from various schools. What I practice is the swordsmanship passed down from my father, the Frostmoon family's ancestral swordsmanship. Frostmoon swordsmanship emphasizes slashing, adjusting breath while slashing, and letting out a loud shout to enhance the power of the slash. For example, like this. Gung Silang held the sword with both hands, taking a stance. In the next moment, he seemed to teleport in front of Dun, raising his sword high and bringing it down with a heavy slash. Huh! The slash was accompanied by a powerful shout. Clang! Dun swung his blade to parry, and his body was sent flying. Adjusting his stance after landing, Dun found Gung Silang's body following closely behind, delivering another slash accompanied by a shout. Seeing the sword coming down, a smile appeared on Dun's face as he gripped his weapon and swung upward. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Dun's knees bent slightly as the ground beneath him suddenly cracked. Such strength! Gung Silang retreated, aided by the recoil, and after stabilizing himself, he exclaimed. He had long known that Dun's breakthrough far exceeded that of ordinary people and was rapidly growing stronger. However, despite using 70% of his strength, he had failed to gain an advantage. While he wasn't considered a top powerhouse on the seas, he had trained in swordsmanship for decades. But what about Dun? Of course, both parties did not use any power beyond their swordsmanship and physical abilities. Now it's my turn. Dun disregarded Gung Silang's amazement, his legs suddenly exerting force, causing the ground to explode beneath him, just as Gung Silang had done moments earlier, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Gung Silang. With his right hand gripping the sword, he swung horizontally. As the weapons clashed, Dun distinctly felt that Gung Silang's sword was pulling his force away, or rather neutralizing it. Dun smiled. The sword he had swung with all his might could actually be retracted, and after retracting, he swung horizontally once more. This strike sent Gung Silang flying, and he landed after flipping several times in the air. Rough. This is just a crude use of your own strength, Gung Silang said with a dark face, somewhat speechless. But it is quite effective. Dun paid no mind to Gung Silang's tone and replied with a smile. But on these seas you will inevitably encounter stronger opponents like those from the giant race and the true monsters of the ocean. Gung Silang felt that Dun relied too much on his strength. Could he really suppress all opponents with sheer force? This is just the first day. I am just letting the master know that I'm actually capable, Dun said cheerfully. Are you showing me your strength? Gung Silang paused, understanding Dun's intention. Dun was essentially telling him to just go all out. With that thought, Gung Silang's expression became dangerous. It seemed that he was underestimated by Dun. The battle between the two continued for an entire afternoon. As dusk fell, the injured Dun and Gung Silang returned to the ship. On board, Guyana and Zoro had already turned to stone. The earlier battle between Dun and Gung Silang had clearly exceeded their expectations. The entire island seemed to have been plowed, covered with intersecting sword marks. Dun appeared more disheveled, but Gung Silang was not much better off, missing even a lens from his glasses. As he maneuvered the ship to return, Gung Silang glanced at Dun, who was resting against a corner of the deck, filled with regret. He had previously thought that although Dun was improving rapidly, given the limited time, his practical guidance should not be too taxing. But a monster is still a monster. He realized he had underestimated Dun. He could only imagine what it would be like to continue instructing Dun in battle in the future. Should he refuse? But this was only the first day. Yet Dun seemed like a monster in this battle. Aside from appearing somewhat drained, he had not sustained even a scratch. He had clearly seen some sword energy land on Dun. It seemed this guy had many secrets. Zoro, once we return and have a good meal, I will accept your challenge. Dun's voice suddenly rang out. Zoro, who was petrified, snapped back to reality upon hearing Dun call him. After comprehending Dun's meaning, he swallowed hard and turned to look at the plowed island. Zoro really wanted to refuse. He was reckless, not foolish. The battle he had witnessed made Zoro realize that the gap between him and Dun was far too great. If Dun were serious, there would be no fight at all. He would lose in one blow. But with Guyana nearby, Zoro gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. As Gung Sailang controlled the ship, his gaze scrutinized Dun. There were certainly many torn areas on Dun's clothes. However, Dun had not a single wound on him, or rather not even a bruise. Truly terrifying defensive power. It seemed he was born with such a physique. Could it be similar to that kind of flame, a natural ability of his? Gung Sailang speculated in his heart. Now he suddenly felt that it was a mistake for Dorag not to continue extending an invitation. He had greatly underestimated Dun's talent. Dun naturally had no idea that Gung Sailang regarded his digitized body as a special physique. That said, in fact, the external manifestation of this digitized body was indeed quite similar to some monster-level physiques, such as that of a steel balloon. The powerful effect of not being injured as long as health points did not reach zero was still in full swing. After returning to Frostmoon Village, Dun replenished his health points in a very short time by eating, and he also discovered a situation. That was the food he needed to eat to recover health had increased. Previously sustaining the dual-color Haki caused health points to drop, but the loss was relatively minor and not very noticeable, easily compensated by daily meals. However, after this round of injuries, he clearly felt the difference. Not only did he feel it, but Gung Sailang, Guyana, and Zoro also noticed. Now the three of them had their eyes nearly popping out of their heads' mouths. Agape. Gung Sailang felt that having received 900,000 berry from Dun, if Dun stayed in Frostmoon Village a little longer, he might end up owing him. Meanwhile, Guyana and Zoro were astonished as they watched Dun consume food heavier than himself. Let's go. Dun set down the bone in his hand and stood up, addressing Zoro. Zoro snapped out of his stupor, realizing what Dun intended to do. He turned to glance at Gung Sailang and the others, grabbing his three swords and following Dun outside. The scenario he had anticipated of being defeated in one move did not occur. Dun treated it as a slight workout after a hearty meal, engaging Zoro with one hand wielding his sword, while Zoro used three swords. Occasionally, he was able to employ techniques mastered during his earlier spar with Gung Sailang. Of course, he did not exert himself. After all, the current Zoro could not withstand a single strike from him. The spar continued into the deep of night. Dun did not say it was over, and Zoro, being Zoro naturally, would not declare it over either. Eventually, Zoro became too exhausted to rise, and Dun carried him back to the dojo. The following days followed this basic routine. In the morning, practicing fundamentals with the dojo students; in the afternoon, sparring with Gung Sailang, and afterward, tidying up Zoro. Day by day, it was quite fulfilling. Of course, there were also some interludes. It has finally begun. Dun looked at the newspaper in his hand, feeling quite emotional. Guyana peeked over, curious about what Dun was reading. Perhaps due to being saved by Dun, Guyana's attitude towards him had changed, becoming more approachable. Naturally, this had nothing to do with other matters. It was simply a pure form of closeness. Gung Sailang knew Dun would periodically go to the village to get a newspaper and was also curious about what Dun was talking about. The three admirals of the Navy have officially assumed office. The former Admiral Sengoku has been promoted to Fleet Admiral. It is likely that the Navy will take some significant actions next. Dun spoke softly, his gaze fixed on the report in the World Economic News regarding this matter. The Navy, huh? Gung Sailang remarked, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Are these people very powerful? Guyana asked, looking at the photographs in the newspaper, very curious. Of course they are powerful, all top-tier experts on the sea. Dun offered an objective assessment. However, it has nothing to do with the East Sea. The Navy's focus remains on the Grand Line. Dun stroked his chin, glancing at Gung Sailang. The four seas have always been under the Navy's control, and there aren't many high-bounty pirates. The Navy certainly won't deploy too many troops here. Gung Sailang nodded. The Revolutionary Army's focus was not on the Grand Line, so there was no need to worry about facing the Navy directly. Let's go, Gung Sailang. The battle for today has yet to begin. Gung Sailang, who was deep in thought, was momentarily taken aback, then showed a bitter expression. This Dun was indeed quite spirited. However, he naturally would not decline. Guyana and Zoro were used to it, and did not follow this time. By late night, Gung Sailang, feeling extremely fatigued, did not rest, but instead took out the Den Den Mushi. Not long after, Dorag's deep voice came from the other side of the Den Den Mushi. Gung Sailang, do you have something to discuss? Regarding the Navy, Dorag, you should be aware by now. About this matter, I am indeed keeping an eye on it. Dorag replied after a moment of silence, clearly treating the situation with gravity. It won't be targeting the Revolutionary Army, right? That is not something to worry about. Our opponent right now is the world government, and the Navy is more concerned about pirates. Upon hearing this, Gung Sailang breathed a sigh of relief. That's best indeed. The Navy cannot spare more troops. So is there anything else? Dorag seemed to have other matters to attend to and was preparing to end the contact. There is one more thing concerning Dun. Dang in. Dorag and Baldy Gu was taken aback, recalling the peculiar boy he met in Frostmoon Village. What's wrong with him? Dorag was genuinely intrigued. He waved his hand, and the curious gazes of several Revolutionary Army officers in the room fell upon him, not interrupting Dorag. You should have noticed his talent. Gung Siling's voice came through the communicator. Several officers grew more curious while Ivankov, who had met Deng In, wore a puzzled expression. Dorag also looked a bit confused. Of course I know that the boy's talent is indeed remarkable. It's rare to master observation Haki and armament Haki at such a young age. That's not what I meant. Gung Siling's voice sounded again, then he recounted his recent encounters with Deng In. This time surprise appeared on Dorag's face. Not hurt. Dorag exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, throughout all these encounters he hadn't been injured, even once. Gung Siling's words left the Revolutionary Army officers exchanging glances. Could he really be from that race? Dorag had previously denied that Deng In belonged to the Lunaria tribe, but now he was uncertain. Or is it that this boy named Deng In possesses the same talent as Charlotte Linlin? Charlotte Linlin had dominated the seas for many years. Back in the Rocks Pirates and later after the crew disbanded, she established the Big Mom Pirates, gaining significant notoriety. As for this woman, one of her talents is quite famous. The iron balloon. Her physical defense is terrifyingly strong. Many people are aware of this. Relying on her unique physique, Charlotte Linlin has rarely recorded any injuries even against opponents of the same caliber. If Gung Siling is telling the truth, then Deng In's talent is indeed frightening. So what exactly do you want to say? Dorag asked, though he already had a suspicion in mind. Perhaps we can continue trying to recruit him into the Revolutionary Army. Gung Siling's voice came through. Dorag fell silent. That's impossible. He previously rejected my invitation, and I can sense his thoughts. He doesn't care about what we are doing. Maybe we can reveal a bit. Ivankov suddenly spoke up. Dorag glanced at him, then shook his head, replying to the communicator. He is indifferent to our actions. Even if we tell him, it would be the same. Pausing, Dorag sighed and continued, speaking into the communicator. Since you feel his attitude toward the outside world, you should understand that neither our actions, nor the pirates, nor the navy, nor even the world government or the celestial dragons would matter to him. I was just thinking we could give it another try. Gung Siling's voice seemed a bit helpless. You mentioned this, but it's not just for this reason, is it? Dorag, being the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was naturally quick-witted and had already sensed that Gung Siling's sudden contact was not solely about inviting Deng in. While my ability is insufficient to teach him, he needs a better teacher to ensure his talent isn't wasted. Gung Siling revealed another motive. Perhaps you could ask for his thoughts. Dorag smiled and offered a suggestion. All right, I will ask him. Let's leave it at that for now. Dorag finished speaking, waited a moment, and after Gung Siling didn't continue, he hung up the communicator and turned to the group of officers. Does that kid really possess such terrifying talent? Ivankov couldn't help but speak up after seeing Dorag hang up the communicator. He had seen Deng In with his own eyes, so he was even more curious. At least back then he truly hadn't noticed anything unusual. It should be correct, Gung Siling must have confirmed it before saying so. Dorag shook his head, scanning the room. All right, let's put this matter aside and continue discussing the upcoming plans. Frostmoon Village. After dawn, Gung Siling called Deng In alone, connecting him with Dorag and discussing the invitation for Deng In to join the Revolutionary Army, as well as helping Deng In find a new teacher. Deng In listened calmly. Dorag said you wouldn't agree, but I still want to ask for your thoughts. Gung Siling looked at the calm Deng In and inquired. This is your battle. Deng In remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. As expected, Dorag was right. Deng In's response left Gung Siling somewhat helpless. My ability is not sufficient to guide you for long. Gung Siling said seriously to Deng In. It doesn't matter, I won't stay here for too long, I have some matters to attend to. Are you leaving Frostmoon Village? Deng In had previously mentioned not staying here long, and now it seemed he had a definite timeline. Yes, but I won't be leaving the East Blue. Deng In nodded, really not reconsidering. Dorag is much stronger than I am, Gung Siling continued. No thanks, your ideals don't suit me. Deng In rejected again. In that case, fine. Gung Siling nodded, not pressing further. It was already wrong to contact Dorag rashly. Since Deng In said so, Gung Siling no longer insisted. However, he still felt that Deng In needed a better teacher to guide him, otherwise such terrifying talent would surely be wasted. But he didn't know the true situation of Deng In. Deng In, on the other hand, was very aware of his own circumstances. The time spent fighting with Gung Siling had made Deng In understand one principle. Battle is the best teacher. Whether it's improving combat skills or trying new techniques, all can be practiced in battle. Even in terms of physique, improvements during the battles had been swift. Therefore, finding suitable opponents to fight is currently the best path for Deng In. Of course, there is already a very good opponent here. Rather than going out to search, taking advantage of Gung Silang's presence here also offers significant improvement. He could enhance his skills while waiting for the right moment to leave. After that conversation, Gung Silang never mentioned inviting Deng In again. Every day, he was astonished by Deng In's rapid improvement. Meanwhile, Deng In was also searching for a combat style that suited him while studying techniques that complemented the flame fruit. Of course, he was also figuring out how to replicate Yamamoto's techniques. Even if the temperatures couldn't reach that high, there were still many insights to gain. Until a major news story appeared on the front page of the newspaper. Don Quixote Doflamingo had become the king of Dressrosa and accepted the invitation of the 7 warlords. Just as the news of Doflamingo becoming a warlord of the sea was reported, another invited warlord set sail. Jinbei, the Knight of the Sea who inherited the Sun Pirates, was also invited to become a warlord. The two events may have occurred one after the other, but the Navy might have announced them simultaneously, or perhaps the news had not been disclosed earlier. Dun looked at the newspapers arranged side by side in front of him, resting his chin on his hand, his gaze somewhat absent. The older Guena and Zoro, who were a year apart, quietly approached Dun from behind. "Watch out." They both struck simultaneously, but Dun did not turn around, instead tapping twice backward with his left hand. "Ouch!" Both of them cried out in pain. The Haki attack from Dun caused large lumps to swell quickly on their foreheads. With tears in their eyes, the two looked at Dun. It wasn't that they were crying from being hit. Rather, Dun's strikes were genuinely painful, making it hard for them to bear. "I should have taught you this: when you strike, don't shout out loud. You're giving your opponent a warning," Dun said calmly without turning his head, his gaze still fixed on the newspapers. "I am a swordsman destined to become the world's greatest swordsman," Zoro shouted, clutching his forehead and raising his voice. Guena looked at Dun with tearful eyes while holding her forehead. "So is this the reason you created a bunch of flashy move names?" Zoro's retort made Dun turn his head with a warm smile. However, upon seeing Dun smile, Zoro instinctively took a few steps back, looking at Dun with a wary expression. As expected, the strike came as anticipated. Before Zoro even had a chance to react, Dun's finger had already tapped on Zoro's forehead, nestled between his hands. Thud! A dull thump echoed as a bump the size of a bird egg quickly appeared. Zoro winced in pain, but maintained a stubborn expression on his face. "It seems I need to teach you how to respect your seniors," Dun said, pressing his knuckles, producing a crisp sound. Zoro swallowed hard, subtly moving his feet back. "I am the senior." It seemed that stepping back made Zoro feel it was a safe distance. He raised his head slightly to retort, but kept his eyes fixed on Dun's finger. Dun struck again, but this time Zoro slightly tilted his head. However, Zoro's current reaction could not evade Dun, though he did manage to dodge. Dun withdrew his hand and sat down again. His efforts during this time were not in vain. He then turned to Guena. "I did not refute you." Upon sensing Dun's gaze on her, Guena instinctively took half a step back, only to feel an aura of danger and immediately tilted her head back. The strike that landed on her forehead grazed her nose. With a tingling sensation, Guena's vision blurred. Tears clouded her sight. "It's taking shape." Dun nodded in satisfaction, his eyes scrutinizing the two. Besides those who naturally possessed strong observation, Haki awakening it at the age of 11 or 12 could also be considered a talent. Of course, I cannot deny my own contributions. The pain from the Haki-enhanced attacks is quite significant. I am leaving. Dun walked back to the table and picked up 2 newspapers. Upon hearing Dun's words, the two who were holding their heads and weeping were taken aback. "Are you trying to escape?" "I haven't defeated you yet," Zoro shouted, raising his voice. Under normal circumstances, if he dared to say such a thing, Dun would certainly not let him off easily. Zoro naturally knew this, so he focused and remained on guard. However, this time Dun turned around and shook his head. "I will make time to come back to check on you, and of course it's also possible that we might meet somewhere else on the sea in the future," Dun said with a smile. "Why? Didn't you say before that you needed to improve even more?" Guena, not caring about her tears, asked anxiously while staring at the 2 shiny bumps on her forehead. She knew from her father that Dun would leave Frostmoon Village, but this was too sudden. She had thought Dun would stay in Frostmoon Village for a long time. "I'm going to save someone," Dun said casually. "Huh?" Both Zoro and Guena were taken aback. "Save someone?" Then the two of them simultaneously imagined that Dun had a tragic past with family members kidnapped, and he came to Frostmoon Village to enhance his strength before returning to rescue his loved ones. "Is it a family member?" This was Guena's inquiry. "I will help you," Zoro shouted loudly, clenching his fists. "Moi." Dun looked at the expressions of the two children. Did you misunderstand something? The person I am going to save is a stranger. Dun rubbed his chin thinking for a moment before saying, Huh, a stranger? The two were once again stunned, unable to comprehend what trick Dun was playing. Why, oi? Zoro was puzzled. There is no reason I want to save them, so I will save them. There's no need for so many reasons, Dun said, shaking his head. After speaking, Dun waved his hand and walked past the two, leaving them staring at each other. Before long, Dun sat facing Gungshiro. So you are leaving? Gungshiro looked at Dun, feeling that Dun's departure was somewhat abrupt. Yes, I have learned what I needed to learn, but I will not give up on improving my strength in the future. Before I leave, let's have a real battle. As Dun spoke, his expression became sincere. Master Gungshiro, he called out, causing Gungshiro to stiffen and look at Dun in surprise. Dun had always referred to him as the master of the dojo. Dun actually knew that Gungshiro's guidance during this time was worth far more than 900,000 berry. Or rather, having a top swordsman as a sparring partner for such a long time is invaluable. Moreover, he awakened both observation Haki and armament Haki here. Dun certainly was not someone who was oblivious to gratitude. All right, Gungshiro nodded after a moment of silence. As Goena and Zoro, who had followed along, were about to speak, Dun turned to look at them. This time I can't take both of you with me. Why, oi? Zoro retorted. How can you ask so many questions? You couldn't even block my finger. Dun smirked, a look of disdain on his face. Zoro's forehead instantly bulged with veins as he glared fiercely at Dun. However, noticing Dun's gaze on his forehead, Zoro swallowed hard and composed his expression. I can't provoke him. Then prepare yourselves. Goena, take Zoro to the village to buy some ingredients. Gungshiro instructed the two, then turned his gaze to Dun. So now, all right. Dun stood up and left shortly after, returning with the long sword flame, leaving with Gungshiro. Goena and Zoro, who watched the two leave, only came to their senses after the figures of the two disappeared. Where exactly is Dun going? Goena said with a reluctant expression. Who knows? He's going to save a stranger without even a reason. Just wanting to save is so willful. Zoro crossed his arms, looking like a little adult. Could there be a connection with these two people? Goena pulled out 2 copies of the World Economic News from behind her, gazing at the large headshots of the two individuals on the papers. The 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo and Jinbei the Knight of the Sea. Upon hearing Goena's words, Zoro leaned in curiously to look at the reports of the 2 individuals on the papers. Does this mean Dun is related to these two? Zoro stroked his chin and said, That's definitely not good. A Dun should not be their match at this time. Goena scrutinized the newspaper's evaluation of the two. These are notorious pirates from the New World. Doflamingo has even become a king of a nation, which means he must have formidable subordinates. And Jinbei the Knight of the Sea is a fishman. It states here that fishmen are generally at least 10 times stronger than humans. Being recruited by the Navy as one of the 7 warlords speaks volumes about their strength. A hint of worry flashed in Goena's eyes. It can't be. A Dun said he wouldn't go to the Grand Line recently, and both of these guys are in the Grand Line. Suddenly Zoro exclaimed. Don't be fooled by how Zoro usually seems a bit dim. He often notices key points. All right. Goena came to her senses, realization dawning upon her. Dun indeed mentioned that she was misled by his earlier interest in the 2 newspapers. Let's go. Goena put down the newspapers and waved at Zoro. What for? Zoro asked, looking puzzled. To buy supplies in the village. Have you forgotten? Father asked us to get ingredients for a grand farewell feast for Dun after their battle. Goena understood Yagoro's intention and explained to Zoro. On the other side, the island where Dun fought Yagoro before was no longer suitable for battle. Or rather, it was not suitable for this battle. The small island was already not large, and sometimes high tides would submerge most of it. After nearly a year of devastation from the 2, the area of the island that was above water had shrunk significantly. As they headed towards a more distant island, Dun quietly leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the vast ocean, seemingly lost in thought. Of course, this was the situation seen by Yagoro. But the truth was, Dun was checking his data panel. Body data: your vital body parts have disappeared. Damage from attacks is converted into health deductions. Panel attributes will change according to your strength. You will not die until your health reaches 0. Current body age 15 years. Constitution 83, undergoing continuous transformation due to certain effects. Current health 100, recovering. Eating can speed up recovery. Inherent talent indomitable. When health hits 0, enter a brief enhanced state. All your attributes are amplified tenfold. Health will not be deducted. All negative states are cleared. Current duration 15 minutes. Cooldown 1 day. Abilities: Flame Fruit, proficient. Control powerful Logia-type fruit ability. granting transformation and control over flames, continuously enhances the body. Fruit weaknesses have been eliminated. Weaknesses and host soul. You have a clear understanding of how to enhance the fruit's abilities. Current fruit development 46. Swordsmanship proficient control. The improvement in constitution goes without saying. It has increased significantly once again. Initially, the areas where the improvement was subtle have now become clear. The enhancement in constitution is a comprehensive upgrade. Now, every increase in constitution directly translates to an increase in strength. Initially, perhaps each increment would add to one's strength or physique, but now it is different. After all, at his level, every increase is an extremely challenging task. Even for him, the rapid transformation that was previously indicated has vanished now, becoming a gradual transformation. As for the others, the swordsmanship and haki he had mastered have undergone significant enhancements, and he has not been idle in developing his fruit abilities. In fact, the fruit ability has been improving alongside his sword training, and combined with his own development of the fruit, he now has the best grasp of it. At the very least, he can easily replicate the techniques that Ace mastered, and not only that, he can also mimic the forms of the techniques used by Yamamoto. However, what surprised him the most was that the flame was evolving towards a black blade. Although the current evolution rate is still low, just seeing the progress is a goal. Moreover, while Yaguro was teaching him swordsmanship and haki, he repeatedly mentioned that all things in the world have their own breathing. Now he vaguely perceives the pulse or breath of his sword flame. It is a peculiar feeling. It is akin to the belief that all things have spirits. However, the current sensation is quite vague. Perhaps he needs to continue enhancing his observation haki. But the panel has already provided a method to turn the weapon into a black blade. In any case, compared to a year ago when he first arrived in this world, his strength has increased by countless times. Thus, this time facing Yaguro, he truly wanted to verify just how far his strength has come. Dun thought, his gaze fixed on Yaguro, who was gazing back with calm eyes. I will give it my all this time, though I no longer have confidence in defeating you. Good, I hope for the same. I want to confirm that this past year was not wasted. Dun stood up. His height, barely exceeding 2 meters, gave him a tall, yet slender appearance. Not wasted. Yagoro's expression turned peculiar. Regardless of who it is, let alone a year, even 10 years of improvement to reach Dun's level would be remarkable. Yet he does not know that Dun is measuring himself against Monkey D. Luffy. In just over 2 years since setting sail from a rookie pirate who did not even understand Haki, he has already mastered Conqueror's Haki and awakened his fruit abilities. Compared to Luffy, his own progress feels slow. However, the good news is that Luffy has not yet set sail. And if Dun continues to improve rapidly, within a few years, he might stand at the pinnacle of this world. But the moment this thought arose, Dun shook his head. The enhancement of strength is crucial. But Dun suddenly recalled that Robin seems to have just turned 20 this year. At that age, she was hiding in the West Blue to evade capture by the Navy and the world government. Thinking of this, Dun became somewhat distracted. Yaguro quietly maneuvered the small boat, stopping beside a small island further away from Frostmoon Village. Prepare to begin. Guyaina and Zoro are probably already waiting. Holding the sword, and the character way, Yaguro said, leaping from the boat and landing on the beach of the small island. Dang and likewise leapt into the air and landed upon the sandy shore of the small island. His feet sank slightly into the soft sand as his gaze settled calmly upon Genryu, standing not far away. This time hold nothing back. I wish to test the very limits of my strength. Dang-en reiterated firmly, then fully activated his observation haki. He had sparred with Genryu many times before. Though Genryu had never truly unleashed his full power in those bouts, Dang-en nonetheless understood the depth and precision of his swordsmanship. Though Genryu claimed mastery over the ancestral sword techniques of the Shimo family, a supreme swordsman was never so easily defined. Nor do I intend to hold back. Genryu adjusted his glasses with a quiet gesture. Behind the lenses, his eyes remained serene as they met Dang-en's. In truth, this may serve as your graduation trial, and perhaps you are the most gifted student I have ever guided. Genryu knew well that Dang-en had always concealed much, particularly that blazing flame power which had never once appeared in their prior duels. Perhaps today at last he would witness it unveiled. With deliberate calm, Genryu drew the Wado Ikemanji. Black armament haki surged up his arm and coiled tightly around the blade like living shadow. The swirling haki rippled like water across its surface. Dang-en mirrored the motion. His left hand closed upon the hilt of the extraordinarily long sword he carried and slowly drew it forth. Armament haki flared into being, spiraling fiercely along its length. In the next instant, the sand beneath their feet erupted violently. Clang! A A piercing metallic shriek tore through the air as their blades locked mid-strike. Wild shockwaves radiating outward, sending concentric ripples skittering across both beach and sea. Trees in the distance bent sharply under the force of the blast. You surely know where my strength lies. His expression hardened. With a sudden explosive surge from his right arm, Deng hurled Jinryu skyward. He followed instantly, En's blade carving a vast sweeping arc through the air aimed squarely at the airborne swordsman. Jinryu countered, the black-armored Wado Ikemonji striking the descending blade, just so propelling his body upward just enough for the dark slash to pass harmlessly beneath him. Boom! The severed slash shot forward, cleaving a deep, elongated gash through the island's forest. I once told you a true swordsman must master control over his own strength. Having landed, Jinryu sensed the sheer force of that strike through his observation Haki and spoke calmly to Deng En as he too touched down. Yes, you did say that. But such restraint has never suited me. Deng En held En horizontally before him. A vivid orange glow ignited upon his hand, flames twisting like serpentine helixes up the blade. Fire is meant to be fierce, unrelenting. It knows no stillness. The moment the words left his lips, En blazed forward, a searing afterimage trailing through the air, as the slender blade descended upon Jinryu in a torrent of incandescent fury. Jinryu sidestepped smoothly. The Wado Ikemonji traced a faint dim light as it darted straight for Deng En's wrist. The blazing sword struck with tremendous momentum, but before the downward cut could land, it shifted abruptly into a horizontal slash, meeting Jinryu's feinted thrust Hedon. Jinryu again used the impact to retreat, yet En pursued relentlessly. Torrents of scorching sword energy lashed out one after another, forcing Jinryu to weave side-to-side, evading each lethal arc. The surrounding air shimmered with unbearable heat. Truly magnificent slashes, Jinryu remarked while retreating, but the distance between them refused to widen. Where Jinryu's style flowed with refined artistry and subtle technique, Deng En's strikes were brutally direct, powerful, uncompromising, and grounded in raw physical dominance. Earlier, Jinryu had warned him across this vast sea dwelled countless warriors whose bodies defied mortal limits, and reliance solely on brute force could prove perilous in certain encounters. Yet Deng En had chosen this path nonetheless. This was no mere clash of steel. It was a profound confrontation between overwhelming power and consummate technique. As Deng En lunged forward, Jinryu barely shifted his weight, his body gliding soundlessly toward his opponent, the Wado Ikemonji, flashing with multiple afterimages as it thrust forward, its target Deng En's eyes. Yet the razor-edged blade met only the armored fist of Deng En, its sharpness failing to draw even a single drop of blood. Again, a flicker of resignation crossed Jinryu's mind as he retracted the Wado Ikemonji and parried En's descending strike, then spun midair, executing a flawless aerial rotation before launching another precise thrust. He knew Deng En's physique was extraordinary. Through countless past spars, he had repeatedly confirmed how nearly impossible it was to wound him. Yet even such monstrous talent must possess its limits. Faced with the thrust aimed at his torso, Deng En instinctively recoiled, just narrowly avoiding the blade's lethal point. Swish, swish, swish. 3 dark, heavy slashes sliced through the air, Jinryu's entire form surging forward, with them becoming itself a single lethal cutting force, trailing ghostly afterimages toward Deng En. You should recognize this one. Deng En sheathed, En then placed his right hand upon the hilt as the barrage bore down upon him. En's soothing cut. With a sound like rending space, the blade cleaved every incoming slash into fragments, and before Jinryu could react, the tip hovered inches from his throat. Boom! A figure was hurled backward through the air. Jinryu tumbled and davered before crashing deep into the distant woods. Deng En lowered En diagonally toward the ground, gazing toward the impact site, then glanced down at his own abdomen. His shirt had been cleanly severed across the stomach. Truly astonishing. Deng En hadn't sensed the strike at all. Not even his observation Haki had registered it. It seems I have no choice but to unleash my full power. Jinryu's voice echoed distantly. In the next breath, he launched himself from the forest canopy, armament Haki surging like liquid shadow along the length of the Wado Ikemonji. Then he dove, plummeting from above like a falling star. A smile touched Deng En's lips. His legs coiled, then exploded downward, armament Haki flooding the blade, intensifying with each heartbeat as flames roared to life along its edge. The instant he pushed off, the sand beneath him detonated outward. Behind him stretched a blazing, elongated trail, like a crimson cloak unfurled across the sky, as En carved a perfect fiery circle through the air. Clash. Their blades met, upward thrust against downward descent, locking midair in a tense, suspended standoff. For only a heartbeat they held, then slid past each other with a grating shriek. Dang-un's brow furrowed. From the corner of his eye he caught the blur of Jinryu's passing form and the gleam of the sword. Health 87 ascending like a comet. Dang-un turned his head to watch Jinryu descend. Jinryu did not pause in his descent. He reversed course, instantly rocketing skyward once more in hot pursuit, the Wado Ikemonji humming with lethal intent as it slashed toward Dang-un. Dang-un pivoted and drove a clenched fist into the blade. Yet with no purchase in midair, he lost the contest of strength and was sent hurtling backward by the impact. In an instant, offense and defense had reversed. Descending, Dang-un found himself surrounded, every direction filled with flashing blades and searing slashes, Jinryu's body multiplying into countless afterimages. Dang-un swung and wildly deflecting what he could, but dozens of cuts still struck home. Boom. He collided headlong with a slash meant to drive him skyward once more, then crashed violently onto the ground. Ryup. Dang-un tore away his tattered shirt, revealing a powerfully sculpted torso, utterly unmarked without a single wound. Yet his health had plummeted below half. Jinryu landed, breathing heavily, and watched Dang-un, unscathed, unwounded, his expression flickering with quiet resignation. Although it was somewhat anticipated, the Frost Moon 9 Dragon's flash he had just unleashed surprisingly failed to inflict any damage on Dang-un. The countless domineering strikes entwined with the sword's blade just now should have been a peculiar technique. However, Dang-un had already discerned it. Gung Sailing was not his opponent. He had yet to truly unleash the ability of the burn fruit. With Kinbunshiko Haki combined with the Logia-type, it was an exceedingly terrifying combination for any adversary. Huff. Dang-un took a deep breath, retracting the flames that had enveloped his sword. While it might seem foolish to refrain from using his power, he came to Gung Sailing precisely to become strong, without relying on the burn fruit. Although the weaknesses of the burn fruit had vanished due to datafication, the overwhelming power of the Logia-type always tempted one to rely on it. The renowned educator Kawai Duo once said, "Haki is everything." Though this statement may be somewhat extreme, it holds truth. To become a top-tier powerhouse, formidable Haki is indispensable. Because of this, Dang-un completely retracted the powers of the burn fruit. Seeing Dang-un's actions, Gung Sailing's expression turned vigilant. The stamina and Haki consumed by the earlier attack were considerable. If it weren't for the nearly year-long practice and multiple encounters with Dang-un, his body would not have recovered enough to withstand such exhaustion. Now Dang-un's demeanor and movements made Gung Sailing sense something. Huff. Dang-un's figure flickered, and he and his weapon closed the distance. He took the initiative to attack, instinctively swinging his sword towards Gung Sailing. With just this strike, the top-tier swordsman Gung Sailing understood Dang-un's intentions and met the attack with his own sword. Figures intertwined and flickered, scattering strikes shot out in all directions. The two engaged in close combat, the Haki-enshrouded sword blades emanating a dangerous aura as they attacked one another. In terms of swordsmanship, Dang-un was certainly inferior to Gung Sailing. One cannot expect someone who had just learned swordplay for a year and had only recently found his direction to defeat someone who had immersed themselves in swordsmanship for decades. However, Dang-un's strength was greater and his Haki was more abundant. His powerful physique allowed Dang-un's physical capabilities to far exceed those of Gung Sailing. With an attack-only approach, Dang-un caught Gung Sailing slightly off guard. This guy was relying on his unscathed nature and abandoning defense. Gung Sailing was left speechless. It felt like Dang-un hadn't learned any of his swordsmanship. He had never taught such a style. Yet one must admit it suited Dang-un perfectly. All the while, Dang-un had been monitoring his own health. In truth, the battle with Gung Sailing should have come to an end. Because Gung Sailing did not possess a datafication body like his own, if he were to sustain serious injuries or strike a vital point, it would either lead to serious harm or death. After nearly a year of serving as a sparring partner, Dang-un would not do such a thing. Now he merely wanted to attempt to reduce his health to trigger the condition for his indomitable state. After all, he would be leaving soon, and he needed to thoroughly understand what kind of power he possessed after activating his indomitable state. This way he would be prepared when facing formidable opponents in the future. Unaware of all this, Gung Sailing thought that Dang-un was unaffected beneath his sword, all while Dang-un was reducing his health. 10, 5, 1. Your health has reached its minimum indomitable state. Activated. Suddenly, such a prompt appeared before Dang-un. Instinctively, Dang-un raised his left hand, and the incoming Wado Ikemonji was gently pinched between his left thumb and index finger. Abundant Haki seemingly erupted uncontrollably from Deng In's body, swirling like a flame cloud behind him. A terrifying aura pressed upon everything nearby. Gung Silang, holding Wado Ikamanji, gazed in shock at the drastically changing Deng In. Through the keen perception of Kinbunshika, Deng In appeared to transform into a terrifying monster before him, the overwhelming sense of pressure causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Deng In clearly sensed Gung Silang's change in emotion. He distinctly felt fear emanating from Gung Silang. "It's over," Deng In spoke after releasing his two fingers. "You." Gung Silang's voice was strained. The terrifying pressure from Deng In rendered him nearly speechless. "My trump card," Deng In announced, retracting the surging Haki, and the earlier oppressive aura dissipated. Gung Silang let out a long breath, his eyes filled with shock and confusion as he looked at Deng In. He could not comprehend what had transpired with Deng In. "Remnant's son, Hell Garment," Deng In softly spoke, leaving Gung Silang momentarily stunned. But the next moment he was directly blown away, the scorching aura rushing towards him. Centered around Deng In, a terrifying inferno erupted, shooting skyward, with Deng In appearing to wear a windbreaker made of flames. The space became distorted due to the high temperature. Torch. Boom. A massive fire tornado appeared, quickly engulfing half the island. Fire burns city walls. Above, the sea of flame, hand larger than the island itself, closed in the terrifying heat, evaporating the seawater, and in an instant mist enveloped the surrounding sea. Yet the terrifying hot wind stirred up by the flames blew away the mist, creating a cycle. "What on earth is this?" Gung Silang retreated further, returning to the ship by the sea, staring in shock at the endless flames engulfing the island and sea ahead. "Heaven and earth ashes." A voice seemed to ring in his ear, and then he saw it. A terrifying slash cleaved half the island. Though he could not see the true form of that strike, he witnessed the sea being severed. The parted sea could not close the surrounding seawater, evaporating, and the incoming water could not withstand the rate of evaporation. This terrifying sword mark was expanding. Until the flames completely retracted, the seawater flowed back to fill the sword mark, causing the water to surge and violently shake the ship beneath Gung Silang. However, Gung Silang could not care about that now. His gaze was fixed on the center of the island. In the center of the island, nearly burnt to ashes, Deng In stood quietly. And the sword in his hand made Gung Silang's Kinbunchaku perceive an unprecedented terror. Yet Deng In did not unleash that strike. That terrifying feeling came swiftly and left just as quickly. Following this, Deng In flipped and leaped onto the ship. Gung Silang watched Deng In return. His lips moved, but he said nothing. "It's a pity that the rising sun blade was not unleashed. I can feel that if that strike were to be executed, in Kai would undoubtedly struggle. To unleash that strike requires it to truly transform into a black blade. What would happen if you unleashed that strike?" Gung Silang asked after a brief silence. "Well, the island might be destroyed." Deng In turned to look at the island that had been ravaged by his flames, speaking. If the power was indeed like that of the sunblade, the destruction it could cause was beyond Dun's imagination. However, the techniques he had just used were merely simulations powered by the surge of strength after activating unyielding. They appeared similar, but in reality had no relation. Strength is temporary, but charisma lasts a lifetime. On the ship, Gung Silang observed Dun, who remained quiet after sitting down, and turned to glance at the disfigured island. Even now he could sense the terrifying power hidden within Dun's body. Once unleashed, it would wreak havoc like before. After a moment of silence, Gung Silang calmed himself and steered the ship back. Meanwhile, Dun closed his eyes in contemplation, feeling the power within. A tenfold enhancement in all dimensions, be it physique or charisma, even his sensitivity to the fruit's abilities. He sensed a unique power surging within him, and it seemed the fruit's abilities had also undergone changes. However, 15 minutes can be both quick and slow. If he were to face an enemy, that time would be enough to kill them hundreds of times. After trying for a while on the island, and sitting on the ship for a bit, Dun felt the power from unyielding fade away. Health 23. Recovering. Eating can speed up recovery after reaching a critical health level. Unyielding activated, but as it activated, health was also continuously recovering, and within 15 minutes, it returned to 23. The effects of unyielding were too powerful. As Dun's support, it was more than sufficient. After trying the power gained from activating unyielding, Dun felt even more confident. But what about that sudden surge of energy? After unyielding was released, Dun did not open his eyes, but remained deep in thought about that peculiar energy. Unlike the energy of armament Haki, it seemed to be a unique form of spiritual energy. Wait, could it be Conqueror's Haki? Do I have such potential? Dun was taken aback, opening his eyes and looking at his hands. The original description of Conqueror's Haki in the text was quite vague. It simply stated that Conqueror's Haki is innate, a kind of potential. If you have it, you have it. If not, you don't, and it may even be a hereditary trait. But as a transmigrator, could he possess such an ability? Or perhaps Conqueror's Haki itself is a powerful form of spiritual energy, and after activating Unyielding, he received a comprehensive enhancement, which might even include spiritual energy. Regardless, it can be attempted to draw it out, and then he would know. Dunn thought, preparing to incorporate this into his upcoming training plan. As for the other discovery regarding the fruit's abilities, Dunn was uncertain if it was the awakening of the fruit, but the temperature of the flames he controlled had indeed risen, and by a considerable margin. However, Dunn could not determine whether it was an awakened ability or a qualitative change triggered by quantitative accumulation. It was akin to toxins. Discussing toxicity while neglecting dosage is just foolish. This could also explain why in the original text Sabo was able to master the flame fruit's powerful abilities immediately after consuming it upon obtaining it in Dressrosa. But regardless of which it was good news for Dunn. The powerful effects of Unyielding had changed his mood. He could feel it, but did not intend to alter it. However, one point remained: the enhancement from Unyielding was based on his inherent strength. In other words, the stronger Dunn was in his normal state, the more terrifying the enhancements after Unyielding's activation. Keep getting stronger, Dunn murmured to himself. Hearing Dunn's voice, Gung Silang, who was controlling the ship, trembled slightly and turned to look at Dunn, who hadn't even changed his posture. It seemed like some kind of determination, Gung Silang thought, but recalling the scene they had just experienced, he felt a deep sense of awe. He had already imagined Dunn's talent to be high, comparing him to the true monsters of the sea. Yet what he just witnessed made Gung Silang realize he had underestimated him. The hidden power within Dunn was terrifying. Dunn would surely become a figure capable of influencing the entire world situation. This was Gung Silang's current thought. The ship grew quiet again until they approached Frostmoon Village, when Dunn finally stood up. Health 31. The recovery speed was incredibly fast, which was also a point of testing. His current recovery speed was much quicker than when he was first analyzed. Even without relying on food for rapid recovery, he estimated he would be back to full health in a few hours. Zoro and Kuinao were already waiting at the port. Previously, the tremors of the sea had even reached Frostmoon Village, along with the sudden mist that appeared on the ocean and the flames that seemed to ignite the sea in the distance. Upon seeing Dunn walk down the ship, bare-chested, the two exchanged glances. Gung Silang looked even more disheveled. In addition to the torn and scorched clothes, even Gung Silang's hair had been singed quite a bit, turning yellow and twisted. But in this state, neither of them was surprised. Because previously, when Dunn fought Gung Silang most of the time, it was Gung Silang who appeared more disheveled. Who won? Yet Zoro couldn't help but ask curiously. Looking at Zoro's upward gaze, Gung Silang shook his head and smiled. I lost. This battle had no outcome. Dunn shook his head, stating the truth. But I still lost, Gung Silang said as he stepped toward the Isen dojo. Dunn slowed down. At this rate, when will I ever catch up to you? Zoro glared, saying, Kid, you are still 800 years away from matching my strength. Dunn propped the sheathed sword on his shoulder and walked toward the Isen dojo. Watching Dunn's broad back, Kuina's lips moved slightly. Zoro, we need to work harder so that Dunn won't pull too far ahead of us. Zoro nodded firmly. Dunn, overhearing their conversation, smiled. Originally, Kuina, who had died young, could not know how far she would go. However, Zoro had indeed become a great swordsman, strong and gifted with Conqueror's Haki. He was top-notch and worked hard. Knowing this, Dunn had some doubts about whether he could defeat Zoro. Of course, his recent bouts of beating Zoro were unrelated to this thought. But now he was feeling quite lighthearted. Carrying the flame, Dunn's steps were brisk, and his eyes held a glimmer of anticipation. Originally, he had planned to train in the East Sea for a few years, waiting for his strength to increase before entering the Grand Line. Now it seemed there was no reason not to advance sooner. However, before that, he still needed to resolve some minor issues. For instance, that group of fishmen who attempted to occupy the East Sea, but had only managed to seize 20 villages in nearly a decade. Of course, it wasn't because he wanted to eat oranges. In truth, these matters had nothing to do with Dunn, but he couldn't help but remember these few things, such as Kuina's death or Nami's adoptive mother Belmir being shot by Arlong, or Redleg Zeph using his flesh to help Sanji survive. These were all images that lingered in Dunn's mind. Coming to Frostmoon Village might have been for this reason, but of course learning the sword was also an important reason, and the outcome was quite good. However, the thought of using the flame fruit as a final trump card had now changed somewhat. It was simply because compared to Unyielding, the flame fruit seemed somewhat unworthy as a trump card. After leaving Frostmoon Village, Dun planned to head to Cocoa West Village. Now Arlong didn't seem like much in his eyes. Moreover, venturing out to sea required startup capital. Arlong's bounty seemed to be quite high. After all, the later Arlong was even worth more than Krieg, who was fully clad in gold. In any case, it was certainly worth more than the startup capital he had. It might even be worth several dorus. Dun quietly sat in the dojo after returning, tapping his fingers on the table as he contemplated his plans after leaving here. Kuina and Zoro obediently brought the prepared dishes to him. It seemed that because Dun was about to leave, even the overly lively Zoro had turned a bit quiet. After his health was fully restored, Dun swallowed the roasted meat in his hand and stopped his actions. It's time to go. As Dun's words fell, the room fell into silence. Guyaina turned to look at Gung Siling, then lowered her head, seemingly deep in thought. Meanwhile, Zoro stared intently at Dun and suddenly stood up. Dun, wait for me on the sea. The next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you. Very good, very spirited. Dun smiled at Zoro, revealing his white teeth, and gave him a thumbs up. Zoro scratched his head, feeling a bit shy from the praise. Guyaina and Gung Siling shook their heads at this scene. This kid, does he have some minor issues? Are you planning to leave on a merchant ship? Gung Siling withdrew his gaze from Zoro and stood up, feeling relieved. Today's clash made Gung Siling aware of Dun's hidden strength. After reflecting on their recent encounters, he finally felt he could take a break. I don't understand anything about navigation techniques or nautical charts, so I will need to rely on the merchant ship. Dun nodded. Since arriving in Frostmoon Village, he had been training diligently every day, otherwise Zoro and Guyaina wouldn't have improved so quickly. He had no time to learn navigation techniques, and of course he had no interest in it either. That won't do. Whether in the Four Seas or the Grand Line, to navigate this vast ocean, one must understand navigation techniques. Gung Siling reminded him. Though with Dun's strength he wouldn't encounter much danger, and apart from certain regions the seas were filled with fish, so he wouldn't starve. However, he might get lost at sea for a long time. True, I need a navigator. After Gung Siling's reminder, Dun nodded in thought. But how old is Nami now? She must be younger than Zoro, right? If that's the case, at most she might just have recently thought about drawing nautical charts. He'll keep that in mind and pay attention. After all, there are many merchant ships on this sea. For now, he'll rely on these merchant ships to act. That's good. It's best this way. Until you have a reasonably skilled navigator, I don't recommend you enter the Grand Line. You should understand this too. Gung Siling reminded him, but after considering that Dun seemed to know a lot, he hesitated and continued, the weather in the Grand Line and the New World is more violent than in the Four Seas. Even if you're powerful, you could encounter dangers at sea. I won't be careless. Dun nodded, recalling the intense battle between the Golden Lion and Roger. Both of these men and their crew were top tier on this sea, yet the Golden Lion's fleet was completely destroyed in a storm in the New World. As long as you understand, go prepare. Merchant ships usually arrive in the afternoon or evening and set sail the next morning. I will speak to the captain of the merchant ship. After Gung Siling finished speaking, he left directly. Dun glanced at Guyaina and Zoro before stepping out. You haven't packed up yet. After Dun left, the two looked at the pile of leftover bones and utensils from dinner, feeling overwhelmed. Although they complained, their movements were not slow. However, while cleaning up, Zoro clearly sensed that Guyaina was distracted. Guyaina, are you thinking about Dun? Guyaina was taken aback by his words. Don't worry, once we set sail, we will surely meet him again on the sea. Zoro said, confidently patting his chest. I was thinking if I also set sail, what kind of things I would encounter on the sea. Guyaina shook her head and said, then you will definitely encounter countless swordsmen who traverse the seas, and after battling with these swordsmen, you will become the world's greatest swordsman. Upon hearing this, Zoro waved his fists and shouted, followed by the sound of breaking utensils. Damn, Zoro, be careful. Guyaina, whose personality had changed quite a bit, couldn't help but shout. In his room, Dun, sensing the conversation and events between the two through his observation, Haki chuckled lightly and shook his head. He lay on his bed, resting his arms behind his head, his eyes full of anticipation. Before, he always felt that his strength was not secure enough to deal with certain people or dangers on this sea, so he suppressed such thoughts. However, men are always drawn to the unknown adventures. Dun felt that his personality was quite stable, yet he was also eager for what he might encounter. Of course, he also wanted to experience the characters in the stories. He only wanted to do what he wanted to do. 9 years of compulsory education and the worldview he developed since childhood made it so that Dun would not become a villain. However, regarding the various forces in this world, such as the Revolutionary Army and the world government, the conflicts between the Navy and the pirates, Dun actually did not want to meddle or participate. He was just an outsider and a bystander. What was that saying? Respect each other's destinies. It seems to be something like that. Dun's mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. Even his observation Haki felt unstable. Perhaps besides the East Sea, I can explore the other 3 seas. Dun murmured softly. A night swiftly passed, and in the morning at the dock of Frostmoon Village, Dun waved his hand and boarded the merchant ship. The merchant ship was still waiting for the cargo to be loaded. It seemed to be nearing its end. Not long after, the merchant ship set sail, slowly leaving the dock. Where's Guyina? Zoro watched the merchant ship move, and then noticed that Guyina seemed to be absent. Gung Silang did not respond, his gaze fixed on the merchant ship with a somewhat inexplicable expression. A girl's elongated voice suddenly rang out from the merchant ship, and then a small figure was thrown off the ship. Dun, you bastard. Guyina's somewhat angry voice echoed, but her body was uncontrollably thrown onto the dock. Clearly Dun had used a clever trick. After landing, Guyina rolled a few times before suddenly standing up, looking at the departing merchant ship with clenched fists and an unhappy expression. Zoro stared in shock at all this, speechless, pointing at Guyina, then at the direction of the merchant ship, going back and forth several times, unable to utter a word. Gung Silang adjusted his glasses. Guyina, it's not your time to set sail yet. Wait until you become a swordsman, and then we'll talk. Dun's voice drifted from the merchant ship. Guyina became even more displeased. Let's go back. Since Dun doesn't want to take you with him, then just get stronger. Regarding Guyina's plan, Gung Silang initially intended to stop her, but considering Dun's strength, he felt that Guyina would not face significant danger by following Dun. Ever since Guyina nearly died in an accident, Gung Silang had become very open-minded. However, he had not expected that when Dun discovered Guyina, he would throw her back directly. Guyina walked dejectedly behind Gung Silang. Do you want to go to sea with Dun? Zoro finally realized, looking at Guyina with wide eyes. He had not expected that they had agreed to become stronger together and see who could become the world's greatest swordsman. Now Guyina actually wanted to sneak away. This guy is really too cunning. It seemed that Zoro's tone displeased Guyina, or perhaps the act of Dun throwing Guyina back made her want to find a reason to vent. In any case, after returning, the long-interrupted sparring between the two resumed. On the merchant ship, Dun, holding a flame, leaned against the ship's railing, looking towards Frostmoon Village. Mr. Dun, I am Captain Old Pico. You can call me Captain Pico. The safety of this merchant ship relies on you this time. The somewhat elderly wine-nosed sailor said cheerfully. Moi. Dun was taken aback and turned to look at the old man who called himself Captain Pico. Master Gung Silang said that Mr. Dun's swordsmanship is remarkable, so don't worry, this trip will definitely return safely, and Mr. Dun will be generously compensated. Old Pico saw Dun's expression and spoke again. Dun took a moment to process, glancing speechlessly at the direction of Frostmoon Village. That Gung Silang. He thought that Gung Silang was helping him pay for the ship fare, but unexpectedly, he was actually giving him a job. Considering Gung Silang's hidden identity, he might also be secretly gathering supplies for the Revolutionary Army, so Dun wasn't surprised. Leave it to me. If you encounter any trouble, just call for me. Dun did not refuse, as it was not a difficult task. That's good. I've arranged a private room for Mr. Dun. You can go rest first, and I will have someone bring food to your room. Seeing Dun's relaxed demeanor, Old Pico was delighted. As Deng En departed from Shuangyue village far away in the Grand Line, Fishman Island's Fishman Street stirred with tension. Arlong, you truly won't return. Shanks, the blue-skinned whale shark fishman, spoke gravely, his gaze locked on Arlong, the massive-toothed shark fishman, glaring back at him. You wretch, don't you remember how brother died? Yet now you've become a lackey of the Marines. Shanks' words ignited Arlong's fury completely. Yet he seemed to have forgotten one crucial truth. As a pirate, how had he ever escaped impelled down? After all, no pirate, not since the legendary Golden Lion, had ever broken free from that abyssal prison. At the phrase lackey of the Marines, Shanks hesitated, lips parting only to close again. Oh, a faint frown deepened across his brow before he fell silent. Arlong let out a contemptuous snort and turned sharply to leave. Brother, cried Shiree, the giant blue shark mermaid, unable to contain herself as Arlong strode away. Arlong glanced back, just once, at his sister Shiree, his expression dark and mute, not pausing a single step. Only long after he vanished from sight did Shiree lower her gaze, hollow-eyed, and turn toward Shanks. He'll come to his senses. Shanks sighed, weary and resigned. He knew well Arlong's hatred, fueled by Brother Fisher's tragic death, for both humanity and the Marines. Yet the gulf between human strength and Fishman Island's power remained terrifyingly vast. Worse still, an alarming surge had taken hold. More and more pirates now hunted merfolk across the seas, capturing them for sale. Shiree nodded, then reached into her chest and withdrew a luminous crystal orb. Shanks showed no surprise, as Shiree was, after all, a masterful fortune-teller. But moments later her face paled. "What is it?" Shanks' expression tightened instantly, voice urgent. "I foresaw my brother's death, his severed head delivered to the Marines," Shiree whispered, trembling. Shanks' eyes flared wide. With explosive force, he launched himself toward the path Arlong had taken. Yet Shiree did not move. Her visions were infallible. What she saw would unfold without deviation or reprieve. Now paralyzed by dread, she stood frozen, while Shanks raced to the harbor where Arlong had departed. "Brother Shanks." "Brother Arlong has already left," called a fishman stationed at the docks. Shanks' face darkened at the answer. "Gather the crew, prepare to set sail." East blew. Dang and had already boarded another merchant vessel. The ship departing Xuanyue village undertook only short-haul trade, no more than 7 or 8 days at sea. Dang and transferred vessels at a mid-route island bound for Marine Base 16. Perhaps he'd even reunite with old Marine acquaintances. Seated calmly on deck, sword cradled in his arms, Dang and drew curious glances from passengers and crew alike. Jinzo's actions had sparked in Dang in a new idea, a method of travel suited to this lawless age. In a world overrun by pirates, merchant voyages were perilous beyond measure. Should pirates strike and the crew falter, cargo loss would be the least of their worries. The bloodthirsty raiders often slaughtered every soul aboard. "Lord Dang and..." A woman's voice cut through the air. Dang and turned to see a broad-shouldered, weathered, middle-aged woman, the ship's captain. "We'll enter pirate-infested waters the day after tomorrow. To detour would cost us a full month." "No need." Dang and understood her meaning instantly and shook his head. "Very well. Your protection shall be our shield." Her grin widened, muscles rippling like a man's, and Dang-on's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Seeing Dang and fall silent, the captain withdrew, only to be met immediately by eager crewmen seeking answers. "Captain, shall we detour?" Indeed, detouring was safest, though slower. It bypassed the most dangerous pirate waters entirely. "No, we cut straight through. With Lord Dang and aboard, those pirates pose no threat." She waved dismissively, radiating unshakable confidence. "Can that lord truly handle them?" A crewman voiced doubt. The captain's mind flashed back to the moment Dang and approached her, offering his services as protector. She'd harbored the same skepticism until she witnessed his blade unsheath and unleash a single devastating slash. As a seasoned merchant captain, she knew many things, including legends of swordsmen. She'd only heard of sword masters, never seen one. Dang-en was the first true sword master she'd ever laid eyes upon. Such a figure would never accept hire, unless he offered himself. Yet without Dang-en's permission, she dared not speak of it freely. And even if she did, these ignorant sailors likely wouldn't grasp what sword master truly signified. Straight through, we'll pass safely. After all, he is a sovereign force. Even the Grand Line bows to his might. That perhaps was the limit of her understanding. Days later, Dang-en finally grasped the true meaning of pirate-infested. His last voyage, from Marine Base 16 to Xuanyue village, took 3 months, and not a single pirate crossed his path. This time, 2 or 3 pirate crews appeared daily. Though dubbed pirates, most were little more than freshly minted thugs, brutish, untrained, and reckless. Their so-called ships were mere skiffs, barely large enough for a dozen souls. From afar, Dang-en dispatched each with a single razor-edged kisslash, shattering hulls without effort. These bandits likely bore no bounties at all. Still larger pirate bands did appear. Dang-en watched distant and calm as a warship drew near, its crew's raucous cheers and battle cries already echoing across the waves. Passengers had long retreated to their cabins. Crewmen stood braced, weapons drawn, eyes fixed on the approaching vessel, though many stole glances toward Dang-en. He was their anchor, their sole source of resolve. "My lord," said the captain, stepping respectfully to his side. "Let them close. I wish to question them." "Understood." Relief washed over her at his words. Until now, his unbarred blade had kept her heart clenched tight. The pirate ship surged closer, cheers swelling. Such a massive merchant vessel promised immense plunder, and perhaps women among its passengers. At that thought, their eagerness boiled over. As they neared, pirates leapt onto the rails ready to board, only to meet crescent-shaped slashes cleaving the air like silver moons. SHHHSHHH. Boom. Both towering masts snapped clean in two. Pirates caught beneath were crushed instantly. The ship listed violently, keeling sideways into the churning sea. Another slash tore the wooden hull asunder. Retrieve a few survivors once they're in the water, Deng In ordered, then paused, his expression shifting abruptly. A figure vaulted from the tilting wreck, hurtling straight toward the merchant vessel. "Damn you!" roared the pirate, face contorted with rage. "A capable fighter remains." Deng In blinked, then reappeared directly beneath the leaping pirate. Before the man could utter a word, the hilt of Deng In's scabbard struck his face with bone-jarring force. Blinding pain and vertigo overwhelmed him, half his teeth shattered. He collapsed unconscious. Deng In gestured lightly. "Bind him tightly. Bring him to me when he wakes." Crewmen swarmed forward, securing the fallen pirate with thick knotted ropes. "Lord Deng In, what of the others?" The captain pointed outward. The pirate ship had capsized entirely, gaping wounds carved by Deng In's blade poured seawater inward, drowning its crew. Dozens flailed desperately toward the merchant vessel. "Deal with them as you see fit." Deng In waved a hand and walked calmly back to his cabin. Outside, triumphant shouts erupted, punctuated by pirates' agonized screams. "This accursed world." Deng In gave a slight weary shake of his head. Even common folk bore no moral hesitation toward killing, especially sailors. Yet one question gnawed at him: why did so many pirates congregate in East Blue? Wasn't this supposed to be the safest sea? Even if pirates existed here, surely they wouldn't dare gather in such numbers. But it's hard to say. Just as this thought arose in Deng In's mind, he shook his head. He knows what the overall shape of this world looks like, with the red Earth continent and the Grand Line intertwining to divide the world into 4 seas. In fact, compared to the 4 seas of East, West, South, and North, the scope of the Grand Line is not that large. Of course, this is only in comparison with the 4 seas. The Navy has limited control over the 4 seas. After all, their focus is on the Grand Line. With so many sea areas in the 4 seas, relying solely on these naval branches cannot completely eradicate the pirates. It's still true that it's too vast. Or rather, the islands that Wang Lufei ventured through in the East Sea are merely the tip of the iceberg. Deng In made a concerted effort to pull himself out of the story. This is a true world. A world where killing is commonplace. "Sir." While Deng In was working through his thoughts, the female captain brought the awakened pirates over. "Bastards, how dare you capture me? Admiral Click will not let you go." The pirate who was brought over shouted angrily, but a glimmer of fear flashed in his eyes when he saw Deng In. Deng In's previous action made him aware of the vast gap between him and Deng In. Now he hoped to intimidate these people by invoking Click's name. "Click." Deng In was taken aback, looking at the pirate, who was still preparing to shout. "Scared, huh? If you're scared, why not quickly let me go? Otherwise, when Admiral Click arrives, everyone will die, including you." Hearing Deng In's words, the pirate thought that Click's name had intimidated Deng In and threatened again. Deng In's expression remained unchanged, but a massive ship split in half by Eagle Eye floated in his mind. A pirate crew of 5,000 encountered the swordsman Eagle Eye as they just entered the Grand Line, and then were chased back to the East Sea by the bored Eagle Eye. Of course, that was also within the story, showcasing the power of the great swordsman for the first time. Or rather, Eagle Eye was the first top-tier powerhouse to appear in the story. Thus, Deng In had a deep impression of those scenes. However, Click had actually formed a pirate crew in the East Sea now. Deng In pondered while the bound pirates saw Deng In's lack of reaction and struggled fiercely. "Let me go, don't you fear Admiral Click." "Do you know where Click is, eh?" Deng In's thoughts were interrupted by the pirate, and he raised his eyes to calmly look at this pirate. As a great pirate, Admiral Click must be aboard the invincible warship conquering those islands. Deng In's inquiry prompted the pirate to subconsciously respond. "So you don't know Click's current location?" Deng In nodded upon hearing this, and then waved his hand. "A master, Deng In." Deng In's action puzzled the female captain. "Take him down for questioning. If there's no bounty, handle it yourselves." "What if there is a bounty?" The female captain was taken aback. "If there's a bounty, keep him. Exchange for the bounty when we reach our destination," Deng In said matter-of-factly. Deng In did not rely on strength to take things for free. These pirates would become his cash machines in the future. "Understood." "Bastard, how dare you use me for trade?" This pirate was furious at the words, but before he could finish, he was punched in the nose by the female captain, and his next words turned into cries of pain. After that, Deng In never saw this pirate again. In the following time, he encountered several waves of pirates, and from some captured pirates, Deng In began to understand the situation regarding Click. Click was indeed active, and the pirates gathered here were indeed those Click had summoned to prepare for recruitment. However, these were merely the leftover rejects. Or rather, they simply lacked the capability to enter Click's pirate crew, which is why so many gathered here. As for Click, no one knew where he was. Indeed, according to the story, Click was active in the East Sea until Wang Lufei set sail, then he entered the Grand Line and was chased back. After crossing this area where pirates gathered Deng and encountered several more waves of pirates on the way and captured 2 bounty pirates. 2 months later, at the 16th Naval Base, Deng stepped off the merchant ship looking at the unchanged dock compared to over a year ago and the distant site of the 16th Naval Base. The hiring is over, Deng said. Yes, Master Deng, and thank you for your protection during this time. The female captain respectfully offered a pouch of money and waved her hand. 2 disheveled pirates were dragged down from the ship, tied up. Deng turned his head to take a glance, raised his hand to take the rope, and walked towards the naval base. People at the dock cast curious glances, but no one approached to inquire. Even the patrolling naval soldiers did not come near. Because Deng was heading towards the 16th subbase. Dragging the 2 pirates, Deng arrived at the entrance of the naval base under the curious gazes of the town's residents. Halt! Who goes there? Seeing Deng approach, the Navy at the gate immediately took a defensive stance. A pirate hunter here to collect a bounty. As Deng spoke, he tugged on the rope, throwing the 2 pirates at the end of the rope out. The Navy at the gate was startled by Deng's action, almost pulling the trigger on their muskets. Pirate hunter. The Navy heard Deng's words clearly, looked at him, then at the 2 disheveled guys, and immediately one of the sailors ran off to report, while Deng was invited inside. In the base commander's office, Colonel Mouse looked at himself in the standing mirror with delight, tidying his collar from time to time. After the base commander returned to the headquarters to report, he was directly promoted to the Navy headquarters major, and he in turn was promoted to the commander of a branch base. Naturally, he was happy about the promotion. Of course, it might also be because of the intelligence he provided a year ago. After all, he remembered that at that time a vice admiral from headquarters even contacted him to inquire about the situation. That was the real high-ranking Navy commander. The shouting of the Navy outside startled Colonel Mouse, who then turned his head displeasedly to look at the wide-open office door. What is it? Colonel Mouse feigned authority, but his mouse-like mustache somewhat undermined his imposing demeanor. Sir, a pirate hunter has brought 2 pirates to collect a bounty. Pirate hunter. This term startled Colonel Mouse. Although many bounty notices had been issued, there were actually not many who captured bountied pirates and came to the Navy to claim rewards. Of course, this also had to do with the environment of the East Sea. The last time a pirate hunter claimed a reward, it was that supposedly capable young man. What was his name again? Oh, it seems it was Deng. Colonel Mouse raised his hand to stroke his mustache, recalling the situation from a year ago. His promotion seemed to be related to that person as well. However, if that person was discovered now, he might have already entered the headquarters. Perhaps the next time they met, that person would have become his superior. After all, a major at headquarters was equivalent to the commander of a branch base. Thinking of this, Colonel Mouse felt a pang of envy. However, that emotion quickly faded. Although promotions at headquarters were quick, at a branch base that was the commander of a base. Each has its own advantages. Commander. Seeing Colonel Mouse smile, but remain silent, the reporting Navy cautiously called out. Ahem. The startled Colonel Mouse cleared his throat twice. Since there is a pirate hunter who captured a pirate as the base commander, I naturally need to meet him and offer some encouragement, Colonel Mouse said with a serious expression, but internally, he was contemplating how to pocket a portion of the bounty. It's hard to learn good things, but easy to slip into bad ways. After suffering hardships for half a lifetime, can't he embezzle a little money to enjoy life? He wouldn't dare meddle with Navy funds, but he had the guts to skim some bounty from the bounty hunters. Not only did he have the guts, but they were quite large. Colonel Mouse led a team of Navy soldiers to where Deng was located. Ahem, I am Colonel Mouse, the commander of the branch base. You are the one who captured the pirates. Colonel Mouse saw Deng sitting there and coughed lightly, but then he felt Deng looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Long time no see, Colonel Mouse. You've actually been promoted in a year. As soon as Dunn spoke, Colonel Mouse's expression froze in suspicion, his eyes wide as he pointed at Dunn, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Are you that pirate hunter? Are you still in the East Sea? Colonel Mouse looked utterly baffled. Of course I'm still in the East Sea, where else could I possibly be? Dunn smiled at Colonel Mouse, seeming to imply something. From Long's warning and Carp's arrival, Dunn knew his information had been reported to this guy. You actually didn't join the Navy. Did Major Carp not find you? Colonel Mouse showed no hesitation in revealing what he knew, staring at Dunn. He was aware that the Navy had dispatched Major Carp to find him, but he truly had no idea what the outcome was. However, he felt that since Major Carp had taken action, it was highly likely that the person had already been found and brought back to the Navy headquarters. He had always thought this way, which was why he was so stunned upon recognizing Dunn. Dunn scrutinized Colonel Mouse and could not determine whether this guy was genuinely foolish or just pretending to be. Yet he was not overly concerned about the matter at the moment. 2 pirates with a bounty of 3,900,000 berries. Let's make it an even 4 million berries, Dunn said as he stood up and walked outside. Oh, by the way, have the money sent to the usual place. As Dunn stood up, Colonel Mouse finally noticed the significant change in Dunn's physique. Sir, a nearby sailor cautiously called out as he saw Colonel Mouse staring blankly at the direction Dunn had left. Oh right, lock up these 2 bastards and prepare the bounty in berries. Snapping back to reality, Colonel Mouse kicked the 2 captured pirates and issued his orders before heading outside. Dunn's sudden appearance left him deeply puzzled. He wondered if he should continue reporting Dunn's matter. But what had the Navy's situation been like before? Could it be that they hadn't found him? Thinking of this, Colonel Mouse returned to his office and immediately contacted headquarters using a transponder snail. Beep beep. After a short while, the transponder snail's appearance changed. Colonel Mouse instinctively stood at attention. I am Colonel Mouse from Base 16 of the East Sea number 00733, and I have something to report. He then reported the reappearance of Dunn, who had first appeared a year ago, and inquired why Dunn was still in the East Sea. Please hold on, Colonel Mouse. A woman was speaking from headquarters, and after a moment her voice sounded again. Regarding the matter you mentioned, Colonel Headquarters dispatched Major Carp to the East Sea a year ago to search, but did not find him. So they really hadn't found him. Colonel Mouse was taken aback and then asked how Headquarters wanted to handle the situation now. Colonel Mouse may extend an invitation on his own. If the individual is indeed a capable person, Headquarters will record your contribution and report this matter upward. Understood. Colonel Mouse nodded immediately upon hearing this. An invitation was a merit, after all, nothing to be ashamed of. After hanging up the transponder snail, a sailor came to report with the bounty, and Colonel Mouse wasted no time heading out personally to find Dunn. At the tavern in town. It hadn't changed much from a year ago. The owner was still the same. A glass of juice, Dunn said, placing the knife he held on the counter. The tavern owner was quite used to this, skillfully pouring a glass of orange juice. It was very fresh. Dunn's eyes lit up after taking a sip. Perfectly tangy with bits of crushed fruit, the taste was exceptional. Hey there, this juice tastes pretty good, right? It's made from oranges produced in Cocoa Village, which is famous in the East Sea. If it weren't for the base being so close to Cocoa Village, we wouldn't be able to get such fresh oranges here. Seeing Dunn's expression, the tavern owner said with a smile. Upon hearing the name of the village, Dunn's expression shifted. Is it very close to Cocoa Village? Of course it's very close. By boat it only takes half a day to get there. This response came not from the tavern owner, but a customer in the tavern. Dunn turned to look at the customer, a middle-aged man dressed like a sailor, holding a large mug of ale while gazing in this direction. Are there boats going there? Of course there are boats, there are every day. You see, Cocoa Village is on the Kanami Islands where various fruits are produced, especially when the fruits are ripe. There are boats every day. Dunn nodded at this, not continuing the conversation, then turned his gaze to the tavern's walls. There were rows of wanted posters hanging. None of them were for the major pirates of the New World. They were mostly for some pirates from the East Sea and a few who had gone from the East Sea to the New World. Admiral Creek with a bounty of 12 million. Captain Baiji Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates with a bounty of 10 million. Dunn scanned over the 2 prominent wanted posters, examining them carefully. These 2 are major pirates in the East Sea, the tavern owner said as he noticed Dunn's gaze and set down the glass he was cleaning. 10 million makes one a major pirate. Dunn asked, his expression somewhat strange. That's certainly the case. The East Sea is the weakest sea and pirates here dare not linger for too long. As long as a pirate has a high bounty, the Navy will come after them. This place is the hometown of Navy hero Carp, the tavern owner said respectfully. Hometown. But the East Sea is quite large. Dunn could understand the tavern owner's sentiment, but this planet covered about a quarter of the surface. Dunn shook his head slightly. Indeed, the East Sea is vast, and even the Navy cannot eliminate all the pirates. Young man, you must be cautious when you go out to sea in the future. The tavern owner clearly didn't understand Dunn's meaning and kindly reminded him. I will. Dunn appreciated the owner's kindness. However, the ones to be wary of might be these pirates. Dunn's gaze swept across the wanted posters. Aside from the 2 with bounties exceeding 10 million berries, the rest were in the millions. Yet in the East Sea, these were considered high bounties for pirates. Of course, the photographs were also quite abstract, fitting the world's atmosphere. These are the wanted posters of pirates in the East Sea that haven't been captured yet, the tavern owner suddenly revealed, pulling out a stack of wanted posters as if performing a magic trick. Only 15,000 berries, he said, causing the others in the tavern to burst out. Old Komodo, you're being too greedy. Clearly 15,000 berries was not a small sum for these people. You bunch of idiots don't know anything. I gathered a lot of information to compile these. Look, each one has the location where the pirate appeared written on the back. As he spoke, he picked up one to show the others. Indeed, there was a lot of writing on the back of the wanted poster recording the locations where the pirates had previously appeared and their approximate activity ranges. It even noted what they had done before. It was indeed very detailed. Did you recognize me? Dunn remained silent for a moment before asking. Hee, young man, though your physique has changed, I am Komodo, my eyesight is excellent. A year ago you caught a pirate to claim the bounty. The tavern owner Komodo did not deny it. However, with so many people coming through here every day, it was impressive that he remembered Dunn. After all, those guys all look like monsters, unlike you, young man. Was that a compliment? Dunn was momentarily taken aback, somewhat speechless. But his appearance did indeed differ from the other tavern patrons. So what do you say? Would you like one? 10,000 berries is fine too. Then he'll take one. Dunn nodded upon hearing this. Just in time during the wait for Arlong, he planned to stretch his legs. If he could find Creek or Kuro, that would certainly be a good thing. However, given the current timing, Kuro of the Black Cat should not have begun feigning death to hide yet. As for Creek, this guy's activity range should be quite vast. After all, when he set out to sea later, this guy claimed to be the overlord of the East Sea. But gathering a pirate crew of 5,001 couldn't be sure whether this guy was like the later Arlong colluding with the Navy. Throwing the money bag onto the counter, Dunn leisurely sipped his juice and picked up a wanted poster to examine the records on the back. A pirate with a bounty of only 3 million leading a pirate crew massacred 3 island villages, killing at least 500 people. Looking at the records on the back, Dunn's eyelids twitched. Though these were records, they indeed represented hundreds of lives. Are all these claims true? Dang and held up the bounty poster, pointing to the entries as he questioned old Komodo. Of course they are. These accounts come directly from the survivors themselves. From a village of over 100 souls, only a handful lived to tell the tale. Noticing Dang and skepticism, old Komodo raised his voice slightly, as if to underscore the veracity of his records. So a pirate who slaughtered hundreds receives such a paltry bounty? Don't ask me. That bounty was issued by the Marines. Old Komodo shook his head firmly. Piracy, murder, arson, and the plundering of merchant vessels was commonplace among such crews. Entire ships were often wiped out upon encountering pirates. Such tragedies had become grimly routine. I can explain. A voice rang out from the tavern doorway. Captain Mouse strode in, flanked by Marine soldiers. Instantly the tavern fell silent, every gaze fixed upon the entering Marines. Because he's weak. So bounties are assigned strictly by combat strength. Deng-en showed no surprise at Captain Mouse's arrival. His observation Haki had sensed him long before. Partially yes. With that, Captain Mouse took a heavy money pouch from one of his subordinates. 4 million belly. That's your reward. Deng-en glanced briefly at the pouch, then nodded. If I capture other pirates, may I bring them here for bounty redemption? Hearing this, Captain Mouse eyed the stack of bounty posters before Deng-en and nodded. Certainly. Any captured pirates on that list qualify for rewards. But right now I have another matter to discuss. As he spoke, Captain Mouse dismissed his men to wait outside, then seated himself beside the counter and ordered a beer. The Marines wish to invite you to join us. Should you accept, you may proceed directly to headquarters. At those words, every patron in the tavern froze, eyes wide with disbelief. Marine headquarters. To them, it was a legendary place, rumored to lie deep within the Grand Line where the Navy's most formidable figures gathered, including Vice Admiral Garp himself. I decline. Deng-en shook his head. Why refuse? If you hunt pirates, joining the Marines would be far more efficient. You'd never need to track them down yourself, and you'd be granted a warship. Captain Mouse, visibly frustrated by the refusal, pressed further. Vice Admiral Garp extended the same offer to you last time, and you declined then too. May I ask why? Deng-en paused, then shook his head again. I despise the world nobles. The moment those words left his lips, silence crashed over the tavern like a thunderclap. Every face turned to him in stark terror. How audacious, to speak so plainly of the world nobles. Captain Mouse's eyes widened sharply, his mind racing. His gaze flickered toward the sword resting before Deng-en, and to the unconfirmed but strongly suspected fact that Deng-en possessed a devil fruit ability. Engaging him in combat would likely end poorly. What then was the solution? Pretend he hadn't heard. Huh. Captain Mouse forced a brittle laugh. So Vice Admiral Garp already invited you. In that case, consider my offer withdrawn. Without another word, he rose and strode out, swiftly, decisively, without pause. Deng-en watched him go, then calmly withdrew his gaze. Yet the tavern remained hushed, every patron staring at Deng-en in stunned dread. To utter such contempt for the world nobles, in front of a marine officer, was perilous beyond measure. A wave of panic swept through the room. Patrons scrambled to their feet and fled. Old Komodo stared at Deng, in his expression stricken. If word gets out, every soul here will pay the price. Deng knew full well the consequences of his words, but revulsion needed no justification. Should he ever cross paths with a world noble, he might very well draw his blade. For in his understanding of this world one truth stood immutable: the world nobles were irredeemably vile. "I'm leaving." He placed coins for his drink and the bounty posters on the counter, then grabbed both sacks and departed. Captain Mouse returned to the marine base and filed a formal report on his encounter with Deng, omitting entirely the remark about the world nobles. After all, Deng remained nearby. Were the truth revealed, headquarters would surely order his immediate apprehension, forcing Captain Mouse to confront alone a pirate hunter whose devil fruit powers remained unconfirmed, yet unmistakably formidable. Marine headquarters, the Fleet Admiral's office. The door burst open as Garp strode in, boots pounding the floor with defiant rhythm. "You insufferable brute, can't you knock?" Sengoku, already irritated by Garp's presence, scowled darkly. "And just my luck, I've run out of senbei." Garp paid no heed to Sengoku's fury. With practiced ease he marched to the desk, yanked open a drawer, and retrieved the senbei Sengoku had hidden away. He snatched 2 packets, retreated to a nearby chair, tore them open, and crunched into them with loud, unapologetic gusto. Sengoku's eyelid twitched violently, veins bulged across his forehead, his composure verging on detonation. "You imbecile, didn't you say you couldn't locate that brat in the East Blue?" Sengoku glared, taking several deep breaths before speaking. A clear sign he was preparing for battle. "What brat in the East Blue?" Garp blinked, mouth half full, senbei crumbs scattering with each syllable. "That pirate hunter, the one suspected of possessing a devil fruit ability." Sengoku scoffed. "This matter wasn't significant enough to reach me ordinarily. The Navy's bureaucracy is vast." But since Garp was involved, the report landed on his desk. Garp claimed to have found Deng and been refused, yet officially reported he'd failed to locate him at all. One of them was lying, and the answer required no deduction. "Ah ha ha ha, Sengoku, you mean that brat?" Garp laughed heartily, while Sengoku's expression darkened further. "You claimed you couldn't find him," he growled. "Same difference, he refused anyway." Garp waved dismissively. "Refusals can be followed by renewed invitations, you fool." Sengoku sighed, exhausted. "I can tell, he holds no interest in the Marines." Garp, recalling the young man's blunt aversion to the world nobles, shrugged again, unconcerned. "Then how strong is he?" Sengoku inhaled deeply, suppressing his frustration before asking. "Hard to say, but undoubtedly formidable." Garp shook his head thoughtfully. "We never exchanged blows, yet he sensed my approach before I even entered the tavern." Likely observation. Haki. In the East Blue, mastery of Haki marked exceptional strength. Even more so in one so young. "Enough. Go back. This boy is currently stationed at Branch 16. Bring him to headquarters. He has no desire to join. Yet we cannot allow a devil fruit user to roam unchecked across the seas, especially one so young. Should he turn pirate, he'll become another grave threat. There are countless devil fruit users at sea." Garp met Sengoku's glare, hidden jaw set. The Navy's ideals may yet change him. Sengoku's tone softened slightly. Garp paused, then chuckled wryly. "That boy hated the world nobles. Just like him. Join the Marines. Not a chance." Though they'd met only once, Garp felt it with absolute certainty. "Understood." Garp rose to leave. "If you fail to locate him, don't bother returning." Sengoku blurted instinctively. "Truly." Garp halted mid-step, whirled around, and beamed with unguarded delight. Sengoku slapped his forehead. "False. Get him back. Now." Garp's face fell. With a final weary wave he departed. Sengoku sank into his chair, sighing. "That man. Charge, lads." A pirate ship hurtled down Reverse Mountain at breakneck speed. Fishman Arlong stood at the bow, roaring with arrogant triumph, surrounded by his exultant crew, all fishmen. Arlong had painted for them a grand vision, conquering the East Blue, then returning in glory to the Grand Line. A dream that ignited fierce fervor in every heart aboard. Reverse Mountain was the sole passage for ordinary travelers bound for the Grand Line. For pirates, the alternatives were either braving the monstrous calm belt or descending this treacherous peak. Returning from the Grand Line to the Four Seas offered few options. Pirates relied solely on rare tidal reversals when ocean currents momentarily reversed direction. Only during those fleeting windows could ships sail back from the Grand Line into the Four Seas. Boom. Arlong's pirate ship crashed from the mountain waterway into the vast sea below. Brother Arlong, Brother Jinbi has contacted us again, urging us to return. Brother Arlong, Brother Jinbi, says you face mortal danger this time. Seeing Arlong's darkening expression, the octopus fishman who rushed forward spoke timidly. Damn fool. Jinbi is nothing but a coward, too weak to avenge Brother Tiger, yet bold enough to join the Marines. The other fisherman, moments ago brimming with excitement, fell silent. Their vessel too steadied itself after the earlier violent lurch. Brother Tiger, the former captain of the Sun Pirates, the shared idol of every fisherman who dared set sail. Under his leadership, they dreamed of transforming relations between fishmen and humans. But what was the outcome? They rescued humans intending only to escort them safely home, only to be betrayed. Even Brother Tiger perished. Humans are utterly untrustworthy. We fishmen are the superior race. Humans are nothing but weaklings and inferior species. Arlong turned sharply and roared at the assembled fishmen. Only through uncompromising strength will humans fear us. Jinbi is a craven, but I, Arlong, shall lead you to ascend in the East Blue, shatter the world order beginning with dominion over the East Blue. Most humans in this world are brutish and simple-minded, a condition shaped as much by their lack of education and harsh environment as by innate limitation. Most cannot read, fewer still among the fishmen ever learned to. Arlong's speech, devoid of true inspiration, ignited instant fervor. All the fishmen erupted into cheers. Kaboo! Immediately sever all contact with that scoundrel Jinbi. Yes, Brother Arlong. At once the octopus fisherman snapped to attention. Men, let us begin the conquest of the East Blue. Arlong nodded in satisfaction, then whirled about and drew his serrated greatsword, pointing it resolutely ahead. Amidst thunderous cheers, the ship surged forward, straight into the Grand Line. Jinbi set down the den mushi. Brother Jinbi, will Shelley's prophecy truly come to pass? Though Arlong is extreme, he was once a comrade aboard the Sun Pirates. The fishmen aboard this ship understood why Jinbi had accepted the title of Shichibukai and bore witness to the immense scorn he endured. Shelley's prophecies are unfailingly accurate. Jinbi shook his head gravely, then gazed forward across the bow, his expression somber. That wretch has fled to the East Blue to enact some absurd scheme of domination. Not only does Arlong lack the power for such folly, but any chaos he stirs will deepen human hatred toward fishmen. And then our people's plight will grow even more desperate. Full speed ahead. We must reach the East Blue before Arlong brings disaster upon himself. Jinbi issued the command. A small mercy, though Arlong ordered Kaboo to cut off all contact. Kaboo had already pledged to relay their position. East Blue Kokoyashi Village. Sir, truly you wish to purchase all of them. Belmere, her hair oddly styled and a cigarette dangling from her lips, gazed at Dunn with delighted surprise. Yes, I'll take them all. Your oranges are exceptionally fresh. I'll be at sea for quite some time and fresh fruit is indispensable. Dunn nodded. In truth, he had lingered in these waters for days, originally intending to locate Arlong directly and claim the bounty. Yet after circling the area, he confirmed Arlong had not yet arrived, though judging by the timeline it would surely be within this year. Still, Dunn refused to waste this interval. He resolved to clear out nearby pirate crews, stocking up funds for his eventual voyage into the Grand Line. Today marked his first visit to Kokoyashi Village. Ah, you're not a merchant. Hearing Dunn's words, Belmere blinked stunned. Do I look like one? Dunn glanced down at himself. Plain white shirt, white trousers. Then I cannot sell you so many. Belmere shook her head firmly, her expression grave. Why? Dunn asked, curious. He recalled that Belmere, having returned to her homeland, lived meagerly, often hungry, subsisting solely on tending orange groves while raising 2 adopted daughters. Sometimes she ate only oranges to stave off hunger. When Nami and Nojiko asked, she'd laughingly insist oranges kept her skin radiant. Because fresh oranges spoil quickly. If you seek longevity, sir, buy rum instead. Belmere explained earnestly. I see. Dunn nodded thoughtfully. Seeing his understanding, Belmere smiled warmly. Nonetheless, I'll take them all. I have an enormous appetite. These oranges will vanish in just a few days. So saying, Dunn tossed down a thick stack of berry. But you'll need to deliver them to my ship at the shore. Belmere froze, staring at Dunn's retreating back, then at the berry lying before her. Gone in days. Is he planning to live solely on oranges? True fresh fruit is vital at sea, but surely not only fruit. Belmere stood bewildered. What's wrong? Has that scoundrel mistreated you? A middle-aged man wearing a windmill hat approached, concerned by Belmere's dazed expression. No, not at all. You've arrived just in time. Help me carry the oranges to the ship at the shore. Belmere snapped back to awareness and immediately set upon recognizing Akin. All of them. Akin's eyes widened. The quantity was staggering. All of them. and afterward you're welcome to dinner at my place. Belmir smiled gently. Consider it done. At the sight of her smile and those words, Aachen sprang upright, saluted crisply, and hurried off to work. Meanwhile, Dunn wandered the village lanes. Nearly every household sold fruit, especially oranges, making them seem difficult to move. Fresh fruit spoils rapidly after all. Only Marine Base 16 purchased in bulk, but even that base could not absorb such volume. Nor did neighboring island villages fare better. The climate here was ideal for orchards yielding abundant harvests. As for meat, it was exclusively fish. Dunn procured essential supplies paid for delivery to his ship at the shore. He could not single-handedly transform this reality, nor was it his burden alone. Such monumental change belonged to the Revolutionary Army. They were born for precisely this task. Dunn mused, and then paused mid-step, lifting his gaze ahead. Two girls of near identical height walked side by side, each bearing a basket overflowing with oranges. One with blue hair, the other with vibrant orange locks, both around 10 years old, slender and slight. Noko and Nami. Dunn held their figures in quiet observation for a moment, then withdrew his gaze and passed them by without a word. If I eliminate Arlong, Belmir will survive. Then Nami won't need to steal to raise ransom money nor become a thief, or meet Monkey D. Luffy. So, Luffy's future navigator vanishes. Dunn stroked his chin, pondering. And Roronoa Zoro. His path too would likely diverge. The future grows uncertain. Oh, and if Ace never acquires the Mera Mera no Mi, perhaps he'll hone his Haki with singular focus, possibly becoming a swordsman or a supreme martial artist. This then kindles genuine anticipation in Dunn for what lies ahead, though it remains premature to dwell on such distant possibilities. Perhaps my very presence in this world will trigger even greater ripples, the butterfly effect they call it. Yet Dunn felt no undue anxiety. He would act as his heart dictated. Everything else could wait. With that thought, Dunn completed his purchases and returned to his small vessel moored at the shore. He raised anchor, setting sail to explore the surrounding seas. As Dunn sailed away from Kokoyashi village, Nami and Noko returned home to find food on the table richer and more abundant than ever before. Wow, how lavish. Aunt Beyermeyer, is today a special holiday? Noki's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement. Such a sumptuous meal could only be enjoyed on special occasions. However, the weather today was too nice, and with an abundant harvest of fruits they were not selling well and could not be preserved, resulting in very little profit. Yes, we made some money today. Oh, a gentleman bought a lot of oranges. Beyermeyer, busy at work, turned around with a broad smile. Really? Nami walked over to Beyermeyer, eyes wide with curiosity as she watched Beyermeyer frying 2 fish. Go ahead, put them on the table. We have guests at home. Beyermeyer said with a smile. Before long, Aegean arrived, of course, carrying some commonly used gifts and food. The 4 of them enjoyed the meal very much. Of course, the happiest moment was after the meal when Beyermeyer invited Aegean to stay overnight, and Aegean fled in panic. Beyermeyer and the 2 girls stood in a row, hands on their hips, laughing heartily. In the nearby waters, Dunn lay on a small boat with the sails down, his observation Haki, covering the entire Koko village, seeing everything that happened in Nami's house. Atonement, Dunn murmured, finally closing his eyes and letting the boat drift with the waves. At Base No. 16, a massive dog-headed warship docked at the pier. Colonel Mouse, the elder of the base, was already there waiting with all the naval soldiers. When they saw Carp walking off the ship while picking his nose, everyone stood at attention. Vice Admiral Carp. The lined-up soldiers shouted in unison. Ahahaha, thank you for your trouble. Well, I'm here for a bit of business this time. Carp laughed heartily as he spoke. Yes, Vice Admiral Carp, please. Colonel Mouse said respectfully, perhaps feeling a bit of guilt before he even began to rake in money. Bogart, Carp called out. Yes, Vice Admiral Carp. Bogart stood at attention on the warship. Carp nodded and then walked toward the base's headquarters. Although curious about why Bogart and the Navy on the warship did not disembark, Mouse could only obediently follow behind Carp. Before long, in the base's reception room, Carp sat on the sofa, looking at the nervous Mouse standing not far away. Is the person not here? Yes, Vice Admiral Carp, but he hasn't been gone long and took a small boat, so he shouldn't be far away. He might be back soon. Mouse naturally knew that Carp was asking about Dunn. He had already sent someone to investigate thoroughly and immediately provided an answer. Do you know where he went and what he is doing? Carp asked again. Of Vice Admiral Carp. Colonel Mouse spoke somewhat uncertainly. He has always claimed to be a pirate hunter. This time, he caught 2 pirates, so perhaps he went out again to find pirates and claim the bounty. I invited him before, but he said. Mouse suddenly stopped mid-sentence, afraid to continue. Is it related to the celestial dragons? Carp appeared unfazed, having already guessed what Mouse was afraid to say. Yes. Yes, Vice Admiral Carp. Mouse nodded, surprised at how Carp knew. As expected, Carp sighed, looking somewhat helpless. He did not have high hopes for achieving the objective this time, and such an invitation would inevitably feel coercive, making the other party dislike the Navy even more. Or rather, it could backfire. Vice Admiral Carp, should I send someone out to sea to search? Colonel Mouse hesitated for a moment before asking, watching Carp's expression. No need, the sea is so vast, how do we find him? Even if we find him, we can't bring him back. Since he's a pirate hunter, he will definitely want to claim the bounty after capturing a pirate. Carp finished speaking and stood up. I will wait in the EC for a while, the warship will stay here. I have matters to attend to, so I will leave. If he comes back to claim the bounty, inform me. Carp left directly, leaving Colonel Mouse looking perplexed. Vice Admiral Carp did not seem to care much about this matter as he had initially thought. Moreover, it seemed that this Vice Admiral was indifferent to the celestial dragons as well. However, Colonel Mouse naturally did not dare to overthink. After all, Carp was a Vice Admiral of the headquarters, a hero of the Navy, the man who captured the Pirate King himself. Perhaps such a man had his deeper intentions behind his actions. Yet there were no deeper intentions. Carp simply released a small boat from the warship and left with the marine soldiers steering it. As for where to go, naturally it was back to Windmill Village to visit his well-behaved grandson. Of course, he might not be as well-behaved. Dunn was unaware of this. Of course, he could think that his matters might be reported upwards. However, he did not care much and continued doing his own things. Holding a bounty notice, he read it over and then looked up at the pirate ship rushing toward him. The distorted pirate flag above was exactly the same as the one on the bounty notice in his hand. Evil Dog Torf bounty amount 2,200,000. Sighing, Dunn raised his hand and slashed, cutting through the sea surface and striking the approaching pirate ship. Crack! The flying slash split the pirate ship in half, causing it to take on water and become unstable, then break apart. The pirates on board fell into the water, flailing desperately. Swish, swish. Another 10 slashes made the pirate ship fall apart completely. Indeed, I am far from the level of Hawkeye. Dunn sighed after sheathing his sword. Of course, he had just recently become a swordsman, and this slash was still relying on his strong physique and Haki, not yet reaching the level of casually cutting the sea like Hawkeye. But even a few more slashes, a small wooden boat could not withstand his attacks. Some of the fallen pirates were struggling in the water, some clung to pieces of the ship, and some swam towards him. Among them was their captain, Evil Dog Torf. This pirate who enjoyed biting and slaughtering. Watching the pirate swim toward him, Dunn found himself lost in thought. It seemed that the weaker the pirate, the more ruthless they were. On the other hand, those with strong abilities perhaps did not care, but they would not engage in such disgraceful behavior. You bastard. Evil Dog Torf was indeed the strongest among these pirates. He was the first to swim over and climbed onto Dunn's boat with one hand, then pulled out a large saw from behind, glaring fiercely at Dunn. Didn't this guy see that I was the one who blew up their ship? Looking at this guy's angry expression, Dunn was puzzled. Does this pirate not fear death? Moments later, the vicious Dog Torf collapsed onto the deck in tears, begging for mercy. The other pirates swimming toward the vessel instantly changed course, fleeing in panic from Dangan's ship. Just moments earlier, their captain had been the first to board that very ship. Yet as the rest of the crew imagined seizing it for themselves, they witnessed a horrifying sight. The figures aboard had overpowered their captain and were now raining down furious, merciless blows with clenched fists. His wails of agony echoed across the water, audible even from afar. That sound was enough to break hearts and bring listeners to tears. Still, such suffering was best borne by the captain alone. Though adrift upon the boundless sea meant near certain death, 9 out of 10 would become fish food. Boarding that ship promised a far more immediate fate, a brutal beating. Dangan watched the pirates thrash desperately away from his vessel, then turned his gaze to the weeping pirate kneeling before him. Do you know any other pirates? His voice cut through the sobs. Torf's wailing ceased instantly. Yes, 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 he stammered, nodding frantically. Are there bounties on them? Yes, yes, yes. Do you know their location? Yes, yes. No, I mean yes. I know. Torf hastily corrected himself. Take me there. Dangan spoke calmly, then settled himself at the bow of the ship. At Dangan's command, Torf scrambled upright, gritted his teeth against the pain, seized the oars, and began rowing, though a sly, venomous smile flickered across his face. Ha ha ha. Indeed, pirates did gather there, but not just one. A whole fleet congregated at that place, an unofficial pirate stronghold where spoils were divided and raids coordinated. That wretch dared strike him. Once they arrived, Torf vowed to repay the insult 100-fold. Unbeknownst to him, every twitch of his body, every flicker of intent lay fully exposed beneath Dangan's observation Haki. Even the thoughts churning in Torf's mind were transparent to Dang In. Yet for Dang In, this proved advantageous. It spared him the arduous search. After all, he possessed only a rudimentary grasp of maritime charts, small-scale ones he could decipher well enough to navigate by, but vast complex nautical maps remained utterly indecipherable to one unversed in the art of navigation. Now, however, he had a willing guide, a live compass swimming straight to his destination. Still, the voyage stretched on for days. The physical resilience of people in this world of pirates was truly extraordinary. Torf received no prisoners' rations, no water, no food, for those several days, yet somehow clung to consciousness, barely holding on. Then in the distance he spotted an island unlike any other. Its silhouette uncannily resembled an inverted mushroom. A wild, desperate joy erupted across Torf's despairing face, and his strokes grew fiercer faster. Dang In tossed an orange peel into the waves, rose to his feet, and gazed toward the island. Instantly his observation Haki unfolded, revealing everything unfolding upon its shores. A throng of people crowded the island, mostly pirates, though a few merchants of ambiguous origin mingled among them. It was bustling, almost festive. Dang In sat back down watching Torf row with frenzied intensity, and gave a quiet, approving nod. Indeed, the primal instinct for survival could unleash a being's utmost potential. At the island's dock, a massive pirate vessel drew alongside, and came to rest. A torrent of pirates poured eagerly onto shore. Such opportunities to set foot on solid land and rest were rare indeed. It's Lone Wolf Asong. What's that scoundrel doing here? At the sight of the pirate descending from the ship, cloaked in wolf pelts, crowned with a fearsome wolf skull, many faces paled with apprehension. With a bounty of 7.8 million berry, Asong ranked among the most formidable pirates in the East Blue. Worse still, he preyed not only upon inhabited islands, but also upon rival pirate crews. Even pirates dreaded crossing paths with him, for those who did rarely survived intact. Entire crews caught in his path had vanished without trace, leaving behind no rumors, no wreckage, no whispers. So you've shown up too, you wretched fool. Some trembled before Asong's 7.8 million berry bounty, but others stood unflinching. The speaker towered nearly 4 meters tall, gripping a colossal axe larger than most pirates' entire bodies, his expression dripping with disdain. It's giant axe Wenghua. Wenghua, the giant axe, bounty 8.5 million berry. A ripple of nervous swallowing passed through the crowd, many edged backward. Would these two titans clash? If they did, collateral damage would be fatal. Pirates might savage the weak, but even they recoiled before overwhelming power. Wenghua, I seek no quarrel with you today. Since you've come here, you surely know why. I speak of that dog-headed fiend. He's returned. Lone Wolf Asong sneered, tightening his grip on his blade. At those words, the surrounding crowd blanched. Dog-headed fiend. Admiral Garp of the Marine Headquarters. Born in the East Blue. Had he returned to these waters? Silence fell like a shroud. If Garp had indeed come home, then even these notorious pirates seeking refuge here made perfect sense. After all, when Garp encountered pirates, he didn't hesitate. He hurled cannonballs without pause. Survivors who'd narrowly escaped still bore the memory like a scar. As the 2 million bounty pirates stood locked in tense standoff, a raucous, unhinged laugh shattered the stillness of the dock. A small boat had just moored, and from it tumbled a gaunt, hollow-eyed figure howling with manic glee. "Ha! You fool! You've fallen right into the trap. This is the pirate's den. Die here, you wretch." Torf rolled off the boat, roaring with triumph. His laughter drew the dockside pirates' attention. Then their eyes fell upon the young man rising calmly from the small vessel, sword in hand. Damn! Every pirate froze, then scowled with visceral disgust. He's absurdly handsome. That bastard deserves to die. That thought bloomed unbidden in every pirate's mind. Meanwhile, Dang In's gaze swept the dock, then slid behind his back, retrieving a sheaf of wanted posters. Lone Wolf Asong 7.8 million berry. Giant axe Wenghua 8.5 million berry. Bloody hand. As he flipped through the posters, Dang In murmured each name and bounty aloud, calculating totals in his mind. But his calm recitation only deepened the pirate's scowls. Torf, having tumbled ashore, now lacked even the strength to laugh, his final surge of adrenaline spent. His breath came shallow and ragged, exhaling far more than inhaling. 33.21 million berry. Under the pirate's increasingly hostile stares, Dang In slipped the posters back behind him, then lifted his gaze once more, steady, unwavering, toward the assembled crew. "You are surrounded." Dang In raised his voice. "Waha! What did this brat just say? Gagaga. He claims he's surrounded us. I'm dying of laughter. What a boastful little runt. Surely he's a bounty hunter. One pirate voiced the truth outright. Yet none cared, not truly. After all, hundreds of pirates stood arrayed before him, and he stood utterly alone. From every conceivable angle, there was only one conclusion. The advantage lies with me. The moment he declared the advantage lies with me, their advantage had already vanished entirely. Pirates from the dock snarled as they closed in on Deng In, while Torf, gasping his last breath on the ground, was utterly forgotten. From within the crowd, a powerfully built figure suddenly lunged forward, his hands armed with claw-like weapons, and moved with the lithe grace of a feline leaping straight toward Deng In. Gleaming claws slashed toward Deng In's face. Boom. Even without activating Kinbunshika Haki, such speed appeared glacially slow to his eyes. He raised his leg, armament Haki coiling around it, and delivered a direct, forceful kick, launching the pirate, who'd reached him backward with devastating impact. Deng In held nothing back. Struck full force, the pirate hurtled through the air like a cannonball, carving a clean, brutal path straight through the encircling pirates. Every pirate along that line was flung aside violently. None could rise, not even those merely knocked over by the collision. That single staggering spectacle froze the advancing pirates mid-step. Their cruel grins locked rigidly upon their faces, until the distant thunderous crash finally echoed across the dock. The pirate Deng In had kicked sword deep into the island's coastal town, demolishing a string of buildings before falling silent at last. Gulp. An eerie silence descended, broken only when someone swallowed audibly. In this hushed tension, even that soft sound reverberated clearly among them. He's alone, we're many. A roar split the air as a towering figure charged forth, gripping a colossal axe like a rampaging bull. He raised the massive axe high and brought it down in a crushing overhead strike. Deng In calmly lifted his blade, yen armament Haki blazing along its length, and met the blow head-on, without so much as shifting his stance. Yet the ship beneath his feet groaned downward under the force, its stern lifting skyward. Another figure darted forward, sword drawn, silent, swift, and lethal, as it pierced the air toward Deng In's flank. Deng In raised his left hand and caught the treacherous blade mid-thrust, gripping it barehanded. Oh! Seeing one move first, the remaining pirates howled and surged forward, weapons brandished. Bang! Bang! Gun-wielding pirates opened fire. Tink! Tink! Bullets struck Deng In's body with sharp metallic chimes, shattering instantly upon impact. As soon as Asung the lone wolf felt his sword seized, he instantly released the hilt and retreated, swift, deliberate, and deeply wary. One touch revealed, although his earlier assault had been terrifying in appearance, it lacked true substance. Now, having engaged directly, Asung knew there existed an unbridgeable gulf between them. Run! Deng In flicked his wrist, hurling the captured blade like a meteor across space, piercing Asung's right chest and pinning him skewered to the stone dock. Then with his left hand, Deng In seized the colossal axe. Anga, the giant axe, refusing to relinquish his weapon, was seized by the blade's edge and swung wildly into the air, becoming in turn a monstrous projectile that smashed into surrounding pirates, sending them flying. Only after Anga lost his grip and was himself hurled away did Deng In release the axe, sending it spinning after him. The moment Anga landed, still dazed and unsteady, the descending axe crashed onto his body. Crack! Bone snapped. Around Deng In, a wide circle of open ground now stretched empty. Pirates recoiled in stunned confusion, colliding with one another behind their formation, collapsing into chaos. Dozens of pirates lay scattered across the dock, some lifeless, others writhing in agony. Deng In stepped off the ship and walked calmly through the carnage, advancing steadily toward the remaining encirclement. Pirates scrambled backward in panic. Watching them, Deng In grasped the hilt of yen and slowly drew the extraordinary elongated blade. His gaze swept over the 100 or more pirates still standing nearby. Should he slaughter them all? He felt no revulsion toward killing. On his return voyage, countless pirates encountered at sea, deemed worthless, had already met their end beneath the waves. Who are you? As Deng In weighed the thought of total annihilation, a figure burst forth from the direction of the town. He landed, a man clad in a western suit, yet standing upright on two legs like a sleek black panther. Wait, was he a devil fruit user? An animal-type devil fruit user? Deng In's expression shifted subtly, his long blade paused mid-swing, his gaze locking onto the newcomer. Oh! One pirate suddenly cried out and fled. But after only 2 frantic steps, a soaring slash cleaved the air, cutting his scream short mid-breath. Deng In's eyes remained fixed on the devil fruit user. A sword saint. The animal-type user's face darkened instantly, then hardened into grim, unwavering focus upon witnessing Deng En's cutting technique. Do you have any idea whose territory this is? He tried to intimidate Deng En with implied authority. After all, a sword saint was no ordinary foe. Though their speed, stamina, and defense might not rival devil fruit users, their lethality stood peerless. Unless absolutely necessary, one should never confront a sword saint heathen. Territory. Tell me. Deng En tilted his chin upward, a quiet challenge in his tone. The pirates surrounding him dared not stir, an unspoken understanding settling over them in that brief, charged silence. This fair-skinned, no strikingly handsome, man was unquestionably beyond their reach. More precisely, any one of them could be erased without warning. All that remained was whether this man could stop him. It seems you truly do not know. Then leave now. I will pretend this never happened. But if my superior learns of this, even a sword saint cannot withstand his wrath. The animal-type user issued the warning with veiled menace, only for Deng En to frown and reiterate firmly, I told you, speak. My master's name is not for the likes of you to utter. The user snapped back, accustomed to lording over others here. An unexpected opportunity delighted Deng En, but the man's tone grated sharply upon him. Boom. Stone beneath Deng En's foot exploded outward as he lunged. His left hand wreathed an armament Haki, clamping down hard upon the user's face. Boom. Deng En slammed him headfirst into the ground with brutal finality. Cracks spiderwebbed violently outward from the point of impact, radiating across the dock like shattered glass. The dock fell utterly silent, not a whisper, not a breath. Every onlooker stared in horrified awe, holding their breath in terrified stillness. Some trembled on the verge of tears. I said, speak. Deng En repeated, his left palm pressing down unrelentingly upon the man's skull. Deng En's voice was calm, yet in the hushed silence it seemed to detonate beside everyone's ears. The surrounding pirates held their breath, terrified of drawing his attention. Yet Deng En paid them no mind at all. A devil fruit user serving as a subordinate could not possibly belong to any local force in the East Blue. More likely he hailed from the underworld, or perhaps one of the North Blue's shadowy syndicates. His hand sheathed an armament Haki, clenched with crushing force. Agony like a skull imploding tore through his captive, who cried out in pain, his Zoan transformation instantly collapsing as he reverted to human form. Speak. Deng En tightened his grip further. The man on the ground convulsed twice, then fell utterly still. Deng En paused, startled, and released him. The man lay motionless, eyes rolled white. Not dead, merely unconscious. Rising to his feet, Deng En glanced around, then turned his gaze toward the nearby town. A crowd had gathered at a distance, observing the scene. Sensing his gaze, they scattered instantly, vanishing into houses flanking either side of the town. Others attempted to flee across the island's far shore. Deng En said nothing. The pirates trembled where they stood, just as they had when he first arrived, now encircled by his silent, unyielding presence. The man on the ground twitched his legs twice, groaned softly, and stirred back to consciousness. Deng En looked down at him. He appeared to be in his 20s, slight of build, perhaps deliberately, so to suit his devil fruit ability. Still, Zoan users were undeniably robust in constitution. Deng En had indeed squeezed too hard, nearly killing him outright. Yet to regain consciousness so swiftly attested to extraordinary physical resilience. Upon waking, the man's eyes flickered with disorientation, until he saw Deng En looming over him and instantly snapped alert. It's Admiral Tengu of the Seven Warlords, the Heaven Devil. Before Deng En could press further, the man blurted out his master's name. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Deng En blinked, genuinely surprised. Had Doflamingo extended his reach into the East Blue? Deng En knew the man had spent considerable time in the West and North Blues, rising to prominence in the underworld, dominating black market trade, while cultivating his power. Even during the era of Monkey D. Luffy's emergence, Doflamingo had never abandoned those enterprises. Around him, the pirates erupted into nervous murmurs. Many pirates recognized this man. Until today, he had been untouchable on this trading island, feared by all. No one knew his patron. Yet all knew he sold weapons of exceptional quality at exorbitant prices. Those who tried to rob him ended up strung up on the island's cliffs, left to desiccate in the wind. None had imagined he served one of the Seven Warlords. Though these pirates knew little of the Grand Line or the New World, they knew the legends of the sea's most infamous outlaws well. After all, the newsbird's broadsheets carried stories almost exclusively about such figures, and those astronomical bounties adorned with countless zeros were impossible to ignore. Admiral Tengu, Don Quixote Doflamingo, bounty 340 million berries. In the East Blue, where most bounties hovered in the mere millions, or remained non-existent, he was a myth whispered in awe. Since you know Admiral Tengu, you must understand his terror. Upon hearing Doflamingo's name spoken aloud, the man on the ground seemed to draw strength. Confident Deng En would dare not provoke Doflamingo, he declared, "Leave now, and I shall pretend this never happened." Resistance was unthinkable. Even an apology from Deng En was beyond his audacity to demand. He sought only to leverage Doflamingo's name to drive Deng En away. This trading island was Doflamingo's sanctioned foothold into the East Blue. If compromised, his death would be certain. He knew full well how the Don Quixote family dealt with failure. His predecessor had vanished precisely that way. Even if Doflamingo himself stood before me, he would have no right to utter such words. Deng En's expression remained unchanged. Doflamingo was formidable, true. 10 years hence, at the height of his power, Deng En might well lose in ordinary combat, requiring activation of his unyielding trait to prevail. But the Doflamingo of now, he truly held no fear. "You." The man's face paled, his eyes widened in shock at Deng En's defiance. The other pirates stood dumbfounded. This was one of the 7 warlords, a colossus bearing a bounty exceeding 300 million. Was this man mad to dismiss such a titan with utter contempt? Brr! A den mushy shrill cry pierced the air. The Zoan user swallowed hard, and under Deng En's unwavering gaze carefully retrieved the creature. Its shell shimmered, and a face wearing mirrored sunglasses materialized. "Fufufu. If you're still alive, I wish to speak with that man." A manic, echoing laugh preceded the voice. "Yes, sir." At the sound, the man reverently extended the den mushy toward Deng En. Deng En glanced at it, then took it into his hand. "I care not who you are. Leave now." "Don Quixote Doflamingo, you address me?" Deng En stared coldly into the den mushy and scoffed. "Fufufu. The consequences of destroying that place exceed your capacity to bear." Doflamingo's tone darkened. "So you know who I am. Then tell me, if I raise it to the ground right now, what precisely will you do, eh?" Deng En narrowed his eyes at the creature. Silence stretched from the other end. "That location is not as vital as you assume." "Is that so? Then I shall visit you in Dressrosa soon enough." Deng En severed the connection without another word. Disconnected. The Zoan user stared stunned, first at the abrupt termination, then at the chilling brevity of the exchange. He swallowed again, instinctively stepping backward. "Go, round up every soul here. Let 1 escape, and I execute 1 of you. Let 10 flee, I kill 10. Or try fleeing yourselves." Deng En slid his long blade into its scabbard, addressed the pirates, then turned and sat calmly upon his ship's railing, watching them frozen in place. "Time grows short. Hesitate further, and every last one of you dies." His voice remained serene. The pirates erupted into chaos, exchanging glances, before one lunged toward the town, weapon drawn. With that first charge, the rest surged forward in unison. "Admiral Tengu will never forgive you." I know." Deng En nodded, indifferent. "You have no conception of that man's true terror." He spoke not for Deng En's safety, but for his own. For Ryūjin here meant certain death, persuasion risked death. Choice therefore was stark. Brr! The den mushy rang out once more. Deng En cut it off instantly. In Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo's temple vein throbbed violently. Who is this reckless brat emerging out of nowhere? His core business domain across the 4 seas was the North Blue. After seizing Dressrosa, he had already begun extending his influence into the other 3 seas. How dare someone provoke him so soon? Does he truly believe Don Quixote Doflamingo's blade has lost its edge? Doflamingo. Tereo, his nose dripping with mucus, instantly recognized the fury blazing in his young master's eyes. Doflamingo was on the verge of exploding. This was nothing short of a direct, humiliating affront to his face. And for a man like Doflamingo, such an insult was utterly intolerable. Were the challenger a formidable powerhouse, perhaps he might have tolerated it. But what true strength could possibly reside in the East Blue, among mere rabble and ragtag pirates? "Dispatch men at once. I demand to hear that insolent brat's wails within the shortest possible time." Doflamingo commanded, his expression dark and stormy. "Understood, Doflamingo. I'll send agents to the East Blue, but recently Vice Admiral Garp has returned there. Launching a major operation now would be ill-advised." As a legendary naval hero, Garp's every movement drew intense scrutiny. His return to the East Blue was already common knowledge among all local powers. "That old man has returned. What for?" Doflamingo paused, turning sharply toward Tereo. "It appears he's searching for someone. Details remain unconfirmed." Tereo hesitated before replying. "Just a brat. Hardly worth making waves over." Doflamingo refused to wait. Could it really be that even an unknown whelp now dared to challenge him? Waha! Doflamingo, why waste wrath on a mere child? We have far grander ambitions ahead. Still, since you've spoken, I'll dispatch agents immediately. Soon you'll behold that brat's severed head." With that, the slimy Terreo turned and strode away. Doflamingo watched him go, then lifted a glass of red wine and gazed silently out the window. Below lay Dressrosa, still under reconstruction, where countless toy citizens walked the streets. The clamor of slaughter continued unabated. Pirates were by nature brutal, and their blood-soaked carnage laid bare the full horror of their savagery. Deng-en observed the massacre erupting across the trade island, sparked solely by his words, with unruffled calm. In the original narrative, few scenes ever depicted the grim aftermath of pirate raids. After all, the story's gaze remained almost exclusively fixed upon Monkey D. Luffy. Consider merely the bounty poster Deng-en held. Though each listed pirate bore modest bounties, each had claimed dozens, or even hundreds, of lives. Some raided islands for plunder, killing only those who resisted. Others murdered purely for sport, taking life as their perverse delight. Our young master will never forgive you. The Don Quixote family devil fruit user, even as Deng-en pocketed the Den Mushi, still tried to bluster. I know. Deng-en glanced at him and nodded. You? His utter composure left the man speechless. Given their negligible presence in the East Blue, not even mid-tier officers would deign to oversee operations here. Sending a single devil fruit user already signaled considerable attention. Thus, any threats he uttered rang hollow, like the frantic yelps of a defeated dog, especially against Deng-en's serene, dismissive demeanor. "Tell me, will Doflamingo send assassins after me?" Deng-en asked, watching the man's eyes bulge. "Of course. A senior officer will surely come. You're doomed." "Ah, I see. So you're a pirate too." Deng-en nodded gently. "I'm a famed pirate of the North Blue. Before joining the young master, my bounty stood at 23 million berries." The remark seemed to strike a nerve. The man tilted his chin upward, pride blazing in his gaze. A pleasant surprise. Deng-en's eyes gleamed with sudden delight. With Doflamingo's status as a Shichibukai revoked, all bounties under his banner had likewise been nullified by the Marines. Yet this man, perhaps one of Doflamingo's lesser underlings, might still carry an active bounty. "So yours remains intact?" Deng-en asked curiously. "Naturally. My name commands great renown across the North Blue." "Excellent." Deng-en nodded vigorously. To these pirates, marine bounties were badges of honor, not indictments. Even mid-battle, they boast of their bounties as if sheer numerical value could intimidate opponents. Or perhaps this was simply the most ferocious threat their minds could conjure. Musing thus, Deng-en ceased acknowledging the man altogether. 23 million berries, plus the pirates previously sighted on the island and hidden within the town, could yield tens of millions, perhaps even surpassing 100 million. The Grand Line truly was paved with gold. New World pirates routinely carried bounties in the hundreds of millions, even billions, yet capturing them demanded far greater peril than this effortless sweep. Locate their lair, then eradicate them en masse. Now Deng-en understood why the first island after entering the Grand Line teemed with bounty hunters. It was as if golden coins leapt willingly into one's palm. Indeed, once they grow stronger, such pirates rarely deign to fight the weak. Deng-en stroked his chin, attempting to map the logic of this world's inhabitants, to think as they did. It wasn't difficult to grasp. The slaughter on Trade Island had nearly concluded. Deng-en had departed several times to intercept fugitives attempting escape aboard hidden vessels. All now lay drowned beneath the waves. The survivors had obediently returned, some even delivering wanted pirates from the town, hands bound and heads bowed. Those slain had their heads brought back separately. Board ship. Deng-en stood beside the largest pirate vessel, watching them file aboard one by one. Like Dory before him, Deng-en boarded, then ordered immediate departure for the 16th Naval Base. Though alone, Deng-en commanded absolute obedience. Each pirate dutifully manned the helm or adjusted sails, steering the fleet away without hesitation. Deng-en sat at the prow, gazing down at the mass of pirates crouching on deck, hands clasped behind their heads. "Tell me, will the Marines pay for pirates bearing no bounty?" Beside him stood the devil fruit user, now missing one arm, severed by Deng-en's flying slash when he attempted escape during earlier pursuits. At Deng-en's question, the man flinched, casting him a terrified glance. "Yes, they typically award bounties proportional to their captain's reward." "You're surprisingly well informed." Deng-en raised an eyebrow. "Well, in the North Blue, we occasionally received orders to deliver captured pirates to naval bases for bounty collection." Now the man spoke freely, relieved inwardly that being taken to a naval base meant survival. As a subordinate of a former Shichibukai, he knew he'd likely be released after detention, a precedent already proven. Several days later, alarm siren No. 16 base blared abruptly. Base commander, a massive pirate vessel is approaching. The announcement jolted Colonel Rat into wide-eyed alarm. A massive pirate ship implied at least several hundred pirates aboard. Not the gravest concern, however. Far more alarming was the captain commanding such a force. His strength could only be imagined. Still, outright assaults on marine bases remained exceedingly rare. Had the East Blue pirates lost their minds? Colonel Rat was already barking orders to mobilize troops when he froze mid-sentence. Vice Admiral Garp's flagship remains docked at the harbor. It struck him suddenly. He had no idea where Vice Admiral Garp had gone, but his crew remained aboard, battle-hardened veterans who had stormed the New World alongside the legendary Admiral himself. Moreover, Captain Bogart, Vice Admiral Garp's trusted aide and a seasoned officer, stood watch aboard the flagship. Instantly, Colonel Rat steadied his nerves and sprinted toward the docks with his men. With no real danger looming, a decisive stance was imperative, lest he arrive too late long after the confrontation had ended. The siren wailed on. In the sleepy town encircling the marine base, civilians stood dazed and bewildered. What in the world was happening? Prepare for combat. On the pier, Captain Bogart issued sharp commands. Marines surged across the warship cannons, pivoting swiftly to align with the bearing reported by the lookout. Bogart himself frowned in confusion. Garp's flagship was a standard Navy battleship, vastly larger than any pirate vessel. How dared a pirate ship dare approach so brazenly? Had East Blue pirates grown this audacious? Skeptical Bogart stood at the bow watching the pirate ship close in at breakneck speed. His keen eyes caught a lone figure standing at the pirate ship's prow. As distance narrowed, Bogart raised his hand to command fire, then paused, brow furrowing. That face, strangely familiar. The flicker of recognition stayed his order. The Marines, sensing no threat, held their positions, vigilant but silent. Wait, it's him. Dunn had changed dramatically over the past year. Taller, broader, his frame now powerfully built. Yet his facial features remained largely unchanged, though the lingering boyishness had faded entirely. Bogart's sense of familiarity stemmed from a distant glimpse in Frostmoon Village. Only now, recalling the purpose of Garp's visit, did the pieces click into place, and the identity of the approaching figure dawn upon him. But wasn't Dunn a bounty hunter? Since when had he become a pirate? By then, Colonel Rat had arrived, only to find Garp's crew fully armed and ready, yet holding fire. Bewildered, he dared not question, merely watched in silence. Still no cannon fire came. Uncertain, he remained still, eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. Then, before the stunned gaze of Marines, dockworkers, and officers alike, the speeding pirate ship suddenly decelerated, gliding smoothly into berth at the harbor. Dunn stood at the prow, spotting Garp's doghead-marked warship from afar. Though puzzled, he hesitated not, issuing immediate orders to slow and dock. The pirate vessel settled firmly at the pier, moored within striking proximity of the Navy's colossal flagship. Captain Bogart stood at his ship's bow, hand resting on his sword hilt, gazing down at the pirate vessel below, clearly visible, now teeming with pirates. Something was off. Wait, what was that? A single glance revealed many pirates bearing fresh wounds, and a pile of severed heads clustered near the stern, conspicuously avoided by all nearby crew. So he'd sailed out to hunt pirates, and delivered them en masse, ship and all. But how many crews had he dismantled? As Bogart wrestled with disbelief, Dunn leapt from the pirate deck onto the pier, landing squarely before Colonel Rat. Here, I've brought you glory. Dunn gestured toward his ship. Colonel Rat stared, utterly baffled. Huh. Clearly Dunn's words had short-circuited the colonel's thoughts, who in their right mind captured pirates and seized their vessel as spoils. Ah, Dunn. Of course. Memory snapped back their first meeting when Dunn had delivered an entire shipload of pirates, captured wholesale, in one fell swoop. But this time, Colonel Rat glanced again at the pirate deck, where dozens of curious, nervous faces peered over the railing, a dark, dense mass. He swallowed hard. You're refusing it. Dunn frowned when Rat remained silent. We'll take them. A new voice cut in, Bogart descending from the flagship, flanked by disciplined ranks of Marines. They'll assist you in securing these prisoners. Bogart turned to Colonel Rat and issued the order. Yes, sir. Though technically peers in rank, a headquarters captain outranked a branch-based commander by 3 grades. Bogart watched silently as Marines boarded the pirate vessel to begin the transfer. One by one, pirates were marched ashore. Yet manpower proved insufficient, so the first contingent, some dozens, were escorted directly to the Marine base for immediate detention. You're done, Oi. As Marines led away his captives, Dunn observed the proceedings, when Bogart spoke beside him. Yes. Dunn nodded. I'm Captain Bogart, Vice Admiral Garp's chief aide. I saw you once, in Frostmoon Village. Bogart introduced himself. Oh. Dunn acknowledged him, without turning. That dismissive tone made Bogart's lips twitch. Vice Admiral Garp traveled here from headquarters, specifically because of you. Because of me, eh? I have no interest in joining the Marines. Dunn shook his head flatly. But capturing pirates, isn't that upholding justice? Is there a force more just than the Marines? Bogart asked, frowning. Justice? Dunn paused, then turned, meeting Bogart's gaze. He almost retorted with biting irony about the Marines' hollow ideals, then thought better of it. Some Marines simply couldn't be reasoned with. I capture pirates for the money. After a moment's pause, Dunn offered his answer. Marine pay is hardly meager, Bogart replied at once. Not meager? Dunn grinned. What's your monthly salary? 4 million belly, Bogart answered plainly. No hesitation, no embellishment. 4 million belly, for a headquarters captain. Admirals likely earned double, fleet admirals perhaps more, plus allowances and benefits. Dunn spoke lightly. Bogart nodded. Then tell me, how much is this cargo of feeble pirates worth? Feeble. Bogart had never heard the term, but grasped its meaning instantly. I don't know. 80 million to 100 million belly. Dunn stated it matter-of-factly, and Bogart fell silent. That sum equaled 2 years of his salary. And from his vantage, these pirates were pitifully weak, barely worth drawing his blade. How long did it take you to capture them? Bogart asked, throat dry. Roughly half a month, though you may round up to 1 month. Dunn waved a hand casually. 1 month. Bogart admitted he was tempted. Of course, a fleeting moment of excitement can lead to cough cough. After all, he is a colonel from the headquarters. Bogart adjusted quickly. Although there are many scoundrels in the Navy, there are indeed many who possess a true sense of justice. However, Dunn's words left Bogart at a loss for how to respond. Joining the Navy certainly wouldn't yield such rewards, unless you are a wicked Navy. As for the Navy's justice, Bogart wanted to have a discussion with Dunn, but Dunn clearly had no interest. Tell the base commander in Rat Base that I am at the usual place. Just make sure the bounty is ready to be delivered. Dunn waved his hand, and then walked toward the small town. Meanwhile, the town was already in an uproar. Such a grand scene is truly rare to witness. One pirate after another was escorted by the Navy to the base for confinement. There was hardly a pause. Everyone came to watch the excitement. The patrons of the tavern all went out to see what was happening, and the tavern owner, Old Komodo, also stepped outside. Watching the pirates being escorted one by one, Old Komodo recognized quite a few of them, all of whom had bounty notices. Is the Navy planning a big operation? But he hadn't heard anything about it. It seemed that the Navy at this base had not mobilized, so where did they capture these pirates from? Old Komodo looked puzzled. To capture so many pirates, the Navy would certainly need to mobilize a significant number of people, and credit for the captures would go to whoever caught them. If they were captured by the Navy from another base, they wouldn't be sent here. I heard that a pirate ship directly came to the dock and ran into the warship at the dock, causing the pirates to surrender immediately. Someone spoke up, trying to show off their insider knowledge, but it was clear they only had half the story. Is the tavern not open today? A voice made Old Komodo turn around, and he saw the tall Dunn holding a sword looking at him. It's open, aren't we here to watch the fun? Old Komodo replied hurriedly, returning to the tavern. The usual, a glass of juice. Dunn then entered the tavern and sat at the counter. All right. Old Komodo didn't ask further and immediately got busy peeling fresh oranges to make juice. Are there any new bounty notices? Looking at Old Komodo at work, Dunn asked. Bounty notices? Old Komodo, busy with his tasks, was taken aback and looked up at Dunn. Wait, those pirates couldn't have been caught by him, right? Old Komodo knew that Dunn was a pirate hunter. No, there were too many pirates. How could one person possibly capture so many? Old Komodo chuckled and shook his head. There aren't many new bounties after all. The East Sea is the weakest sea, and there aren't that many pirates. Most are just starting out and don't even have bounties yet, but there might be something big coming up soon. Old Komodo said, pushing the freshly squeezed juice in front of Dunn. Something big. Tell me, Dunn said, intrigued. It's said that pirates from the New World almost ran into the Navy in Rogue Town after returning to the East Sea, but they escaped. I heard they were a ship full of fishmen, and the leader seems to be called Dragon. Old Komodo lowered his head and pulled out a stack of bounty notices, rummaging through them. Red Dragon. Dunn exclaimed. Yes, it's Red Dragon. It's said to be a subordinate of a major pirate from the New World with a bounty of a whopping 20 million. Old Komodo was clearly impressed by this bounty. While it might not stand out in the New World in the East Sea, it would be a big shark. Is there a location? Dun looked at old Komodo as he pulled out a bounty notice with a photo of Red Dragon on it. No, this pirate just arrived in the East Sea, and even the Navy doesn't know the specifics. Other than escaping from the Navy's pursuit, there haven't been any other reports. Dun nodded. However, this place isn't too far from Rogue Town. If this guy comes around here, it might cause quite a stir. Old Komodo glanced at Dun and sighed. This place is an archipelago, and in the eyes of pirates, it's prime meat. The archipelago consists of several closely situated islands, which were likely connected at first, but became separated due to rising sea levels or some areas sinking. Base number 16 Coco West Village, along with over 20 nearby island villages, are all part of the Konami archipelago. However, Dun did not respond. Outside, the excitement continued as the large number of pirates being escorted drew the townspeople to gather, and cheers could be heard from outside. Perhaps some recognized the pirates. Do you know what's going on with these pirates outside? Seeing Dun turn to look outside, old Komodo asked, bored. I caught them, Dun replied casually. Old Komodo was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Don't joke around, it's not just one or two pirates. How could you catch so many? But it seemed like you really knew the news, why not sell it to me? Old Komodo said cheerfully. This information could be monetized for him, or at least be used for conversation in the tavern. Such secret information is also a great tool for attracting customers. After all, the people here have an insatiable curiosity. Sure, 150,000 berry. Upon hearing this, Dun turned back smiling at old Komodo, and then made his offer. 150,000. That's too expensive a wait, isn't that the fee for the news I sold you? Old Komodo stared wide-eyed, utterly speechless. This kid seems to hold grudges, but didn't he only collect 100,000 berry later? Think about it, to capture so many pirates, he must be a big figure. Would the news from such a big figure be cheap? That's true. Old Komodo nodded in agreement, then reluctantly pulled out 150,000 berry from the counter and handed it to Dun. Dun didn't hold back and accepted the money. The person who captured these pirates is me. When I saw the pirates gathering together, I just captured them all in one go, Dun said earnestly. Old Komodo's expression shifted between green and white. This kid wouldn't be trying to swindle his money, would he? Just as old Komodo was starting to have doubts, two Navy officers walked in carrying large bags. Upon seeing Dun, the two Navy officers saluted after putting down the bags. Hello, Mr. Pirate Hunter. This is the bounty that the Colonel had us bring over, totaling 91,770,000 berry. Is the escort completed? Dun asked the two Navy officers. Not yet, but the Colonel said not to keep you waiting too long, so we calculated the bounty in advance. Dun suddenly understood and nodded. After the two Navy officers saluted, they turned and left. See, I told you it was me. I didn't lie to you. It really is you. Old Komodo felt dazed. This kid seems to have surpassed his expectations. Capturing so many at once, just how strong is this kid? Just as old Komodo was questioning life, Bogart at the dock contacted Carp, who was returning home to see his grandson. Vice Admiral Carp, the person has returned. Kapu Bang Bang unleashed two powerful punches on Ace and Luffy, sending them rolling on the ground before finally looking at the transponder snail. Vice Admiral Kapu, the person has returned. The transponder snail opened and closed its mouth, transmitting Bogart's voice. Haha, that kid has returned to base 16. Hold him back, I will return right away. After saying that, Kapu stood up and looked at the two boys rolling on the ground, their heads covered in bumps. If I ever hear you two wanting to go to sea as pirates again, what awaits you will be my beloved Iron Fist. Kapu shook his fist, glaring at Ace and Luffy. The two boys who were holding their heads instinctively stood up and stepped back upon hearing this. After Kapu finished speaking, he turned and walked away. Old man, I will definitely become the Pirate King. Seeing Kapu's back, Luffy shouted loudly, only to be covered by Ace's hand over his mouth. Kapu heard this, but did not turn around. After all, he still had matters to attend to. Slap. Luffy received a slap on the back of his head as the burly female mountain bandit Dayton glared at him fiercely with a cigarette in her mouth. The two turned around and saw Dayton gasping in surprise before turning to run. You two little brats, stop right there. Dayton, taken aback by their immediate flight, chased after them with her stick. One old brat, two little brats. At base 16 town, the escort of the pirates had just concluded. Clearly the people here had not yet recovered from their excitement. Goodness, this scene is something I've never seen before. Did they catch all the pirates from the East Sea? After the excitement, these people naturally had no mood to attend to their own affairs, gathering to discuss today's events. The tavern was quickly filled with people. Old Komodo kept swallowing his saliva, occasionally glancing at the two large bags next to Dun. Having too much money is also a hassle, right? After finishing his juice, Dun set the cup down, looking a bit troubled at the 2 bags of berries. Old Komodo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wouldn't he like to have such troubles? How about you help me keep it safe for now? Dun threw the bag next to him to Old Komodo. When I'm ready to leave, then he'll come to ask you for it. Holding the heavy bag, Old Komodo still hadn't grasped the situation when Dun had already gotten up and left. Old man, what did that guy give you? Naturally, the happenings at the counter attracted quite a few people's attention, and someone asked. Nothing. Old Komodo swallowed hard and hurriedly placed the bag on the counter. However, his heart was pounding wildly. He had never seen so much money in his life. If he packed it up and took it away, he could live like a rich man for the rest of his days. But thinking about how Dun managed to catch so many pirates alone in such a short time, Old Komodo dismissed the thoughts that had arisen in his heart. At the dock, when Dun returned, the Navy was busy cleaning the pirate ship he had brought back. The ship seems to be intact. Dun squinted as he looked at what was considered a large pirate ship for pirates. It could be worth several 100,000 berries, right? This is your ship. When Dun approached, Bogart saw him and spoke up after hearing Dun's words. Vice Admiral Kapu is returning from Windmill Village. After saying that, Bogart observed Dun's expression. Dun showed no change in his demeanor. Give up, you can't force me to become a Navy, can you? Dun smiled and turned to look at Bogart. I don't know about that. After all, the one in charge is Vice Admiral Kapu. But becoming a Navy does have many hidden benefits. If you want to hunt pirates, the Navy has more information and intelligence. Bogart had no doubts about Dun's abilities. Although Dun appeared quite robust, he looked quite young. At this age, having such capabilities reminded him of another person who had been with Kapu before. Another monster in the Navy. The current Navy Admiral Akiji. Even Akiji was still in training camp at Dun's age. Top swordsman. The blue font hovered above Bogart's head, and Dun glanced at it before turning his attention away. The purpose of hunting pirates is for money, not for hobby. Dun waved his hand, and then walked over to the Navy soldiers cleaning the pirate ship, speaking softly. Bogart watched Dun's back, knowing he was likely going to set sail. But Vice Admiral Kapu was returning. And isn't this person tired? Shouldn't he take a few days off? He could just wait for Vice Admiral Kapu to return. With this thought, Bogart hesitated, considering how to keep Dun from leaving. However, he probably didn't have a ship right now. One person can't control such a large pirate ship. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw several Navy soldiers chatting with Dun, their expressions filled with excitement. Bogart's heart sank, feeling a bad premonition. Then he saw several Navy soldiers leave, and a moment later they steered a small boat over. He saw Dun turn back and wave at him, and one person boarded the small boat, leaving like that. On the calm surface of the water, Dun sat at the stern of the small boat, his arm transforming into flames, with a long tail of flames spewing out, making the small boat seem as if it had a booster. This was also one of Dun's previous ideas. The inspiration came from Luffy's Gear 4th flying method during his battle with Doflamingo. He used air currents for propulsion, while Dun used rocket propulsion. However, this method consumed a lot of physical strength. Of course, with his current stamina, he could still manage this level of expenditure. Consider it as training for the ability of the flame fruit. Moreover, he was also familiarizing himself with this method, which could help him achieve rapid movement in the future. Clearly, this method was faster than paddling a boat with an oar and a long knife. Departing in the afternoon, he reached Cocoa West Village just before sunset. Before long, Barumile looked at Dun, standing in front of her, her expression dazed. Packing up. Dun nodded. Like before. Dun nodded again. Good. This time Barumile did not refuse. She looked at the berries Dun was about to take, and then called Aiken to help move the oranges. After that, Dun planned to operate in the nearby waters. After all, the purpose of this visit was precisely this. With news of Arlong, this guy would likely arrive soon. Meanwhile, on Reverse Mountain, a gigantic pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger of the Sun Pirates had crossed over Reverse Mountain and crashed down onto the surface of the East Sea. The Navy station nearby immediately spotted this pirate ship and surrounded it, but upon seeing the pirate flag above, their expressions changed dramatically. This flag. The commander of the military ship's face changed drastically, recognizing this pirate flag. One of the 7 warlords of the sea with legal plundering rights, the fishman Jinbei. What is such a guy doing in the East Sea? Brother Jinbei, it's the Navy. A fishman shouted at Jinbei. I see it. Jinbei looked at the approaching warship and jumped to the bow. After a moment, the pirate ship and the warship both came to a halt, confronting each other. Shichibukai, why are you in the East Sea? The speaker was a Navy brigadier general, presumably the commander of Roguetown, who was now staring at Jinbei with a serious expression. Due to the identity of the Shichibukai, the Navy could not casually attack them, This was an order from the higher-ups and the world government. However, he also could not simply allow a Shichibukai to enter the East Sea. I'm here to find someone. I want to attack the civilians of the East Sea. Jinbei thought for a moment and said, "Find someone." Jinbei's answer immediately reminded the brigadier general of the group of fishmen who had escaped from the naval encirclement. If it weren't for that incident, the warships wouldn't be gathering here. Clear the way. The brigadier general thought for a moment and gave a direct order. There was no other choice. The Shichibukai were all-powerful pirates, and he as a branch brigadier general was not their match. Moreover, he couldn't take action against the Shichibukai. The warships slowly turned to make way, and Jinbei turned to give orders. Brother Jinbei Little 8 says Arlong is preparing to attack an island. A fishman came up behind Jinbei and said. Jinbei's expression tightened, feeling worried and somewhat exhausted. The death predicted by Shirahoshi was likely to occur during the attack. Thinking of this, Jinbei ordered to accelerate. The Navy watched the ship of the Shichibukai leave, and the brigadier general immediately took out a den mushi to report back to headquarters. This was no small matter. A Shichibukai had come to the Four Seas, he had to report it. How to decide would still be up to the orders from headquarters. The intelligence officers receiving the news did not dare to be slow, hurrying to the marshal's office. "Come in." Sengoku was engrossed in reviewing documents and spoke without looking up at the sound of knocking. Marshal Brigadier General Tibbs from Rotown reports that Shichibukai Jinbei has come to the East Sea from the Grand Line. Sengoku, busy with work, suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp. Jinbei went to the East Sea. What is his purpose? Sengoku was quite familiar with Jinbei. In fact, among the Shichibukai he had recruited, Jinbei was the one he most agreed with. Compared to other vicious characters, the Sea Knight Jinbei had not committed any evil deeds. Rather, he inherited the aspirations of the former captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger, striving for the coexistence of humans and fishmen. Moreover, he aimed to rescue his compatriots on the high seas. Such a person would not suddenly take an interest in wandering around the East Sea. Oh, something must have happened. While Brigadier General Tibbs said he was looking for someone, previously Brigadier General Tibbs discovered a group of fishmen entering the East Sea and was intercepted during their capture, but the other party escaped. Sengoku frowned and thought, "I understand." Upon hearing this, the intelligence officer saluted and turned to leave. Sengoku contemplated for a moment and picked up the den mushi. Although he felt that Jinbei would not cause any trouble in the East Sea, to be safe, Sengoku contacted Garp. Garp was returning to the Navy base in the Kinomi Islands from Windmill Village and received Sengoku's contact on the ship. Seeing the den mushi transform into a likeness of Sengoku, Garp felt a bit guilty. He had come to find someone, but he ended up looking for his grandsons, Sengoku had found out. "Garp, how is your mission going? With your status, you can't just stay in the East Sea all the time." "Haha, I found the person, but we need to wait. That little brat has gone out to catch pirates again." "Oh, catching pirates." "Yes, when I arrived, that little brat had already gone out to sea, but when I went out to find someone, this young man had caught a large group of pirates to collect the bounty of 90 million. 90 million. Sengoku's voice clearly showed astonishment. There are still 90 million bounty pirates in the East Sea. Sengoku was taken aback. How did he not know this news? "Ha, you didn't expect it, did you?" That young man caught a large group of pirates, almost capturing all the pirates active near Reverse Mountain. Garp laughed heartily. "This is indeed unexpected." Sengoku remained silent for a while before answering. "Don't worry, I will do my best to bring the person back, but I can't guarantee I will definitely be able to bring them back." "All right, do your best. I have another matter to discuss with you." Shichibukai Jinbei has gone to the East Sea, presumably to find a group of fishmen. Try not to let them cause a commotion. "Jinbei? That guy actually came to the East Sea." Garp's smile faded, and he became serious. Garp did not agree with the Shichibukai system, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. "Yes, he just arrived in the East Sea. You investigate his location yourself, and keep an eye on him." "All right, I understand." After Garp finished speaking, he hung up the den mushi, and then stood up. "You all rest for a while." Garp instructed several Navy personnel operating the ship, "By the way, hold on tight." The several Navy personnel were taken aback, seeming to realize something, their expressions changing as they found something to brace themselves. Garp at the stern of the ship clenched his fists tightly and suddenly threw a punch. A powerful gust of wind was unleashed by his punch, creating a tremendous explosion of sound as it collided with the air. The reaction force sent the ship beneath his feet, flying, speeding across the surface of the sea. On a pirate ship near the Kinomi Islands. Brother Arlong, ahead is Kinomi Islands with over 20 villages, but there's a Navy base nearby. A fisherman looking at the nautical chart in his hand said to Arlong, "Shark ha ha, comrades, conquering the sea starts here. Take this place." The other fishermen were excited. The octopus fisherman Little 8 had a worried look in his eyes. He knew well what consequences this would bring, which might trouble Brother Jinbei. Now that Brother Jinbei has arrived in the East Sea, he hoped it would be in time. "Brother Arlong, should we plan again? We have already been discovered by the Navy, and there's a Navy branch here. We might be surrounded by the Navy." Little 8 thought for a moment, wanting to persuade him indirectly. "I'm not afraid of any damn Navy, and the East Sea is the weakest sea. The Navy is also the weakest." Arlong turned to look at Little 8, his expression somewhat unfriendly. This guy just loved to break their morale. He should have known better than to bring him along. While speaking, the island's silhouette appeared at the end of the sea ahead. "Comrades, grab your weapons." Arlong drew his jagged sword and pointed at the distant island. "Our goal is treasure. Treasure." The cheers of the fishmen echoed on the ship, and the speed of the pirate ship increased. However, a cunning glint flashed in Arlong's eyes. If there was a Navy base nearby, perhaps he could use a different method. After all, they all aimed to gather strength to dominate the East Sea. The outcome was the same regardless of the process. "Pirates! It's pirates!" A shrill, panicked cry pierced the tranquil air at the edge of the small island village. The man who shouted it bolted wildly toward the village, screaming with every stride. At the sound, villagers poured from their homes, watching him sprint past. Those nearest the shore then turned their gaze seaward and saw far across the waves a pirate ship drawing steadily closer. A peculiar flag flapped atop its mast, 2 crossed bones beneath a crimson shark. In an instant, the entire village erupted into chaos. This island lay perilously close to a marine base. Most pirates had long avoided attacking here. Approaching would cost precious time and risk being intercepted by the Marines before they could strike. Now terror reawakened. The memory of pirate brutality surged back. Some scrambled toward the island's opposite shore, desperate to flee by boat. Others seized pitchforks and crude metal tools, bracing themselves to fight. Boom. The pirate ship, hurtling forward at full speed, did not anchor offshore. It slammed straight onto the beach and barreled unrelenting into the heart of the village. The massive vessel crushed homes beneath its hull, sending plumes of dust and splintered timber spiraling skyward. "Men, round up every soul. Kill any who resist, or try to run." Arlong roared, hefting his serrated greatsword high. Cheering fishmen leapt from the deck and charged into the village like a tide of fury. In that single breath, wails and screams tore through the air. Arlong stood atop the prow, blade in hand, eyes alight with savage anticipation, waiting for the spoils of conquest. Humanity is driven by greed. He had a plan. With a marine base so near, perhaps negotiation would be possible once they arrived. Excessive slaughter might draw overwhelming marine forces, an outcome disastrous for his ambition to dominate the East Blue. But if he could strike a pact with the local marine commander, that would simplify everything. "Sharkaha, I truly am brilliant." Arlong patted himself on the back for such cunning. Besides him, aboard the ship, stood the octopus fisherman Hachon. Hearing the cries of agony rise from below, Hachon shrank back instinctively and quietly contacted Jinbei via Den Den Mushi. Jinbei had entered the East Blue days earlier. Surely he was closing in by now. He prayed Jinbei would arrive swiftly. If Arlong slaughtered too many, Jinbei would face an unbearable moral reckoning. Burup. Arlong's ear twitched. He whirled sharply toward the source of the sound and strode forward, dragging his heavy blade behind him. "Jinbei-sama, hurry. Arlong has begun. He's attacking a human village." Hachon whispered urgently into the Den Den Mushi. "Can you dissuade him?" Jinbei's voice crackled back, grave, unwavering. "Jinbei-sama, I cannot sway Arlong-sama." Hachon's tentacles flickered nervously as he answered, torn between loyalty and dread. "Understood. I'll reach you shortly." And with that, Jinbei severed the connection. Hachon sighed, then froze mid-turn. "Hachon, who were you speaking to? Have you dared betray me?" Arlong's eyes blazed with lethal fury as he fixed his glare upon him. Hachon recoiled violently, then met Arlong's gaze heated. "Arlong-sama, humans vastly surpass us, not just in strength, but in influence." Whether it was Fisher Tiger-sama or Jinbei-sama, both sought peaceful coexistence between fishmen and humans. "What you do now will shatter their life's work." Hachon summoned every ounce of courage to shout those words. "Fool, peace with humans is impossible. How did Fisher Tiger-sama treat them? Yet he died at their hands, and even in death refused to let his blood nourish theirs. I am the true heir to Fisher Tiger-sama's will. Jinbei, merely a coward." Arlong snarled, his serrated blade slashing wildly through empty air. "Had Jinbei-sama not become a Shichibukai, you'd still rot in a marine cell, Arlong-sama." Hachon pressed on, but that sentence struck a raw nerve. Where moments before the blade had only vented rage, now it descended with lethal intent. Arlong swung it down at Hachon in a furious arc. Hachon hadn't expected the blow. He twisted desperately, but failed to evade. 3 of his left arms were severed clean away. Agony dropped him to the deck, writhing and shrieking. Arlong jolted as if awakened from a trance, staring at the maimed Hachon, his expression dark conflicted, yet he withheld the killing stroke. Without another word, Arlong turned and strode away, leaving Hachon convulsing on the blood-slicked deck. Below, fishmen rampaged unchecked through the village. Resistance meant death. Ordinary fishmen possessed physical prowess far exceeding that of ordinary humans, by nature, by birth. The villagers were common folk, mostly fishermen. They stood no chance. The village elder watched neighbors fall, and suddenly recalled the young man who'd left him a den mushy just days prior. He couldn't afford one himself. He remembered clearly, if pirates attack, call this. Clutching it like a lifeline, he fumbled the device from his robe and dialed frantically. Burrup. The den mushy stirred groggily, uttering soft syllables under the elder's trembling hands, then connected. You're under pirate attack. Yes, fishmen pirates. The elder blurted relief, flooding his voice at the first reply. But in the next breath, a sword-wielding fishman burst in, spotted the elder clutching the den mushy, and flew into a rage. One slash severed the elder's arm at the wrist, a second strike followed, brutal final. The den mushy remained connected. The elder's dying scream echoed outward, raw, ragged, endless. On the placid sea, a lone ship drifted. Deng In sat motionless, listening. Closed the elder's final cry, distant the swelling chorus of terror from the burning village. Whoosh! Flames erupted around Deng In. His knees bent, then launched him skyward in a violent vertical surge. Fire engulfed him entirely. His legs became roaring jets of incandescent flame, as if he'd transformed into a meteor, trailing a searing luminous tail across the heavens, streaking toward the smoke-choked horizon. Deng In had gifted a den mushy to every nearby village. Though his primary purpose here was to save Belmere, he harbored no personal attachment to her nor to Nami. He acted simply because he foresaw the need, possessed the means, and welcomed the trial. Now the moment he'd awaited had arrived. Fire carved its path across the sky. As Deng In anticipated, this method of travel was astonishingly swift. Perhaps not rivaling Kizur's Pika no Mi, yet at the cost of immense stamina, he could briefly exceed several times the speed of sound. Within minutes, the thick black plume rising above the target village pierced the horizon, its silhouette wreathed in smoke and flame. Against the fishmen, ordinary humans stood no chance of resistance. Even those who had fled aboard boats were utterly powerless before them. For fishmen were far more formidable in water than on land. Aside from those slain in futile resistance, the rest were herded into the village square, surrounded by grim, menacing fishmen whose predatory gazes bore down upon them. Arlong strode forward, hefting his serrated greatsword. The surrounding fishmen parted like waves before him. His mood was dark, clouded by the incident involving Sheba. I am Arlong of the Arlong Pirates. Listen well, you inferior race, from this day forth your village falls under my protection. Henceforth each adult shall pay 10,000 belly annually, each child 5,000. Fail to deliver, and you forfeit the right to live. His voice rang cold and hollow. At these words many paled. 10,000 for adults, 5,000 for children. A single family might owe 20 or 30,000 belly, or more. Yet these villagers who subsisted solely on fruit cultivation and fishing could barely feed themselves, let alone amass such a fortune. Realizing this, terror seized their faces. These were the ones who possessed no ransom. They had already witnessed the fishman's unspeakable cruelty. Arlong noticed their dread, and deliberately raised a finger pointing toward a young woman. She appeared 16 or 17, cradling a little girl in her arms. Let it begin with you. The moment the words left his lips, 2 fishmen seized the girl and the child, dragging them forward and hurling them at Arlong's feet. 10,000 for the adult, 5,000 for the child, 15,000 belly total, Arlong snarled, baring his teeth. The girl and the child trembled, violently frozen in mute terror, clinging to each other with eyes squeezed shut. Scum, did you not hear me? Seeing only their trembling embrace, a flash of murderous fury ignited in Arlong's eyes. Sir, we have no money, the girl stammered, lifting her tear-streaked face in sheer panic. No ransom. Then ... At that, Arlong raised his serrated greatsword high. His gaze swept across the villagers' faces, then twisted into a cruel, triumphant smile as the blade descended. One strike would subdue them all. Millions of belly per year. Such was the profit he envisioned. The serrated blade fell, aimed at the two girls. Boom. A meteor of flame plummeted, blazing outward in a radiant arc, then vanished as swiftly as it came. The blade's jagged edge froze midair, clamped tight in a hand wreathed in armament Haki. Stunned silence gripped everyone. Villagers paralyzed by fear, fishermen, pirates rooted to the spot. Arlong's expression hardened, his eyes locked onto the hand gripping his sword. Deng In stood before Arlong, a head taller, and his observation Haki had already mapped every soul in the village. Though he had read countless reports of such atrocities in this world, this was his first time witnessing pirate brutality against civilians firsthand. Who are you? Arlong's voice tightened, his gaze fixed on Deng Un's Haki-wrapped hand. Haki. Having sailed the Grand Line, he knew its power well. Deng In remained silent, calm, unblinking, then turned his gaze slowly toward the encircling pirates. The girl and child huddled at Deng In's feet, stared up at him stunned. Flames erupted from his palm, racing up the serrated blade like living serpents. Arlong wrenched desperately, yet the blade would not budge. As fire licked toward his fingers, he released it and leapt back. Kill him. He roared the command while retreating. Above each pirate's head floated the insignia, Fishman Pirate. Arlong's insignia glowed white, the other's gray. To Deng In they posed no threat whatsoever. At Arlong's order the fishmen surged forward, weapons drawn. Deng Un's hand settled upon the hilt of In, the soft rasping whisper of steel sliding from scabbard filling the air. Swish! A horizontal slash. In's impossibly long blade carved through the two charging fishmen, severing both weapon and body cleanly. Only after Deng In passed did their halves collapse in unison. His steps were unhurried, yet each swing of In cleaved through pirates without pause. Nothing could withstand him. Un's razor edge parted flesh and bone without resistance. A master swordsman now, Deng In had attained the pinnacle of cutting, capable of cleaving iron itself. Flesh and blood foes stood no chance. Crimson and azure blood pooled across the ground. Stop, right now, you bastard. One fishman pirate bellowed, leveling his flintlock at the girl Deng In had just saved. Boom. In the next breath, Deng In, whose pace had seemed almost leisurely, stood beside the gunman. A single kick sent the fishman hurtling across the entire island, crashing into the sea on its far shore. Where he struck, splintered hulls and corpses of villagers slain earlier bobbed upon the waves. Those fishmen who had just charged Deng In now trembled, not with rage, but with primal dread. They had not even registered their comrades' deaths, until now, staring at bodies split cleanly in two. Only then did true fear take root. Had speed blurred the horror, or had chaos swallowed reflection, they might have delayed understanding. But Deng In moved in chilling silence, wordless, relentless slaughter. It was as though an invisible hand had closed around their throats, and now slowly, inexorably began to squeeze, choking out breath, reason, and courage alike. Deng In turned again, flicking and clean of fishman blood. Behind him, Arlong watched, eyes unblinking, burning with cold intensity. Brother Arlong, the fishmen cried out in unison, turning to him in panic. Attack together. He stands alone. Arlong's voice dropped low, venomous. Yes. At his command, they pivoted as one, weapons raised, and charged Deng In anew. Arlong's words had stripped them of fear, replacing it with fatal resolve. Yet Deng In paid them no mind. Whether they rushed forward or fled, death awaited equally. Facing the onslaught, Deng In sheathed in and grasped the hilt. Fuzon. His voice was quiet, absolute. In the next instant, he vanished. A muted, dusky slash of steel flickered, brief as a sigh. Across every witness's vision, villagers still numb with shock, pirates mid-lunge, both saw that dim, lethal light. The only difference, the villagers were not its target. Deng In reappeared before Arlong, and behind him the fishmen's bodies, still propelled forward by momentum, split cleanly along the line of the cut. Watching his underlings severed by a single sword stroke, Arlong's eyes bulged wide in disbelief. This is impossible. Isn't the East Sea the weakest of all seas? How could such a being exist? Wretched inferior race. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, Arlong's heart erupted instead with boundless fury and savage rage. That fury for a fleeting moment suppressed his fear. Inferior race. Upon hearing Arlong's words, Deng In lifted his gaze to meet Arlong's eyes, and in one fluid motion swung yin downward with lethal precision. Fool, the chasm between races cannot be bridged. As the descending blade cleaved toward him, Arlong bared his teeth, lunging forward. Sharp as interlocking gears, they clamped down hard upon the sword's edge, locking it in place. Deng In twisted his wrist, rotating both blade and hilt in unison. A sharp crack echoed. Each tooth anchoring the blade snapped clean off, blood flooded Along's mouth as he stared at Deng in utter disbelief. His teeth were his sharpest weapon and his greatest pride. Zhao on Gear Fong. Along yanked back his right leg and launched himself at Deng in, twisting midair like a spinning drill, his razor-sharp snout aimed straight at Deng In's chest. Deng In raised his hand and brought Yan's pommel crashing down onto Along's skull. Boom! Along plummeted, headfirst, embedding himself deep into the stone slabs of the ground. Struggling to wrench his head free from the shattered stone, Along froze. Cold steel pressed against his throat. Deng In held Yan steady against Along's neck, then turned his gaze seaward, toward a massive ship rapidly closing in on the island, its flag blazing like a sun upon the waves. Suddenly, a rotund figure burst from the sea, soaring high into the air before drawing a fist tight to his waist. Gun wave. The water surging up with him coalesced, then erupted forward with tremendous force, hurtling toward Deng In like a torrential barrage. Deng In drew his blade and slashed, a clean, decisive cut that cleaved the onrushing water in two. Crack! Crack! Shattered torrents slammed into the earth like twin artillery shells. Then with a graceful midair somersault, the stout blue figure landed lightly not far from Deng In. Swordmaster. Shirahoshi's expression hardened instantly, then shifted as his eyes swept across the fishermen's corpses littering the ground and the terrified humans herded together nearby. Shirahoshi, possessing keen insight, immediately grasped what had transpired moments earlier. I am Shirahoshi of the Sun Pirates. I beg you, spare Along. He took a deep breath and bowed deeply before Deng In. No. With those two words, Deng In repositioned Yan's edge against Along's throat. Shirahoshi's face stiffened. Before he could speak again, Deng In flicked his wrist. The blade trembled once, and Along's head rolled away, his eyes locked in furious disbelief upon Shirahoshi. The headless body convulsed twice, then fell still. Gazing upon Along's severed head, Shirahoshi's first thought was clear. Shaliai's prophecy had come true. Yet anger soon flared within him. Along's actions were unquestionably wrong. He would have been punished upon return. But this man before him also stood upon his own ground. Activating his observation Haki, Shirahoshi instantly sensed it. Numerous lives lost in this village struck down by Along's assault. Fishmen killing humans. Humans killing fishmen. Brother Shirahoshi. From the vessel docked at the pier, scores of fishermen pirates leapt ashore, charging toward the scene. Damn it, Along's actually been killed. The moment they arrived, they spotted Along's severed head rolling at Deng In's feet, and roared in outrage, eyes blazing with fury. Whoosh! Deng In vanished, reappearing instantly before the shouting pirate, in slashing downward toward his skull. Thud! A thick arm wreathed in profound armament Haki intercepted the blow. Immense force reverberated through the impact. Shirahoshi recoiled in shock, his body driven backward by the strike, sending fishermen pirates toppling like dominoes behind him. Each step shook the earth violently. When he finally steadied himself, the stone slabs before him bore deep footprints, shattered and radiating fissures in every direction. Fall back to the ship and take Hachibai with you. Eyes locked unblinkingly on Deng and Shirahoshi issued the order in a grave, commanding tone. The other fishermen stood stunned by the sheer power of that collision. Shirahoshi's strength rivaled even fisher tigers, yet he'd just been forced back by a single sword stroke. Deng In paid no mind to the retreating pirates, his gaze fixed solely on Shirahoshi. From that brief exchange, Deng In knew Shirahoshi was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. Kengoro's swordsmanship was formidable, but his Haki and physical might lagged far behind Shirahoshi's. Hand over the bodies, and this ends here. Shirahoshi did not know Deng In's identity. Though Along's crew had attacked this village and slaughtered many, now only Hachibai remained alive. The rest lay dead. No, these fishermen's corpses are mine, to claim the marine bounty. Deng In smiled faintly, then refused. You're a bounty hunter, eh? One might say so, though my quarry includes you as well, 7 warlords of the sea. Shirahoshi. Deng In nodded, sheathing yen before resting his hand upon the hilt. Including you. Bold words indeed. Shirahoshi's expression darkened, wrath tightening his features. Furikiri. Whoosh. A terrifying slash sliced through the air, arriving at Shirahoshi's thick neck the very instant his voice fell silent. With uncanny agility defying his bulk, Shirahoshi threw himself backward, flipping cleanly to evade the strike. Boom. The deflected slash carved through the air and sheared clean through the Sun Pirate's flag moored at the shore. Deng In didn't pause. He surged forward, pressing the retreating Shirahoshi without mercy. Yen blazed with armament Haki, its darkened edge thrusting forward like a spear. Kara Kusugawara Saiken. Spinning away, Shirahoshi drew back his fist and drove it straight into the descending blade. Armament-trapped steel met armored fist. Bang! A concussive shockwave erupted. Both warriors staggered backward in unison. Dang and lowered, yin its tip angled diagonally toward the ground. Shirahoshi retreated to the water's edge, planting his bare feet upon the surf, then widened his stance and stomped down hard with his right foot. Gekisui. His armament-trapped palms slammed into the rising spray. Whoosh! Whoosh! Razor-sharp jets of water shot forth like a volley of bullets. Dang and charged forward, swinging yin to cleave every droplet from the air. Gunyu! Before he reached Shirahoshi, yet more torrents erupted, thick azure columns lancing toward him like spears. Yet these carried far greater force and far greater speed than the earlier projectiles. Dang and slashed through the incoming columns, but more followed relentlessly. His expression hardened. Flames ignited at his wrists, surging up his arms until his entire body, and even Yan's blade, blazed with fire. Matsuakari, lifting Yin now fully engulfed in roaring flame, Dang and brought it down in a devastating arc. A searing beam of fire lanced forward, vaporizing each column in its path, before detonating violently before Shirahoshi. A towering cyclone of fire over 30 meters high spiraled upward, roaring with blistering heat as it swallowed Shirahoshi whole. Big Brother Jinbei. The violent shockwave blew the ship of the Sun Pirates away, and the fishmen on board gasped in horror at the terrifying sight. Above the surface of the beach, a fire tornado collided with the sea below, producing a large amount of white steam that spread out. The swirling flames spun within the steam, dyeing the white mist a bright orange. The air spun and carried the white mist, spreading it outward. Dun, engulfed in flames, gripped the similarly fire-wrapped, Yin, his eyes fixed on the scene created by the torches. The observation Haki allowed him to clearly see the inner workings of the situation. Is that so? Dun murmured to himself. He had already considered that the Mera Mera no Mi would not hold much advantage in battle over the sea. After all, seawater restrains fire. This is not due to seawater restraining the abilities of the users, but because water inherently counters fire. Unless in the future he could develop his flames to the point where seawater could not approach and would evaporate or ignite the seawater. But this planet is primarily an ocean world, and achieving such a feat may be beyond his current capabilities. Water-hard ocean current, over-shoulder throw. A loud shout emerged amidst the flames, and then a massive amount of seawater seemed to be pulled up by an invisible hand. The pulled-up seawater crashed through the fire tornado, rushing towards Dun. A torrent of seawater came forth, impressive in its momentum. Dun raised his hand, and the flame-wrapped long knife slashed down fiercely, unleashing a fiery sword aura that cleaved through the oncoming seawater. The parted seawater split open, and the tremendous force was shattered by this strike, crashing onto the ground beside, with water splashing everywhere. Half of Jinbei's body emerged from the water, his eyes fixed on Dun, his expression serious. A devil fruit user? His first reaction was naturally to suspect a user given such control over flames. It was highly likely that he was a Logia-type. Jinbei dared not step ashore. If he stayed in the water, he could use it to combat the flames. Once he stepped onto land away from the seawater facing such a flame-controlling user, possibly of the Logia-type, he had no confidence at all, especially since he felt that his opponent was also a skilled swordsman. Not far away, cheers erupted from the pirate ship. Dun, who was originally confronting Jinbei, turned to look at the pirate ship that erupted in cheers, and the flames in his hand slightly lifted. Naturally, Jinbei noticed the change in Dun's attention. His heart tightened, but the next moment Dun had already acted. Swish! The simple slash cut through the air, aiming at the pirate ship floating on the sea. Jinbei's expression tensed. He slapped the surface of the sea with both hands, his body cutting through the water as he leapt out to intercept the slash, crossing his arms with armament Haki enveloping them. Plum blossom skin. The defensive posture of the bridge hand collided with Dun's slash. Bang! Jinbei was directly sent flying, crashing into the sea next to the pirate ship. The cheers from the pirate ship suddenly ceased. You all go first. Jinbei resurfaced from the water, directly commanding the fishmen pirates on the ship. Big Brother Jinbei. The fishmen wanted to respond, but another slash came crashing down. Jinbei's expression tightened as he charged out once again. Just like before, Jinbei was once again slashed down, crashing into the sea. The pirates on the ship realized that this person clearly saw them as tools to attack Big Brother Jinbei. The pirates on the ship were furious, but found themselves powerless, forced to follow orders and sail away to avoid becoming tools to attack Jinbei. As the pirate ship drifted away, Dun looked towards Jinbei on the surface, feeling somewhat troubled. Engaging this guy in the water? That was impossible. Although he had been deliberately training his ability to swim with his current physique, staying in the seawater for 1 or 2 hours was no problem. But fighting in the water against a fisherman warlord who mastered both Haki. Impossible. Dun had a decent understanding of Jinbei. Jinbei was currently at his peak or just entering the peak period, and the combination of fisherman karate along with the ability to manipulate water greatly enhanced combat effectiveness in the seawater. If it were on land, even without activating his unyielding form, Dun could still rely on his powerful physique and fruit abilities to hold his own. But in the ocean, at least until he acquired the ability to burn the ocean, his fruit ability would likely lose most of its effectiveness once submerged. Of course, this was under the condition of not activating his unyielding form. If he did activate it, that terrifying power and comprehensive enhancements might just allow him to take Jinbei down instantly. But Dun had no intention of casually activating unyielding. Frankly, it wasn't worth it. Moreover, activating it came with a certain period of vulnerability. On the coast, Dun and Jinbei exchanged glances. Then Jinbei flipped over and dived into the water, disappearing from sight. Left. Dun waited for a while, but Jinbei did not reappear. This encounter was not a formal battle for either Dun or Jinbei, at most just a mutual test. Dun sheathed his knife, the flames retracting into his body as he turned back toward the village. The villagers who had been captured were still in place, and they breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Dun. Dun glanced at these people and then walked in a certain direction. All eyes followed Dun as he entered the village chief's home. On the ground lay a crushed Den Mushi and an old man with an arm severed and a deep gash across his chest, but he was already lifeless. Dun slightly lowered his head, standing still for a moment before turning to look at the tall figure in a Navy uniform at the door. Speaking of which, is the Navy always a step too late? Looking at this person, Dun asked directly, his tone rather unfriendly. To his surprise, the old Navy man outside, who had a bit of a straightforward temperament, did not get angry. He sighed at the sight of the dead man in the room. There's no helping it, the sea is too vast. Even the Navy cannot control everything, not to mention some Navy soldiers. Karp wanted to say something, but fell silent. He looked at Dun. Did you fight with Jinbei? You saw? Dun was taken aback. He could be sure that Karp was definitely not present during his encounter with Jinbei. Or rather, Karp was outside the range of his observation Haki at the time. I received news that Jinbei came to the East Sea looking for a group of fishmen, those who died outside, right? He couldn't take the bodies with him, and there were traces of battle at the seaside, traces burned by flames. Karp looked at Dun. Dun raised his hand, resting the flame on his shoulder, passing by Karp. I don't want to fight that guy in the sea, it would be disadvantageous for me. Karp watched Dun's straight back holding the knife and glanced at the dead in the room. Do you know this person? Not really, just exchanged a few words before. Dun paused his steps and turned to look at Karp. To be honest, I don't like pirates and I don't like you Navy either, so please don't bother me in the future. Karp's expression stiffened. Dun's words left Karp at a loss for how to respond. I'll borrow your ship to go back. Also help me convert these fishmen pirates into bounty and use half of it to help rebuild this village. As Dun spoke, he stepped towards the seaside. Their Navy warships were docked and small boats filled with Navy personnel were heading towards the island. The Navy seemed accustomed to such events. Or rather, the batch of Navy under Karp had encountered numerous pirate attacks on civilians. Thus, these Navy soldiers were able to disembark and efficiently get to work, with the Navy's doctor quickly entering the town to treat the injured, while other soldiers swiftly searched the village. Of course, they were not searching for treasure, but rather for those who were injured, yet still alive. Some Navy soldiers were also tending to the bodies of the fishmen and villagers. Watching all of this, Dun turned back to gaze at the sea behind him, his expression calm, though his empty right hand clenched slightly. He felt no sense of belonging in this world. As a person from the real world, he always felt out of place in this realm. Even when he had previously taken action to kill pirates, it felt unreal to him. Now, seeing people he had met before dying at the hands of pirates left him quite displeased. He could hear faint footsteps approaching from behind. A girl came over, pulling a young girl along. Thank you. You saved our village and my sister. The girl looked up at Dun's tall figure, her eyes filled with gratitude. No need to thank me. As the two girls approached, Dun naturally understood. Although he did not turn around, he was well aware of their expressions. The girl's face was one of gratitude, while the young girl's face was filled with fear. I am a pirate hunter, and I am here only to catch pirates and collect the bounty, Dun added. The girl clearly hadn't experienced such a situation before and was at a loss for how to respond to Dun's words. Blushing, she gazed at Dun's back. You should go back and live well. Noticing the girl's expression behind him, Dun sighed lightly. Mom and Dad are dead. Upon hearing Dun's words, the young girl began to cry. It's all right, your sister will take care of you. The girl picked up the young girl, softly comforting her. Feeling her sister's determination, the young girl buried her face in her sister's embrace, softly sobbing. The girl held her sister and glanced at Dun once more before turning to leave. Dun rested the flame on his shoulder and raked his fingers through his hair. How was it? Just as the girl left, Karp's voice rang out. Dun turned to look at the approaching tall old man and shook his head slightly. Not great. What do you mean by not great? Does it feel bad to be thanked? Dun's reaction piqued Karp's curiosity. He could tell that Dun was a person with a sense of justice. Or rather, Dun had his own principles, and those principles were somewhat benevolent. Sorry, but it really isn't good. Dun turned to look at Karp, directly shaking his head, then spoke again, his tone somewhat unfriendly. You can still smile. If I had come later, more people might have died. Dun stated. This is why the Navy is understaffed. There are too many pirates now, and every year more pirates set sail. Karp looked at Dun seemingly with another intention. But I have heard that some people cannot pay the sky gold and are forced to become pirates. When Dun said this, Karp's expression turned awkward. Because Dun was right. In fact, even if those countries that could not pay the sky gold were attacked by pirates, the Navy would not come to their rescue. And this was the order of the world government. With your strength, you could do anything on this sea. Dun turned to look directly at Karp. After joining the Navy, you have to consider how to do things at every turn. Even for you, Karp, you can't act on impulse, can you? Karp fell silent at Dun's words. This young man knew quite a lot. Or rather, he saw through things remarkably well. If in the future the Navy could eliminate pirates. Karp spoke of an unrealistic dream. This made Dun unable to hold back his laughter, and he looked at Karp, suddenly bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha, Karp, are you trying to make me laugh? Well, you succeeded. Karp looked at the laughing Dun with a dark expression, his fists clenched tighter. There are so many seas. If you want to completely control the ocean, then the number of Navy personnel would need to increase several times, even tenfold. This burden would bankrupt the world government, leaving no money to support those world nobles. After all, the purpose of the world government's existence is to ensure that those world nobles live well. Conversely, if the Navy truly had the ability to completely suppress pirates, then in the eyes of the world government, wouldn't you also be pirates with a different name? Dun laughed for quite a while before composing himself to speak to Karp. You should have gone to the Navy's political department. If you joined the Navy, you might actually accomplish something. What does that have to do with me? Dun replied with his head tilted back, his expression somewhat provocative. Karp was momentarily speechless. Ultimately, it's still your business, and in this world, peace is hard to achieve because the disparities between people are too vast. Dun raised his hand to clench his fist, the armed color wrapping around his knuckles. When the gap in individual strength is too great, true fairness will not emerge. You cannot expect everyone who wields power to be like me. Who knows, after some time, I might change my mind. Dun spoke well of his own words. Right now, he could not imagine what he would do later. He was merely looking for something to occupy himself with, or perhaps after experiencing some events, soon his thoughts would change. Karp listened quietly to Dun's words, pondering what Dun had just said, his expression quite contemplative. Little Crane would surely like this young man. Oh, wonder how his mind works. Even he at his age had not thought of these things. Karp raked his fingers through his short hair, looking at Dun with increasing regret. Let's go, I'll take you back. You probably want to quickly exchange these fishmen pirates for bounty. After all, money is needed here. Karp finished speaking and leaped into the air, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind and swirling sand, heading towards a ship not far away. Dun shot a displeased glance at Karp's retreating figure, suspecting that the old man did it on purpose. Then he jumped up and landed on the warship. Karp turned to look at Dun as he jumped over, laughing heartily and scratching his head, looking quite pleased. Mr. Dun. Bogart called out to Dun with a serious expression. We've got trouble. Dun nodded at him. All right, have all the pirate bodies been moved? Karp interrupted the two, directly inquiring. Yes, they have been sent aboard. Then let's return to the Navy base. Karp waved his hand. Yes. Bogart saluted and went back to work. Dun set aside the knife in his hand, clenched his fist, and looked at Karp. Iron fist, Karp, let me test your fist. Deng In's decision was not impulsive. Since arriving in this world, the only truly peerless martial masters he had encountered were Captain Karp and Dragon. When he first met Dragon, Deng In had yet to master either form of Haki. His understanding of the gulf between himself and such apex warriors remained entirely theoretical. Now, however, Karp stood before him, and naturally Deng In wished to test that chasm firsthand. He spoke without lowering his voice. Every Marine aboard the warship, including Commander Bogart, who oversaw operations, froze in stunned silence. Heads swiveled toward him, eyes wide with disbelief. Challenge Vice Admiral Karp. Had this man lost his mind, or was he simply courting punishment? Karp, however, paused for a moment upon hearing Dang Un's words, then burst into hearty laughter. Want to feel the weight of this old man's fist? No problem. Though he had failed to recruit Dang In into the Marines, Karp held a favorable impression of the young man, shaped by their 2 prior meetings and their recent conversation. Let's find an uninhabited island, Karp said, turning his gaze toward Bogart. As Bogart moved to salute and accept the order, Dang In raised a hand to halt him. Dang In knew full well he stood no chance against Karp under ordinary conditions. He sought only to gauge the disparity, not to invite a beating. Right here on the ship will do. On board. Karp turned back, scanning Dang In up and down, his gaze settling on the sword resting beside him. He nodded. His fists slammed together before his chest with a deep, resonant thud. Armament Haki coiled tightly around both knuckles. At the sight, Dang In drew a slow, steady breath and hardened his own armament Haki. Boom. Without preamble, their fists collided. Karp's eyes flared wide as Dang In staggered backward several paces. Remarkable strength. Even in this world, human physical limits existed, though certain races possessed higher thresholds. That single impact had already revealed Dang In's power to be far beyond the norm. Dang In, though outwardly composed, felt sharp, jarring pain radiating from his fist, an unexpected shock. Armament Haki's hardening effect dampened sensation, but even at full exertion the agony remained piercing. It felt precisely like punching solid stone with bare knuckles in his former life. Glancing down, he saw no visible injury to his right fist. Scared already, boy? Karp boomed, hands on hips, laughing heartily as Dang In stared at his own fist. Most Marines aboard had halted their duties to watch the clash unfold. Scared? Dang In scoffed softly. I won't die. This is merely a reduction in vitality. After all, the experiment isn't concluded yet. Dang In planted his feet and launched a furious barrage of punches toward Karp. Faster. Brat, are you running out of steam? Solid volume, but poor quality. To reach my level, start by grinding several mountains flat with your bare fists. Karp peppered the exchange with good-natured taunts. Dang In bristled at first, but as the sparring continued, his mind settled into calm focus. Boom. His fist struck Karp squarely in the eye socket, while Dang In himself was sent flying by a thunderous counterblow. Silence fell across the deck. Karp, now sporting a dark bruise around one eye, glared at Dang In as he rose slowly from the deck, then grinned through gritted teeth. Well now, you took a hit just to land one on me. Dang In panted heavily, eyes locked onto Karp. He admitted, to himself, he'd miscalculated. This old man aimed for the face, yet his quantified perception remained active. His vitality had dropped below 50%. The final blow alone had shaved off 7%. More training needed, he murmured inwardly, then waved dismissively at Karp, who stood poised for another round. Enough. Karp blinked in surprise and lowered his stance. The Marines watched Dang In, calm, unflustered, then glanced at Karp's blackened eye. Had Vice Admiral Karp truly been bested? Karp, scrutinizing Dang In closely, sensed something anomalous about him, but chose not to name it aloud. Soon after, 2 beach chairs sat side by side on the warship's sunlit deck. Dang In reclined silently, in one, replaying the duel in his mind. Karp had held back. Only that final punch hinted at genuine intent. Clearly, his physical cultivation demanded urgent reinforcement. For him, strengthening the body meant increasing vitality and defense, and sharpening cognition itself. Here, a sack of puff-puffs appeared before Dang In. Dang In accepted without hesitation. He'd tasted these snacks before, not particularly fond of them, yet not repelled either. As he took the bag, Karp retrieved another, his bruised eye fixed thoughtfully upon Dang In. Your physique is exceptional, your Haki commendable, but your combat experience remains shallow. Your output is impressive, yet your resilience lacks refinement. Karp had assessed him instantly. Against weaker foes you'll dominate effortlessly, but face someone with superior Haki mastery, and you'll find yourself locked in a grueling struggle. I know. Dang In chewed, slowly nodding. Still refusing. Yes, I'm no marine hero. Some paths I choose not to walk. Dang In replied vaguely. Karp paused, then understood immediately, nodding solemnly, his heart heavy with regret. Such rare talent, youth, temperament, aptitude, and power, all converged in this singular figure. Yet having reached this point, he pressed no further. Let's hope your face never appears on a bounty poster. Karp's tone carried quiet gravity. That's beyond my control. The Navy and world government issue bounties, not I. Dang In shook his head. Becoming a pirate held no appeal for him whatsoever. Even pirates branded as adventurers held no interest. Still, future encounters would inevitably draw him into conflict, with the Navy, perhaps even the world government. Whether a bounty followed would depend on what lay ahead. Thus, he must grow strong enough, strong enough to withstand whatever threats emerged. What about the 7 warlords of the sea? Any interest? Karp asked, suddenly inspiration striking. Deng had previously crossed paths with Jinbi. Details unknown, but clearly he'd suffered no disadvantage. Rumor had it the world government was recently courting Dracul Mihawk for induction. With vacancies remaining, the title of warlord beckoned. 7 warlords. Deng glanced at Karp and shook his head once more. You're impossible to negotiate with. Refusing everything, just shaking his head. Karp muttered a light complaint, then closed his eyes in resigned silence. Vice Admiral Karp, Admiral Akiji is calling. No sooner had Karp shut his eyes than Bogart approached, handing him a den mushi. What does the old man want this time? Karp grabbed it, speaking with characteristic bluntness. Master, the devil's child is hiding in the West Blue. I've got nothing pressing. Thought I'd go take a look. A languid voice emanated from the shell. Deng stiffened, then turned sharply toward the den mushi in Karp's hand. The child of the demon, that little girl from O'Hara. Kapu was clearly taken aback. He was certainly aware of the events surrounding O'Hara back in the day, as well as the destruction wrought by the Navy's demon extermination order. It was also because of those events that his top disciple Qingji transformed from a spirited youth into a salted fish. What do you intend to do? Kapu did not believe that this disciple was going to capture anyone, or if that were the case, he would have done so back then. The world government has already learned of this news and sent people to the West Sea. I am just going to lend a hand. Kingsley's lazy voice rang out. I don't believe you. Kapu dug his nose, looking speechless. He knew his disciple's character well. He likely had other intentions. You can decide for yourself. After finishing, Kapu directly hung up the snail phone and placed it on the small table beside him, turning to look at Dunn, who had his eyes closed. You seem quite interested in what just happened. Dunn's reaction was certainly not missed by Kapu. Although this old man had a straightforward mind, he had spent decades as a seasoned Marine and was quite adept at reading situations. Curiosity, Dunn said with his eyes closed. This matter is not trivial. Getting involved may provoke the world government's hostility. Kapu reminded him. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't be interested, but now you've piqued my curiosity. Dunn opened his eyes and turned to look at Kapu. What a character. Kapu was taken aback. This character seemed familiar to him. It appeared that those around him shared a similar disposition. Kapu sized up Dunn, trying to assess whether Dunn's words were sincere, but unfortunately Dunn closed his eyes again. The warship sailed over the sea, and the Marines aboard continued discussing the battle that had just occurred. The island that had been attacked was not far from the Navy base, and with the ship's speed it reached the base in just a few hours. Colonel Mouse, who had already received the news, was waiting. Dunn descended from the warship holding Arlong's head and tossed it to Colonel Mouse. He instinctively caught what Dunn threw, but upon realizing what it was, he nearly dropped Arlong's head in shock. A bounty of 20 million for the fisherman pirate along with his crew on the ship, which can be converted into berry later. Dunn waved his hand, preparing to leave. Colonel Mouse threw Arlong's head to a nearby pale-faced Marine. Wait, the branch's funds are insufficient. Mouse called out to stop Dunn, who was about to leave. Insufficient. Dunn frowned as he looked at Colonel Mouse. No one in the EC has captured so many pirates in such a short time. I've already utilized the branch's budget. Colonel Mouse was quite troubled by this. Especially when he saw Kapu digging his nose as he came down from the warship, he felt even more distressed. The headquarters will deposit the bounty into your personal account. If you need to use it later, you can withdraw it from the bank yourself. Kapu, having heard Dunn's words, flicked away what he had just dug out and said. Dunn turned. There are no such banks in small places. These are departments established by the world government on a few large islands. Of course, if you are a pirate, Kapu looked at Dunn, laughing. Confiscation, Dunn nodded. The technology in this world is actually quite advanced, but it is all controlled by the world government. The black technology developed by Vegapunk is quite impressive. It is not surprising to see things like banks appear. However, most banks are located on the Grand Line, and some countries allied with the world government have them too. Kapu looked at Dunn, feeling the need to clarify things first. Otherwise, with this kid's habit of capturing pirates to make money, if he couldn't get the money, it would likely lead to trouble. But Dunn was merely passing the time. That's perfect. I still have 90 million berry. Dunn nodded, lifted his foot, and left, dropping that line. Before long, Dunn retrieved the 90 million berry he had stored at the tavern and directly delivered it to the naval base to hand over to Kapu. Aren't you afraid I might swallow your money? Seeing Dunn's nonchalant demeanor, Kapu was curious. How much did this kid actually value money? It's fine if you swallow it, he'll just find another naval base to retrieve it. It's not a big deal. Kapu was taken aback. He naturally understood. Dunn's mention of retrieval was not literal. If he did that, it would probably result in a bounty of 100 million. Leave a photo and a password. Kapu nodded. The photo was simple. The Navy already had Dun's photo. As for the password, Dun thought for a moment. Flowing blade like fire. Flowing blade like fire. Kapu murmured, curious about the term, but did not inquire further. No problem, I will take care of this for you. Nearby, Colonel Mouse, observing the conversation between Dun and Kapu, pretended not to exist. So familiar with Vice Admiral Kapu. But it seemed he still hadn't joined the Navy. What's going on here? By the way, the oranges from the Kinomi Islands taste great. I quite like them. Make sure to take the warship around more often so the pirates don't ruin them. After discussing money, Dun turned to Colonel Mouse. I understand. Colonel Mouse glanced at Kapu and nodded. After all, this was also his task as the base commander of the branch. But Dun's tone of issuing orders felt somewhat bizarre to Colonel Mouse. What's wrong? Do you have acquaintances? Kapu asked upon hearing Dun's words. Sort of. After thinking for a moment, Dun did not deny it. Previously there was a Marine, but after experiencing a battle with pirates he retired. With this statement, Dun piqued Kapu's curiosity even more. However, Dun clearly had no intention of continuing. Colonel Mouse was secretly pondering. He originally planned to gather some retirement funds once he became the base commander, but it seemed that wouldn't be possible. Dun himself did not speak, and given the level of familiarity with Vice Admiral Kapu, he did not want to attract trouble. After all, there were other ways. Colonel Mouse's eyes darted around. I'm leaving. Dun waved his hand, turning directly to leave. Vice Admiral Kapu. Colonel Mouse watched Dun leave and cautiously spoke. I also need to return to headquarters. Kapu glanced at Colonel Mouse and stood up to say. In fact, he had noticed that Dun's words seemed to be a warning to the base commander. However, he had no intention of delving into it deeply at the moment. Dun left quickly, shortly after in Cocoa Village. Same as usual. Dun smiled at Belmere. For the third time, did he want it all again? This person is a god of wealth. However, this time Belmere was accompanied by two girls. One with aquamarine hair and the other with orange hair, both curiously looking at Dun. Is this the person who has improved their lives over the past few days? Belmel mentioned twice at home about the person who bought all their oranges. Thanks to this person, the family's life has improved greatly these days. Of course, mainly thanks to Belmel. No need for one meal a day, the other meal is just oranges. This time I need more. I am going on a long voyage. Dun's gaze swept over the two girls behind Belmel as he smiled and said, Are you going on a long voyage, sir? The sea is not calm at the moment. Belmel asked curiously, Is that so? It's fine. I just want to see the world. However, even on a long voyage, oranges can't be stored for long. Once again facing the money earned, Belmel reminded him with the same words, I know, so please hurry. Dun took out the money and placed it on the table, preparing to turn and leave. Sir, Belmel called out to Dun. Thank you for the previous 2 times. I would like to invite you to a meal, just as a farewell. Belmel hesitated for a moment and said, All right, no problem, but I need to buy some things first. Dun did not refuse and nodded. Belmel and Nami waved goodbye to Dun. Is he going to set sail at such a young age? Belmel sighed a little, then called for Nami and the others to help. Is he a pirate? Nami looked at Dun's figure in the distance and asked curiously. Don't say such things. Nojiko quickly covered Nami's mouth. Pirates wouldn't pay for oranges. Nojiko whispered to Nami, who could only mumble in response. Watching the 2 foster daughters play, Belmel smiled, seeming quite pleased. The 3 of them, 1 adult and 2 children, sweated profusely as they transported the oranges to the ship by the dock. After waiting for a while at the original place, Dun finally returned with many items. Hey. Dun handed the large bags of items to Nami and Nojiko. The 2 were momentarily stunned and instinctively received what Dun handed over. Gift. When visiting, one should naturally bring gifts. Upon hearing it was a gift, the 2 girls immediately felt that what they were holding was not so heavy. Although they walked unsteadily, Belmel kept thanking him along the way. Wow, it's a navigation book. Back at Belmel's house, Nami flipped through the items Dun had given until she found several books on navigation techniques, and her eyes lit up with joy. Do you like it, eh? Dun smiled as he sat at the table. My dream is to become the greatest navigator and then draw the most perfect sea chart. Nami immediately responded, clearly having her own aspirations in mind. Oh, such a great ideal, but it's not that easy to achieve. Dun raised an eyebrow. Nami, come help quickly. Nojiko shouted from the kitchen where she was helping Belmel cook. Nami replied and carefully placed the books aside like treasures before jogging over to help. Dun observed the 3 busy individuals and scanned the not-so-large house. It wasn't big, but relatively clean, though there were few belongings, indicating a modest living situation. After all, Belmel raised Nojiko and Nami on her own, so life was certainly not affluent. It seemed that it was precisely because of this that she managed to save one of his zero berries, only to have to die herself to buy Nami and Nojiko's lives with that amount. The purchasing power of berries in this world was roughly equivalent to that of his original world's island nation, comparable to about 5,000 in his former world, which indeed was not a large number. However, afterward, he should be able to watch Nami and the others grow up peacefully, provided that Mouse doesn't stir up trouble. Dun thought. Belmel and the two were busy while stealing glances at Dun. Although Dun was tall, one could still tell he was not very old by looking at his face. Is he going to set sail at this age? It seems this young man has many stories behind him, Belmel speculated in her heart. Soon a large table of dishes was prepared, and of course the ingredients were brought by Dun. Belmel felt a bit embarrassed about this. Nami and Nojiko had already sat down early, clearly looking forward to this meal. Belmel, are you home? The voice from outside made Dun know immediately who it was. Without turning, it was Aiken, who had a crush on Belmel. You're just in time, let's eat together. We have a guest today, the one who bought all my oranges. Belmel opened the door. Oh. Aiken was taken aback and glanced at Dun sitting at the dining table. After Aiken sat down, Dun lifted his eyes to glance at Aiken. Did you come for something? Belmel asked while helping Aiken with the utensils. I just received news that Chichia village was attacked by pirates. It seems to be the fishermen pirates, and many people died. Hearing Belmel ask this, Aiken said with a serious expression, ah. Except for Dun, the three of them looked at Aiken in surprise. Chichia village is also on the Kanomi Islands, not far from Coco West village. But don't worry, those fishermen were killed by a pirate hunter, and later the navy came, but many people still died. Aiken sighed heavily, his mood somber. Pirate hunter? Nami asked curiously. Yes, it's said to be a tall young man, very powerful, who killed dozens of fishermen pirates in just a few moves. If these fishermen pirates hadn't been stopped, we would have been in trouble here too. With such proximity, those vicious pirates might not spare this place. Belmel listened quietly, especially when she heard Aiken mention the subsequent arrival of the navy. Her expression shifted slightly, but she said nothing. Aiken noticed her reaction and knew that Belmel had previously been in the navy. So impressive. Nami's eyes sparkled. Dun quietly listened to them discuss him without interjecting, calmly eating what was in front of him. This amount of food was not enough to fill his teeth, but he wasn't hungry at the moment. All right, goodbye. Dun put down his knife and stood up, grabbing the flame beside him, waving his hand and walking to the door. The taste was good, thank you. Dun turned his head and smiled, then opened the door and walked out. Wait. Aiken was momentarily stunned, watching Dun's back as he held the knife. The news I received is that the pirate hunter who killed those pirates is the one wielding a very long knife. His words made Belmel and the three look at Dun's departing figure. Is it him? Is it him? A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression draped in a red cloak looked at the photo in his hand. The photo showed Dun outside Base 16 in the town. Yes, sir, according to the message from our informant, this person has handed over many pirates to the navy, including Kosu. Kosu is the animal type ability user that Dun captured. Where is he? Currently still in the Kanomi Islands. Find him. Fortunately, the distance isn't too far. Dang In did one-handed push-ups with a metal block taller than a person pressing down on his back. In front of him, a nautical chart was spread out on the deck. If it were the entire nautical chart of the East Sea, Dang In wouldn't have much confidence in navigating it. He would likely get lost, just like Zoro. However, this small-scale nautical chart only depicted the islands near the upside-down mountains, so Dang In could navigate according to the chart. Here it should take about a day or two to reach the upside-down mountain. Dang In supported himself on his left hand while doing push-ups, stroking his smooth chin with his right hand, squinting his eyes. This time he was heading to the West Sea. Although the world government had discovered Robin, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, being anxious wouldn't change anything. It's been about 10 years since O'Hara's destruction, and Robin has managed to hide in the West Sea for so long, clearly being very cautious. He didn't think he could find her right away. Moreover, even without his intervention, Robin would likely manage to escape, though it was uncertain if Akiji was secretly assisting her. Raising his right hand, Dang In effortlessly lifted the metal block weighing several tons off his back, then sat down and placed it beside him. Sitting cross-legged, Dang In grabbed a glass of orange juice from the nearby table and took a sip, looking up at the sun in the sky. The sun's scorching rays did not affect him much. Next, I'll stop briefly to confirm the direction, then I can head straight to the upside-down mountain. Dang In thought for a moment, but decided not to wander around Rogue Town. Although it was the place where the Pirate King was executed, both pirates and people from this world might want to pay their respects. However, Dang In had no interest in that. After finishing the juice, Dang In stood up and picked up his sword, practicing basic sword techniques repeatedly. He had his own ideas about the path he would take in the future. However, he couldn't just use the techniques of the imitator Yamamoto right away. Regarding conventional combat, the phrase "no move triumphs" over a move floated in Deng En's mind. Of course, this world doesn't have that phrase, but there should be similar principles. With diligent practice, the body forms instincts to respond to various attacks during a fight. What was that phrase again? It comes to hand easily. While practicing, Deng En engaged in a brainstorming session. Ultimately, it still requires more combat. Deng En murmured to himself. Practicing alone would never enhance his skills as quickly as real combat. However, suitable opponents are few, especially in the 4 Cs. Given his current strength, there aren't many who qualify as his opponents. It seems he still needs to focus on the Grand Line. That is indeed a place where strong people gather at sea. Just as he thought this, his keen observation detected a large ship rushing towards him. A pirate ship. Its pirate flag was somewhat strange, entirely red with a skull on it adorned with peculiar feathers. Deng unsheathed his sword and looked at the large ship on the distant sea. Is this coming for me? This pirate ship was clearly heading directly towards him. Although he didn't plan to go to Rogue Town, he wouldn't mind earning some extra cash if the pirates were looking for trouble. He stepped forward to the bow of the ship, his gaze fixed on the approaching pirate vessel. Boom, boom. Before they got close, cannon fire rang out, and several cannonballs flew towards the ship where Deng En was. Several slashes were unleashed by Deng En, slicing through the incoming cannonballs, which exploded in midair. Before the next round of cannon fire could commence, Deng En stomped down hard on the bow of the ship, leaping into the air, reaching a height of 100 meters with his sword held behind him. Then he swung in a wide arc, unleashing a powerful slash from the blade. On the pirate ship, a tall and thin figure jumped up, unleashing a similar slash from below that collided with Deng En's strike, both exploding in midair. At this point, Deng En had already used the momentum from his earlier leap to reach above the pirate ship, locking eyes with the figure leaping up from below. Is that the guy from the Don Quixote family? Looks like a gladiator. Deng En landed directly on the attacking pirate ship. There weren't many pirates on the ship. The enormous deck was set up like a gladiatorial arena. The surrounding pirates brandished their weapons, their faces revealing fierce smiles. I've been waiting for you for several days. The figure draped in a bright red cloak landed, swinging the long sword in his hand, sizing up Deng En. Don Quixote sent you. Deng En understood the situation now. He had previously insulted Don Quixote over the Den Den Mushi, so this guy had come to take revenge. He was quite fast finding out his identity so quickly. Giggle, the young master asked me to bring your head back. Diamante looked at Deng En on the gladiatorial platform and jumped directly onto it. Oh Lord Diamante. The surrounding pirates cheered upon seeing Diamante take the stage. Deng En glanced at these pirates before his gaze landed on Diamante. If you're strong enough. I'm definitely strong. As a cadre of the Don Quixote family, if you're weak, you have no right to follow the young master. Diamante laughed loudly, then attacked without warning. The sword in his hand turned soft as if it were a cloth strip being swung, and in an instant it was before Deng En. Then this long sword transformed back into a sharp blade, slashing towards Deng En's neck. Raising his sword, Deng En blocked the strike. Seeing the attack being blocked, a gleam of pride flashed in Diamante's eyes, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. The originally straight long sword softened again, the tip stabbing towards Deng En's neck. Clang. Armament Haki hardened. Seeing this, Diamante wasn't disappointed and retracted his sword. I am the banner man who has eaten the flare fruit, giggle ha ha ha. Here it was the unique self-introduction of this world. Moreover, this guy seemed to be getting excited about it himself. Deng En checked his health bar. 100. Just now that strike had indeed reduced some health, but it was too little to show up. Currently, Deng En's health regeneration speed was very fast. Maintaining his observation Haki and armament Haki, Deng En's health was actually decreasing. However, as his physique became stronger, the speed of self-healing had long surpassed the decrease, so his health remained full. This also meant that as long as his physique was strong enough, he could maintain healing during prolonged battles with strong opponents. Facing Diamante's sneak attack, Deng En remained calm, devoid of anger. As the latter retracted his long sword, Deng En leaped forward, raising his sword high, then struck down heavily. Clang. The sound of metal clashing. Diamante, who had raised his sword to block Deng En's strike, changed his expression, drastically, being sent flying by the blow. Diamante felt an overwhelming, irresistible force surge up from the sword in his hands, a ferocity unlike anything he had ever encountered before. Even when clashing with Pika, whose rock-human form delivered earth-shaking blows, had never evoked such sheer, destabilizing impact. Struck clean off his feet, Diamante's eyes widened in utter disbelief. When did the East Blue spawn a monster like this? Diamante crashed onto the deck, his fluttering cape and garments instantly hardening into gleaming steel, carving a deep furrow across the planks before slamming violently into the ship's railing. Crack! Fractures spiderwebbed across the railing. The pirates who moments earlier had roared with exultation now stood mute, choked into silence as if by invisible hands. All stared stunned at the man hurled through the air, Diamante himself. The undefeated supreme gladiator of Dressrosa's Colosseum, invincible in every bout. Is that all? Dang swung his blade, sending a shrill piercing howl tearing through the air. Diamante, just rising to his knees, froze at the voice, then flushed with seething, incandescent rage. Yet even as he rose, the section of railing he'd struck shattered and plunged into the sea. Clutching his sword with white-knuckled intensity, Diamante locked furious, unblinking eyes upon Dang. From that single exchange, any trace of condescension had vanished from Diamante's heart, replaced by cold, sober wariness. Though raw strength was not his forte, his vast combat experience taught him one immutable truth: when any single ability ascends beyond mortal limits, it becomes a decisive advantage on the battlefield. No heating clash. Dang pivoted, strolling to the opposite edge of the arena, and turned, beckoning Diamante with a single deliberate finger. Diamante's face flared crimson. Such blatant contempt needed no translation. Even a fool could read it. Yet battle was never decided by brute force alone. Diamante strode onto the arena floor, gripping his sword with both hands, gaze locked unflinchingly on Dang. Before he could utter another threat, Dang lunged forward, right foot driving hard into the ground, body surging like a storm toward his foe. Clang! Though Diamante wielded armament Haki, he was no swordsman. His reliance on his devil fruit had grown dangerously absolute. As Dang enclosed in, Diamante raised his blade in a hasty parry, then recoiled instantly. His sword softened, twisting sinuously like cloth, reshaping itself into the grotesque visage of a horned, bull-headed fish, the famed Dressrosa fighting fish. The Dressrosa fighting fish. Crash! He gripped the hilt with both hands and thrust forward, a bludgeoning lunge like a warhammer launched midair. Dang met it, heat and blade raised to clash without hesitation. Boom! Even with his weapon braced, the shockwave numbed Diamante's arms to the bone. Tricked, I'll unleash Snake's sword. With a roar, the fish-shaped blade dissolved into fluid motion, its edge coiling like a venomous serpent, striking with lethal, unpredictable precision. Dang, in his observation Haki, perpetually active, deflected each strike with effortless grace. Clang, clang, clang. A rapid cascade of metallic chimes filled the air. His expression remained calm, yet his eyes betrayed quiet disappointment. He had expected greater prowess, yet Diamante's fruit usage resembled mere circus trickery. A Paramecia-type flare fruit. Surely it promised more than this. Then again, even within the Don Quixote family, Diamante held no prominent rank. Parrying blow after blow, Dang gave a faint, almost imperceptible shake of his head, then suddenly swept Yin upward in a devastating arc, launching a razor-edged slash straight toward Diamante. Seeing the incoming slash, Diamante flicked his crimson cape forward, its fabric instantly transforming into solid steel. Crash! The slash slammed into the steel cape, detonating in a thunderous blast. Ha! I am the flagman. This living steel you cannot shatter. Flush with triumph at the blocked strike, Diamante barely registered Dang's sudden appearance before him, Yin already raised high, descending in a lethal vertical cleave. Useless! 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 Panic seized Diamante. He instinctively tried to raise his steel cape once more. But this time Dang's blade cut deeper, sharper, unstoppable. The hardened crimson cape parted like ordinary cloth beneath Dang's stroke. A wet, rending sound sliced through the air. A colossal diagonal gash tore from Diamante's left shoulder down to his right hip. Blood bloomed midair as his towering frame collapsed backward, rigid and lifeless. Damn you! The pirates, stunned into silence, erupted in fury, brandishing swords, pistols, and rifles, charging Dang en masse. Dang blurred, flickering like heat haze, then stilled. In the span of 3 breaths, not a single pirate remained standing. The deck reeked of iron and gore. Diamante, his constitution formidable, still drew breath, his bloodshot eyes fixed unblinking on Dang as he approached, blade in hand. Any last words? Dang halted beside the fallen warrior, gazing down impassively at the crimson pool spreading beneath him. Young master, save me! Diamante cried out desperately. Dang's gaze shifted to the den mushy clinging to Diamante's ear. Hunter Dang, leave now and I shall consider this entire affair erased. Don Quixote Doflamingo's voice echoed once more. Diamante had contacted him the moment Deng In began slaughtering the crew. An excellent proposal, Deng In replied, then paused, tone shifting like a blade drawn from its sheath. I decline. His blade flashed. Diamante's final gasp choked off mid-breath. You dare? Doflamingo's guttural snarl crackled from the Den Mushi. I trust no one like you. Release him, and next time we meet he'll be my enemy once more. So let's end this cleanly. Deng In crouched, retrieving the Den Mushi from the deck. And next time, send no underlings. They're your kin, aren't they? That's suicide. If you insist on coming, come yourself. Or better yet, I'll visit Dressrosa soon enough. Fufufu. What an utterly lawless creature. Laughter truly emerges at the peak of fury. Doflamingo's chilling low chuckle oozed from the shell. Your laugh is hideous. Anything else? If not, I'll be collecting the Navy's bounty, with this head in hand. Deng In's tone dripped with insolent amusement. Alas, Doflamingo could not leap from the Den Mushi to strangle him. I will find you. Excellent. I'm heading to the West Blue next. Oh, and you have business in the North Blue, don't you? Once I finish in the West, I'll dismantle it entirely. As if recalling something, Deng In added casually. Silence stretched from the other end of the line, long, heavy, and taut, before the Den Mushi clicked shut. Deng In glanced at the drowsy Den Mushi in his palm, tucked it into his coat, then bent and lifted Diamante's severed head. Startup capital just arrived. Just as Den temporarily changed his mind and set off for Low Town with a severed head in hand, deep within the royal palace of Dressrosa in the New World, an overwhelming aura filled the entire edifice. Palace guards and maids collapsed instantly, eyes rolling back in terror. Officers of the Don Quixote family gazed upon Doflamingo, reverent, fanatical, yet burning with fury. Doflamingo, it was all my fault. Tereo spoke up just as Doflamingo unleashed his conqueror's Haki in towering wrath. Doflamingo turned sharply toward Tereo, veins pulsing violently across his forehead. It is not your fault. I never imagined such a figure could emerge from the humble East Blue. After withdrawing his conqueror's Haki, Doflamingo's expression darkened. Young master, I'll eliminate that brat myself and avenge Diamante. A shrill voice pierced the air, issuing from a hulking man clad head-to-toe in armor. Though Diamante had often mocked his voice, he remained family. Only Tereo could deliver the final blow. Doflamingo shook his head. Pika's devil fruit power reached its full potential only on land. The rest of the Don Quixote family stirred, eagerly ready to act. Only one figure remained utterly still, a tall, composed young woman no older than 20. Violet, or Violetta, second daughter of Dressrosa's former king, had joined the Don Quixote family after Doflamingo seized the kingdom, sacrificing her dignity to spare her father's life. Violetta knew full well that her elder sister had been slain by Diamante. Now she suppressed her quiet elation, inwardly grateful to the very person who had killed him. That brat claims he'll disrupt our business in the North Blue. Rao and Pika, return there at once. Though enraged by Diamante's death, Doflamingo retained his cold, calculating clarity. His paramount objective remained forging an alliance with Kaido, one of the four emperors, and becoming his exclusive arms supplier. That mattered far more. As for the killer, if he truly headed north, they would intercept him there. Yet Doflamingo doubted Den would go to the North Blue at all. He suspected the threat was mere bravado. Violet, you too. Use your ability. If he does go north, locate him before he arrives. Doflamingo suddenly turned to Violetta. Understood, young master, she replied, bowing her head. Her value lay solely in the powers of the Mera Mera fruit, the ability to read minds and perceive events across a fourth of kilometer radius. Doflamingo. Tereo spoke again once Rao, Pika, and Violetta had departed. Keep me informed of that bastard's whereabouts. Everyone across the Four Blues is watching him. I'll deal with him when the time comes. Oomph. Doflamingo snorted, rising to his feet. When Jack arrives, send him to me immediately. Then stepping lightly in his polished leather shoes, he strode out. The remaining officers exchanged stunned glances. Diamante, gone just like that. A trivial incident it had seemed. Who was this person capable of slaying Diamante? Logia-type East Blue. A modest vessel drew near, drawing no attention. As the gateway to Reverse Mountain, Logia-type hosted a substantial marine garrison, led by Commodore Tibbs. No pirate dared approach, let alone provoke trouble here. Yet when Den disembarked, clutching a severed head, onlookers froze in disbelief. Only after he vanished into the marine base did whispers ripple across the dock. Looks like a bounty hunter. He brought the head himself. Ruthless. Ruthless. Hardly. That head tells us nothing. No identity, no recognition. If none of us recognize him, he must be some minor pirate. That youth can't be much older. his strength likely unremarkable. Speculation swirled as Den strode directly into the Marine base and declared his purpose. Commodore Tibbs recoiled in shock upon seeing Diamante's grotesque grinning skull. He already knew the name Den. Just 2 days prior, Vice Admiral Garp had stopped here en route out of the East Blue, explicitly seeking to recruit Den. And earlier the Shichibukai Jinbi had clashed with him, though the outcome remained unknown. Now, unless his eyes deceived him, this was the head of Diamante, a Don Quixote family officer with a 99 million berry bounty. This boy had provoked both Jinbi and Doflamingo. Tibbs felt his nerves seize. Just how deep a crater would this youth carve into the world? Doflamingo was no Jinbi. He was infinitely more vicious, his cruelty boundless and unpredictable. "Sir," a junior Marine whispered, watching Tibbs's face cycle through disbelief, dread, and daze. The bounty hunter said, "His reward should be deposited directly into Garp's account." Tibbs blinked. "Where is he now?" "Gone, headed for Reverse Mountain. Likely entering the Grand Line." The Marine answered without hesitation. "Gone. Good riddance." Exhaling sharply, Tibbs seized the Den mushy and dialed Garp. Puff puff ah. So the kid even tangled with Doflamingo and killed one of his top officers. What a fearless, audacious little devil. Garp's booming laughter erupted from the shell. "He said to deposit the bounty in my account." I see. You say he's heading for Reverse Mountain, likely bound for the Grand Line." "Yes, Vice Admiral Garp." "Understood. I'll handle it." The call ended. Tibbs ordered the head processed and began drafting his formal report to headquarters. At the foot of Reverse Mountain, Den stood aboard his vessel, gazing upward at the mountain's surreal, inverted waterways. He had seen Logia-type and the execution platform where the Pirate King met his end. Ordinary yet thronged with pilgrims and dreamers. He lingered only briefly, restocked supplies, and pressed onward to the mountain. His ship surged upward against the current, and as his eyes scanned the sea, charred in hand, flames erupted around him, blazing with sudden intensity. The vessel, struck by infernal force, reared skyward at the apex, then twisted midair, pivoting toward another ascending cascade, hurtling upward once more. A blazing vessel, like a celestial craft, soared across the waterway and descended toward the West Blue. Below, on the ascending channel, cheers erupted from a pirate ship, another crew convinced they'd carved their legend in the Grand Line. Whoosh! A searing, descending flame slash cleaved their vessel cleanly into 3 pieces. Den sheathed his blade, gazed down at the pirates flailing in the churning sea, and ignited his flames anew, guiding his ship downward toward the waves. Godfather. In a modest coastal town on a nondescript island in the West Blue, a man wrapped in a scarf and dressed in a crisp gray suit hurried into a courtyard and called out softly, "One of our bases has been attacked, and the assailant specifically demanded to see you." Capone Beej, chewing slowly on a piece of rare grilled meat, showed no change in expression as his gaze settled upon the messenger. "Who is he?" "An enemy, and no. He's alone and young. He says he seeks your assistance." "Assistance? Ha ha." Beej burst into laughter. Then his face darkened abruptly. "And he assaults my base and dares call it seeking help. What does he take me for?" It had been a long time since anyone had dared such insolence. Ever since he seized control of the West Blue's underworld. Shall we send men to eliminate him, Godfather?" A young man wearing sunglasses standing behind Beej asked cautiously, at the edge of his master's displeasure. "No. If he insists on seeing me, bring him here." Beej waved dismissively. "Yes, Godfather." And the messenger bowed sharply and rushed off without delay. Beej's demeanor relaxed instantly, as if the entire incident had never occurred, and he resumed eating calmly. The attacker who struck Beej's outpost was of course done. And rather than wander aimlessly across the West Blue seeking out a local power broker like Beej, the undisputed kingpin of the region, was far more efficient. This strategy had been decided well before Dunn even set foot on West Blue soil. And though he came seeking aid this time, he had taken no lives. After all, one cannot request assistance while leaving corpses in one's wake. Footsteps echoed briskly as a group of middle-aged men, dressed identically, approached Dunn where he stood crouched nearby. "The Godfather has agreed, but you must meet him in person." Agreed. Dunn nodded, then lifted his blade and slung it effortlessly over his shoulder. Soon after, a modest vessel departed the island. Aboard, Dunn observed the crew moving with practiced efficiency. Beej's men were less pirates than they were organized crime, black market operators building influence through wealth and coercion. Beyond the initial consolidation of the West Blue underworld, during which Beej founded the Fire Tank Pirates to hunt down rivals, his operations bore little resemblance to those of traditional pirates. Only later upon entering the Grand Line did his crew begin to resemble conventional pirates. In Paramecia-type flame fruit, his body itself became an impregnable fortress, capable of sheltering numerous people within its structure. In essence, it functioned much like a spatial-type devil fruit, albeit with unsettling implications. In the very notion of housing others inside one's own flesh, unsettled Dun. He would never resort to such a thing, not even if granted the power. After summoning his status panel and glancing at it, Dun frowned slightly. His physical constitution had risen again, from 83 to 99. Yet this appeared to be a threshold, and he had remained stalled at 99 for an unusually long time. During his brief clash with Vice Admiral Garp aboard a marine warship, his physique had already brushed against that ceiling. Yet even his peak resilience had been suppressed by Garp's overwhelming presence. Moreover, it was clear Garp had not yet unleashed his full strength. And though Dun fully acknowledged the gulf separating him from the world's apex warriors, a quiet urgency now stirred within him. He needed a new approach. And mere physical training yielded diminishing returns. And to transcend this barrier, he required something more profound. He recalled his duel with Koshiro. Ni's physical growth had already begun to plateau, yet afterward progress accelerated once more. Was it the awakening of unyielding resolve? Nor did he need to engage in a battle demanding absolute commitment. Nas Dun contemplated these questions. Beej's men watched him covertly, gathering observations to relay back to their leader. Young in age, capable of unleashing flying slashes in combat, a true swordsman. And no fatalities, no unnecessary words. Motive and temperament remain unclear. Each observation flowed steadily into Beej's hands. After several days at sea, the ship docked at an island shore. Dun disembarked. A guide led the way, and without hesitation he followed. Shortly thereafter, Dun met Capone Beej, slightly younger than his canonical counterpart, yet still past 30. In their eyes locked, Dun assessing Beej, Beej assessing Dun. You seek my help, yet attack my men. Beej spoke first, aiming to seize psychological dominance in the exchange. Dun smiled faintly, then under the watchful eyes of dozens seated himself calmly on a chair not far from Beej. Find someone for me, worth 79 million belly. Once located, I'll pay you that sum, and keep the target. At those words, Beej clenched his cigar between his teeth and stared hard at Dun. A person worth 79 million belly. You remind me of someone. Ni's tone grew enigmatic. Indeed, the so-called devil child of O'Hara, Nico Robin. I want her whereabouts. Find her, and I'll pay you. How do I know you possess such funds? And that sum was no trivial matter. Beej studied Dun carefully. And Robin's case is perilous to meddle in. Dun's eyes gleamed. So you do have information. Beej narrowed his eyes, then gestured sharply. Ni's entourage withdrew swiftly, leaving only a handful of trusted lieutenants behind. If you seek her, you must know what befell O'Hara. The world government hunts her relentlessly, and many of their agents have infiltrated the West Blue. As he spoke, Beej kept his gaze fixed on Dun, hoping to glean insight into the stranger's true nature through reaction alone. I'm aware, not only of that, but also that Admiral Akiji has entered the West Blue for precisely this reason. At those words, Beej's expression turned markedly graver. Despite his dominion over the West Blue's underworld, he dared not entangle himself in matters involving the world government or a fleet admiral. I require only intelligence. You need only deliver that, and in return I owe you a favor. Dun knew Beej harbored ambition. A favor? How valuable is your word? Beej chuckled. Then midlaw his expression froze in sudden alarm. Flames erupted around Dun, heat surging violently. In one swift motion, Dun reached behind himself and wrenched a figure into view. I understand. Beej spoke immediately, and the flames vanished. Dun released the man, whose throat bore a ring of charred skin. A devil fruit user. Fire-based powers, possibly Logia class. If so, then such a favor carried immense weight, provided of course that the man honored his word. Feeling the hostile gazes around him, Deng smiled faintly. I held back, and indeed he had. Under ordinary conditions, the ability manifested merely as common flame. Yet even such mundane fire was beyond the endurance of ordinary mortals. Merely brushing against it would cause burns. Capone Beej paid it no mind. Aside from superficial wounds, there was nothing serious. Let me make one thing clear. I will agree to help you locate someone, but I will not provoke conflict with the Marines or the world government over this matter. Capone Beej was no longer a reckless youth. He was well past 30, clear-eyed and sober-minded. He knew full well that even as the undisputed master of the West Blue's underworld, he stood no chance against the world government or the Marines. Agreed. I only need a single piece of information. Deng and nodded. With Capone Beej's assistance, the task had just become far simpler. No more searching blindly across the vast ocean. At the word of a godfather like Capone Beej, the West Blue's underworld stirred into motion. Intelligence exchanges surged in frequency and intensity. A lead emerged. Nico Robin had been sighted. A woman in a flowing dress strode briskly forward. Her height exceeding 180 centimeters lent her an unmistakably statuesque presence. Yet her face remained largely concealed beneath a wide-brimmed hat. Her pace quickened, head slightly bowed as she slipped through the crowd, turned into a narrow alley, and vanished into her temporary refuge. With a bounty of 79 million berries, and having been a child at the time, Nico Robin had long been regarded by many as a living treasure, swift and elusive. Since the annihilation of O'Hara, Robin had sailed alone, living a life of perpetual evasion. She trusted no one. Through constant name-changing, calculated betrayals and unwavering vigilance, she had evaded capture for 21 years, though she had been discovered countless times. That very instinct had sharpened her awareness of danger. And since she relied on hiding, she naturally maintained discreet contacts within the West Blue's underworld. She sensed those probing for her identity, and recognized, too, the persistent agents of the world government who hunted her without cease. After all these years, their pursuit had not slackened in the slightest. Huff! Robin removed her hat and exhaled deeply, revealing delicate features etched with profound weariness. For years she had never dared lower her guard, not even for a moment. Each day passed like that of a startled bird poised to flee at the slightest tremor. Pulling the purchased food from her coat, she placed it upon the table, then entered the bathroom, stripped and drenched herself in icy water. Its shock jolting her senses awake. It seems the West Blue is no longer safe. Robin murmured softly to herself as she wiped her arms. She had contemplated leaving long ago, but her identity shackled her movements. To escape demanded opportunity, not impulse. One could easily imagine the ambush awaiting her along every possible exit route from the West Blue. To pass through safely required not just courage, but timing. Yet she had no idea when that moment might arrive. I wonder, why have they suddenly begun searching for me? For money? Robin shook her head slightly. If it were merely about bounty, such urgency would not have erupted so abruptly across the world. According to intelligence she'd gathered in secret, this sudden surge of interest had rippled through the underworld only recently. Lost in thought, Robin hastily patted dry her skin and slipped into a loose-fitting garment before stepping out. But the instant she emerged from the bathroom, her entire body locked rigid, her eyes fixed upon a figure seated at her table, calmly eating the food she had bought. His back was turned, his face obscured, yet she sensed he was a man, and beside him rested an unusually long blade leaning against the tabletop. Robin crossed her arms tightly over her chest, her gaze unblinking locked onto this intruder. You eat this? It's tasteless and utterly lacking in nourishment. Deng En chewed slowly on the coarse bread, swallowed, and finally spoke. Who are you? Robin did not relax her guard. Her expression remained grave, watchful. Deng En. He turned, meeting the wary, feral gaze of Robin, and named himself. Relax. Sit down. He gestured lightly, then turned back and set the half-eaten loaf aside. Robin frowned, her eyes scanning him with sharp appraisal, before stepping forward and taking a seat at the table. Deng En studied her face intently. Eat something. We're leaving soon. The world government has already detected this location. They'll arrive any moment. He spoke plainly. Who are you really? Robin remained guarded. Rightly so. If she lacked such vigilance, she would never have survived this long alone. I'm Deng En, 15 years old, from the East Blue. Let me think. Ah yes, I'm a pirate hunter. You're here to capture me, Robin declared, and two slender arms sprouted from Deng En's shoulders. Don't use your ability. It won't work on me, not now. Deng En tilted his head, glanced at the arms emerging from his shoulders, and even reached up to pinch them lightly. Robin's arms still crossed tightly before her stiffened visibly. I'm not here to capture you. I'm here to find you. Why? Surely not for my bounty, Robin asked. The moment this young man appeared, she knew she'd been exposed. Now her sole concern was vanishing from his sight, permanently. And his warning, that world government agents were closing in, sent a fresh wave of urgency through her. You'll understand soon enough. Are you certain you wish to continue this conversation here? I'll change clothes. Robin rose, only for a hand to settle firmly upon her shoulder. Eat first. Otherwise you won't have the strength to run. He placed the partially eaten bread before her. Tightening her robe, Robin sat again, took the bread from Deng En's hand, and devoured several hurried bites. chewing swiftly, swallowing without pause, then rose and re-entered the bathroom. The soft rustle of clothing gave way to silence. Outside, Ding sat quietly in the room and shook his head faintly. Indeed, his arrival had been far too abrupt. This young woman had fled straight into the bathroom where she'd hidden a concealed door. Truly, her vigilance was extraordinary. Yet there was little he could do. Though he'd leveraged the underworld's intelligence network to swiftly pinpoint Robin's likely hideout, such a large-scale operation inevitably drew attention, including that of the world government's hounds. Of course, more importantly, Admiral Akiji's whereabouts had also been confirmed. Deng Rose slung his blade over his shoulder and stepped out the door, turning sharply down the street. The street remained unchanged. Life flowed on indifferent and unbroken. Deng extended his observation Haki, then fell into silent pursuit, keeping Robin in his sights from a careful distance. Robin's footsteps were swift. In the over 10 years of evasion and survival, betrayal and suspicion had become her predominant colors. The man who suddenly appeared before her regardless of his intentions would never be trusted by her, especially since he was a pirate hunter. Robin didn't consider herself a pirate, but the 79 million bounty on her head was all too real. She thought about leaving this place as soon as possible. Her direction was toward the seaside. Whenever she arrived at a new location, Robin would quickly familiarize herself with her surroundings. She was quite familiar with the island's terrain. Moreover, she knew that on the other side of the island lay a dock for smugglers. She planned to board a ship there and leave at least to get out of sight of those people. As for the world government agents mentioned by Dunn, Robin wasn't sure whether to trust him, but it was better to believe in their existence. Just as Robin exited the town feeling a bit flustered, two tall, thin figures appeared ahead of her, wearing strange smiling masks and dressed in white suits with white round hats. CP. Robin's heart tightened, her footsteps halted, and she immediately turned around. However, two more figures had appeared behind her without her noticing. Nico, Robin, you finally revealed yourself. A muffled voice came from behind one of the masks. Surrender, Nico, Robin, you have no chance of escape. The four surrounded Nico, Robin, advancing slowly to pressure her. Robin crossed her arms over her chest, a flash of despair crossing her face. The power of her devil fruit granted her some combat capability, but facing these world government agents, she knew she was absolutely no match for them. Is this where it ends? The sound of footsteps echoed. Robin and the four CP agents turned to see a tall figure approaching with a sword. I told you these guys are coming after us, you had to run away yourself. A calm voice echoed as Nico, Robin stared blankly at Dunn, who was getting closer. This guy just walked right in. This is a henchman of the world government, doesn't he fear them? Stop approaching. Someone warned. Dunn chuckled at the words. The ground beneath him suddenly exploded, and in the next moment, he was right in front of Robin. That's not going to happen. No, I can't allow you to take her away. Dunn said casually. Are you a pirate? The four CP agents looked at Dunn with serious expressions. No, I'm a pirate hunter. A pirate hunter. Is he here to steal the credit? The four surrounding them were taken aback. This kid is also here to capture Nico, Robin. These are all agents of the world government. You'll be pursued for doing this. Looking at Dunn standing in front of her, Nico, Robin took a deep breath and said softly, You being discovered is partly my fault, and I came to the West Sea because of you. I won't let you go. Dunn turned to look at Nico, Robin behind him and spoke. Why? Are you also interested in the true history? Robin was puzzled. What about her could make this person oppose the world government? No, I'm not interested in the true history. I'm interested in you, Dunn said quite directly. This left Nico, Robin utterly baffled. Whoosh. Just as the two were whispering, a figure suddenly appeared beside Dunn, an arm covered in Haki swung towards Dunn's head. Boom. Dunn, with his observation Haki monitoring every movement of the four, kicked out just as the person got close, sending the figure flying. The other three figures immediately attacked Dunn. Stay back. After Dunn finished speaking, he released Nico. Robin raised his hand to grasp the hilt of his sword, and the sound of the blade scraping against the sheath echoed. Spear slash. The energy from the spear shot towards Dunn like a bullet. Swinging his sword, Dunn blocked the incoming spear and leaped forward, delivering a powerful downward slash. Paper drawing. The person who nearly got slashed seemed to suddenly lose weight, drifting diagonally along the blade. The other two lunged towards Nico, Robin. Swish, swish, swish. With a wave of his sword, dozens of slashes flew out, enveloping the three within. Iron block X3. Then the three figures were sent flying. Dunn and the three fought at lightning speed. In Robin's eyes, it was merely a blink of an eye before the three figures were sent flying. 15 years old. Nico, Robin stared blankly at Dunn. When she first met him, Dunn had mentioned that he was around this age. Those three haven't been defeated yet. You should head to the seaside. There's a ship I've prepared there, and the one without a flag is my ship, Dunn said to Nico Robin. You? Nico Robin naturally had questions, but now was not the time, so she followed Dunn's instructions and turned to leave. Dunn, carrying his sword, watched as the 4 figures emerged. They had all transformed and were all Zoan-type devil fruit users. The earlier slashes had left sword marks on these individuals, but after transforming, their strong bodies compressed the wounds, making them appear not too serious. Nico Robin is a serious criminal of the world government. You need to know what you're doing, one of the transformed upright rabbits said in a serious tone. If it were anyone else, they would naturally be too lazy to warn and would just take them down. However, this guy before them was not easy to deal with. After just one exchange, the 4 realized Dunn was formidable. At least they had no confidence. Not important. Dunn looked at the 4, and a wisp of flame appeared from his wrist, wrapping around the blade. Seeing this, the 4 immediately attacked. Cleaved. Dunn's figure flashed past, and the bodies of 2 animal-shaped individuals abruptly split apart, flames instantly engulfing their bodies. Run. One picture, 2 people were cut down, and the remaining 2 showed no hesitation, splitting up to run. Not a single one will escape. Dunn turned around, swinging his flaming sword, and a massive fire vortex enveloped the 2. Snap! He sheathed his sword. As the fire vortex dissipated, the scorched bodies fell, having reverted from their animal forms. These CP agents were mere tools, and the fruits they consumed were also ordinary Zoan types with their individual strength not being very strong. After all, they had been chasing Robin in the EC for so long, and it was impossible to always send experts to lie in wait. However, these 4 were merely inconspicuous among the world government's agents in the West Sea. This was easy to surmise. Dunn slung his sword over his shoulder and stepped towards the direction Robin had left. The small fry had been dealt with, and now it was time for the main course. Dunn, now serious, arrived at the seaside. Nico Robin looked at the ship docked at the small pier, the one without a flag. However, the once busy dock was now deserted. As footsteps approached, Nico Robin suddenly turned around, and when she saw who it was, her pupils constricted sharply. Akiji Kazan. Cold sweat instantly covered her forehead. Nico Robin's eyes were fixed firmly on Kazan, her feet, unable to move her body, trembling slightly. Well, what a surprise to meet you here. Kazan grabbed his curly hair, calmly gazing at Nico Robin. You've grown up well. Last time we parted, I mentioned that if you did anything, I would be the first to catch you. Kazan stood not far from Robin, looking at her as he spoke. Robin recalled the scene from the day O'Hara was destroyed. Just like today by the seaside, it was just the 2 of them. This Navy officer had left her a way out. Now was it time to take it back? Seeing Nico Robin silent, Kazan scratched his head in annoyance, then turned to look in another direction. It seems you have a good partner. Partner? Such a strange word. What partner does she have? Nico Robin's heart momentarily filled with doubt, but then she realized who Kazan was referring to. Take me back, hand me over to the Navy. Nico Robin suddenly spoke. No matter what, that person named Dunn was helping her, although there might be other motives. At least so far that was the case. But the person before her was a Navy admiral. No matter how strong that Dunn was, he couldn't possibly be his opponent. Perhaps if Kazan took her away, everything would come to an end. Although I have such thoughts, it seems some people disagree. Kazan felt a bit helpless about Nico Robin's words. Taking Robin away was not his goal. I told you today I will take you away, and no one can stop me. A voice rang out as Dunn, carrying a long sword, stepped forward towards Robin and Kazan. Go away, I don't know you. Robin glanced at Dunn and then turned her head back. Dunn smiled at her words. Although it was the truth, right now you have no say in the matter. But this time he came here not only for Robin, but also for Kazan. Originally, he came to the West Sea for Robin, but after realizing that his physical condition had hit a bottleneck, he thought he needed a fierce battle to break through this bottleneck, and set his sights on Akiji. Kazan looked at Dunn with great interest, rubbing his chin. Not bad in strength. He could naturally see the scene of Dunn battling against 4 people with his observation Haki. You're Dunn, right? Before Dunn could respond, Robin suddenly turned to look at Kazan. Do they know each other? Hearing Kazan call his name, Dunn was not surprised. When he first visited Base 16, the Navy must have already known about his fire abilities. But it didn't matter. After all, data was his trump card. He previously thought he shouldn't use the burning fruits abilities until it was crucial, but that was too naive. After all, if you don't use your abilities, you will never grow stronger. It was not good to just shut oneself off. Dunn walked to Robin's side. Under her gaze, raised his arm and embraced her. Kazan scratched his face at this scene. Damn, why did it feel like his daughter, whom he had raised for so long, was about to be taken away? I want to take her away. What does Admiral Kazan say? This tone, how arrogantly bold. Both Robin and Kazan thought this simultaneously. Robin wanted to struggle, but Dun's arm was strong. After a few attempts, she gave up. He's a Navy admiral. His strength is terrifying. Just go. This is my matter. Robin spoke softly. I already said today no one can stop me, including him. Dun released his arm and pointed to the ship. Go, you get on the ship and leave first. I will find you later. Robin was taken aback, staring blankly at Dun, while Dun's gaze was fixed on Kazan. Kazan looked at the two, feeling increasingly displeased. Get going. Dun swiftly wrapped his arm around Robin's slim waist and leaped onto the ship by the sea. Get moving, set sail. Dun commanded. Several guys dressed in suits and sunglasses on the boat, who had pretended not to see earlier, hurriedly began to row the boat after hearing Dun's words. Well, this won't do. If you escape, I won't be able to explain myself. Kazan scratched his head, raising his hand as a wave of cold air surged towards the ship. Torch. Dun raised his hand and drew his sword as a fiery tornado abruptly rose on the surface of the sea. The scorching wind ruffled Robin's hair. He looked at Dun's back, holding the flaming sword. I will come find you soon, and then I will take you away from the West Sea. Dun turned back and smiled at Robin, then turned to face the fiery tornado leaping into it. Robin pressed her hands against the side of the boat as it moved away from the shore with the fervent effort of several people. Fire. It's truly terrifying, Kazan said, looking at the burning tornado on the sea with a smirk. If this were Kazaru saying it, it would make sense. Dun, enveloped in flames, leaped from the fire onto the shore, the flames appearing like a coat, and behind him a wall of flames towering over 10 meters was ignited. It seems you know us well, so do you think you can stop me yet? Kazan was intrigued. As a Navy admiral, shouldn't his deterrent power be greater? Did a little brat dare to confront him heat-in? Even if it was the burning fruit, did he think flames could counter ice? It seems I need to teach this kid a lesson. Kazan fixed his gaze on Dun, moving his feet. Shave. Kazan's towering figure appeared beside Dun, a massive military knife formed of ice crystallizing in his hand. Ice military knife. Frost slash. Bang. The ice knife collided with Dun's fiery form as Dun's right leg wrapped in Haki and flames kicked out, targeting Kazan's knee. So terrifying. In an instant, Kazan transformed into a yellow monkey. He kept exclaiming how terrifying it was, but there was no way to take down a supernova with just one kick. Kazan's body was shattered by that kick, and the ice crystallized around him. Dun leaped out. The flames that had been behind him were now sealed in ice. After a moment of being frozen, the ice and flames dissipated into nothingness. You bastard, can you even freeze flames? Dun, holding his sword, looked at Kazan, who had reformed his body, his expression serious. Flames can counter cold, but if the temperature is low enough, it can reverse. All right, that's enough. Dun waved his flame and directly leaped at Kazan. Foolish, facing someone stronger than yourself, being so reckless won't do. Dun was not Robin, nor did he enjoy such treatment. As Dun charged recklessly, Kazan raised his hand, launching a freezing bird made of ice towards Dun. Ice time capsule. An extreme cold surged after the ice bird towards Dun. Torch. The fire tornado collided with the icy bird as Dun's body passed through the tornado, charging directly at Akiji. Come on, my chosen sparring partner, let me unleash my indomitable spirit. Ice Age. Facing Dun, who was engulfed in flames, Akiji raised his hand to unleash his ultimate move, but the target was not Dun but the surface of the sea. The ice blinked, sealing the entire sea surface. In the distance, the ship Robin was on was directly frozen atop the water. What is this? Robin gazed at the ice-locked ocean, despair flashing in his eyes. Did he fail? Just as Robin thought, this flames ignited. Fire burns city walls. This move was a tremendous drain on Dun under normal circumstances. However, having decided to go all out against Akiji, he felt no need to hold back. Endless flames raged, and the ice created by the seaside began to melt under the extreme fluctuations of the fire. Realizing his flames were not very hot, Dun had already adjusted his tactics. The flames flowed rapidly without pause. The intense movement greatly increased the temperature. This is our battle, it's not suitable to drag others into it. Dun looked at Akiji and spoke, his knife clashing against the ice-formed blade. Kid, you have quite a big mouth. Akiji was somewhat astonished. He had heard a lot about Dun from Karp, even when he came to the West Sea and contacted Karp. But he was too young. He seemed a bit overly arrogant. It was time to teach him a lesson. This world is filled with people stronger than oneself, and one should not be blindly arrogant. Ice balls. Several ice spheres formed between Akiji's left hand and flew towards Dun's chest. The ice balls pierced through his body. Dun's left hand conjured a violently spinning fireball, smashing toward Akiji's head. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows, the tremendous sounds echoing far and wide. You don't need to hold back. After a collision, Dun was knocked back, but a smile appeared on his face. Go all out, let me see the true power of an admiral, and let me see how far I still am from you. What an unlikable kid. Akiji pressed his forehead with some headache. He somewhat regretted showing up. Had he known, he wouldn't have. After their initial clash, he had a rough understanding of Dun's strength. At the very least, protecting Robin was not an issue as long as those of this level did not intervene. However, this guy seemed to have ulterior motives toward Robin. He raised his hand and threw 2 ice spears. Dun dodged sideways, and one of the evaded ice spears revealed Akiji's body. Boom. A kick wrapped in armed color struck Dun's waist. Dun's figure, engulfed in flames, fell from the sky, crashing down to the ground. Even with the armed color hardening, this kick had reduced his health by nearly 20. This must be the first time he truly exerted himself since the battle began. Dun looked at Akiji, who had landed. Akiji looked at Dun with suspicion. Something was off. That kick was no half measure. How was this guy completely unharmed? At least on the surface he appeared unscathed. Did he miscalculate? Akiji hesitated in his heart, doubting whether his previous estimates had been wrong. Not a bad hit. Although he intended to activate his indomitable spirit in this battle, Dun had no plans to passively take hits. Flames wrapped around the blade. The blade, coiling with armed color, swirled with the influx of flames, leaving fiery patterns dancing along its edge. Flame blade, residual sun's inferno. Dun's voice echoed, yet his body was almost untraceable. The super-condensed flames distorted the surrounding air. The extreme heat caused even the sea surface to start evaporating rapidly, while the nearby ships and goods at the dock ignited in an instant, then burned violently. Using his abilities and Haki at any cost allowed Dun to achieve this state in ordinary circumstances. The consequence of such recklessness was his own health depleting. His self-recovery of health could no longer sustain this consumption. Akiji's expression grew serious. He sensed a tremendous threat. Fire and ice were inherently opposing forces. Previously, he had managed with ease, although Dun was also a Logia user, the gap in their abilities was still significant. But now he felt that the distorted figure before him, obscured by the extreme heat, could truly harm him, or worse. Ice began to coalesce around Akiji. The cold air eroded, blocking the incoming heat and flames. Fire and ice were in a frenzied struggle. Akiji slightly parted his lips, releasing strands of cold air from his mouth. I underestimated you. Akiji's expression was grave. Then let's get serious. Dun's voice echoed, and before the words faded, his body, shrouded in terrifying flames, seemed to teleport, appearing before Akiji with a long fiery tail. The fearsome blade swung down at Akiji. The collision of fire and ice produced white steam that evaporated or crystallized as soon as it appeared. Swish! Dun's sword-wielding figure was encased in ice, but Akiji showed no signs of relaxation. The ice only lasted an instant before exploding apart, sending forth even more flames. The wildly flowing flames burned the air. Bang! The right leg, wrapped in armed color, collided with Dun's flame-engulfed right leg. Both retreated simultaneously. Akiji slid underfoot, finally stopping after several dozen meters. Dun did nearly the same. In terms of this strike, they were evenly matched. All right, you little brat, you've got some decent strength, but seems I can't stop you. Akiji looked at the still burning figure, waving his hand. He wasn't here to kill. This kid was clearly giving it his all. At this rate, even if he didn't intervene, this kid would eventually exhaust himself. That won't do, we haven't determined a winner yet. Dun's voice rang out, flames slashing toward Akiji. Sidestepping the flurry of strikes, Akiji felt somewhat annoyed. This kid seemed like a stubborn one. Since that's the case, let's make it quick. With a plan in mind, Akiji moved his feet, his figure already behind Dun. Ice gloves. Ice gathered on his fist, striking down toward Dun's head. Bang! Before the fist could land, Dun's body suddenly dispersed into flames. Let me teach you something. When facing an opponent of equal strength, do not casually elementalize. Transforming his fist into a palm, Akiji raised his hand and slapped to the side, directly striking the flames. Dun's figure was sent flying sideways. The long knife embedded itself in the ground, sliding for over 100 meters before finally crashing against the cliff behind, where Dun came to a halt. This should be enough, Akiji thought. Then he saw Dun propping himself up with his sword once more. You can't do that. Dun's helpless voice rang out. Not even as good as Yamato. Though he had merely sought to activate Indomitable while during his bout with Jinryu, he hadn't fought seriously at all, merely enduring blows. But this clash with Admiral Akiji was different. A fleet admiral could not possibly be this weak. Was Akiji holding back because of Robin? Yet what Dengen needed was no leniency. Rising to his feet, he slung his blade over one shoulder. When the flames dissipated, not even a scratch marked his body. Akiji watched Dang-en emerge unscathed from the fading fire and pressed his lips together. Had he been underestimated? Yet the man truly seemed unharmed. Was he simply incredibly durable and astonishingly stubborn, determined to settle this duel once and for all? His observation Haki spread outward. Nearby, the island's town lay eerily deserted, its residents long since fled. He certainly couldn't unleash his full power here. What an insufferable fellow. Akiji shrugged lightly. Very well, let's hope you can withstand what comes next. Akiji spoke, and in that instant his long leg lashed sideways toward Dang-en's temple with terrifying force. To him, the 100-meter distance might as well have been non-existent. Dang-en's observation Haki perceived the strike, but his body failed to react in time. He barely managed to raise his arm. Thud! He was sent flying backward, sword and all. Health 39 and Fuzon. Midair before fully absorbing the impact, Dang-en drew his blade again, the next blow already descending from above. Clang! His blade struck Akiji's leg, but the hardened armament Haki rendered the steel utterly ineffective. The sheer force hurled Dang-en downward, slamming him into the earth. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted skyward. Cough, cough. Dang-en staggered upright, gripping his sword, dust billowing around him as he coughed violently, then swept his hand to clear the haze. Dang-en fixed his gaze upon Akiji, standing calmly at the crater's rim, one hand tucked casually into his coat pocket. Akiji for once was speechless. In his eyes, Dang-en's combat prowess was genuinely impressive, worthy of note even among the Grand Line's elite. Everything else appeared ordinary, except his physique. Those two strikes would have gravely wounded even a warlord of the sea. Yet now Dang-en stood there, sword in hand, not a single wound marring his frame. What manner of monster had just emerged from nowhere? 2 more strikes left. Dang-en bared his teeth in a feral grin, then coiled his legs and exploded forward, launching himself headlong at Akiji. His physical constitution, battle experience, devil fruit ability, and its mastery all paled in comparison to Akiji's. So what? He had cheat codes. Try striking me twice more, if you dare. Though deliberate, the repeated kicks had ignited a fierce, smoldering rage within him. Ice military blade. Akiji gripped the crystalline blade forged from pure ice with both hands, and brought it down in a thunderous arc as Dang-en charged. Dang-en's sword and body grazed past the edge of Akiji's ice blade. Take this, Jio, he roared, delivering a devastating kick wreathed in armament Haki squarely into Akiji's flank. Crack! Ice splintered. Cheating. As their forms blurred past each other, Dang-en landed and scoffed contemptuously. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Akiji's face, then vanished. Just because you refrain from using your ability doesn't mean I must. Boy, I've held back far more than once. Akiji turned to speak, but froze mid-sentence, his expression darkening. Dang-en was already hurtling toward him again. Akiji raised the ice military blade to cleave Dang-en's shoulder, but this time Dang-en didn't flinch. The blade bit deep, while Dang-en's flaming sword pierced straight through Akiji's skull. Dang-en was blasted backward. As the blade withdrew, Akiji's half-frozen head reformed seamlessly. Enough, boy, this ends now. Akiji fell silent, exasperated, ready to simply walk away. This kid was uncanny. Yet before the words fully left his mouth, his expression hardened, suddenly grave. Hey, Admiral Akiji. Hope you can take what comes next. Dang-en's voice cut through the air, sharp and unyielding. Boom. Flames erupted skyward, incandescent and overwhelming. Tenchi Hygiene. A slash so fierce it seemed to rend the very fabric of space, blazing with apocalyptic fire. Where it passed, the world dissolved into pure, all-consuming flame. Retreat. Further still. Akiji dashed backward until he stood upon the sea's surface, wiping cold sweat from his brow. What in the world was that? Akiji's heart raced, not only with shock, but profound bewilderment. Dang-en stepped forward slowly, treading air itself, flames licking only at his hem and hair. Yet his aura radiated the unmistakable, crushing presence of a true sovereign. An immense, suffocating pressure descended like a physical weight. Behind Dang-en, towering infernos surged upward, scorching the heavens, clouds evaporating where their heat touched the sky. What is that? Far across the water, oarsmen aboard a distant ship had collapsed unconscious. Robin stared frozen at the colossal wall of fire stretching seamlessly into the heavens, her expression blank with awe. Do you possess this talent too? Akiji's lips tightened as he gazed at Dang-en. Haushiko Haki. There was no mistaking that oppressive force. It was identical to what Master Garp wielded. Haushiko Haki, beginner proficiency, a terrifying fusion of soul energy and physical vitality, capable of overwhelming all who stand before it. though you cannot yet control it freely. Truly an unexpected boon. Deng En had long suspected he harbored this latent gift, and during his last activation of Indomitable, he'd sensed it stirring, but remained unable to perceive or wield it consciously. Now, however, it had surfaced spontaneously. In his mind, his final weakness had finally been sealed. At the very least, he'd no longer be disadvantaged against Haoshiku users in the new world. Boom. Deng En's body burst into flame. A colossal tornado of fire engulfing Aokiji and the ice-choked seawater beneath him, vaporizing both instantly. The surrounding ocean recoiled, refusing to approach. Ice Age. Aokiji's expression turned solemn, now unleashing his full power. Thud. A fist wrapped in armament Haki slammed into Aokiji's jaw. His entire face contorted violently, his body shot sideways like a skipping stone across the sea, each impact freezing the water solid in its wake. Before his flight even ceased, Deng En materialized, like instantaneous teleportation, directly above Aokiji. Then he stomped down. Volcanic eruption. Blinding fire erupted from Deng En's foot, bursting forth from the sea like a primordial volcano. He's fleeing. Deng En twisted his head, tracking the streak of ice racing across the water's surface. Once distanced, Aokiji's form reappeared, emerging from the ice itself. This wasn't the same man, not even remotely. Every fiber, from his Haki to his raw strength, had transformed utterly. Deng En hovered midair, wreathed in flame, eyes locked on Aokiji. 2 more strikes? No, just 1. Aokiji blinked, then understood. Earlier he'd declared he hoped Deng En could endure his attacks, and had struck 3 times. Now the boy intended to return them, exactly as delivered. Deng En swept his blade in a wide arc, the surrounding inferno collapsing inward at his command. Upon the blade's edge, blazing flame-etched runes flared anew. Damn, that was Aokiji's first thought. Run. That was his second. Then, under Deng En's stunned, slack-jawed gaze, the ice trail sliced across the sea's surface and vanished beyond the horizon. Huh. Instinctively, Deng En dispelled the energy from his blade. So the Asahi blade is destined never to land. Yet this time the objective had been achieved. His physical constitution had reached 100, its upper limits seemingly shattered. Moreover, the concealed Haoshiku Haki had also been awakened. Naturally, combat capability still required assessment. Yet Aokiji clearly had no intention of engaging in direct confrontation. Among the 3 admirals, only Aokiji had undergone the most dramatic transformation, and thus proved one of the most suitable opponents. During their previous encounter, Kinjiro's blade had triggered his unyielding will, a surge so overwhelming it evoked the illusory sensation of cleaving reality itself. Therefore, before proceeding further, he needed to ascertain definitively whether with his unyielding will activated he could stand against the world's apex warriors. Though the activation had lasted only a fleeting exchange, he had already gauged its approximate potency. Yet when Aokiji chose to withdraw, Deng En lacked the means to restrain him. Indeed, once one reaches such heights, if determined to depart, even 2 or 3 peers would likely fail to halt their retreat. Consider Shiki's assault on Marine headquarters. Had he truly wished to flee, none could have stopped him, not even the combined might of Garp and Sengoku. Nonetheless, Deng En was thoroughly satisfied with the test's outcome. After all, his strength continued to ascend. Extinguishing the flames entirely, he cast his gaze downward upon the altered landscape below. Though their clash had been brief, the coastal terrain beneath had been utterly transformed. His torrents of searing flame had vitrified the sand into glass. The modest pier had vanished without a trace. Fortunately, both combatants had deliberately steered the battle away from the nearby town, shifting the arena seaward. Deng En stepped sharply into the air. The immense physical power granted by his lingering unyielding will cause the air itself to detonate beneath his foot. With a thunderous crack, his figure vanished, leaving only a long shimmering afterimage as he descended onto the small vessel adrift upon the waves. Robin clung to the gunwale, stunned and uncomprehending, until the explosive report jolted her upright. She looked up just in time to see Deng En descend from the heavens and land aboard the boat. Before Robin could utter a word, Deng En strode to the vessel's sole cabin and wrenched open its door, revealing shelves crammed with provisions. Roasted meats, ripe fruits. Beneath Robin's astonished gaze, Deng En sat cross-legged upon the deck and began replenishing his vitality. After a long silence, as Robin finally stirred to speak, something arced toward her. Instinctively she caught it, a perfectly charred succulent rib bone. She swallowed hard, glanced at Deng, and then settled quietly beside the gunwale to eat. As the unyielding will faded, his vitality surged back to full strength through sustenance. Sensing the terrifying augmentation within him recede, Deng and set aside his meal and raised his hand sharply, summoning a colossal geyser of seawater that drenched the unconscious figures below. The frigid deluge jolted them awake at the sight of Deng, and they sprang instinctively to their feet. Depart along the original course. Yes, sir. They obeyed without hesitation, dazed but dutiful, immediately setting about their tasks. Watching the vessel resume its voyage, Robin rose and approached Deng In from behind. You defeated him, oi. Her voice trembled with disbelief. Deng in turn offered a faint smile, then shook his head. No, he is an admiral of the Marines. Before Robin could press further, he added calmly. He escaped, remarkably swiftly. Robin's eyes widened in shock. Why did you aid me? If not for my ability nor my bounty, then what truly is your purpose? Sit. Deng In gestured to the space before him. Without protest, Robin seated herself gracefully, knees together, legs angled neatly to one side. His gaze lingered briefly upon her poised posture. He stroked his chin. I've only just set sail, and I'm seeking companions for this voyage. Companions? Robin recalled the firm, unyielding embrace he'd given her earlier. Yet you know my identity well. Now that you've slain world government agents, they may issue a warrant for your capture. I'm hardly an ideal companion. I am quite frankly a liability. Deng In replied serenely. Once every witness is silenced, no one will ever know it was me. Robin froze. She opened her mouth to object, then remembered the titanic clash between Deng In and Akiji. Though distant and indistinct, the sheer scale of that confrontation spoke volumes. Its magnitude transcended even her wildest imagination. As for Akiji, I doubt he'll speak of it. Deng In mused, stroking his chin. Until now, I'd avoided aligning with either pirates or Marines. Both paths entailed complications. But having tested his current strength against Akiji, Deng In now found such concerns trivial. Even if branded a pirate outright, his power, coupled with his conduct, would likely earn him treatment akin to that accorded Mihawk. Besides, he was a bounty hunter. Garp knew this well. As for Robin, only the world government took genuine interest in her, and he harbored no fondness for that institution. As the old saying went, the quietest assassination is to silence everyone who has seen you. From now on, you'll accompany me. I require a woman to tend to my daily needs, Deng In said, watching Robin sink into thought. You truly disregard them, those of the world government. Robin lifted her gaze, earnest once more. On the contrary, I welcome it. To grow stronger, one must fight. A flicker of anticipation lit his face as he spoke. Indeed, Robin read his expression, instantly recalling his overwhelming power. Such strength rendered many perils inconsequential. And as for joining him, Deng In was the most formidable individual Robin had encountered since fleeing O'Hara over a decade ago. To become his partner, perhaps something far deeper. She remembered his forceful embrace and realized resistance would be futile. Robin tilted her head and offered him a serene, knowing smile. The crewmen steering the vessel kept their gazes lowered, focused inward, thoughts scattered, determined not to overhear what they ought not hear. Having served under a patriarch, they understood well how silence preserved life, and how knowledge unbidden often invited death. Master, I've encountered the man you mentioned. Akiji sat atop a drifting iceberg, lifting a den mushy to his ear. Which man? Garp's voice crackled through the shell. The bounty hunter. The one from East Blue. Akiji replied, his expression clouded with uncertainty as memory of their duel resurfaced. What precisely had transpired? As a participant, he remained profoundly unsettled. It was as if all of a sudden the person across from him transformed into someone else, and that intense sense of oppression sent chills down his spine. This was a situation he had never encountered after consuming the frozen fruit. In that moment, something happened to Dunn that he could not fathom. Ha, Dunn, are you saying he went to the West Sea? Karp paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Yes, he came to the West Sea, and we even had a confrontation. Akiji raised his hand and scratched his head, his tone somewhat frustrated. You confronted him. Did you capture that kid? Karp was taken aback and instinctively asked. Capture? Akiji's expression was peculiar. If I hadn't run fast, it might have been me who got captured. I told you that kid would run. Wait, what are you saying? On the returning warship, Karp raised his pinky to dig in his ear. Karp Sensei, that guy is not as simple as you make him out to be. As Karp's disciple, Akiji had a close relationship with him. Dunn, the one who made Karp run twice, was naturally someone Akiji had heard about from Karp, suspected to be a Logia-type user of the flame fruit. Speaking of which, his fruit had a certain restraining relationship with Akiji, so he was quite interested and curious. However, from Karp's words, he could sense Karp's admiration for Dunn. But if Dunn had the strength he displayed previously, Karp would definitely not be so calm. What exactly happened? Carp's voice echoed from the transponder snail. Akiji did not hold back and recounted what he had just experienced. You can't be telling me you were half asleep, right? After hearing this, Carp took a while before blurting out a sentence. Carp, Rear Admiral. Akiji's voice became serious. Do you think I am joking? But that's impossible. I fought him before, and he absolutely didn't reach the level you mentioned. Carp was obviously confused, his tone somewhat uncertain. Carp Sensei, you fought him. Akiji was taken aback. Yes, we had a bit of a contest on the warship, though it wasn't serious. However, I shouldn't have misjudged this kid's situation. Although his strength is considerable, it definitely doesn't reach the level you mentioned. Carp was also bewildered. He understood Akiji's character and knew he wouldn't speak nonsense. What on earth was this done about? The transponder snail fell silent, and after a while Carp spoke again. If you were to let loose, do you have confidence? No. Akiji replied decisively, then hesitated a bit. His strength has instantaneously increased, and he seems to possess Conqueror's Haki. After this change, I have no confidence. Not only do I lack confidence, but if it comes to a life-and-death struggle, I estimate I would be at a disadvantage. So that kid has been hiding his strength. Carp muttered for a while, and then his voice rang out again. This time it's because of that little girl, so let's not let the information leak out. Understood. Akiji replied, scratching his hair, feeling somewhat helpless. Even if he didn't say it, he wouldn't leak it. Not to mention Robin, just done alone with the strength he had previously displayed, would never have prompted the Navy to issue a bounty before he declared himself a pirate. Especially considering he had previously claimed to be a pirate hunter. As long as he hadn't done anything intolerable to the Navy and the world government, the bounty would be carefully considered. This is troublesome. If Sengoku asks about it later. Carp muttered before the call ended. The lively transponder snail in Akiji's hand drooped its eyes, seemingly about to fall asleep. After putting away the transponder snail, Akiji stood up and looked out at the sea. In his eyes, flames seemed to flicker across an island. Relax, you don't need to be on guard anymore, Dunn said, glancing at Robin lying beside him. Robin, curled up and seemingly asleep, opened her eyes, directly looking at Dunn, who was sitting beside her, leaning against his sword. She had never experienced such a feeling before and found it hard to adapt. Since Dunn had spoken, Robin simply sat up, hugging her legs with her arms and gazing at Dunn. Since you understand me so well, aren't you really worried about provoking the world government? That is a colossal entity. It is indeed colossal, but given your situation back, then how were you able to evade them for over a decade? Dunn examined Robin, whose skin was still a bit dark, pondering when she could lighten up. Why? Robin instinctively asked. Although you are important, you are not as significant as you think. Robin was taken aback, and with her intelligence, she could naturally deduce. But she could not understand why someone would disregard the threat of the world government. Sir. Just as the two were conversing, a voice sounded from outside. Dunn stood up and threw the sword in his hand to Robin. Robin caught it, instinctively feeling the weight of the sword, and subconsciously hugged it to her chest. Let's go, we need to change ships. To leave the West Sea, we need someone to escort us. After all, the world government should have blocked some areas. Upon hearing this, Robin got up, holding the flame, and followed Dunn. When they opened the door, Capone Beach was already waiting outside. He sized up Robin, who was following Dunn, and then glanced at Dunn. His subordinates had already informed him about what had happened. Though his subordinates had been unconscious before and hadn't seen everything based on the description, he already knew that Dunn had encountered the Navy Admiral Akiji and even fought him. Although the specifics were unclear, Dunn was standing here safe and sound, and he had also brought Nico Robin out. This favor was worth a bit. Ha ha, my friend, congratulations on achieving your goal. Capone Beg's mind raced, and then he burst into laughter. I'll need your help again later. Although Capone Beg's bounty was considerable, he had indeed helped him out. Otherwise, if he had to find someone himself, who knows when he would have succeeded. He might have found Robin 2 years later when she was looking for a chance to leave the West Sea, but he might not have been able to find anyone at all. Of course, but are you sure you want to go to the North Sea? Capone Beach was somewhat curious. With Dunn's strength, he could easily make a name for himself in the Grand Line. Naturally, he was curious, but he wouldn't casually ask for the reason. Yes, I had a little conflict with Don Quixote da Flamingo before, so this time I'm going to the North Sea to negotiate with him, Dunn said with a smile. Don Quixote da Flamingo. This name stunned Capone Beach. The warlord of the sea, da Flamingo, the underground emperor of the North Sea. In fact, he had quite a few transactions with da Flamingo before, and still had dealings with him. Many of the weapons for his armed subordinates were purchased from da Flamingo. A little conflict. Looking at Dunn's expression, Capone Beach expressed disbelief. Though he had known Dunn only briefly, Capone Beach sensed that the subtle tension in Dunn's words was far from trivial. Yet regarding Don Quixote da Flamingo, even as an inherently volatile figure himself, Beach had no intention of entangling himself in what was ostensibly a minor conflict. One was a Shichibukai, the other a man capable of clashing with Admiral Akiji. Beej paused, then turned his gaze once more toward Robin. The world government has already been alerted. I've sensed it here in the West Blue. Those agents are scouring the seas relentlessly for this woman. Dunn glanced sideways at Robin, who stood calmly holding her blade. So, our original plan is no longer viable. Beej clenched his cigar between his teeth. There remains another option. I can arrange passage for you to the Flower Country. Their fleet sails for the Grand Line. You might slip aboard undetected. After speaking, Beej added quietly, of course you're free to proceed with the original plan, if you wish. But I shall intervene no further. He had no desire to confront the world government directly. The Flower Country. Dunn turned to Robin. It functions as both a pirate nation and a world government allied state. Robin, noting Dunn's glance, offered a brief explanation. I know, Dunn murmured, stroking his chin. The head of the Hachibukai water tribe. Shinjo, the legendary warrior who once dueled the Navy's hero Garp. His bounty exceeds 500 million berries, though since that fateful clash with Garp, he has rarely set sail. Robin replied instantly, her knowledge of such matters evidently profound. Yet Beej, who had been closely observing Dunn's expression, suddenly felt an unsettling premonition. That look, was he growing intrigued? Still, it was none of Beej's concern. If anything, he found himself quietly eager to witness what might unfold next. Then we go to the Flower Country, Dunn declared without hesitation. There will surely be countless world government informants there, Robin cautioned. No matter. One of my purposes in setting sail is precisely to seek out such formidable opponents. Dunn waved dismissively. True combat accelerated growth far more swiftly than solitary training. After his duel with Admiral Akiji, Dunn had gained a clear understanding of his current strength. Under ordinary conditions, he could hold his own against fighters of Jinbe's caliber, but when unleashing his hidden reserves, even a Navy admiral would find him no easy opponent. Though such bursts were brief, they allowed him to abandon all defense and unleash devastating high-cost techniques, perhaps long enough to decide the outcome. And should things turn dire, escape remained assured. Thus there was little reason for restraint. Indeed, his psyche had subtly shifted after confronting Akiji. Very well, I'll have you conveyed to the Flower Country immediately. Seeing Dunn's resolve, Beej issued the order without delay. Moments later, a signal rose from a large vessel moored nearby. Dunn wasted no time boarding the ship with Robin in tow as its sails unfurled. Godfather, our paths with this man are unlikely to cross again. The negotiator and sharpshooter Weird Gun Vito leaned close to Beej as he spoke. Precisely so. Yet who can foresee the future? Should he rise to prominence upon the Grand Line, my investment will yield immense returns. Should he falter, I suffer no loss, for what I've done costs me nothing at all. Beej spoke calmly, cigar clenched between his teeth. You're absolutely right, Godfather, Vito nodded. We'll all eventually sail for the Grand Line, Beej remarked suddenly. Around him, murmurs of excitement stirred. Though the Four Blues were vast, the Grand Line remained the world's true heart, where unimaginable treasures and peerless warriors converged. All who dwelled in this world yearned for it. Aboard the ship. Why did he aid you? I know Capone, Beej. He wrought slaughter across the West Blue. In the sunlit cabin, Robin watched Dunn train alone, and could not resist asking. Curious about that. Dunn tilted his head toward her and smiled. Indeed, he is no ordinary man. It bears no relevance to me. I merely exchanged a favor, and he in turn anticipates a future occasion to call it in. Dunn waved a hand dismissively. His dealings with Beej would remain scarce. Even if Beej followed his original course toward the Grand Line, that day lay far in the distance. What transpired in the interim remained unknowable. Robin studied Dunn, reflecting upon the brief yet extraordinary span of their acquaintance. She sensed, uncannily, that Dunn had known her long before their first meeting in her hideout. That intuition never deceived her, and yet she was certain theirs had been a true first encounter. Having spent years fleeing persecution, Robin remained perpetually vigilant, skeptical of motives. She could not believe Dunn sought her solely as a comrade. With his demonstrated prowess, recruiting allies posed no challenge. Don't overthink it. Dunn spoke suddenly, his words confirming Robin's unspoken thoughts. After all, she had always been a woman of deep calculation. Even her entry into the Straw Hat Pirates had served a purpose. Only after Eni's lobby had she truly transformed. Beside me, things can scarcely grow worse than they once were. Can they, eh? That seems true, Robin murmured, momentarily stunned, then smiled faintly. Dunn, catching that smile, paused. Not because he was captivated by her beauty, but because unbidden his mind conjured visions of how women aged in this world. Here, aging bore no resemblance to youth. Zoro's grandmother Shiju, who once rivaled Boa Hancock in splendor, had become unrecognizable in old age. Likewise, Charlotte Lean once hailed as the most beautiful pirate in history. Countless others echoed the same paradox. Gradually, Dunn's gaze upon Robin grew increasingly peculiar. Robin, unsettled by his stare, bristled inwardly. What did that look mean? Disapproval? Truly a mercurial man. Wordlessly exasperated, Robin turned and retreated to the adjacent cabin. Mustn't dwell on it. Her prime still spans 2 decades. And frankly, I may well be dead by then. Dunn shook his head, muttered to himself, and resumed training. In the next cabin, Robin lay upon her bunk, recalling Dunn's words as he'd drawn her close. After all, things can't possibly worsen, can they? She reached for the blanket beside her and drew it gently over her slender, graceful form. Marine Headquarters. Sengoku studied Garp, who idly dug his nose, his gaze traveling up and down the veteran admiral. That Dunn severed one of Don Quixote Doflamingo's subordinates in the East Blue and delivered the head to Logtown. I've authorized his bounty. Pahaha, we thought of the same thing, Sengoku. Garp burst into hearty laughter, but his mirth quickly faded as he noticed Sengoku's face darkening. Where is he? Where is the person I told you to bring back? Sengoku instantly transformed, his head swelling grotesquely, fangs sharpening to points. Meanwhile, Admiral Kizaru sat calmly sipping tea, not even lifting his eyelids. He had long grown accustomed to such scenes. As for the other two, Akainu and Kizaru, one sat rigidly upright, stern-faced, the other lounged lazily, trimming his nails. He declined to join the Marines. There's nothing this old man can do. Garp dropped himself unceremoniously onto a nearby seat. Sengoku sank into his chair with an exasperated sigh, fixing Garp with a piercing stare. Then what about intelligence? After several deep breaths, Sengoku asked. Oh, come now, just a young man. Why so concerned? You're the fleet admiral. Don't you have endless duties demanding your attention every day? Garp waved dismissively, chuckling awkwardly. So you do remember how busy this old man is? Sengoku let out a wry, incredulous laugh. Of course, I won't disturb you further. I'll be off then. Garp rose to leave, only for Sengoku to interject sharply. Wait. Don't deflect, Garp. State your assessment. Both Akainu and Kizaru turned their gaze fully upon him. All right. Dang-in is a fine young man. He has a keen appetite for hunting pirates. Garp mused aloud. Akainu gave a slow, measured nod. Though he claims it solely for the bounty. Akainu's expression stiffened. He emitted a cold, disdainful snort. Not so bad, really. After all, that is precisely why we issue bounties. It suits our purpose well. Admiral Kizaru smiled faintly as she spoke. Behind her stood a young Marine officer, tall, poised, legs elegantly long, her eyes alight with quiet curiosity. If even Vice Admiral Garp held him in esteem, this youth must truly be exceptional. Enough, Garp. Don't pretend you don't know exactly what I'm asking. Sengoku's brow furrowed, his tone growing sharp as Garp skirted the heart of the matter. Indeed, he is suspected of possessing the Mera Mera no Mi, a Logia-type devil fruit. He clashed with Jinbe in the East Blue. The outcome remains unknown, but Jinbe left no fisherman corpses behind. Clearly he suffered a setback. Garp stroked his chin thoughtfully. Fought a Shichibukai like Jinbe, and at such a tender age. He can't be more than a teenager. Admiral Kizaru smiled gently. Indeed, he's remarkably young. In fact, he even crossed swords with this old man aboard my ship. Garp scratched his head nonchalantly, whereupon every pair of eyes in Sengoku's office converged upon him. Ahem. Of course this old man wasn't serious. Though Garp's demeanor was irreverent, none doubted the sheer magnitude of his power. Mastery of both forms of Haki, exceptional physical constitution, prodigious strength, though admittedly he lacks finesse and restraint. As he spoke, Garp rubbed his own eye socket, though the bruise from that long-ago punch had vanished years ago. Such extraordinary talent deserves recruitment to headquarters, Vice Admiral Garp. In time he will come to understand the Marines' justice. Akainu Sakazuki spoke, his face stern and unyielding. Garp cast him a sidelong glance, then said nothing. Sakazuki received no reply and fell silent. How terribly frightening. This youth, honed by years upon the Grand Line, would surely become another formidable force. Should he turn pirate, the consequences would be grave. Kizaru pouted. Snip. A fingernail severed cleanly, spiraling down to the floor. Indeed, the prospect of such a youth joining the pirates was deeply troubling. Unlikely. Dang-in shows no inclination toward piracy. Garp shook his head emphatically. Garp, that assertion holds no weight. Admiral Kizaru interjected, shaking her head lightly. With her incisive intellect, she knew full well whether Dang-in became a pirate was ultimately his choice, and one the world government too would weigh with sovereign authority. At Garp's grim expression, Sengoku and Kizaru, who knew him intimately, immediately sensed he withheld something. Karp recalled Deng En's mention of the celestial dragons, and his brow tightened. So much chaos stemmed from those parasitic elites. Seeing Karp's silent, Sengoku and Kizaru exchanged knowing glances. Should he become a pirate, I will personally apprehend him. After a pause, Karp added, voice low but firm. Yet from what I've observed, he is no villain. Even should he take up piracy, it would stem from motives far removed from malice. He appended the remark almost reflexively, yet in doing so he signaled plainly he would make no further overtures. Very well then. Sengoku remained unconvinced, but Karp had spoken with rare finality. For now he set the matter aside, though he filed it away indelibly in his memory. After all, he was a Logia user astonishingly young, and unlike any pirate they'd encountered a prize worth pursuing. In the north, Blue Germa 66 launched coordinated assaults on 4 kingdoms, decapitating their monarchs and broadcasting the atrocities via the World Economic News. Sengoku spoke gravely. Such monsters must be eradicated. Akainu declared without hesitation. The world government intends to open negotiations with Germa 66. Sengoku glanced coolly at Akainu before continuing. Akainu's expression froze. Then he fell silent. So long as they hold value and are willing to pay, the world government cares little for morality. Karp dug idly at his nostril, his tone dripping with contempt. They'll likely invite Germa 66 to become a world government allied nation. Those 4 kingdoms, after all, were never members. Admiral Kizaru observed quietly. This diplomatic initiative requires marine cooperation, and their stipulation is clear: a fleet admiral must attend. At Sengoku's words, Akainu rose immediately. I have pressing matters requiring my attention. And with that he departed without another word. All eyes then shifted to Kizaru. Me. He pointed at himself, lips puckered high, clearly reluctant. Likely dreading the arduous journey. Your speed ensures swift arrival, so it falls to you. Sengoku issued the order without hesitation. Kizaru stared speechless, having just been handed a task he'd rather avoid. Rising resignedly, he accepted the assignment and left. As he walked out, Admiral Kizaru watched him go, then let her gaze linger thoughtful upon Karp. Diavolo serves as Don Quixote Doflamingo's inner circle officer. Arlong is a fisherman with close ties to Jinbe. Once Deng En enters the Grand Line, conflict with either is inevitable. Having pursued Doflamingo relentlessly, Admiral Kizaru understood him intimately, including his ruthless loyalty to his family's inner circle. Diavolo was among his most trusted lieutenants, and now lay dead by Deng En's hand. What followed was already foreseeable. That lies beyond our concern. Having acted, let us observe how far Deng En may rise. As for Doflamingo, if defeated, it changes nothing. Sengoku stated flatly. The Shichibukai system was the world government's design. A Doflamingo's appointment had been their decision alone. His defeat would bear no consequence for the Marines, merely necessitating the selection of a new Shichibukai. Sengoku's gaze settled on Karp. No need. I've already broached the subject. He showed no interest. Reading Sengoku's unspoken intent, Karp shook his head firmly. With Kapu's perspective, it was plain to see that Deng En truly had little interest in the 7 warlords, or rather in anything tied to the world government. What do you think this young man might achieve in time? Vice Admiral, he asked, Kapu, eyes fixed upon him. As comrades of decades, Vice Admiral, he knew Kapu could be unreliable at times, but his discernment was beyond doubt. Fleet Admiral Zhanghua was curious as well. Do you want the truth or a lie? Kapu stroked his chin. Nonsense. Give us the truth, of course. Zhanghua was left speechless. When had Kapu learned to be so coy? The truth? Then I honestly don't know. Kapu shrugged to indicate his ignorance, though his tone then shifted. But his talent is exceptional. Let me put it this way, though it is not yet obvious and he lacks renown, Deng En's gift may even surpass that of the madwoman from Wangua. Kapu's remark fell like a stone across Zhanghua's office. Zhanghua and Vice Admiral, his faces stiffened. The madwoman from Wangua. Xiaoluo Lingling. The only person Kapu might mean was the woman now bearing the title of Empress, Xiaoluo Lingling. Having been a focal point since the Rocks era, the Navy knew Xiaoluo Lingling's situation intimately. Her innate talent was truly fearsome. She was the sort who scarcely needed training to reach such power. A young man with talent comparable to Xiaoluo Lingling. That's an exaggeration, Ziyuan blurted instinctively. It may be overstated, yet that is precisely the impression I have, Kapu replied. Kapu fell silent after that. Truly impossible. Zhanghua pressed, unwilling to relent. Impossible. All right. Seeing his old comrade's expression, Kapu hesitated and then sighed. He probably harbors strong feelings about the celestial dragons. You know how the celestial dragons behave. At Kapu's words Zhanghua and Vice Admiral, his expression soured. So that was the reason. If so, Kapu's judgment was indeed sound. It would be very difficult to recruit him into the Navy. Furthermore, he might well stand in opposition later on. I've said what I needed to say. From my contact with him, there's no need to worry he will willingly become a pirate. Yet with such talent, he will certainly cause a great commotion in time. Kapu continued, if he does make a scene, the world government may order the Navy to post a bounty, but that problem will be yours to worry about. After speaking, Kapu rose. I've been away so long. I'm going back to rest. Don't bother me in the next few days. Before Zhanghua could react, Kapu had already left. Kapu, that bastard. Zhanghua muttered out of habit, then his face froze. A business trip. More like he's off for fun. If that's so, and he hasn't proclaimed himself a pirate, then should the world government take action in the future, we must prepare to respond. Vice Admiral, he reminded Zhanghua. I know, but I cannot decide such matters alone. Having assumed the fleet admiral's post, Zhanghua had come to understand how taxing it was to manage all sides. The world government's troubles need no rest, and pirate troubles were constant. Even with the Navy's 3 great powers in place, the work was unending, leaving them exhausted day after day. Big sister, why not capture him and bring him back? Then explain the Navy's ideals. If he opposes piracy, he should be able to accept the Navy's principles. Ziyuan suddenly offered the suggestion. You make a fair point, but what if we fail to apprehend him? Vice Admiral, he glanced at his sworn sister and shook his head slightly. We must take this young man's matter one step at a time. Although Kapu praises his talent, growth requires time. Perhaps during that interval, a better way to approach him will present itself. Having said this, Vice Admiral, he rose, bade Zhanghua farewell, and left with Ziyuan. Zhanghua was left alone in his office. In truth, he suspected Deng and would create a considerable stir before long. After all, he had already provoked Xinping and Duo Filingming, who once he entered Vida Honglu conflict, seemed almost inevitable. Zhanghua rubbed his brow in frustration. If Xinping and Duo Filingming were defeated, then the plan for the 7 warlords would suffer a severe blow. Perhaps that could be used to persuade the world government to change course. The world's powerful were not merely pirates. Beyond navy and pirate ranks, many strong figures hid in the shadows. Zhanghua frowned, pondering whether they might be uncovered. Hua Zhigua, Deng En, and the hooded Luo Bin disembarked. It was said Hua Zhigua had been styled after Huaxia, but seeing it with his own eyes, Deng En could only call it a hollow imitation. No, not even that. At best, it was a patchwork of bits and pieces collected from who knew where and thoughtlessly tacked on. You look somewhat disdainful, as if you scorn these things. A life on the run had sharply refined Luo Bin's ability to read people. Luo Bin read Deng En's expression and naturally discerned his thoughts, especially because Deng En had not hidden them. Do you know the saying, try to paint a tiger and end up like a dog? Deng En asked with a smile as he turned to the hooded Luo Bin. Moi. Luo Bin pondered, then slowly spoke. It means understanding only the surface of something. Something like that, Deng En agreed. Deng En offered no further explanation and nodded in approval. Hua Zhigua's style is indeed different. Have you seen anything more orthodox? Luo Bin was genuinely curious. Hua Zhigua had existed for a long time, and as a historian, she was aware of that. Could it be an ancient realm that had gone unrecorded? As Luo Bin speculated inwardly, she suddenly paused. Could it be one of those blanks? She turned to Deng En, eyes full of startled doubt. Let's go and see if we can find where Qing Jiao is, Deng En gestured. Luo Bin's surprise remained, but she kept her questions to herself. You're a bounty hunter. Do you intend to capture Qing Jiao for the reward? Luo Bin quickened her pace and fell in beside Deng En, asking in a low voice. Off. Deng En stared in surprise. He had not thought of that. He simply wanted to face Qing Jiao in combat. Qing Jiao had become famed for armament prowess and about might sharpen Deng En himself. As for capturing Qing Jiao to claim a bounty, this was Hua Zhigua, the stronghold of the Ba Bao Navy. Luo Bin saw Deng En's reaction and realized she had misjudged him. If that's not the case, then why not simply slip aboard a ship? Luo Bin suggested, having seen no belligerent streak in Deng En. Deng En halted abruptly, and Robin, caught off guard, bumped straight into his back. She looked up and found him already turned, gazing down at her with quiet composure. Had she said something wrong? A sudden chill ran through Robin's chest. Her naturally cautious nature instantly spiraled into overanalysis. Then was my coming here utterly pointless? As Robin's thoughts tumbled in confusion, Deng En suddenly broke into a gentle smile. Huh. Staring at his warm expression, Robin's mind momentarily blanked, her thoughts lagging behind reality. What then did I set sail for? Dang En raised an arm and draped it lightly over Robin's shoulders, guiding her forward as he spoke. Robin, her shoulder cradled beneath his arm, tilted her head upward, her eyes tracing the clean lines of Dang En's profile. His face still held traces of youth betraying his tender age, yet already bore the unmistakable aura of formidable strength. A quiet sense of safety unfurled soft and steady within her heart. Robin relaxed slightly, turning his question over in her mind. To test yourself against powerful foes, as she asked. Yes, that is one path to growth. Dang En nodded slowly. And then, oi, Robin countered. Then what? What comes after growing stronger, she clarified. Dang En fell silent, thoughtful, then glanced sideways at Robin and shook his head. I've never dwelled on it. Perhaps fame across the seas. Yet even that feels hollow, untrue to what I seek. Become a pirate? Robin asked, studying his face intently. I never intended to become a pirate, not even if some among them embody true adventure. A pirate remains a pirate. He shook his head again. Robin nodded. She knew well the pirate's ruthless code. They say the pirate king declared before his death that all his treasure lies upon the final island. Don't you wish to claim it? The final island? Dang En turned his gaze toward her, his eyes clear and calm. The treasures hidden there are not what these pirates imagine. He gave a faint dismissive shake of his head. If treasure were the measure, slaying the Golden Emperor would yield far greater returns. Even if the final island held riches, their sum could hardly rival the Golden Emperor's hoard. For Dang En now wealth, or coin, had long since ceased to be scarce, that flowed effortlessly into his grasp. Since no grand purpose has yet crystallized, why not begin with a modest goal? Sensing Dang En's lack of fixed direction, Robin offered the suggestion. That sounds reasonable. Then let us start by making our names known across the 4 seas. Dang En stroked his chin thoughtfully, then gently lowered his head and brushed a light kiss upon Robin's forehead. Instantly her entire body tensed. Feeling the subtle rigidity beneath his arm, Dang En couldn't help but smile. Moments earlier composed and rational Robin now flushed crimson, her gaze darting shyly, dazed by his unexpected gesture. If we mean to make our names across the seas, then who commands the highest bounty in the West Blue? Chinjo? Dang En asked, deliberately shifting the mood to ease her fluster. She lifted her eyes to his, still rosy-cheeked, and after a brief pause nodded. The West Blue has birthed many legendary figures, but nearly all have long since departed for the Grand Line. Today the highest bounty indeed belongs to the 12th head of the Hyozan Navy, though he rarely appears in public. Now command rests with his grandson. Robin paused, then delivered her answer. If I were to defeat him, would that earn me renown across the West Blue? Dang En asked. Certainly. 20 years ago his bounty stood at 500 million belly. Were it not for his fateful clash with the Navy's hero, he might well reign today as a sovereign of the Grand Line. Another of Garp's victims. Dang En chuckled softly, recalling the crackling blast he'd delivered aboard Garp's ship, blackening the old hero's eye socket in one electrifying strike. Still, how do we locate him? This is the land of flowers. A direct approach risks ambush. Robin voiced her concern. No matter how extraordinary Dang En's power, overwhelming numbers could still bring him low. We needn't seek him out. While we spoke just now, others were already listening. Dang En's gaze swept calmly across the surrounding streets. Robin's breath hitched. She turned sharply, pulling her hood lower to shadow half her face. Now we wait. His status is exceptional. Even if we speak of him so plainly, those who come may not be Chinjo himself. Robin cautioned. No matter. If not now, then soon. He will come. Her pulse quickened. She understood his meaning perfectly. Yet recalling Dang En's prior clash with Akiji, she felt reassured. He would surely weather whatever lay ahead. Garp and Chinjo the Elder. 20-year-old Lao Kai had already assumed control of most Hyozan Navy affairs. After all, his grandfather's spirit had long since shattered, leaving him lost in silent vigil beside frozen treasures. Thus, upon hearing his subordinate's report, Lao Kai's interest flared instantly. Shall I inform the Elder? Bu Wu asked, 3 massive axes slung across his back. No, we must not. At the mere mention of Garp's name, the Elder would erupt. The grudge between Chinjo and Garp ran deep, too deep to risk awakening. Even the name alone could send the old man into a frenzied berserker rage. Kaka, let's go meet this challenger. Lao Kai stroked his chin, then seized his long-handled blade and rose. Bu Wu fell into step behind him. Just send men to seize the 2 of them. No, they dared provoke us, so they must possess strength. Your men may fall short. Lao Kai dismissed the idea outright. Truth be told, his hands simply itched for action. With his own voyage still distant, this unexpected challenge was the perfect chance to stir his blood. Elsewhere, Robin sensed the shift almost immediately. The crowd thinned rapidly while new figures emerged, broad-shouldered, grim-fisted, radiating raw menace. "We've been discovered. These are undoubtedly Ryūjin Navy men," Robin murmured to Dang En. He said nothing, only tightened his arm around her shoulder, anchoring her with quiet certainty. "We're walking straight toward the Ryūjin Navy's stronghold, though who emerges next remains unknown." Dang En's observation Haki spread wide, rendering every movement, every breath vividly perceptible. Far ahead, the Ryūjin Navy had sealed the area, citizens of the land of flowers barred from approaching. In essence, they were already encircled. Robin's observation Haki remained unawakened. She could not perceive the invisible net tightening around them, only infer its presence from visible signs. "They're here." Robin's instincts flared, just as Dang En stopped walking and spoke calm and certain. Her heart leapt. She lifted her eyes toward the road ahead. After a tense silence, a vast retinue emerged from the main thoroughfare. Kai and Bu Wu, the current leaders of the Ryūjin Navy. Robin recognized them instantly and whispered a warning. "I know." Dang En had recognized them too. The man approaching was none other than Lao Kai, the future husband of Baby 5, captain of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet's third ship, and the leader who would one day bring the entire Ryūjin Navy into the Straw Hat Alliance. Lao Kai was widely regarded as the ultimate life winner after the Battle of Dressrosa. He had secured a wife, earned full recognition from his grandfather Chojuro, and thus inherited the 8-point water militia outright, while mastering the profound essence of the 8-strike fist. Dang En watched Lao Kai approach, and suddenly felt an itch in his hands. Robin, who had been leaning comfortably against his shoulder, instantly sensed his fingers growing restless. The moment Lao Kai and his men appeared, those nearby drew their weapons and encircled Dang En and Robin. Robin instinctively tensed, ready to strike. "Leave this to me." Dang En withdrew his hand, gave Robin's shoulder a reassuring pat, and retrieved his blade. At his words, Robin nodded once and stepped back. Lao Kai and his companions swept their gazes across the two strangers, then fixed them squarely on Dang En, who stood holding his sword. "Who are you? What brings you to the land of flowers?" Lao Kai raised his blade, appraising Dang En. Then, noting the youth's unlined face, inwardly chided himself for overreacting. "I'd hoped for a proper warm-up. As for purpose, we'll discuss that later." Dang En locked eyes with Lao Kai and abruptly unleashed his newly awakened conqueror's Haki. An invisible shockwave rippled outward. In an instant, every surrounding pirate collapsed, eyes rolled back, unconscious. Only Lao Kai, his younger brother Bu Wu, and several senior officers of the 8-point water militia remained upright, but even they stood drenched in cold sweat. An overwhelming pressure seared their nerves. "This is grandfather's." Bu Wu gasped, eyes wide, voice strained. They had all witnessed Chojuro's conqueror's Haki before, and instantly recognized its echo in Dang En's aura. Lao Kai tightened his grip on his greatsword, his expression grave. Conqueror's Haki. This youth possessed it, a rare gift manifesting in only 1 in a million. Since when had such a prodigy emerged from the West Blue? "Let's settle this together." Dang En kept his blade, sheathed, his gaze steady upon the group before him. "Don't get cocky. I'm the deputy pillar of the 8-point water militia." Hardly had the words left his mouth than a flying axe whistled toward Dang En. Clang! His arm, coated in armament Haki, deflected the weapon, sending it crashing into a nearby building. In the same breath, Dang En vanished, then reappeared before Bu Wu, delivering a sweeping sidekick. The towering man flew sideways, smashing through several houses. "Huh." Seeing his brother hurled away, Lao Kai wasted no time. He gripped his sword with both hands and brought it down in a thunderous overhead slash. Before the blade could fall, Dang En's foot was already rising. A straight, forceful kick struck Lao Kai square in the abdomen, sending him and the officers behind him hurtling backward. "Follow up," Dang En commanded, and vanished again. Before momentum faded, Dang En closed in once more, landing a second kick. "Weak," he murmured, shaking his head slightly as Lao Kai tumbled away anew. "Don't underestimate me." Lao Kai slammed his long sword into the ground, carving a deep furrow as he spun upright. His eyes locked onto Dang En, his feet now wreathed in armament Haki. He launched himself forward, descending with a devastating Haki-infused stomp. Too weak. Dang En raised his own leg, likewise armored, and met the blow midair. The impact reverberated like thunder. Lao Kai's face contorted in shock. Overwhelmed by sheer force, he spun wildly backward, landing hundreds of meters away. Robin, watching from behind, observed how swiftly Dang En had shattered his opponents. Incredible. At this moment, he displayed nothing short of overwhelming absolute dominance. Damn it! Lao Kai staggered to his feet stunned, and numbness still pulsed up his leg. Not only did this youth wield Conqueror's Haki, he had mastered armament Haki to an astonishing depth. Eight-strike fist. Lao Kai shook off the lingering ache and lunged, his form dissolving into motion. The eight-strike fist was the ancestral art of the 8-point water militia, and every pillar before him had risen to fame through its mastery. Augmented by armament Haki, the technique attained terrifying potency. His grandfather Chojuro himself had forged his legend wielding this very art. His horns hardened, with Haki serving as lethal weapons. Though he knew his foe was formidable, surrender never crossed his mind. As Lao Kai charged, his sword legs and fists became blurs of coordinated assault, relentless as a typhoon. Yet the gulf between their strengths was immense. Perhaps the Lao Kai of Dressrosa might have drawn a modicum of seriousness from Deng Yin, but not this version. Still, the peculiar force embedded within Lao Kai's strikes piqued Deng Yin's curiosity. He well knew this world held many refined martial arts. Frost Moon King Guro's swordsmanship and Jinbi's fishman karate were prime examples, whereas most pirates relied on crude, sea-hardened brawling. Lao Kai's style, however, was distinct. As Deng Yin parried his frenzied blows with his blade, he sensed subtle wave-like pulses of latent power resonating within each strike. Just as Deng Yin leaned in to examine the phenomenon, a massive figure crashed through a wall, twin axes cleaving downward. Thud! The heavy impact silenced Lao Kai's assault mid-motion. He stared dumbfounded as Bu Wu glared at Deng Yin. Then with a sharp crack, the twin axes shattered upon striking Deng Yin's shoulder. Crunch! Bu Wu slammed into the ground, stone slabs exploding outward in jagged fissures that spiderwebbed across the plaza, rattling adjacent buildings. Deng Yin planted his foot atop Bu Wu's back, sending the giant spiraling into unconsciousness. You bastard! Lao Kai roared, and lunged forward, sword in hand. Wait! Deng Yin raised a hand, halting him. He glanced at his shoulder, tch. His coat was torn. Those two axe strikes had cost him nearly 1% of his vitality, now fully regenerated. But this coat, perhaps he'd need to extend his armament Haki to his clothing henceforth. Lao Kai froze mid-stride, arrested by Deng Yin's gesture. You're not enough. Go fetch your old man. First pass my test. Lao Kai instinctively bellowed, only for Deng Yin's kick to land on his chest, bending his torso impossibly backward before launching him beyond the horizon. So much unnecessary talk, Deng Yin muttered, exasperated. People in this world truly loved monologuing. You really went overboard. Robin approached from behind, surveying the devastation. The unconscious Bu Wu beneath Deng Yin's foot, others already knocked out without landing a single blow, and sighed faintly. We still need their ship to depart. Robin reminded him. It's fine. Pirates always reconcile after a good fight, don't they? Deng Yin waved dismissively. Robin could only shake her head. Where on earth had he heard that myth? Robin gazed at the people lying unconscious around him and the houses shattered by the aftershocks of the recent battle. Deng Yin's words still eluded his comprehension. Though he had endured much, his understanding of this world remained incomplete. Deng Yin, however, understood well that the people of this world possessed a peculiar, almost paradoxical brand of boldness and generosity. Yet even he found it elusive. How to truly integrate into such a world remained a mystery, with no clear path forward. Perhaps he simply had not yet met someone capable of drawing him in so deeply. Deng Yin glanced down at Bu Wu beneath his foot, then withdrew it and turned to Robin. I'll likely face Qingjiao shortly. Stay alert and keep clear of the crossfire. I'm far more capable than you think. Don't underestimate me. Robin replied instantly. Perhaps having grown slightly more accustomed to Deng Yin, his usual wariness had softened just a fraction. I know you're formidable. So be obedient. Robin looked up at the man before him, still younger than himself, and nodded solemnly. Understood. I'll be careful. Then wait here for now, and tell me about the flower country. With a casual wave, Deng Yin strode toward a nearby shop front and settled onto one of the outdoor stools. What would you like to know? Though I passed through here while evading pursuit, I didn't linger long. Most of what I know comes from books and newspapers. Robin approached and stood beside him. For instance, what is the flower country like? I recall it's considered a pirate nation, isn't it? Deng Yin tilted his head upward, catching sight of Robin's face beneath her hood. It is, and yet it is not. Robin paused, gathering her thoughts before offering a measured explanation. The flower country has existed for centuries. So too has the Hakushui army. For over 500 years they've served as both semi-pirate force and de facto royal guard. A hybrid institution in essence. So this nation sustains itself through plunder. Deng En gave a slight, thoughtful nod. Not quite. While occasional raids do occur, they serve primarily as demonstrations of power, intended to deter rival pirates. After all, the Flower Country is a recognized allied state of the world government. As Robin spoke, a memory surfaced, one concerning the Hakashui army. She hesitated, then voiced it. Legend speaks of a vast treasure amassed over centuries by the Hakashui army. Countless seekers have attempted to seize it, but none succeeded. Ah, I'm familiar with that tale. As Deng En spoke, Robin watched his expression closely. Surely you're intrigued by such a hoard. If truly accumulated over centuries, its scale must be staggering. Indeed, a fortune that would stir desire in any who heard of it. I do require coin, but only enough to settle my bills when purchasing necessities. Deng En cast Robin a sidelong glance. Huh. Robin blinked, momentarily disoriented by the unexpected turn of his logic. Yet for Deng En, wealth held little weight, neither allure nor urgency. To him, currency here felt akin to game tokens. His expenditures were minimal, perhaps merely enough for lodging and restorative respite. Moreover, sums routinely reaching hundreds of millions had long since dulled his senses. Only once, when buying Merbel's oranges, had money ever felt tangibly real. Robin fell silent, her gaze fixed on Deng En, searching intently for insight into his mind. But she failed. His thoughts remained veiled, yet she sensed unmistakably his lack of direction. Even his earlier declaration of seeking fame across the seas appeared spontaneous, prompted solely by her own remark. A young man of extraordinary power, yet unmoored by purpose. A profound curiosity stirred within Robin, compelling her to pierce the enigma of the man before her. Deng En, sensing her increasingly unnerving scrutiny, suddenly felt ill at ease. Ahem. He cleared his throat twice. Well then, when time permits, I'll guide you in growing stronger. And what meaning does growth hold with you standing beside me? Robin's tone carried a playful lilt, startling Deng En into momentary silence. Her radiant smile gave way to his sudden, sober gravity. I cannot remain at your side at every hour. True freedom demands reliance upon one's own strength, not another's. His solemnity struck Robin like a bell. She still then nodded with quiet resolve. Of course, I'll protect you. A warm, teasing smile softened his voice. He's teasing me. Robin realized it at once, and sighed, inwardly exasperated. Wordlessly, she turned away, seated herself beside him, and stared resolutely off into the distance. Deng En stroked his chin, then shifted his gaze toward another direction, his conqueror's Haki erupting without warning. Boom. A shockwave surged past. Robin's pupils contracted sharply as she whirled toward Deng En. There are a few pests, the ones who pursued you. Let them sleep for now. Deng En explained calmly. World government agents. Robin instantly grasped the identity of those pests. Given your deep knowledge of history, you're already acquainted with observation Haki and armament Haki. These, and rigorous physical conditioning, shall be your primary focus moving forward. With that single sentence, Deng En charted Robin's path to advancement. Though truth be told, it was also the standard trajectory for most in this world. As for devil fruit abilities, Deng En could offer guidance, but true mastery would demand her own introspection and revelation. Indeed, having Robin at his side proved unexpectedly valuable, not merely for her striking presence, but for her utility. Her encyclopedic grasp of history, her razor-sharp intellect honed through decades of evasion, and her uncanny reliability as a living archive, all made her indispensable. Deng En stroked his chin, studying her thoughtfully. Robin shifted uneasily under his gaze. Ever since Garp had flattened the horn atop Qingjiao's head, Qingjiao had remained bound to his treasure, those countless riches frozen deep within the gemstone glacier. That single blow had not only reshaped his skull, it had shattered his spirit. To behold such wealth, yet be forever denied the touch of it, was a torment beyond measure. And with that torment festered a seething hatred, for Garp, extending even to his grandson, and cursing generations yet unborn. Yet beyond hollow threats, Qingjiao possessed no means to act. Thud! Lao Kai's body hurtled from afar, landing with a leap directly before Qingjiao. Seated cross-legged atop the gemstone glacier, Qingjiao regarded Lao Kai, who lay sprawled before him, with serene detachment like a sage unmoved by worldly chaos. Elder, an external threat approaches. I am outmatched. Lao Kai rose immediately and spoke without delay. He lacked the indomitable aura he'd later wield against Qingjiao, or rather he had not yet become the leader he would one day be. Qingjiao did not react, his expression unchanged, as if deaf to the words. He mentioned Garp. Lao Kai showed no surprise at the silence, and pressed on without hesitation. Whoosh! At those words, Qingjiao's placid eyes blazed crimson. A terrifying aura erupted from him, his silver-white beard whipping outward as though seized by divine wrath. Carp. With a thunderous roar, the towering green pepper abruptly surged to his feet, unleashing a violent gale that blasted outward in all directions, accompanied by the overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki, sending the elderly Kai flying head over heels. Where is that wretch? Green Pepper's bloodshot eyes locked fiercely onto the airborne Elder Kai as he bellowed in fury. It wasn't Carp. It was someone else who mentioned Carp. Elder Kai, still reeling midair, lowered his voice instinctively at the sight of his furious patriarch. Then, with startling speed utterly incongruous with his massive, portly frame, Green Pepper materialized before him. He seized Elder Kai by the collar and stomped hard upon the ice beneath his feet, launching them both skyward in a single explosive leap. Clearly the name Carp had struck a raw, incendiary nerve. Dangling upside down in Green Pepper's iron grip, Elder Kai jolted violently, his stomach churning, his breakfast threatening to make a reappearance. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, he pointed shakily in a direction. He's coming. Dang En rose to his feet and turned toward the horizon, where a monstrous presence barreled forward with terrifying swiftness. Its savage, rampaging aura was so potent that even without observation, Haki one could feel its oppressive weight. Why is this old man so enraged? Robin stood as well, her gaze fixed upon Dang En's broad, imposing silhouette. Be careful. Don't worry. He can't beat me. Not yet. Dang En replied calmly. Indeed, his intention for this clash with Green Pepper was clear: defeat him decisively under standard conditions, and if possible observe firsthand how Green Pepper wielded Conqueror's Haki in battle. Though Dang En knew Green Pepper did not possess the advanced technique of Haki infusion, given how long he'd held Conqueror's Haki, his mastery was inevitably far superior. Dang En understood the theoretical progression of Conqueror's Haki, but translating theory into practice demanded immense effort and refinement. Fighting someone who already wielded Conqueror's Haki was, however, one of the swiftest paths to mastery. After all, Luffy had learned Haki infusion after a single brutal encounter with the Conqueror-trained Kaido. Of course, that also underscored the irreplaceable value of a masterful mentor. Yet for now, enrolling as a student was not on his agenda. At his current strength, facing Kaido Hiden would likely end in annihilation, unless he activated unyielding resolve. Even then, Kaido's indomitable physique meant victory would hinge entirely on whether he could shatter that titan before the resolve faded. Dang En pulled his thoughts back. He'd drifted too far ahead. They hadn't even entered the Grand Line yet. Shouldering his blade, he strode onto the street, while Robin quietly retreated a few paces. At the very least, she would not become a distraction in the heat of battle. Boom. Over 5 meters tall, Green Pepper descended like a meteor, shockwaves rippling outward as cobblestones shattered and peeled upward from the ground. Swathed in an aura of terrifying intensity, Green Pepper glared at Dang En, his eyes veined with crimson. Yet the moment he laid eyes on Dang En, his fury faltered, his overwhelming presence receded, slightly replaced by profound bewilderment. He dropped Elder Kai unceremoniously and scratched his bulging forehead, dazed. Thud! Dang En kicked a stone, aiming squarely at Elder Kai. Elder Kai caught it deftly, the stone groaning faintly upon impact. Still responsive. Not dead. A quiet sigh of relief escaped him. So, you're the intruder who breached the Flower Country. Activating observation Haki, Green Pepper surveyed his surroundings and frowned deeply at Dang En. They were actually conversing. Dang En appraised Green Pepper coolly, then let his gaze drift over Elder Kai and Bu Wu. 5 meters tall, and his grandson stood over 2 meters. Fine, no need to dwell on that. Seeing Dang En remain silent, Green Pepper glanced down at Elder Kai and the newly awakened Bu Wu. You two fools. I ordered you to train rigorously, yet now some brat has stormed your home. His tone was unmistakably sharp. Elder Kai and Bu Wu exchanged embarrassed, wordless glances, powerless to deny the truth. Brat, I don't care where you hail from, right now. Carp. Before Green Pepper could finish, Dang En uttered the name. Green Pepper froze, his composure shattered in an instant. His face contorted violently, the blood vessels in his eyes barely receded, now thickened anew with fresh rage. Died. His colossal frame shot forward like a battering ram, fist raised high, aimed to crush Dang En's skull. A 15-year-old youth striking down an elder. Thud. Dang En sidestepped the blow, then before the fist even struck the ground, coiled his leg high and delivered a devastating kick straight into Green Pepper's abdomen. It was a full power strike, no restraint, no mercy. Green Pepper's massive body rocketed skyward, propelled by sheer force. Elder Kai and Bu Wu stared, jaws slack, eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Deng En cast a brief glance toward Robin, then bent low and launched himself skyward in pursuit of the airborne green pepper. Robin in turn glanced once at Elder Kai and slipped silently into a nearby alleyway. If she couldn't lend aid, she would ensure she became no hindrance. Meanwhile, high above, Green Pepper's mind cleared somewhat, knocked sober by that single staggering blow. Even consumed by hatred for Carp, that kick had jarred him into lucidity. A veteran of countless battles, Green Pepper instantly grasped, by that one strike alone, that this youth was no ordinary opponent. As he pondered, Deng En's figure appeared overhead. Twisting midair, Green Pepper wrapped his enormous fist in armament Haki, just as Deng En descended, his own foot wreathed in the same indomitable black armor. Their blows collided with cataclysmic force. Green Pepper's titanic form plummeted beyond the city limits, into the port town of the Flower Country, stronghold of the Hakuboshi Navy. Indeed, for the Flower Country to have endured here so long, the island itself must be vast. Green Pepper crashed down with earth-shaking finality. The ground trembled, shockwaves radiated outward in concentric rings. Deng En descended gracefully, landing precisely opposite Green Pepper, who now rose slowly from the crater below. Though disheveled, Green Pepper bore no visible injury. A legendary pirate whose bounty had surpassed 500 million berries decades ago, his power was undeniably extraordinary. Green Pepper's expression hardened as he studied Deng En intently. "What is your connection to that wretch Carp?" White steam vented from his flared nostrils as he glared, unblinking. "We're hardly acquainted, merely familiar." Deng En paused thoughtfully before replying. "Did that wretch Carp send you here?" Green Pepper advanced step by deliberate step, armament Haki swirling darkly around both fists. "Not at all," Deng En replied, shaking his head. "Then why?" Green Pepper bristled, eyebrows arched, mustache twitching, not with mere anger but deep, genuine confusion. Such strength was exceedingly rare among the Four Seas. "Your reputation precedes you. I'll secure my fame across the West Blue by defeating you." Deng En offered the unvarnished truth. "What do you take me for?" Green Pepper blinked, then erupted in fury, rivaling his rage at Carp's name. Was this insolent youth truly treating him as mere stepping stone to glory? The 12th pillar of the Hakuboshi Navy, reduced to a mere rung on another's ladder. Boom. His colossal form launched skyward once more, fists wreathed in crackling armament Haki, hurtling downward like twin meteors. Deng En sidestepped smoothly, the fist slamming into earth with deafening force. Stone exploded outward, eerie concentric ripples pulsed across the ground, far more pronounced than anything Elder Kai or Bu Wu could ever produce. The 8-strike fist, truly a formidable art. Whoosh. With speed utterly incongruous with his stout frame, Qingjiao launched another fist straight toward Deng En's face. His observation Haki had tracked Qingjiao's every motion. Deng En retreated rhythmically, each step timed to evade the incoming fist by a hair's breadth. Since battling Kuzan, Deng En could indeed sense a marked deepening in his comprehension of combat. Truth be told, real battle sharpened one far faster than mere training. "Boy, stop dodging." Qingjiao roared, frustrated, as blow after blow struck only empty air. "Very well." Deng En answered instantly, and surged forward, fist raised. Qingjiao's grotesquely oversized fist collided with Deng En's, releasing an invisible shockwave that shattered nearby trees. Concentric rings of force rippled outward. Their clothes flapped violently, their hair whipped back as both men strained against each other, locked in titanic resistance. "You're strong." Qingjiao bellowed, eyes wide and fierce. "So are you," Deng En replied offhandedly. Before the words even left his lips, Qingjiao's second fist was already hurtling toward him. "Cunning old man." Deng En shot back, meeting the blow with his own fist. Thud, thud, thud. Their forms blurred, shifting, feinting, accelerating beyond mortal sight, while fists sheathed in armament Haki crashed together again and again. "Ah!" Qingjiao bellowed, driving both fists downward with crushing force. Deng En roared in reply, meeting them heat-in, only for Qingjiao to stagger backward dozens of paces, then collapse onto the ground unbalanced and breathless. Deng En remained rooted, slowly extracting his feet from the cracked earth. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. Though he'd striven earnestly to emulate this world's martial style, the result felt profoundly absurd. Especially those guttural roaring charges, utterly unsuited to his nature. Better to draw the blade. He glanced at his hands, turned silently, and walked to where his long sword stood embedded in the ground, then drew it clean and sharp. Qingjiao rose slowly, watching Deng En's drawn blade with quiet intensity. He too felt a pang of embarrassment. To lose a pure contest of strength. Had he truly grown old? Doubt flickered across his mind. After so many years ashore, had today's youth truly become this formidable? Qingjiao watched Deng In warily, especially the sword in his hand. After all, he'd carried it from the start. Clearly the blade held greater lethality than his fists. Shwip! Deng In vanished from his spot and reappeared instantly before Qingjiao, the blade already descending toward his skull. Clang! The steel struck Qingjiao's armament Hakiran Force skull, a shower of sparks erupting on impact. Then came another strike. Strike after strike, Deng In swung without expression, the blade moving so fast it dissolved into invisibility, leaving only the relentless metallic clatter of steel on steel and Qingjiao's head bowing lower and lower with each blow. Truly unyielding, Deng In withdrew, lowering his blade, his grip tingling with numbness. That skull was inhumanly hard. Meanwhile, Qingjiao's forehead buzzed with a dull, throbbing ache. The unrelenting barrage left Qingjiao, whose mind was already fogged, reeling with dizziness. He shook his head repeatedly before the vertigo began to subside. 8-strike fist martial head. Thud. Qingjiao, now regaining clarity, drove his armament Haki-hardened skull straight into the earth before Deng In. Boom. The ground erupted violently, releasing a shockwave far more devastating than any fist. Deng In leapt skyward, just as Qingjiao, having cratered the earth, launched himself upward, blackened skull aimed like a battering ram straight at Deng In's chest. Toad-style. A wave of uncanny familiarity surged through Deng In, nearly prompting a sarcastic retort. He met the charge with his bare fist. Flesh and reinforced skull collided, electric arcs bursting between them, radiating terrifying pressure in all directions. Lao Kai and Robin, standing nearby, felt that oppressive aura descend upon them, struggling just to remain upright, too awestruck to advance further. In the adjacent port city, earlier clashes, first with Lao Kai's group, then with Qingjiao, had already sown seeds of panic among the populace. Now panic was obsolete. All citizens lay unconscious, overwhelmed by the sheer collision of Conqueror's Haki. So you possess it too. Qingjiao landed, eyes wide as he stared at Deng In descending beside him, suddenly enlightened. Didn't Lao Kai tell you? Deng In blinked, startled. Lao Kai. Qingjiao paused, momentarily puzzled, then instantly grasped that Deng In meant his grandson. But Lao Kai? That name sounded strangely informal. Qingjiao studied Deng In with an odd, almost bemused expression. Fusen. Deng In wasted no time. Blade flashed, and a crimson spray bloomed across Qingjiao's armament Haki armored forearm. Deng In had mastered the technique of channeling and compressing armament Haki along the blade's edge, yet this newly acquired skill still fell short of piercing the defenses of masters long versed in the art. What a razor-sharp blade, and what a swordsman! Qingjiao dared not underestimate him now. He sidestepped, eyes fixed on Deng In's drawn sword, then vaulted high, head down, body coiling like an inverted top before plummeting. His rapid spin rendered his form indistinct. All flash, no substance. Deng In slammed his blade point first into the earth beside him, and met the descent with his bare fists. Qingjiao's spinning limbs, both fists and feet wreathed in armament Haki, carried staggering momentum. Clearly this technique had been forged in the crucible of his legendary clash with Garp, and though formidable, it proved futile against Deng In. Arms a blur, feet anchored like pillars, Deng In stood immovable, while Qingjiao's furious, spiraling martial head assault struck nothing but air, accomplishing nothing. Yet these exchanges stirred something deeper within Deng In. His body awakened, fully muscles singing with vitality. A rare, unburdened exhilaration rose in his chest. He tried deliberately to assimilate, but true resonance arrived only when he ceased forcing it, surrendering instead to the raw, instinctive joy of combat. Of course, this pleasure presupposed no genuine threat. Deng In would never sacrifice reason for the sake of thrill. Boom. Deng In's right fist exploded forward, sending the spinning Qingjiao hurtling away, tumbling end over end before slamming headfirst into the earth, half his body buried beneath the shattered ground. If you won't unleash your true power, I'll show you no mercy. Deng In lowered his fist, standing firm as he gazed upon Qingjiao, half buried, motionless, silent. Wow! A muffled sob broke the silence the moment Deng In finished speaking. A dark vein pulsed across Deng In's brow. Was he crying? Hands braced on the earth, Qingjiao wrenched himself free, then sat cross-legged and howled toward the heavens. Humiliated by a mere child. Wah! I can't even subdue a boy. How will I ever face that accursed Garp? Deng In narrowed his eyes at the weeping elder, and a sliver of lethal intent leaked from his being. Qingjiao froze mid-sob, tears cutting off instantly. His head snapped toward Deng In, and a torrent of ferocious conqueror's Haki erupted from him, surging forth like a crimson storm. Boom! Dang In answered in kind, unleashing his own conqueror's Haki. The two auras collided midair in a cataclysmic silent detonation. Qingjiao rose slowly, palms pressing into the earth, his long white beard lifting like banners, his eyes blazing blood red, and armament Haki once more encasing his skull in obsidian hardness. Mute spike. No cone nail. His flattened skull armored with armament Haki combined with the peculiar shockwave unique to the 8-strike fist delivered devastating destructive force. Watching Qingjiao's rotund body rocket upward into the sky, Dang In tilted his head back, and his armament Haki surged toward his right fist. His entire body's armament Haki converged upon that single fist, enveloping it in a soft, undulating, deep purple gauntlet pulsing rhythmically with the flow of energy. A faint, dusky violet radiance shimmered forth. Armament Haki mastery achieved. You command your internal energy with precision, both offensively and defensively. You have mastered hardening and binding techniques. You wield the flow technique, concentrating all armament Haki into a single point to unleash terrifying destructive power. Upon the data-like interface, the description of armament Haki quietly shifted. It had leapt from rudimentary control to absolute mastery. The armament Haki coalescing around his right fist grew denser, sharper, its dusky violet glow alone evoking an aura of invincible, unbreakable force. Boom! High above, Qingjiao reached the apex of his ascent, then plummeted downward with colossal inertia, aiming straight for Dang In. His momentum focused entirely upon his crown, amplified by the essence of the 8-strike fist, causing his armament Haki-shrouded skull to gleam with lethal intensity. Such an attack naturally Dang In could evade with ease. But Qingjiao was no longer his equal. Indeed, in his advanced age, he had grown weaker than Dang In. And so, the 8-strike fist's ultimate technique. Very well. Dang In reversed his motion, drawing his arm back with subtle rotation, his gaze locking onto the descending skull, then lashed out with his right arm like a whip. All his force compressed into the tip of his fist, striking downward toward the falling head, not quite making contact. At the moment of near impact, an invisible force sprang forth, holding his fist and Qingjiao's skull apart. The clash of conquerors' Haki erupted instantly. Visible arcs of lightning burst from Dang In's fist, and likewise from Qingjiao's skull. You wield the 8-strike fist's ultimate technique. I counter with my own rendition of the 8 extremities fist. Dang In's eyes burned with resolve as his fist continued to exert pressure. Qingjiao's roar reverberated as the conqueror's Haki collision raged on, yet neither strike bore the refined binding technique. Under mutual, overwhelming force, fist and skull finally collided. Lift now. Dang In's eyes narrowed, his legs exploding with power. Qingjiao's flattened skull rippled like water, and under Dang In's surge it abruptly deformed. Under the relentless pressure of Dang In's fist, Qingjiao's formerly flattened skull suddenly thrust forth a sharp needle-like spike, causing his descent to invert midair, redirected by Dang In's continuing force. What had begun as a diving impact now became a lateral high-velocity trajectory, Qingjiao's massive form hurtling sideways along the path of Dang In's strike. Once a burrowing warhead, he had become a horizontally launched cruise missile. Everything before him, trees, boulders, shattered utterly upon impact with his newly emerged spike. Boom. Only after crashing into a distant cliff face, triggering its total collapse, did all motion finally cease. HP 94. Dang In withdrew the armament Haki from his fist and gazed toward the direction Qingjiao had flown, his expression thoughtful. This outcome appeared to fulfill his objective. He had not anticipated such profound evolution in his armament Haki mastery, nor had he expected to glean new insights into Conqueror's Haki application from Qingjiao. Yet Qingjiao's own use of Conqueror's Haki remained crude. Still, overall sacrificing 6% of his HP proved worthwhile, though now it stood at 5%. Nor was Qingjiao himself left empty-handed. Dang In had observed clearly the transformation atop Qingjiao's head. Had he perhaps aided the old man? Dang In strode to his blade, drew yen from its scabbard, then sheathed it once more. As the commotion subsided, Robin arrived first. Moments later, she approached, her gaze sweeping over the devastation, her eyes flickering with quiet understanding. Given the magnitude of what had just occurred, such destruction seemed almost inevitable. Grandfather, Lao Kai and Bu Wu arrived shortly thereafter, seeing only Dang In and Robin, and no trace of Qingjiao. Their faces paled, their glares blazing with fury toward Dang In. You monster, you've done something to our grandfather. Lao Kai's eyes were bloodshot, verging on the same feral state Qingjiao had displayed earlier Bu Wu was little better. Truly a grandfather and grandson through and through. Ha ha ha, back. Back at last. Suddenly a triumphant bellow tore through the air, accompanied by the violent shattering of stone. Lao Kai and Bu Wu moments from full-blown frenzy froze, then turned sharply toward the source of the laughter. A massive obese figure shot skyward, twisted midair, and descended headfirst. Cone Dragon. Cone Nail. Qingjiao's exultant cry echoed, followed instantly by the ground splitting violently beneath him. A colossal fissure erupted outward from his landing point, racing toward the distant town. Grandfather! Lao Kai cried out. Ha ha ha, it's back. Qingjiao's ecstatic roar thundered again, followed by repeated tremors shaking the earth. Qingjiao's enormous frame barreled forward, snapping trees in his path, his spiked crown gleaming coldly. Dang Un's eyes narrowed, his hand lifted slightly, gripping his sword. Robin behind him stood vigilant. Then Qingjiao soared high, only to drop heavily to his knees before Dang En, and weep openly, tears streaming down his aged face. I thank you, benefactor. My precious treasure has finally returned. Qingjiao sobbed uncontrollably, raising his tear-streaked face to the heavens. Dang En grimaced, pulling Robin backward to avoid the spray of his torrential tears. Lao Kai and Bu Wu stared dumbfounded at the sharp spike atop Qingjiao's head. What on earth had happened? That razor-edged protrusion existed only in their childhood memories. Yet here, it was reborn. Dang En and Robin exchanged bewildered glances. Then both wore identical expressions of reluctant resignation as they watched Qingjiao bawl. Grandfather. Lao Kai cautiously edged forward, voice trembling. Get out of the way. Don't block my path to thanking my benefactor. With one sweep of his arm, Qingjiao sent Lao Kai flying, his tear-filled eyes never leaving Dang En. Dang En felt gooseflesh rise across his skin. Imagine being stared at teary-eyed by a 60-year-old giant standing over 5 meters tall. The sensation. Stop. Dang En raised his hand, abruptly silencing the sobs. How may I serve, benefactor? Qingjiao asked, his tears suspended mid-fall, his posture reverent. No orders. Dang En sighed, waving dismissively at Qingjiao. Just stop crying. As the benefactor commands, I shall not weep. This is pure, unadulterated joy. Qingjiao explained, then rose to his feet. It seemed the return of that horn had revived not only his body, but his very spirit. So, the horn truly symbolized his inner vitality. Qingjiao's transformation stemmed from that single punch delivered by Captain Carp years ago. Or perhaps the old man truly regarded the horns atop his head as emblems of his honor. And of course, there was also the key to a fortune amassed over centuries. On that same day, both glory and wealth abandoned him. Precisely what triggered his drastic change in temperament. Now, however, Dang Un's identical blow had restored both honor and wealth. Watching Qingjiao repeatedly raise his hand to caress the sharp horns on his brow, Dang En tugged faintly at the corner of his mouth and turned his gaze away. How utterly lewd. Dang En slipped an arm around Robin and pivoted sharply. I require passage aboard your Hashibu Navy vessels to the North Blue. No problem. At once Qingjiao agreed, without hesitation. Just moments earlier, Lao Kai and Bu Wu, having cautiously approached after being sent flying, now exchanged bewildered glances. You want a free ride? Then why strike anyone? Elder, our next destination is the Grand Line. But to reach the North Blue, we must either await the shifting currents at Reverse Mountain or brave the calm belt. Lao Kai offered the reminder. Nonsense. If our benefactor intends to sail north, we shall escort him without question. Enraged, Qingjiao fixed Lao Kai with a fierce glare. Ugh. Seeing Qingjiao bristle and scowl, Lao Kai fell silent. Go announce it to everyone. The banquet begins today. With a dismissive wave, Qingjiao gestured. Lao Kai and Bu Wu exchanged one glance before dashing off. Qingjiao stared, first at his two grandsons, then at Dang En, who strode away with Robin still nestled beneath his arm. He clearly looked younger than either grandson, yet the gulf between them yawned immeasurably wide. The more he gazed, the less worthy his own grandson seemed. Yet even as this thought flickered, Qingjiao resumed stroking his horns. They were back. Haha. Hearing that low chuckling laugh behind him, Dang En shuddered involuntarily. He hadn't felt such a chill, not even during their clash. What do we do next? Robin, sensing Dang En's sudden tremor, tilted her head and asked. Wait. We'll board their ship for the North Blue. So tell me, what truly draws you to the North Blue? Robin studied Dang En. Is it really to confront Don Quixote da Flamingo? Regarding Dang En's purpose in the North Blue, he'd mentioned it briefly during his prior meeting with Capone Beach. Still, da Flamingo, being one of the 7 warlords of the sea, commanded formidable influence. And now Dang En stood alone. Well, technically 2 counting Robin. My word is given. When I eliminated officers of the Don Quixote family, I spoke directly with that flamingo. Having declared my intent, I must fulfill it. Ah, you alerted them in advance. Then they've certainly prepared. Robin's exasperation deepened. Surely a covert approach would have been far more prudent, even when confronting an enemy. Doflamingo currently resides in Dressrosa New World, and unlikely to depart lightly. Still, if he does venture to the North Blue, I'll be spared the trouble of hunting him down in Dressrosa later. Dang En slid his blade into Robin's arms. She accepted the weighty weapon and nodded. So, you bear a grudge against him? Not precisely. I've merely slain several of his subordinates. Yet his thirst for vengeance runs deep. This matter 9 times out of 10 will end in blood. Dang En understood Doflamingo's nature well enough. Toward his own officers, he displayed genuine loyalty, treating them almost as family. Toward outsiders, however, his cruelty knew no bounds. Baby 5 might hurl insults and threats at Doflamingo, yet he dismissed them without concern. But those who exploited Baby 5's vulnerabilities to deceive her, he slaughtered not only them, but their entire town. He executed no fewer than 8 of Baby 5's fiancés, each of course a swindler seeking her fortune. But such matters lay far ahead. For now Baby 5 was likely only 15 or 16, though she may already have begun her ill-fated journey of being deceived. Robin grasped the situation and asked no further questions. Meanwhile, the Hashibu Navy, under Qingjiao's and Lao Kai's orders, moved swiftly. Wounded were treated, homes repaired, and preparations for the banquet commenced. A newsbird bearing a camera Den Mushi soared directly into the West Blue branch office of the World Economic News. Upon reviewing the captured footage, the staff's eyes widened in shock. Residing in the flower country, they naturally recognized Qingjiao, the pillar of the Hashibu Navy. This pirate, whose bounty had surpassed 500 million berries long ago, was now kneeling and weeping openly. Also included were photographs of Dang En's confrontation with Qingjiao. Quickly, report immediately to headquarters. They dared not delay. Qingjiao's bounty, formidable even across the 4 blues, eclipsed that of 99% of pirates, even within the Grand Line. Soon fresh editions were dispatched across the seas by legions of newsbirds. Clash between an unknown sovereign and a legend of the old age. A chilling headline opened the report. To ensure readers unfamiliar with Qingjiao grasped his significance, the article appended his storied exploits and bounty. Yet this edition stirred little commotion overall. The reason? The past few years had overflowed with monumental events: the emergence of 3 Yonko across the New World, and persistent rumors surrounding the 7 warlords of the sea. Qingjiao, a relic of a bygone era who operated outside the Grand Line, thus failed to ignite widespread interest. Rather, it was Dang En, the unknown victor, who sparked curiosity across the seas. Of course, certain individuals already possessed knowledge of Dang En, and now reacted with divergent attitudes. Dressrosa. Doflamingo's temples throbbed violently as he glared at the newspaper clutched in his hands. It's him. Doflamingo burned with murderous intent toward Dang En, and had in fact obtained his portrait long before. Yet this man's strength appears formidable. Qingjiao has remained unseen for decades, but his bounty once exceeded 500 million berries. Treble sniffled as he reminded him. Merely a decrepit old man. Have law and the others remain vigilant. Doflamingo sensed with uncanny certainty that this man would indeed head for the North Blue. His tone conveyed absolute conviction, as though the event were already fated. Yet the North Blue Armory must not fall, especially not now, having just signed a weapons supply agreement with Kaido. Should he fail to deliver, Kaido's wrath would be unbearable. Even Doflamingo preferred not to test it. After all, Kaido's sheer power bordered on the absurd, particularly his reckless, death-seeking wanderings across the Grand Line, utterly unpredictable and inscrutable. Frost Moon Village. Kuinok. Zoro brandished the newspaper and dashed headlong into Ishin Dojo. You're late again. Did you get lost yet? Kuina, mid-training, planted her hands on her hips and demanded. No, it's Dang En. Zoro waved the paper wildly, voice trembling with excitement. Dang En's news. Let me see. Before Kuina could reply, a surprised voice cut in. Gentleman Garp stepped forward. Upon seeing Gung Sailing come out, Zoro immediately handed over the newspaper in his hand, while Kuina tiptoed beside her father, curiously peering at the newspaper. At first glance, she saw a photo of Dun's profile. Although it was somewhat unclear, she recognized him immediately. Defeated the outdated pirate Qingjiao with a bounty of 500 million berries. Kuina's eyes widened. How much is 500 million berries? At this moment, Kuina had no concept of it. However, she remembered that the bounties for Jinbei and Doflamingo, two warlords, weren't this high. He actually went to the West Sea. Gung Siling carefully read through the newspaper and said with curiosity. He wasn't surprised that Dun could defeat Qingjiao. He knew Dun quite well and was aware of his hidden strength. Of course, even without mentioning hidden strength, just the ordinary strength he displayed made it hard to find an opponent in these seas. After all, true top-tier powerhouses are not so easily encountered. This guy has become even stronger, Zoro remarked. He suddenly felt that he was now a great distance away from defeating Dun enough to get lost several times. Just stay focused on your goal. After all, your aim is to become the world's #1 swordsman. As for Dun, his goals are different from yours. Hearing Zoro's words, Gung Siling smiled, and then returned to the hall with the newspaper in hand, leaving Kana and Zoro staring at each other in disbelief. What does Master Gung Siling mean by that? Zoro asked, somewhat dumbfounded. Father means don't even think about it, you can't catch up anyway. Kuina said with a glint in her eye. Huh? Zoro was taken aback, and then looked at Kuina with displeasure. I want to challenge you. Zoro was furious. You win. Kuina turned around with her wooden sword in hand, and walked away, leaving Zoro trembling alone in the wind. At headquarters, Kapuzinci, this young man really can't sit still, Kizaru remarked, looking at the newspaper with his legs crossed and appearing just awakened. Did he fight against Qingjiao? Kapu stroked his chin. Previously, to defeat Qingjiao, I flattened several mountains with my fists just to knock him down. Recalling past events, Kapu felt quite emotional. Could it be that this young man has now reached the level of a teacher? Kizaru raised an eyebrow, pulling down his eye mask to look at Kapu. That's hard to say. In such situations, no one knows without actually fighting, but Qingjiao back then was indeed no weakling. As for now, Kapu shook his head after tearing open a bag of senbei. Just watch, or I think this young man will likely create a big incident soon. Kizaru had a premonition. But isn't this kid trying to take Qingjiao to collect the bounty? Now that the Flower Country is a member state, it might be a bit difficult. Kapu shook his head. Compared to pirates, the 8 treasure naval army of the Flower Country is more like the private armed force of the Flower Country. Although there is still a bounty, after all, these were matters from long ago. It doesn't seem likely, but I can't be sure. After all, Dun claims to be a pirate hunter. Forget it anyway, it doesn't concern me. If there's a headache at Sengoku, who should worry? Kapu waved his hand after thinking. Kizaru nodded in agreement. As Kapu said, Sengoku naturally saw the newspaper. After all, such intelligence must be reported to Sengoku. However, Sengoku is currently quite regretful. That guy Kapu is too unreliable. Such a top-tier combat power has gone out twice with no success. To defeat Qingjiao at this age. After all, they are from the same era, and Sengoku knows Qingjiao quite well. Back then, Qingjiao's strength was definitely not weaker than the current warlords. Although he is older now considering Dun's age. Sengoku shook his head in disbelief and set the newspaper aside. Just don't kill him. Ha ha ha, you almost took me out. At the banquet of the 8 treasure naval army, Qingjiao laughed heartily while holding a huge wine bowl. Around him, the others like Old Kai also laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Dun felt like a husky mixed in with a flock of sheep. He didn't understand what was so funny. He could only raise the juice in his hand. Robin looked at Dun's expression and covered her mouth, chuckling softly. What's so funny? Dun naturally noticed Robin's reaction and said irritably. It's nothing, just realizing that I understand you more. You don't seem to adapt well to this kind of banquet, Robin whispered. Yeah, I can't integrate, or rather I don't understand these guys' thoughts, Dun sighed. Then there's no need to understand, strong people need others to understand them. Robin said softly. Dun looked at Robin in surprise, wondering if she wanted to train him. Their quiet conversation did not affect the liveliness of the banquet. After all, the strongest weapon of the 8 treasure naval army, Qingjiao, had returned, which was excellent news for them. Old man will now show you. Having drunk quite a bit, Qingjiao suddenly stood up, touched the horn on his head, and then strode out. A group of 8 treasure naval army officials and members followed closely behind Qingjiao. The treasure hidden beneath the jade ice mountain of the 8 treasure naval army was about to see the light of day again. Shortly after, as Qingjiao jumped high, his head crashed against the thick ice surface. Cracks spread across the ice surface from the point of impact, and then the massive ice cover suddenly exploded. Dazzling golden light flickered. Dun and Robin squinted their eyes, gazing at the vast amount of treasures. Indeed, astonishing. No wonder it's a treasure accumulated over hundreds of years. Robin exclaimed, her eyes wide in admiration. So why do you think so much has been accumulated? Dun turned to look at Robin and asked. Robin was taken aback, not immediately understanding Dun's meaning, but being clever, she quickly grasped what Dun was asking. Is it because they have no use for it? Exactly. If they could use it, they wouldn't have accumulated so much. Dunn slightly shook his head and turned around. Robin turned and followed. Behind them were the excited and jubilant members of the 8 Treasure Naval Army. The banquet lasted for a day. On the next day, seemingly due to Dunn's earlier words, the ship of the 8 Treasure Naval Army was already prepared. Since the benefactor spoke, Qingjiao naturally had to prepare as quickly as possible. Benefactor, this time we're going through the calm belt. It will take quite a while to wait for the current of Reverse Mountain. Thank you. Dunn waved his hand and boarded the ship of the 8 Treasure Naval Army. Shortly after, the fleet of the 8 Treasure Naval Army slowly left the port of the Flower Country, heading straight toward Reverse Mountain. Dunn, you made the newspaper. On the ship, Robin handed Dunn a newspaper, her face filled with a smile. Dang En raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit curious as he took the newspaper from Robin's hand and said, "What? I have a bounty now. How could that be? You're not a pirate." Robin smiled as she sat down beside Dang En, pointing at the front page of the World News newspaper. "Look, isn't this you?" The image showed a somewhat unclear profile of Dang En. If someone who didn't know him saw it, they might not recognize him, but those familiar with him would certainly recognize him at a glance. Moreover, the newspaper mentioned the previous clash between Dang En and Qingjiao. "And there's your photo." Dang En glanced at it for a moment, noticing it wasn't a bounty, and lost interest, but he did see Robin's figure in the photo taken from above. Of course, it was a shot taken from a high angle, and with Robin wearing a hoodie, her full appearance was not captured. This shouldn't be a problem, right? Robin was taken aback by his words, then smiled and said, "Even though I've been with you recently, I've felt much more at ease, but the threat that always existed has lessened." However, having been pursued by the world government for so long, she still felt a bit worried. "Although I have no good feelings towards the world government, I must admit that they are quite powerful, controlling the Navy at the same time." Dang En, having put down the newspaper, noticed Robin's expression and gently patted her shoulder. "What do you mean?" Robin didn't initially understand Dang En's words as it concerned herself. If the world government were determined to find someone you couldn't have hidden in the West Sea for so long. Seeing the contemplative look on Robin's face, Dang En smiled and embraced her. "So perhaps you are not as important in the eyes of the world government as you think, or rather, even though your bounty was issued by them, it might just be that a few people are paying attention to you." Feeling Dang En's arm resting on her shoulder, Robin nodded gently. "Now that I think about it, I have a rough idea of who it might be." Robin recalled the world government official who wanted to capture her mother back in O'Hara. Spandam. Robin softly uttered the name. An official of the world government controlling CP9, but now it might be his son. Dang En pondered the information he knew. Robin's bounty was issued by Spandam, aiming to capture this historian who escaped from O'Hara to gain merit. However, after the O'Hara incident, this person had not appeared again. The commander of CP9 had become his son Spandam. He was the masked man who attempted to use Robin for merit at Eni's lobby. Even so, he is still an official of the world government. Robin sighed, her mood turning heavy. The sea is vast, and the Grand Line is not small. Once the affairs in the North Sea are over, we will head to the Grand Line. Dang En was confident about venturing into the Grand Line. He was a person who sought stability. Even when he responded to Gung Shiro and Frostmoon Village, it was about living steadily in this world. When one has enough power to achieve this and still have some to spare, doing other things is not a problem. Even before his crossing, Dang En was someone who would plan trips to explore different places and their cultures. Moreover, this was almost an entirely unfamiliar world to him. An imagined world. "Then I will rely on you in the future." Robin turned her head to look at Dang En's face and smiled as she said, "No problem, but for now, perhaps the world government won't focus on you." After finishing his sentence, Dang En picked up the newspaper he had placed beside him and pointed at a particular point on it. "The Water City has opened a waterway train route, and it's already in service." Upon hearing this, Robin looked at the spot Dang En was pointing at and softly read out the news. "It certainly looks important, but what do you mean?" Robin was curious. Seeing the puzzled expression on her face, Dang En smiled. If capturing Robin was Spandam's long-term plan, then the matter of the waterway train was something even more significant, because it was related to the so-called Pluton blueprints. In any case, this incident would surely attract most of Spandam's attention, and he himself would be there. A blueprint of an ancient weapon has now caught the attention of the world government. Ancient weapon. As a historian, Robin was naturally familiar with this term. After all, the legends surrounding such things were quite widespread. Could it be Pluton? Robin guessed. Exactly, that's it. No wonder if it's that, then it really is possible, Robin said, but she was more curious about how Dang En, who was in the West Sea, knew this news. After all, this news had not appeared in the newspapers. "Are you somehow involved in this?" Robin asked Dang En, who was standing up. Not really, I'm not interested in this ancient weapon. It's said that Pluton's cannon can destroy an island with one shot, but for powerful individuals at sea, doing such a thing is not difficult. This is merely a threat the world government wishes to control, and it can also serve as a deterrent. Indeed, if the world government were to grasp it, the demon slaughter order would likely be completed more easily. Hearing this, Robin lowered her head and spoke softly. Are you still pursuing the truth of the historical texts? Seeing Robin, who seemed a bit downcast, Deng asked. Yes, it's everyone's wish. Now that I am the only one left, I will complete it. Hearing Deng's question, Robin looked up at him, her expression firm as she spoke. This was a dangerous endeavor. O'Hara was destroyed by the world government for researching historical texts. Now that she wanted to continue, it represented trouble, and it might even bring trouble to Deng, and she didn't want to hide it from him. As she answered this question, Robin wondered how Deng would respond and what reaction he would have. At that moment, she saw Deng's gaze fixed on her, feeling a bit anxious. That's wonderful. You have your own goal. Looking at Robin, who appeared anxious, Deng smiled and said with a hint of emotion, Since you want to, then go for it. I can help you in the future. Thank you, but what about you? Robin asked as she gently tugged at Deng. Deng sat back down following her pull, and as he listened to her question, his gaze shifted to the busy members of the 8 treasure navy on the ship. I don't know, but my temporary goal is to make a name for myself across the seas. When we reach the Grand Line, there are still 2 potential enemies to deal with. As for anything else, I haven't thought about it for now. Deng contemplated for a moment before responding. Perhaps you could set a goal as well. Hearing Deng's answer, Robin could tell he truly hadn't thought about this, so she suggested. Tell me. For example, become the ruler of the seas. Become a king of the sea. Dunn looked at Robin, who was smiling at him, and shook his head slightly. The title of King of the Sea is merely a name shouted out by pirates, propagated by the World Economic News. Dunn said, thinking of Shanks. Shanks had already ventured into the Grand Line and had become a renowned pirate in the New World. Besides himself, his pirate crew also boasted great fame. However, he had not yet officially become the King of the Sea. At present, the titles of the other 3 kings had already echoed across the seas, and it seemed that Shanks' bounty had just surpassed 1 billion. Of course, in this era, a billion is already at the pinnacle of the sea. Indeed, Robin remarked as she noticed Dunn's seemingly aimless demeanor. After Dunn's reminder, Robin also considered this point. But it's not impossible to try. Dunn's mouth curved upward, his gentle expression carrying a hint of anticipation. If one's strength is sufficient, even if the pirates do not acknowledge it, one could still attain this title. If he could confront the other 3 kings before Shanks and demonstrate strength comparable to theirs, perhaps he could seize that title first. What would happen to Shanks then? With a bounty exceeding 1 billion, Shanks' strength must have reached the threshold of king level. After all, Shanks' power lies in his swordsmanship and 3 types of Haki, particularly his conqueror's Haki. Currently, Shanks had also entered his peak period. So what about the 5 emperors? Dunn stroked his chin, imagining that scene, feeling somewhat excited. To achieve that, besides having immense personal strength, one also needs to possess a powerful force. Dunn spoke softly, then turned to Robin. As a historian, Robin was among the few highly knowledgeable individuals in this world. What do you think about forming an association? A hunter association? Robin showed curiosity upon hearing Dunn's words. A pirate-hunter association. It seems there isn't a specific association yet, but most pirate hunters on the seas are solitary, and some are even pirates. Robin pondered seriously. However, pirate hunters are not a unified group. Most are independent individuals with all sorts of characters. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Dunn suggesting the establishment of an association. No, not just pirate hunters, treasure hunters, relic hunters, and even navy hunters can join. Dunn stroked his chin, recalling another comic he read before his transmigration. Although most of the plot had become hazy, he clearly remembered the vast entity known as the Hunter Association. Robin was taken aback by his words, then exclaimed. Although Dunn was not very verbose, the quick-witted Robin instantly thought of many possibilities. If it could truly succeed, this association would become a significant power alongside the world government, the navy, and the pirates. But achieving that would undoubtedly be challenging. What? Upon hearing Robin's exclamation, Dunn turned to look at her. If what you say is true, the difficulty is immense. Indeed, Dunn naturally could think of this, but he had time and methods to extend life or even achieve immortality were not unheard of in this world. Step by step, perhaps we can really succeed in the future, but if that's the case, we need to find some manpower. Dunn scrutinized Robin while stroking his chin. Are you really going to do this? That seems quite reckless. Robin looked at Dunn with a hint of resignation. This man, a few years younger than her, was incredibly proactive. Is it just a thought that should be acted upon? Didn't you bring it up? Why are you unhappy when I want to do it? Dun pinched Robin's nose and said displeasedly. No. Robin tilted her head and freed herself from Dun's hand. It's just that to accomplish something like this, establishing a large organization requires vast amounts of money and manpower, and right now it's just the two of us. Robin reminded him. So we must take it step by step. Dun took Robin's shoulders and led her into the cabin. Of course it was not for any nefarious deeds. Come on, let's brainstorm together. Dun stuffed a pin into Robin's hand and pressed her down onto the seat at the table in the cabin. You're so smart, try to formulate a plan to achieve our goals. Robin, pressed by Dun on her shoulders, turned to see the expectant look on his face and nodded helplessly. All right, I can give it a try. However, she also sensed Dun's enthusiasm. It seemed to have sparked his motivation. In the following time, aside from daily training and assisting Robin with her training, Dun engaged in brainstorming sessions with Robin to devise plans for the so-called Hunter Association. However, formulating such a plan was clearly not an easy task. Just as the 8 Treasure Navy's ships steadily entered the reverse current of the upside-down mountain, Dun and Robin stared at each other in the cabin. Rejected. This one is too complicated. Dun pressed his hand on the paper on the table in front of Robin, speaking earnestly. President, you just don't want to memorize so many things. During this time spent together, Robin, who had become completely familiar with Dun, looked at him helplessly. Such immense strength, yet he still had a childlike side. Anyway, according to your statement, the preliminary preparations boil down to money and people along with immense fame on the sea. Dun held the paper down, staring intently into Robin's eyes, refusing to budge. Getting him to remember so many things was absolutely impossible. He was known as Dun, the one who disliked studying. As for the nickname, he had just come up with it. So our first step is to have immense fame on the sea. Oh, leave that to me. Until the first step is completed, the plan will be temporarily set aside. Dun said as he prepared to lift the paper he had pressed down. Snap! Robin swiftly pressed it back down, revealing a charming smile on her face. That won't do, my dear association president. Actually, the association can be established beforehand, so as the president you need to remember the association's rules. A successful force must have some reasonable rules and regulations. Then you write it down. As my personal secretary, it's the same for you to take notes. Dun replied immediately. Robin was taken aback, then fell silent. When had she acquired the identity of a secretary? However, seeing Dun's unyielding demeanor, she could only nod. All right, President, but since our association consists of just the two of us, what type of hunter are you? A pirate hunter. Dun retorted upon hearing this. No way, you are the president. Robin shook her head decisively. Then what do you suggest? Dun frowned. How about calling it a king hunter? As the president, your targets can change to the kings of the pirates. Robin said with a smile. Dun's lips twitched twice upon hearing this as he grasped Robin's wrist and pressed her down onto the nearby bed. Dun's eyes locked onto Robin's, their faces close together. Woman, do you want me to die and then find a new boss? Robin immediately recognized that Din was teasing her with those words. Yet their current posture, Din's hands pressing firmly on her arms, his entire body pressed flush against hers, spoke volumes. She gently bit her lower lip. You can do it, Guildmaster, can't you? Robin murmured softly, still holding her lip between her teeth. You truly have such faith in me. Gazing into her delicate, radiant face, Din asked. Before Robin could reply, the cabin door slid open with a soft hiss. Both turned their heads in unison toward the entrance. Lao Kai stood frozen in the doorway, eyes wide with shock as he took in their compromising stance. Naturally, he also registered the sharp, unamused glares from the man and woman inside. Ahem. Ahem. I saw nothing. His eyes darted wildly as he slammed the door shut with a loud bang, then shuffled awkwardly, arms and legs moving in stiff unison, toward the deck. Am I going to be executed? Of all moments to walk in. Lao Kai's mind spiraled into frantic speculation. Inside the cabin, once the door clicked shut again, the two turned back to face each other. By the way, you've been maintaining your Kinbunchika Haki continuously. Didn't you sense him approaching? Robin's tone carried unmistakable exasperation. Den released Robin's arms and rose, scratching his cheek absently. Who knew he'd barge in without knocking? Then, watching Robin sit up and smooth her skirt with quiet grace, he tilted his head, studying her thoughtfully, chin resting on his knuckles. Robin instinctively bristled, on the verge of rolling her eyes, before catching herself, deeming it unbecoming. Let's handle what's before us first. As for our grand plan, from now on it's entirely yours to manage. I'll just handle the fighting. After savoring the view a moment longer, Din waved dismissively, abdicated responsibility with effortless nonchalance. Robin sighed faintly, though inwardly a quiet warmth bloomed. It meant Din truly valued her, a feeling she hadn't known before. Having spoken, Den rose and strode toward the cabin door, then paused and turned to look at Robin. Before we enter the Grand Line, you will awaken your Kinbunshika Haki. You'll train relentlessly. I won't hold back. With that, Den pushed open the door and stepped out. Robin's expression froze. Recalling his rigorous Kinbunchiku training methods, a faint blush rose to her cheeks. On the deck, even from a distance, Den heard Lao Kai vividly recounting the incident to Bu Wu. Ahem. Ahem. Bu Wu, spotting Den approaching, began coughing repeatedly. But Lao Kai utterly missed the warning. Truly magnificent. The Miss Robin is an absolute vision. Den certainly knows how to live well. You should have seen the scene when I opened that door. Lao Kai winked and leered, then felt a hand settle heavily on his shoulder. Enough nonsense. He swatted the hand away reflexively, only to freeze mid-motion. On this ship, only a handful dared lay hands on him so boldly, and none could approach silently from behind. Then he caught Bu Wu's glance, a silent, pitying shrug. Good luck to you. Creak, creak. Lao Kai twisted his neck stiffly, joints grinding audibly, until he faced Den, standing directly behind him, smiling warmly. Yet that smile held no kindness, only quiet, unnerving amusement. Go on. Please continue. I'm listening. Den said, eyes crinkling with feigned delight. Gulp. Lao Kai swallowed hard, and instinctively edged one step backward. Nothing. I said nothing. He laughed nervously, voice cracking. Boom. A sonic crack split the air, and Lao Kai vanished from the deck in an instant. Hawk. His shriek tore across the sea, trailing high above the waves before plunging far off into the churning water. Bu Wu swallowed hard. I know nothing. He insisted on telling me. He blurted defensively. What do you need me for? Den cast a cool sidelong glance at Bu Wu, the brother who'd just sold him out. Well, our route options are these: enter the Grand Line and await favorable currents, or ascend the confluence at Reverse Mountain against the flow. Bu Wu answered promptly. We're bypassing the calm belt. Crossing it means traversing the new world, far more perilous. Bu Wu explained calmly. Ahem. Dripping wet, Lao Kai hauled himself back aboard. Everyone else pretended not to notice, busying themselves with tasks both urgent and imaginary. Most, however, were merely going through the motions. Scaling Reverse Mountain grants entry to the Grand Line, but the calm belt only leads to the east or south blue. Shaking seawater from his sleeves, Lao Kai joined them. Our ship's propulsion is more than sufficient, but we will encounter vessels descending from the north blue. Heating collision is highly likely. The currents at Reverse Mountain were indeed vast, but not immune to counterflow encounters. How long until the current shifts? Den mused aloud. Roughly another 6 weeks. Bu Wu replied. Too long. Den shook his head. Then shall we proceed directly to the north blue upon reaching the confluence? Lao Kai ventured cautiously. No, we'll part ways at the confluence. Robin and I will disembark there. We can escort you all the way to the north blue. Lao Kai blurted instantly, imagining the wrath of Qingjiao if he abandoned Den mid-voyage. He'd be lucky to survive half a beating. Unnecessary. You both have your own affairs to attend to. Den declined again, gazing outward at the ocean, where the current surged upward at a sharp, impossible angle. Just provide me a vessel. Lao Kai and Bu Wu exchanged a glance, then nodded in unison. Agreed. Then prepare it at once. Den waved casually and turned, heading back toward the cabin he'd occupied. Perhaps we'll train in the north blue instead. It teems with pirates, and rumor has it the sudden surge of weapons across the four blues originates from there. Huh. Bu Wu stared blankly as Lao Kai stroked his chin, already lost in yet another impulsive notion. No, let's stick to the original plan, circle the paradise first. As for the north blue, he glanced toward where Den had disappeared. Something momentous is about to unfold. Back inside the cabin, Robin stood bareback, changing her top. At the sound, she instinctively covered her chest and turned, relaxing only upon seeing Den. Den approached slowly, observing the elegant line of her spine. Robin slipped her blouse on with calm, practiced ease. We'll disembark soon, at the confluence of Reverse Mountain's currents. And how exactly will we descend? Robin lowered her hands from her collar, curious. I have my means, but this time I'm seeking confrontation, so expect ample opportunity to fight. A fine chance for Robin to hone her strength. She sensed with quiet certainty that her days ahead would be anything but easy. We're unlikely to meet elite opponents. If any arise, I'll deal with them. The rest fall to you. You're doing this on purpose. Are you retaliating? Her gaze drifted to the thick stack of papers on the table, and suddenly the truth clicked into place. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Den waved his hands emphatically. I am not that petty. Really. Hearing Dunn claim that he is not a stingy person, Robin's eyes scrutinized him up and down. During this time together, she had become quite familiar with Dunn. Dunn is the kind of person whose personality is somewhat erratic. Sometimes you can't quite grasp what he is thinking. Robin's perception is not wrong. After all, Dunn's thoughts come from a world of information overload. Frankly speaking, the information he encountered just one day before his crossing may surpass what people in this world encounter in their entire lives. For this reason, his ideas can easily become skewed. Or rather, those impacted by information overload tend to be somewhat neurotic. This is also the fundamental reason why Dunn can make Robin feel perplexed. Although she believes Dunn is being deliberate according to his words, it is indeed a good thing for her. During her previous escape, she had no time to systematically enhance herself. Every day she opened her eyes, she was cautiously hiding her identity, avoiding being discovered. I understand. I will do my best. Robin's expression turned serious as she nodded solemnly. Seeing her expression, Dunn walked up to Robin, raised his hand, and fastened the buttons of her shirt, leaving only one at the collar undone before withdrawing his hand. He patted Robin on the shoulder. Pack your things or we will be leaving this ship soon. With that, Dunn walked away again. When the sound of the cabin door closing echoed, Robin shivered, feeling the tightness of her shirt, and instinctively wanted to raise her hand to unbutton 2 more buttons. However, recalling how Dunn had deliberately buttoned her up, she lowered her hand. But when she saw the numerous items in the cabin along with Dunn's knife and the records left from their brainstorming, she hesitated. He wouldn't have left because he didn't want to clean up, would he yet? A thought suddenly popped into Robin's mind. After this thought emerged, she reflected on Dunn's series of actions since she met him. The more she thought about it, the more she felt this must be the truth. Is this really the true him? Robin muttered to herself, starting to get busy. Meanwhile, Dunn had arrived at the bow of the ship. The currents of the upside-down mountain were long and wide. After all, it spans the entire Grand Line, separating it from the Holy Land Mary Geos on the other side, and is also part of the Red Continent. The Hunter Association, huh? Dunn sat at the bow reflecting on his conversations with Robin during this time. The difficulty of this endeavor would undoubtedly be high. Even in the past, during his time in Frostmoon Village, he wouldn't have entertained such thoughts. Doing this would certainly entail many challenges. However, it must be said that if successful, it would indeed bring a significant sense of accomplishment. To establish an incredibly vast force out of thin air. However, for that, he must become a symbol of the so-called Hunter Association. Strong enough to make the world feel a shock, then everything would become simple. As for funding, the Golden Emperor, who controls 1/4 of the world's berries, would be a good candidate. Then let's give it a try. Dunn looked ahead with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Lao Kai and Bu Wu watched Dunn sitting at the bow, whispering to each other. Should we go over? Would it disturb him? Bu Wu whispered. Why don't you give it a try? Maybe you won't get slapped away. Lao Kai thought of the scene where Dunn directly slapped him into the sea, suggesting the idea. Bu Wu looked at his brother speechlessly. Why doesn't this guy go himself? Their low conversation naturally didn't escape Dunn's keen observation as he turned to look at the 2 spirited youngsters, sneaking glances, and waved his hand. Seeing this, the 2 immediately approached. Is there something? The ship is ready, and all the supplies are prepared. Lao Kai explained promptly. Thank you then. Dunn waved his hand in gratitude. No need, you are the benefactor of our 8 treasure water army, so doing this is expected. That was an accident, but this time we truly trouble you, so thanks are still in order. Dunn smiled as he spoke. Lao Kai and Bu Wu swallowed hard, feeling incredibly pleased. Let's meet again on the sea later. Dunn saw Robin, who was carrying a large bundle and holding his knife, coming out, and immediately had a crew member come forward to help carry the bundle onto the small boat. Dunn leaped down from the bow. Next is our solo adventure, he said as he walked towards Robin. Robin, holding the knife, smiled as she watched Dunn approach her. Looking at Dunn's back, Lao Kai and Bu Wu exchanged glances. It seemed like they were about to witness a legend unfolding. Shortly after, at the confluence of the waters at the top of the upside-down mountain, Dunn and Robin stood on a small boat watching the massive ships of the 8 treasure water army flow downstream. I think regarding the power issue, you will definitely be able to solve it, right? Robin stood next to Dunn holding her knife and asked. Of course. Dunn waved his hand and then sat down at the stern of the boat. So Miss Robin, please hold on tight. You are a fruit user, and if you fall into the seawater, you'll sink. Dunn smiled as he spoke. Robin was taken aback and immediately sat down to steady herself. Boom. A fierce flame erupted. The small boat suddenly spun, trailing a long tail flame rushing against the water flow from the North Sea. The extremely high speed of the boat brought an intense wind. Robin pressed down on her hood, almost being blown away. Ha ha ha, hold tight. Dunn laughed heartily, and as his voice fell, the tail flame surged once more. The small boat seemed to fly above the water's surface, slicing through the incoming waves. What is that? A pirate ship sailing upstream from the north. See, the pirates on board were exceedingly excited. Then they saw a ball of flame appearing from afar, which in the blink of an eye passed by their ship. Before these pirates could figure out what had just happened, a massive wave crashed against their pirate ship. The ship, with considerable tonnage, was directly capsized by the wave into the sea. The water flowed upward with a loud roar. This is truly reckless. Robin tightly secured her body as several white arms appeared from the ship's hull, resembling ropes that bound her body, accentuating her curves. Of course, the only person appreciating the view was Dunn. Be careful, the message from the young master said that Guy departed with the 8 Treasure Water Army's ship earlier and might come directly from the upside-down mountain. In the transponder snail, the somewhat aged voice of Lao Ji came through. Dressed in a dance costume, Violet nodded in response as she listened to the voice from the transponder snail. I will keep an eye on it, but they might not necessarily come from the upside-down mountain. He might just be saying it casually. If that's the case, that would be best, but the young master's factory must not encounter any issues. It would be better if something went wrong. Violet thought to herself, can this person defeat Doflamingo?